Pokemon trainers. It is time to end our season on a high note. We are here at the 2025 North America International Championships, starting our pre-show before opening ceremonies. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Kyle Sukovich, Evan Hashimoto, and Jim Lawson, covering all 4 of our competitive circuits, competitive streams you will see this weekend in NAIC. It's going to be an absolutely great time. The season started in September here in North America, and here this June, it's going to be an awesome showdown. Our final event before the World Championships this summer in August in Anaheim, California. Kyle, we'll start with you. TCG always continuing to rise, over 3,800 trainers in the Masters Division here in New Orleans. It's really incredible to think about.
It's crazy to see how much things have grown. Yeah, this room is packed with people. There's, like you said, about 3,800 players in the Masters Division alone for TCG. A massive event, and this is the summer of Pokemon, right? We're leading up to the World Championships. We are on the road to Worlds, and this is kind of the final stop before we get there. This is going to be an awesome weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many new things in all of our games, especially I would say Go is the newest with the new season, new me mentality, Jim, for your new season in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such an exciting weekend. And when you think about it, not only is there a new season going from Might and Mastery to Delightful Days, kind of the first dip into this new meta that we're going to see develop, but also there's just so much on the line, and this is for all the games, right? It's not just the champion title, but we have tons of trainers that are trying to get that final opportunity to punch their ticket for Worlds, or maybe even a travel award or travel stipend. So many storylines, so much on the line for this weekend, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, and then Evan, obviously Pokemon UNITE is continuing to grow, the competitive scene getting larger and larger by the day. Quick hit on how your scene is doing.
It's great. It's been the longest season that we've had so far. We started a little bit, I think 2 months earlier this year than we did previous years. The international competition has been amazing. We had our first Western teams go out to the Asia regions for invitationals this year. So it's really just one of the most exciting years, and our final Western team will qualify today.
Gonna be exciting. I'm an Umbreon main myself, so I'm hoping to see some Umbreon on the Unite stream this weekend. But let's get into our players to watch. For those who are joining us for the first time, maybe you're unfamiliar between all of the top trainers in each of our competitive games. We'll start with the trading card game. Kyle, there's almost too many players to count.
Yeah, there really are. We narrowed it down to 3. And these are some of the best. We have Andrew Hedrick, who is last year's NAIC champion. This guy has had an incredible 3-year stretch, 4 regional wins, and the person he defeated in the finals last year was Stefan Ivanov, who is our only 2-time NAIC champion for the TCG. He won in back-to-back years, made it back to the finals last year, lost basically on a confusion coin flip, one of the closest matches we've ever seen. Stefan is synonymous with NAIC. He's a player to watch for sure. And then Brent Tonneson has really been the trendsetter for TCG this season. He's had a ton of great results, got 2nd place at an international championship already this season. A lot of players go to him for what is the optimal deck list to play. So Brent is another player we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, not just players, but commentators as well, as I borrowed his Charizard deck on TCG Live for a number of months back last year. I was using his exact 60. So Brent, certainly a force to be reckoned with this season. We head over to Pokemon GO, Jim, and obviously there's so many great trainers consistently, but there's something about the home talent continuing to succeed at their home international.
Yeah, that's right. One of the storylines that we're going to be looking at all weekend is going to be the idea of an out-of-region IC winner. In the history of Pokemon GO on the Play Pokemon circuit, we have had only in-region winners for our international championship tournaments. So we're going to take a look at some of these trainers to really spotlight here for this weekend, and these are actually our previous 3 IC winners. We had our EU IC winner from Spain, Patoman. We had our 2024 NAIC winner, OutOfPoket, as well as our 2025 LAIC winner, Marto Gaude, all competing here this weekend. And when we talk about these trainers, the one consistent theme is actually consistency. All of these trainers have had success realistically for seasons over and over and over. In fact, Marto Gaude has won 4 tournaments already this season. So if he can have a nice, tournament here, he's going to just sweep everyone as far as the global leaderboards go. So a lot to look forward to, a lot of excitement this weekend.
That's awesome to see a player have that much consistency within a game. But there's so much varying playsets, varying patches, right, with the new updates and everything. We'll see how he is able to keep that success up for Pokemon Go. A lot of fun. New times in the Pokemon Go scene here at NAIC. Certainly excited for that. Personally, for myself, selfishly, talking about the video game championships, very excited as this is the capstone to our season. We've had a bunch of different regional champions. Will we get a back-to-back, someone that's a regional and IC winner? These are our players to watch, some of the best trainers in North America and all over the world. The one, the only, Wolf Glick himself, former regional champion this season, so already has the invite from the European International Championship that he won just a few months ago, trying to get 3 invites in one season. Speaking of 3, Marco Silva, the only trainer in VG history to win 3 international championships at this point. And Naoto Mizubuchi, actually one of my favorite players to watch out of Japan, the 2019 world champion, actually in attendance this weekend. Important to note for anyone out of the main North America, EUIC, LATAM, and Oceania regions, Japanese players, Asia-Pacific players, they have to achieve top 4 or higher to qualify, get that automatic invitation to the World Championship. So for Naoto, it's essentially either boom or bust, which is exciting for us.
Yeah.
So obviously going to be a great weekend. Thousands and thousands of trainers here in the building in NAIC. And that's seeing the VG set up there. It's going to be a great time. We have one more game, one more play. You can't really have a player to watch, as it takes a village to win in Pokemon Unite, and good teammates at that, Evan.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about 15 individual players. We're going to have to extend this time, and every game's going to be delayed. And I think that's okay. I think we're allowed to do that. But no, I'm just kidding. 3 teams to watch. For anybody who's not familiar, our format's a little bit different. We have a league system, and this is one of our few open brackets, completely open to any team in the world to auto-qualify for Worlds. We will get our final Worlds qualifier from the West here. Of course, Luminosity is the team that we have to talk about. I know it's kind of a similar story to what we saw in some of the other games, but Luminosity, there are 2-time world champions, and there's only been 3 Worlds for Pokemon Unite. They are also now our 2-time IC champions this season. It's the first time that we've been able to be at LAIC. They won that. They won EUIC, but they have a very interesting stat. For being one of the best teams in the world, they have won every single in-person event outside of the U.S., and they have lost every single offline event inside the U.S.
Oh, so, wow.
A weird stat for a U.S. team, and they are here now to try and break that curse and sweep every single IC.
Hey, that just shows that Luminosity's level of dominance, that if they're able to win so consistently, whenever they don't win, it's essentially a news story.
Yeah. It's, I mean, and again, they've been so dominant. They're the only 2-time world champions. They've got a slightly new roster this time around, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're playing with that. We've also got some other teams that we got to see right there. I believe it was Daybreak and DreamHack that we got to see. Some teams from out of region that were qualifying for Worlds, or some of them qualified for Worlds last year, and they didn't manage to this year, just barely. So a lot of out-of-region teams are trying to get their final chance, and we haven't seen them play against the Western teams as much, or so I should say the North American teams as much. It's going to be a very, very interesting day.
Now, with obviously all of our games having different Pokemon, different strategies, different mechanics available, I think you want to go down the line real quick on what's that one thing that the people watching at home should really be focusing on for your games. Kyle, is it going to be a bunch of monkey business with Monkey Dory? Is that the thing that should really focus on this weekend?
We will certainly see a lot of Monkey Dory in the TCG this weekend for sure. Yeah, there's a new expansion for the TCG. It's Scarlet and Violet Destined Rivals. Team Rocket returns to the TCG, kind of our first Team Rocket themed expansion in about 20 years. So very exciting, and everybody's going to be looking towards, will there be any new decks, new strategies that are going to take this event by storm? Or are we going to see more of the same with Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX, and a lot of those decks that have been doing well throughout the season?
Yeah, and then Jim, how about what's a Pokemon we should see on the Pokemon Go stage?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. We're here in the Bayou. It's hot, it's humid, it's sweaty. We're all feeling it. And you know, the bugs are out. They're going to be out this weekend. We actually had a buff to bug-type Pokemon here for this delightful day's meta. We're going to see the likes of Fortress and Scizor as well dominating the stage. So can't wait to see some of these newly buffed bug types. Bugs are back, baby. What can I say?
might need some bug spray here in New Orleans, outside the venue, and for the video game. Personally, I'm excited for anyone watching. It is Miraidon's world, and we are just living in it. One of the strongest restricted Pokemon available in the format. That Dragon Electric typing is just absolutely terrifying to deal with offensively. You put a choice specs on, you're doing even more damage. Electric terrain increases that damage as well because of the Hadron engine ability. So I don't know, in our 8 rounds of Swiss today, I'd expect to at least see at minimum 4 Miraidon going into today. It's certainly the strongest Pokemon in the field in most of the trainers' eyes, but that's always a good time. You never know if everyone's ready to bring Miraidon. You can have a counter win the event, a team that's prepared for it. Evan, real quick on your Pokemon to watch.
We have such a wide meta right now. Honestly, they asked me for my predictions, and I was like, I have no idea, which is a great thing for the game, right? There's so many viable Pokemon right now. Everything is like being used by so many different teams. Our newest Pokemon are Suicune and Alolan Raichu. So those are both releasing, they both released within the past few months. They're extremely strong. Alcremie released like 2 days ago, not legal for the tournament, unfortunately. I'm very excited for that Pokemon. But we are in for surprises, without a doubt. And if you want to see some wild Pokemon, I think Unite's going to be a good game to watch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very excited for Unite. Now we have, as we're getting ready for our opening ceremonies to begin, there's going to be important things that you're going to want to stay locked in all weekend on our streams. You can get rewards. You can have our drops here in Pokemon TCG Live. Use the redeem code NAIC25 Destined Rivals to get those full art cards there. Kyle, that's what you're talking about, the latest Team Rocket set.
Yeah, it's Team Rocket. You can see the Team Rocket's Giovanni. There's lots of Team Rocket's Pokemon in the TCG, but it's not just Team Rocket. There's lots of different trainers Pokemon which were just introduced or reintroduced to the TCG in that Journey Together expansion. So you see trainers like Ethan, Cynthia, Marnie. Lots of strong trainers have strong Pokemon, and we'll probably see a lot of those this weekend for TCG. But yeah, also watch out for Twitch drops. We have some kind of play accessories you can get for TCG Live. Ogerpon has kind of been the mascot for the International Championship circuit this season, so you can get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon accessories here. Yeah, just link up your account, get some Twitch drops.
Ogerpon Cornerstone, my beloved, my favorite version of the 4 masks there.
Also good in TCG
yes,
for a bit.
Absolutely, yes. So if you're watching the TCG stream for the drops, you should also head on over to Pokemon GO's stream as well, Jim, to get some well-earned, very important, very helpful drops on the Go stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier this year at EUIC, we saw an incredible championship between ZZ and our featured trainer, Patomon, who will be here at NAIC as well. But you actually have an opportunity, if you follow along with the stream, watch for 30 minutes, you can get the iconic Mandibuzz, one of the most dominant Pokemon through so many metas, as well as an elite Charge TM as well. One of the more rare items in the game. I know Joe's been trying to source some of those as well
yes.
here in the great TM crisis of 2025. But yeah, make sure that you guys link your accounts, follow along. As you watch, you will get those codes that you can use to get some of those exclusive items here as you watch the North American International Championships.
Shout out to our commentary friend Butters, who actually traded me a shiny Mandibuzz.
Ooh.
Pretty cool. I don't know how good it is in battle, but I know this Pokemon's pretty good at VGC. Everyone's excited. Wolf Glick's Incineroar has finally realized Wolf's best friend used the code NAIC25 Cone Parish. Wolfie Cone Parish is real here in New Orleans. For those who don't, know the story and the significance of it. Wolf, our strongest, most veteran player in the game. Typically, you do not see first partner Pokemon as the distribution Pokemon, but because the friendship between Wolf and Incineroar is so strong, Pokemon just had to do it there.
Noted #1 Incineroar fan.
Yes, exactly. Evan on Pokemon UNITE, and I always have that stream up in the corner for the rewards.
Yeah, I do believe for Unite we have some as well. I believe we have a Mew emblem. I could be wrong on that one, but Unite, you're going to want to watch along for that as well. We've had some different drops. There we go. Oh, that's actually really cool. I have not seen this before. I'm going to be 100% honest. I mean, of course, I know everything about the broadcast, but we get a GO sticker for gift code NAIC 2025, and I love that they've been putting some event items in the game for Worlds. We've had some of our player jerseys as avatar customization, which is great, but also, of course, for drops, you can get that Mew emblem, so I at least knew 50% of it. That's pretty good for me for a day. But be sure to definitely at least get the sticker. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And those platinum emblems, they stack up. If you watch not just NAIC, all the other live streams of Pokemon Unite that happen throughout the year, you can start getting some pretty good stats for your Pokemon you're using in Unite.
Yeah, it's they're not super common to get the platinum emblems. It's pretty tough, even for people who've been playing for quite a while. So definitely a good drop, and I mean, hey, you just get a chance to see what all these teams are playing, which is always a mystery to us, what they're going to innovate with. So that's kind of a drop within itself, right, of information. That's how it works.
Now, I am actually curious to know, as we know how strong Incineroar can be in the Pokemon video game, I'm wondering Incineroar's viability within your games. Kyle, I know Incineroar EX exists as a card, but I don't know if we're seeing it on stream this weekend.
I would say probably not, if we're being honest. Yeah, Incineroar EX exists. I have seen it used before, but pretty unlikely, if I'm being honest.
And what about you, Jim? You had a community day for Incineroar. How's he doing?
We did have a community day. I think prior to the community day, it was the spiciest of spice picks. I've seen a little bit more activity, maybe on some Twitch streams and things like that. As far as the play Pokemon circuit, yeah, we really don't see any Incineroar whatsoever. It does run the Darkest Lariat moveset, which I think is pretty great to have a signature move featured in GO. But yeah, no real viability here for this tournament. I would be shocked if we see one.
I'd be even more shocked if we saw an Incineroar in Pokemon Unite, Evan.
Right. We do not yet have Incineroar, so for anybody out there, you know, if you want to take a break from the Incineroar, Wolf, if you're out there and you want to try Pokemon Unite, you are welcome to join us, but we do not have that quite yet. We've got a lot of other very, very cool partner Pokemon evolutions, but not that one.
And Incineroar's in the show!
Oh!
You can't even escape him on the pre-show. Exactly. That might be the best promotion. No Incineroar in Unite. But as we got just a couple minutes before we head over to the stage for our opening ceremony, just want to get your guys' last thoughts. We're here in New Orleans. We're ending the season with a bang, getting ready. NAIC is always in a nice spot because it's a capstone to the regular season, but then it's really a preview of what we are expecting to see at Worlds.
Definitely, yeah. I would say one thing I'm keeping my eye on is, you know, at the 2 ICs we've had so far, there's a small testing group from Australia who have gotten second place at LAIC and EUIC. That's Brent Tonneson, Natalie Miller. Will NAIC be their chance to break through and finally win one of these? Will that group go the distance this time?
Jim, what are we thinking?
Well, I'm just really excited because of the direct qualifiers that we have for top 4. There are some trainers that maybe haven't had an opportunity to participate in regional tournaments or fly across the pond for other ICs. This could be their breakout moment here to directly qualify for Worlds and really put their name on the map for 2025.
Evan?
We've got a chance for a first-time ever Worlds qualifier. We've got the great storylines for Luminosity Gaming. We have a bunch of different teams. We've got teams from Australia and LATAM and the Brazil region specific in LATAM as well. So just so many different questions and so many great storylines, and we've barely even started for Pokemon Unite. I'm very, very excited for it.
Yeah, and then for the Pokemon video game, we're obviously excited. It's the last event before Worlds. That bubble, that top 75 Auto Worlds invitation in the North American region, it's been as stressful as you can get all season. People are tracking, oh, I gained 4 points here, I gained 10 points here. We had players that were in 40th place before Portland, right? They went to like 68 afterwards from one event. So
Make you sweat.
yeah, the entire Worlds landscape can can absolutely change on the drop of a dime here. But Kyle, Evan, Jim, thank you all so much for joining us here on our pre-show. It's going to be an incredible weekend. Make sure you stay tuned to all of our Pokemon streams, VG, TCG, Unite, and Go. The 2025 Battle on the Bayou begins now.
A city where music haunts the alleys, colors dance through the streets, and joy itself hangs thick in the air. We are awakening the spirit of Mardi Gras Day, y'all. We are showcasing old traditions as the city bursts into full celebration. We call it Fat Tuesday, y'all. Fat Tuesday. Yeah, a day born in revelry, a crown in rhythm. Oh, it's much more than a party. Oh, yeah. No. It is tradition. It is pride. It is the very heartbeat of the Big Easy. And today we are going to honor that heartbeat. Its majesty, its music, its masquerade, as we take you on a journey through some of New Orleans' sacred Mardi Gras Day traditions. Now, it starts before the sun rises, and it doesn't end till after the sun sets. So get ready to experience the most famous day in the Crescent City, y'all! Mardi Gras Day! All right. Now I need you to close your eyes and come with me, because the day begins in the dark in a neighborhood known as the Trame. Before the sun rises, they appear. Skulls, bones, spirits. The North Side Skull and Bone Gang, led by Big Chief Sun Pie, march into the day carrying their timeless message. Live with purpose, honor your roots, respect your community. in a section of New Orleans we call the Bywater, the secret society of St. Anne gathers. They're masked, costumed, full of color. They're led by a mischievous jester and the Storyville Stomper brass band. They wind and weave and dance their way through the streets of the French Quarter as they make their way to meet Rex, the king of Mardi Gras. Now uptown Zulu rolls with hand-painted coconuts and warrior pride. But back down in that section we call the Tremaine, oh, the Mardi Gras Indians are lighting up the streets with beadwork, mass rhythm, and the spirit of the wild magnolias, led by Big Chief Bo Dulles Jr.
Somebody make some noise, y'all. Somebody put your hands in the air for me. It's in your hands, it's in your feet. If nigga wanna dance in the middle of the street, it's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody make some noise, Pokemon. Come on. That Nola thing, that Nola thing. Y'all in New Orleans right now, y'all. Them big brain fans. You got Kermit down on the Rainbow Street. You got Cemetery with the Voodoo Queen. You got Big Queen with the Indian too. You got Silly Gumbo and Bobo too. That Nola thing in the middle of the street. Hey, come on, y'all, let's rock the wild. They got Pokemon in the middle of the street. That Nola thing, biggest scream in town. It's that Nola thing. That Nola thing. It's that Nola thing. That Nola thing. Somebody put your hands in the air for me, y'all. Hey, Rex, the king of Mardi Gras, the king of Carnival, has presided over our sacred traditions for more than 150 years.
Heck, it is the Rex Ball that brings Mardi Gras to a close with royal fanfare, pageantry, and time-honored elegance.
to the 2025 North America International Championships. Oh, they gave us the sparks.
Let's go.
I feel underdressed for the first time ever.
No, I'm the one who didn't get the memo.
This is going to be amazing. Of course, that was incredible. Let's give it up. I'm still here and I'm talking. Let's give it up for our amazing performers one more time.
Amazing performance. Now, over 6,000 of the fiercest competitors in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE are here in Narlands for their chance to claim the NAIC champion title.
That's right, and that is not all, folks. There's also a lot of do-re-mi on the line. $500,000 between all of our titles up for grabs. And of course, a coveted spot at the World Championships. I'm sure you could see it out there, Adam. Anaheim, California, this August.
It feels like just yesterday we were kicking off this 2025 season in Baltimore, Dortmund, and Joinville, but I guess time flies when you're having fun playing Pokemon.
Speaking of playing Pokemon, Adam, I think there are about 6,000 of you here ready to do just that.
Well, then let's not keep them waiting any longer. Competitors, get ready for round 1 of the North American International Championship.
All right, amazing intro video, commence.
Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, OutOfPoket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokemon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Tongue come in next. Ash and Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another very singularity. Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance. They're going straight for the score.
Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo Upper Energy on the pit shot. KO with +3 wins.
The game, Josh. The honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Welcome to the 2025 North American International Championships, and it's delightful days for Pokemon GO because we have a brand new meta. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Inadequence and Wholesome_. It is a beautiful morning to play some Pokemon. This is gonna be the last international championship of our season, but let's take a look at how we got there. Of course, it all started here in Brazil. Yeah, absolutely. It has been an absolutely wild season so far. We've had some very memorable ICs already, both at LAIC and EUIC, but it's all leading up to Worlds in Anaheim. I think that it's going to be, we had so many notable names that have been taking home not only regional titles, but IC titles as well. The question for this tournament is, can Pocket repeat his IC victory from 2024?
And as we reach the pinnacle of this season, Remember, it was the first season for us in Pokemon Go with championship points, and that has kind of changed everything, right, Inadequates?
This is the final opportunity for trainers to gather those championship points, as you can get them here at the North America International Championships, and only a certain threshold of players per region can qualify for the World Championships. But also keep in mind that the top 4 of an international championship will also directly qualify, so there's a lot at stake here this week.
So much on the line for these trainers, not just the trainers at the bottom of the leaderboard trying to get that world qualification, for the trainers at the top trying to get that travel award, travel stipend, or even a travel award for the next international championship. But it's all about the North American International Championships today, so let's look at that format.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remain at the end of Day 2. On Day 3, Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the North America International Champion. Matches are best of 3, except the high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which will each be a best of 5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive a direct invitation to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
And it's not just glory on the line, it's not just the championship on the line. Of course, there's so many prizes for these trainers to win here at the North American International Championships.
Yeah, Butters, I think realistically, the storylines that we have here, of course the prizes are very exciting, but we have someone trying to take home the title of champion. We have trainers trying to qualify for Worlds, either via the direct qualification for top 4 or just move up on the leaderboard to that top 75. But don't forget, there's also travel awards and travel stipends on the line as well.
Right, and of course, the top 4 also wins a trophy at the North America International Championship. So much on the line. At the top 8 at the end of the season's leaderboard per region, as you said, we'll win that travel award. That really helps funding the trip to Worlds and also the travel stipend from spot 9 to 12.
Speaking of trophies, I think we need to start NAIC 2025 with the trainer who took home the #1 trophy last season. That was OutOfPoket, our reigning North American International Champion. I mean, he came on so strong in the last season, but he's been super consistent, of course, winning a regional championship. Do you think he has what it takes to back-to-back, Wholesome?
Yeah, I honestly do. I think if we're looking at all of those S-tier trainers, those trainers that have proved themselves over and over again, OutOfPoket has to be in that conversation. But let's not forget, there's tons of trainers coming from all different regions, so he's going to have some really tough competition. But he's already won tournaments this season, so he's really, it's just been a stepping stone to get to this point for him. I think he has what it takes.
Speaking of other regions and adequates, there has never been a trainer in Pokemon Go to win an international championship outside of the home region. Do you think that could happen today or this weekend in New Orleans?
There are some formidable trainers coming over from Europe, South America, and Oceania to try and take the victory here. It is definitely on the line, but I also think the North Americans don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line for every trainer here, of course, but what Pokemon will they be using? A lot of things have changed. It's a new season, delightful days. Usually we don't get a huge shakeup right now, but we got it, and we couldn't be more delighted. First off, we have the Diggersby's, Martine. Tell me about that Pokemon.
Diggersby is such a bulky Pokemon. It has that normal and ground typing, which is super valuable into Ghost-type Pokemon, and also Scourging Sense, such a strong charge deck with a 30% chance to drop the attack of the opponent.
And Wholesome, since you always win every single Halloween cookie decorating challenge, you have to talk about the ghost type, which is that Dusclops.
Yeah, I mean, Dusclops, I think, is just one of the most consistent Pokemon in the meta right now. Paces super, super quickly, especially with the buffed hacks that we've been seeing. Shadow Punch, Ice Punch. Ice is just such a great offensive typing as well, so I think that it's just really, really safe in this meta right now, and especially with some of the dark types that we've seen kind of evaporate from the meta as well, I think it's more free than it's ever been.
Speaking of that ice type coverage, Azumarill is a Pokemon we actually think are trending down, but I want to be hesitant here because this is a Pokemon that's probably been on the trending down graphic at least 5 different times, and it always sticks around. So, Wholesome, I'll go back to you again. Do you think it might be this time? Is Azumarill finally going to be outside of top 10 usage in Delightful Days?
I'm going to say it's down, but it's not out. I don't think we're going to see it in top 6. I think we will see it in top 12, though. It's just such a consistent Pokemon. One of those Pokemon that is great at absorbing damage, and while it may not be as effective in number 1, number 2 usage, I think it's still going to be very consistent where you do that chip and dip strategy, bring in the Azumarill to secure your switch matchups.
And a Pokemon that went down to Professor Spark when Inadequates beat Marto Gaude in a GoFest battle because Marto transferred that Jumpluff. Jumpluff is a Pokemon that is trending down. Why is that, Martine?
I think one of the reasons is because bug type, steel type, and poison type Pokemon are so dominant currently. And even though Jumpluff really has that formidable moveset of acrobatics and aerial ace, I think if trainers are bringing it, they might opt for Energy Ball now. I said steel, poison types, and bug types. Don't forget about Dedenne, because Dedenne has been buffed with a parabolic charge, and the electric type walls all the flying type charge decks. So you kind of need Energy Ball if you want to use your Jumpluff for that.
And we know which trainers are going to take advantage of this new meta. It's going to be those trainers on the top of the leaderboard. Of course, we mentioned earlier, there is going to be a top 8 that receives a travel award for the World Championships, and then a travel stipend between 9 through 12. So even though all these trainers guaranteed secured their invite, right, they still have so much on the line here. There's a ton of jockeying that can be played. You don't want to get leapfrogged and lose that reward.
Yeah, what's going to be tough is a lot of trainers that may not be here that are on that cusp of Worlds qualification. They're not going to have that opportunity to gain points. Throughout the season, whether it's early, late, or early, middle, or here, late in the season, you always have to be accumulating more and more championship points, knowing that it's only going to be that top 75 trainers.
And Martine, you know the trainer that's been accumulating all these championship points this season with so much consistency. We have Elim, of course, getting his first ever first place championship this season, but he's one of the few trainers that back-to-back top 5s at the international championships. Can he do it again?
He's a really consistent player. Outside of those wins, he basically got top 4 and top 5 in so many of these tournaments. And of course, we cannot forget about OutOfPoket, our reigning NAIC champion, super consistent this season. And what I'm also excited about, the 2023 World Champion, it's Axen. He's back because he won Portland 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And a trainer that's going to try to get back on top. He had such a good 2024 season. That's Dunebug. Talk a little about him.
Yeah, I mean, Dunebug is a trainer that we saw have pockets of success, right? Where he won, I think, 3 out of 4 tournaments with a second place finish as well. Had a little stretch where he wasn't having quite as much success, but I think in this most recent 6 months, he's really turned things back on, and he is hitting the gas right at the right time here. Has tons of momentum, has won tournaments very recently, and I think that just any conversation that you're having about top North American trainers, you have to have Dunebug in that conversation. Can't wait to see how he performs this weekend.
And when we're talking about top trainers, we have to talk about all the regions for sure. And we can't see the European region, but it doesn't matter because I know Inadequates has that memorized. So up next, we got the leaderboards from the European region. Who's first place on that leaderboard, Martine?
It is Batuman. He has been having an outstanding season, and I can't wait to see him perform this time. Fun fact about Batuman, the first tournament that he played in, he got second place. Well, also my first shoutcast. This is my first shoutcast at NAIC. It's also the first time that Batuman will be competing at the NAIC. So kind of a special storyline there for Batuman that's going with me as well. And then we also have Colin 6, one of the most consistent players from the Netherlands. We also know him in Europe as the final boss. And then third, the reverse engineer, Z Zwilas. I can't wait to see what he got cooked this time.
And that's a great, I'm glad that we're featuring these trainers too, because don't forget at the European International Championships as well, we actually got to see Pataman versus Z Zwilas as well. So that'd be a great matchup to see as well.
And heading over to the LATAM region, because that trainer in first place has to be the top trainer of this season so far right now. Am I right, Wholesome?
Yeah, I mean, Marto Galde, I think, is the front runner when you have any tournament that he's at. He's won 4 tournaments this season, and he's totally capable of taking home the title of North American International Champion as well. Not just looking at this season, but if we're looking at an overall resume for Pokemon Go accolades, Marto has to be at the top or right near the top, having multiple top 8 at Worlds, IC victories, regional victories, but I know he has not won North America International Championship yet. He's going to try and do it here this weekend.
He's in the GO conversation for sure. If he wins today, he might just secure it, or wins this weekend, excuse me. And of course, we have Ashton Ash, who is a trainer that made his name for himself last year in New Orleans with that unbelievable performance. And then up next, talk about this trainer in Adequates, Cowlish. What impressive feat did he pull off this season?
Yeah, so previously we knew Linus Harjev as the best trainer or most consistent trainer from Brazil. But lately, it's been Carlash, who's gotten 2 gold medals back-to-back, and he did so by defeating Harjev in the grand finals in the Brazilian regional championship. So really a player to look out for here. But this time, I think it's more it's not about being against each other, it's about being with each other. Because last time it was Linus trainer Steiner who also got 3rd place here. The Brazilians want to take home some prizes here.
Yeah, and all these trainers from all these regions. Now we're going to go to your favorite place. We're going down under to the Australian region, to Oceania, of course. Sorry, Oceania region. We got the top leaderboard. Of course, these trainers we haven't seen as much throughout the circuit, but we've seen in previous world competitions, they are such fierce competitors, and now we have a bunch here today to compete at the North American International Championships.
Yeah, I think the one that stands out to me is probably going to be They Love Ja, right? I think that's a trainer that took 2nd place 2 times in some of the regional tournaments. One of those, and what's great is that when you look across the history of Pokemon Go and the Play Pokemon Championship Series, there's always another trainer each season putting their name on the map in 2025, and I think that is absolutely them. But don't forget some of the favorites as well, like Avrip as well. It's going to be, I'm just so glad that we have representation from all the regions here in the North America International Championship.
Yeah, I believe they have They Lovely as well, who had 2 second-place finishes this season. Incredibly impressive to be that consistent. Can he bring that consistency over to the North American International Championship?
And he did that with a spicy Shadow Alolan Ninetales, now becoming his signature Pokemon. So I'm really curious to see if he's bringing that again, because the one time he didn't bring that, he got to top 60, which still is really good, but it's not 2nd place. So see if he can do it again. Let's see if he can get 2nd, maybe gold here at NAIC.
Speaking of spicy picks, what spicy picks did us casters think would be strong in this new meta? It is gonna be a scramble here to start it off, but Wholesome, what do you think is gonna be good?
So there's 2 types that I think had been underrepresented for a long time that are now starting to rise, the cream of the crop, we can say. That's bug types and steel types. So I love the Shadow Scizor, especially with the buffed Bullet Punch. All 3 of us end up picking Shadow Scizor. I think it's a Pokemon, while it's quite frail and it's very vulnerable to fire types, Bullet Punch packs an absolute punch now. It does so much damage, and with quick generating Night Slash and Trailblaze, I think it could be really great. But let's not count out Shadow Matang as well.
Shadow Matang, as that's very specific typing, it's gonna struggle a little bit into like Ghost-type Pokemon. That's a Pokemon that I have there. It is the Giratina Origin. I don't know how much we're going to see of that. However, it represents all the other Ghost-type Pokemon, which really have become stronger because Ghost resists bug typing. And for that reason, I think maybe not Giratina Origin, but something like a Dusclops may be really common this weekend.
And since we have a little time, let's actually discuss that for a second. Bug Bite obviously got better. Fury Cutter got better. Bug type has not been strong in Pokemon Go PvP. Do we think this is the time for Bug Bites? I'm not gonna lie, I see some of those strong Bug type Pokemon. They're not at the top of the meta in some projections. You think it could rise to the top?
I mean, I think realistically, to Martine's point earlier, they're going to have struggles versus several of the types, right? There's Talonflames and Typhlosions. Any of the fire types are going to be very, very challenging for those bugs. But I think that the Ghost types are so strong for multiple reasons. Number one, maybe a bit of an over-representation, people very eager to play the bug types. But secondly, a lot of the popular dark type Pokemon, Malamar, Drapion, they've either directly or indirectly got nerfed a little bit as well, which I think frees up Ghost types. So the Dusclops, the Jellicents, I think are going to be on display, keeping some of those bugs squashed a little bit.
Well, a huge reason for that is the new Fairy type that might be on top of the meta. Let's talk about that Pokemon for a little bit.
Dedenne with Parabolic Charge. only 5 Thunder Shocks to get there, extremely quick. And it has a 100% chance to boost your defense now. So if we're going to see Dedenne in play, I predict that that trainer using Dedenne is likely to use all the protections there, buff the artificial defense the whole time, and it just becomes almost impossible to knock out the Dedenne. But I want to point out that because Dedenne is so good, because Bug-type Pokemon are so good, Diggersby, I think, will be the #1 Pokemon here because of the coverage, the typing, and the bulk. It has everything that it needs to stand out in this meta here.
And if that fairy type that you're just mentioning is so strong, it's also really relying on the electric type charge attack. These ground types able to wall so much of that energy, it's just going to be ruthless. You have to get the proper alignment with the Dedenne or else you might be in a ton of trouble. But we're getting close to the action here, so any last thoughts for this meta, Wholesome? I think Shadow Scizor is going to be on top at the very end. If you had to pick one Pokemon from your list, what would it be?
I think, for me, I think it's going to be the Shadow Scizor. I think it is that Pokemon that if you look at, okay, what's going to be quick energy generation, high damage, game changer, it has to be that Scizor. But what I think is very unique about this meta right now is that I think there are a lot of very polarizing Pokemon that have very decisive victories. So when you're team building, you're having to really make sure, okay, I'm accounting for Diggersby, I'm accounting for Dusclops, I'm accounting for Dedenne. A lot of very polarizing Pokemon that I think are going to be influential here in this meta.
And I'm going to put Inadequates on the spot here because I don't want you to say Giratina Origin because you're going to say that. So I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's bringing home the #1 trophy, and what Pokemon are they using on Championship Sunday?
I think it might just be a Shira. I predict a Shira will do really well. She brought some picks that I didn't really expect to come out just because of the polarizing matchups that you've been talking about. But perhaps after a couple tournaments, this might be the time. I think you just need a couple good days. And if you're locked in, then this is the moment.
But we want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win it all with what Pokemon? Make sure to use the specific hashtag for NAIC. Of course, we'll probably see you at hashtag #PlayPokemon as well. It's going to be /Pokemon Go on all those social channels. That's it for us in this Caster Lounge because we're about to get this party started. Let's get it going for Pokemon Go and head on over to the casters. Take it away, Caleb and Softo.
Thank you, Butters, for the hype, and appreciate it. Martime and Jim as well from the lounge. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined by Softo, and we're about to get down to some of the battles here at the largest North America International Championships to date.
I'm so excited. Like they were saying in the lounge, there's just so many different storylines, right? First of all, it's the first tournament of the Delightful Days meta, right? And that's going to be the meta for the World Championships. And then there's also so many top players, not just from North America, but all around the world, right? Regional champions, IC champions, and even a world champion, I believe, as well.
That's right. Yeah, at least one world champion in its Axen. Yeah, I don't believe Emmy Weedle or any of the other previous world champions are here. But like you said, Delightful Days first official tournament here shortly, only a couple days after the meta update. I'm very curious to see what players brought here. And we have our top 12 usage graphic. Diggersby all the way at the top, almost on half of the teams, 45%. And Shadow Drapion, Crunch, Nerf, did absolutely nothing to it. It's at 41%, which might be higher than even past tournaments before the nerf even took place for Crunch.
And then we look at Pokemon like Azumarill. I think Wholesome had it right on the head there. Azumarill is down but not out. I believe that's the 11th spot in usage for Azumarill. And meanwhile, we've got Dusclops deceivingly low there at number 6. But if you look at that Shadow Dusclops and row number 2 and combine those together, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Dusclops.
Yeah, if you combine those, that will put Dusclops actually at 3rd usage for Pokemon. And I believe it's quite strong. In my opinion, Shadow Dusclops is even stronger because it can beat Diggersby. Those Ice Punches just add up so much more. We have Lapras there. Shadow Quagsire making an appearance. We haven't seen that in a top 12 usage in quite a while. But, you know, water types are harder to use in this meta, but having that ground coverage makes it a lot stronger than Dedenne, and you can kind of core break Dedenne and Diggersby, because Diggersby is a problem, right? Azumarill, Lapras, Quagsire, some of the more reliable answers to it. Jellicent to a degree, but if you get debuff right off the bat, not so great. So we'll see how that goes. So high usage doesn't always mean high performance, but Diggersby will probably have a high performance because it's already on half teams.
Yeah, we'll have to look at how those usages kind of convert to day number 2, right? Which of those percentages are going to increase when we look at what the top players are bringing and what's really being successful in this meta. And you talked about Quagsire kind of core breaking Diggersby into Dene, but what about Shadow Drapion as well, the number 2 pick? So I think the Shadow Quagsire, or maybe I've seen some trainers practicing with Swampert as well. We'll have to see how those kind of shake out.
Yeah, I think Shadow Drapion just has a lot of usage in this meta because you've pretty much completely pushed out Claydol, right? That mudslap damage was so much pressure. Yes, Diggersby has Scorching Sand, but if you don't land the Scorching Sand, the Aqua Tail really starts adding up against Diggersby. And if you have Shield Advantage, that's a whole different story. So Drapion, even though with the Crunch nerf, might look safer than it ever has been this entire season.
And I think Tinkaton as well was kind of one of the main counters that we saw in the last couple of months. It looks like it's kind of dropped off a little bit, maybe because of the rise of Pokemon like Diggersby. So that's kind of another hard wall, or not hard wall, a soft wall for Drapion that's kind of out of the way now.
Yeah, so not the best spot. I mean, I'm still hoping for a little Tinkaton. I have my little Tinkaton pin courtesy of Zoinks from the Unite casting group. I forgot my own pins back at home, but I think Tinkaton might have still some utility there. And I was talking to some players as well too. I mean, Tinkaton even has potential to beat Dene depending on what moves you throw, maybe debuffs here and there, but you do have to throw in a play rough to win that matchup, and it obviously beats Azumarill too. So I think it could be sneakily good in some team composition. Of course, if you have a Tinkaton, you probably have a lot of Diggersby answers on your team.
Well, there's a lot to look forward to this weekend in terms of Pokemon, but even for the viewers at home, we have some exciting Twitch drops for you. You can get, I believe this is an Elite Charged TM, as well as a Mandibuzz via timed research if you watch the Twitch stream.
Yes, that's right. So definitely tune in both today and tomorrow and all weekend on Sunday as well on the main Pokemon channel too. And you can earn some fantastic rewards. I don't believe I saw Mandibuzz in that top 12 usage, but for me, I should put on my caster prediction because I think it's actually really, really good in this meta. It's got a lot of play, just a lot of bulky neutral coverage, right, into Diggersby, a lot of ghost types, right, Jellicent, Dusclops. And I think there's a decent amount of fighters running around too. They might have not made the top 12 usage, but Primeape, Annihilate, I wouldn't be surprised to see. And Shadow Scizor, it was on 3 of our casters' predictions, but it's going to wall off all the charge moves from it. And here we go. We can find a league near you as well. Great way to get involved in the official circuit is playing in local tournaments and Pokemon leagues near you. So be sure to scan it and see if there's any coming up around you. I believe throughout the month of June, there aren't any local tournaments, but starting in July and afterward, there are, and those will start counting towards next year's qualifications. Start earning those championship points because they're not just points for your local scene, it's, actually going towards your potential Worlds qualification as well. So a great way to get into the scene if you haven't played any, and even for veterans, they play in a lot of them as well to scrounge up some points and also practice some teams.
Exactly, and especially at times like these when it's a new meta, maybe there haven't been a lot of these regional tournaments or ICs yet, it's a great way to kind of go and test out some Pokemon. If there's picks you're not sure about, whether you want to bring them all the way to a regional or an IC, that's a great testing ground for some of these veteran players.
Yeah, definitely. And, honestly, a lot of my local opponents are really great opponents to test against because they're some of the best players in the circuit and they happen to live only a couple miles from me. So it's a great way to really, feel comfortable just playing in, live events and stuff. There's always the Go Battle League. You play from the comfort of your home, but playing, show 6, pick 3 is a very different story in a lot of ways. And, you could help you figure out any, weaknesses in your team before you show up to an international event even.
Exactly. I mean, testing against a whole lot of different teams. And this is one reason why, practice tournaments or locals are so great, is because if you practice with the same people over and over, right, you're going to learn those specific matchups very, very well. But being able to test against people who you don't often scrim with or that you don't often see is a great way to kind of find those weaknesses, like you said.
Yeah, definitely. So, definitely put yourself out there if you'd like to join in on the action. It's, of course, not just for Pokemon GO, but for TCG and VGC as well. So, and plenty of games for everyone across the board. I think we have our match coming up, our first match on broadcast for this weekend coming up soon. So we could take a brief look at the teams here and see what they have going for us. But what do you think about it so far, Soph?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have them quite on the stream yet, but we can take a little bit of a sneak peek. I see one Diggersby. Okay, I think one of these teams looks much more meta than the other. I see Diggersby, Drapion, and Dusclops on one side. And then the other side, we've got Dunsparce, Walrein, Shadow Marowak, actually something I wasn't expecting. So we'll have to see whether those Pokemon can succeed in this matchup.
All right, and we got Shainer PvP on the left-hand side versus German Gaucho on the right-hand side. You can see Gaucho coming from Mexico here. And so a lot of players from all over the world coming to North America International Championships, which I'd love to, because I think every year that Pokemon GO's been a part of the circuit, these international events feel more and more international as the years go by. We have travel awards now for international events as well, so that's helping some players fly over to take part in these tournaments, but also people chasing those travel awards, and of course plenty of people chasing for their Worlds qualification as well, because Worlds qualification are not fully locked for most players here. And I know you put Talonflame on your caster predictions. Tell me why, Soph.
I think there's just not a lot of hard counters for Talonflame. If you look at Shainer PvP's team, right, I said this team looks fairly meta, and if you look at it closely, there's not really a hard answer for Talonflame, and there are definitely some targets for it. For example, that Tinkaton that we said was maybe kind of dropping off a little bit, definitely doesn't want to be faced off against the Talonflame. So Shainer PvP really going to have to be creative in terms of how he wants to deal with that Talonflame.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to have, you know, we saw from the usage, but just seeing like some practice tournament results as well, a lot of people tend to have the Dene or Zumro in that water slot. But Shainer PvP does have that Tinkaton, which is very, very weak to that Talonflame. So I do think Talonflame will be a little bit of a nuisance and will probably come into every single one of these games. But at the same time, too, Shainer PvP has ways to deal with it, too, right? Mana Bus is kind of okay. It's pretty bulky. Shadow Drapion is a huge annoyance for that Talonflame just because, you know, it just Aqua Tail just comes out so quickly there. Even Primeape with that Rage Fist, if you shield it twice, you can muscle through that Talonflame, and you don't really want to come into a boosted Primeape or Annihilate even, for that matter. We do see the Walrein though, which we haven't seen super often, but that is also a feasible option to handle that Diggersby.
Yeah, we typically see Lapras as the ice water of choice, but I believe actually it was Pato Man who brought Walrein and was pretty successful with it semi-recently, right, in EU. So
he won an international, actually. So, you know, I would say that's pretty successful.
Pretty successful, and we're here at another international championship. So let's see how far Walrein can go. Seems like it does have a lot of play into Shainer's team. Obviously, have to watch out for the Primeape, though.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Shadow Dusclops, like I said, has some really solid matchups over the non-Shadow. It is a little bit more expensive to build because of Shadow type. But here we go. Game number 1 for North America International Championships to kick it off for Pokemon GO. We get a Shadow Drapion into a Primeape.
This is an interesting matchup. Both of these Pokemon just pace so quickly to their charge attacks. Oh, but German Gaucho actually making the first big play of the game, catching an Aqua Tail on Dunsparce.
Yeah, fantastic catch up as well, too. This damage is not going to go super far. Dunsparce had a lot of play in the early part of this season. Has fallen off a little bit after the rollout nerf and some other buffs to other Pokemon. But in this situation, that super effective Drill Run is still going to do a lot of damage to that Shadow Drapion.
We were hyping up the Talonflame, but look at how good this Dunsparce looks. Shainer PvP forced to stay in because he's got that ghost type in the back. Oh, and actually brings in the Mandibuzz, making a catch of his own.
Yeah, catching a double resistant Drill Run. That's absolutely huge for Shainer PvP, and gets the aerial air slash through as well, so getting some extra damage. German Gaucho is going to throw the super effective Rock Slide now, but that's a lot of energy and damage wasted with the Drill Run. Fantastic catch from Shainer PvP. You can see, though, German going for the strategy, trying to draw out the Primeape from Shainer's side to free up that Walrein. Now Walrein, though, has a really solid matchup here into this Mandibuzz.
The Mandibuzz already has a lot of energy, though, so gonna throw a Dark Pulse here, and I think after one more charge attack, oh, sorry, that's a foul play, actually, but I think that Switch Clock might be coming up relatively soon. We'll have to see if German Gaucho is able to land this Icicle Spear first.
And we get that Air Slash to come through as well, so for a little bit extra energy for Shainer PvP, but the thing is, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of core breaker for German here. I mean, the team is a little unconventional, but it's solid because there's not really great answers for this Walrein as well. If you don't bring the Primeape, I mean, and Tinkaton to a degree, even though you have that Earthquake coverage, this is really free as well. So very unconventional team, maybe not very meta, but because of that, it's able to core break a lot of Shainer PvP's team.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a collection of core breakers, but Shadow Punch coming through here from the Shadow Dusclops going to land on the wall run, put it very, very low, but I think the wall run would be able to make another Ice Skull Spear, so Shainer decides to throw another Shadow Punch.
Yeah, I think German is going to opt for the 2-shield Primate strategy. That's going to be a solid one, not running even Ice Punch on it. I know that tends to be the more meta choice these days, but has that hard-hitting neutral close combats against the Drapion, against the Manabuzz as well. So it does have the debuff himself if he wants to go for that, though. And next, Shadow Punch is going to come through. Shainer PvP does not want to deal with this Primate, but this Primate is just getting ramped up in damage. Every Rage Fist boosting attack by another stage here. Does Shainer PvP go for the double shield? That could be kind of tricky here.
Yeah, a couple of extra turns coming through on these hexes is going to help out Shainer PvP, maybe try to get to another Shadow Punch here. And this is going to pull German Gaucho's last shield, most likely. And then I think Shainer PvP, you have to try to either knock this out with a Shadow Punch here or the aerial haste I have loaded already.
Yeah, a fantastic combo play from Shainer PvP as well, recognizing the Squish Chimer and knowing how much energy he still had banked on that Manabuzz. So going to be a 3-ball flex action from Shainer PvP in matchup that felt pretty solid for German, but just some small adjustments here or there, and catching that drill run on the Manabuzz was huge, right? Because if that was a Rock Slide instead, that Manabuzz wouldn't be around to even throw that aerial ace.
It's a great call out, and if you look at Shainer's team, you can see that if the Primate isn't on the Dunsparce, that's actually quite awkward to deal with, but Shainer did a great job with that kind of, dancing around, chipping with the Drapion, and then, like you said, making that fantastic catch on the Manabuzz.
Yeah, the Diggersby is also a very solid option into Dunsparce, which is probably another reason why we don't see a lot of Dunsparce, but, Primate is around, so it makes that Diggersby matchup a little bit harder, and both players actually running close combat on the Primate, which I think makes a lot of sense in a Diggersby matchup. Here we take a look at the replay. Fantastic catch from German to start things off.
Yeah, and that catch is nice too because typically Drapion needs to throw 2 crunches, so getting the Aqua Tail catch kind of forces the energy to be a little bit awkward. And here's that catch in return, catching the double resisted drill run and then getting the air slash down is quite nice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, some really good timings from Shainer PvP as well to make sure that he just stays ahead with energy and is able to get off as many moves as possible. Knows that the Primate is kind of a sore point for the team. I mean, you have a Ghost type and a Flying type on your team, and a Dark Poison that only takes neutral, but that Primate is just so flexible, has so much coverage as well, that it's just hard to play into even when you have the counters. So really great maneuvering around that. I mean, in this current situation as well, in this meta, there's really nothing that resists Ghost and fighting damage, right? So it just has really good coverage and safety in that Primate. I think the only thing that there's like only one type of Pokemon I think that resists all of that too. I forgot what was it, Soph? Do you
Maybe
remember?
a normal, some kind of normal type. But we're already getting into game number 2 here. Let's see if Shainer is going to try to close out this series, leading the Shadow Dusclops into the Primate.
Sorry, yeah, I'm blanking on my Pokemon typings here too, but there's not a lot in Pokemon GO that's going to resist here. And a fantastic catch! Going to be catching the double resisted Shadow Punch on the Diggersby. German catching everything on the Dunsparce. So this time around, there is a Primate here looking in the back for Shainer PvP.
The good news for German Gaucho is that he already has a little bit of energy, so already able to get to this first drill run. And while Primate is very glassy, I think it can actually take this neutral, non-stab drill run from Dunsparce.
All right, Shainer PvP going to farm up a little bit extra energy. The rollouts are not all resisted, so not too bad there. Almost at the double close combat. Does German go for the shield here? Because even if you don't shield this, the Primate is going to be kind of annoying for your own Primate to take out. But he has the Talonflame, and he knows this Primate is debuffed as well, so this Rage Fist is not going to hurt that much. It's not a boosted Rage Fist. Talonflame is going to be able to take it. No shield going to be spent. Going for the Incinerate down here.
And does get another Incinerate, which is quite nice. If he only got one, it would have been kind of a shame, but coming out with a lot of energy here, and that's going to be quite annoying for Shainer PvP to deal with. Does come in with the Drapion, where you have that super effective Aqua Tail.
Oh, tries to go for the catch, but it's really hard to catch with a 5-turn move into a 2-turn move. So going to be forced to spend the first shield here. I mean, it's still going to be super effective damage, going to be mitigated. A lot of energy on this Talonflame as well. Forced to throw now. We get a Poison Sting coming through. I mean, it's really hard to optimize here if you're the Incinerate user into that 2-turn spammy Shadow Drapion. Does maybe try to go for a catch here. Let's see. Actually, no, the Fly's going to be reaching his head. Could get both shields, which would be pretty big for German Gaucho as well, because Aqua Tail's not going to hurt the Primate too much. And again, that Talonflame just has so much coverage here as we see. Oh, throws a Rage Fist at the Shadow Drapion, throws a resistant move. maybe anticipating a catch. This is a wild game so, but actually ends up catching a super effective Rage Fist on the Dusclops.
And this is exactly what you want. Maybe you can get off this Rage Fist, yes, before the Dusclops is able to reach a charge attack. Maybe you could have gotten in one more Karate Chop, but now it's going to come down to whether this Primeape can take out that Drapion.
Yeah, Drapion does have an Aqua Tail loaded. I don't think it's going to be enough, but can you get to 2 Aqua Tails? That's going to be what you need here as the second Aqua Tail is reached. German still has a shield, so you just shield here and throw the close combat, right?
I think he's already at the Rage Fist, which, I mean, if you're boosted this much, maybe you just throw it.
Yep.
That was a charge attack priority, and even though this is resisted damage, I think this is going to be enough to take out the Drapion.
Yeah, just short on the close combat, but even if you do land this, 1 Incinerate should take you out, but the boosted Rage Fist is enough. German Gaucho finding a lot of win cons here in game number 2. Fantastic catches. I mean, you catch a super double resisted Shadow Punch to start things off, right, in game number 2. And then you also, like, the Rage Fist throw was crazy to me because you're throwing a resisted Rage Fist at the Drapion, and Shainer PP's trying to catch a move and ends up just catching a super effective Rage Fist instead, which completely changes that matchup.
Yeah, maybe it actually is the safer play, though, because even if the Rage Fist lands into the Drapion, you're still boosting your Karate
That's true.
Chops.
That's fair, yeah.
And yeah, maybe you can fast attack down later. But I feel like we're sleeping on the Dunsparce here because in that second game, even though it was lined up on the Primeape, right, it still ended up going in the way of German Gaucho.
Yeah, I mean, really utilizing that normal typing to effectiveness, right? Catching that double resisted Shadow Punch, and you know, it's a bit out of the meta, but getting a full roll off through on the catch is absolutely beautiful as well. And you know, the Talonflame too. I mean, it was in your caster prediction. Honestly, it could be one of those Pokemon low usage but high performance here, as German's showcasing right now in this first series.
And bringing the Primeape into the Dunsparce, obviously a nice counter swap, but you are forced to throw that close combat at the end to take it out and drop your defense. But we're already getting into this decisive game number 3.
All right, here we go. A fantastic lead for Shainer PP. You do have the Air Slash, which makes this matchup way harder for this Primeape. You go for a catch here, but the energy is not reached yet, so in comes the Dunsparce, and unfortunately, it's going to be locked into this Primeape.
Yeah, throwing this Drill Run, and again, we saw that damage in the last game. Not going to do a ton of damage. I expect to see Shainer farm up a bunch more energy and maybe go for that close combat again.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to go for, right? Because you're not going to be able to roll out down, and if German shields, you just match a shield, and you just keep outpacing at that point in time, too. Does German go for the shield? Oh, does choose the shield at the last second, but the next close combat's reach. Going to throw the Drill Run instead to avoid that, instead of going for that extra rollout. I think that's smart if he really wants to get this damage off, but at the end of the day, Shainer PP can just maintain the switch alignment here. At the same time, though, does have to go for another close combat, so it's going to be quadruple debuffed after this. However, you know, Primeape can still do a decent amount of damage to everything in the back.
Yeah, the good thing about dropping your defense so much is that you're not giving a ton of farm for the next Pokemon. Actually throws a close combat at the Talonflame, a little bit more expensive, but you're only getting off 1 charge attack anyways.
Yeah, I believe this does a little bit more damage even for resist. It actually does maybe a lot more damage actually compared to the Rage Fist. Going for that same strategy last game here, but this Dusclops, not a great answer to Talonflame. However, you at least don't have to really worry about the Primeape in the back. You have great options here. If you grab a shield, though, you can maybe swap in with the Primeape or go for a combo. Still could do that here, too. Trying to go for the swap here, but no, not able to because the Incinerate was thrown. Do you spend your final shield? The Mana Bus still has energy. This is such a tough position for German to be in.
Shadow Punch does take out the Talonflame. German Gaucho going to put it all on the Primeape, but like you said, there's still that Mana Buzz in the back, and even without that, Shainer PPP is still using a lot of energy with this Dusclops.
Yeah, going to shield the neutral Shadow Punch instead, but this does leave you open to that super effective aerial ace here. You can see Shainer PP doing a slight fist bump, thinking this is going to be a pretty good spot. That is a fantastic spot for him to be in, and unfortunately, really tough alignment here for game number 3. German going for the hard-hitting close combat, just not hard-hitting enough. Still a shield on the side of Shainer PP, and he's going to be the winner of this first series here on the broadcast.
Congratulations to Shainer PvP. Came down to that decisive game number 3, but you know, like we said, kind of an uncomfortable matchup. A lot of core breakers on German Gaucho's side, but was really able to maneuver around it very skillfully.
Definitely using that Dunsparce quite a bit throughout. I was a little bit surprised we didn't see more wall rain, but because Primeape was kind of around in a lot of those matches, it is a little bit tougher to bring at times. And maybe expecting a Tinkaton to come out, right, with so much Primeape coming out in those games from German side. But either way, this is a double elimination format, so Shainer PvP will be continuing to move forward on that winner's side. But German's not out of it yet. We'll be dropping down to the loser's bracket, but we've had some really impressive winners of previous tournaments make it all the way through that loser's bracket, battling all day long to make it back to day number 2 and eventually a grand finals too. So wish them the best of luck.
Exactly. This is, of course, a 3-day tournament. We're here just on day number 1 of this long kind of festival of Pokemon, and we are going to have 2 trainers from each group coming out. So, you know, 1 loss doesn't knock you quite out of the tournament.
And there's a lot of groups here. I mean, this is Group B, but we're not even halfway through the tournament, not even close, as we take a look at these close combat on both sides from Primeape. Again, I do think it's a really solid move set of choice for this tournament because of Diggersby's presence, or you could even run a Shadow Primeape for that extra harder hitting or it's super effective Ice Punch to hit a little bit harder. So a lot of options there too, but both players playing their Primeape really well. Fantastic catches on both ends too. We saw a double resisted catch from Shainer PP on the Mana Buzz and double resisted Shadow Punch catch on the Dunsparce from German. So already seeing some skill in the very early stages of this tournament.
Yeah, you're talking about that moveset on Primeape, and I think we were talking a little bit at the beginning of the broadcast about how Jumpluff is kind of decreasing in usage, and I feel like that was kind of one of the main targets for Ice Punch. So, you know, you kind of see both of those trainers reacting to the meta and realizing that maybe Ice Punch isn't quite as necessary now.
That's right, yeah. And I think on Annihilate, that's a different story, right? Most Annihilate will probably still opt for that Ice Punch just because Annihilate just hits so hard with the counter damage and stuff. We haven't seen one yet, but I personally think it does have a strong position in this meta, so we'll see. But Mana Buzz coming a little bit back here too with that air slash image as well, just really neutralizing a lot of fire types and just great just bulky neutral coverage.
All right, well, that was a fantastic first matchup to start off the stream, but I think we have an interview with Butters and the winner.
What a way to start us off. Congratulations to Shainer PvP for that first victory of the day of the North American International Championships. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. My emotions are just overcoming me right now.
Were you expecting to be on stream first battle here today?
Not at all, not even close.
Well, you actually just started competing. Can I ask you, what inspired you to test your might against the best of the best?
Well, I was talking to people on Discord, mainly people in Pocket server. They helped me so much prepare to come in here. And after my finish in Atlanta, I just strive to become better and better.
You're being a little hard on yourself because I believe you got 17th, correct, in Atlanta on your first ever competition. That's a really great performance. How did you do so well in your first performance, and do you feel like you can improve on that here in North America?
Well, I looked at my matchups carefully and most importantly controlled my nerves because playing the best of the best, it's just very nerve-wracking at times. But the key to success is just to calm yourself and be low-key, really.
I want to talk about that because you won the first game, you lost the second game, and then you went back to that Shadow Dusclops Mandibuzz core, which was a great adjustment. Talk a little bit about that core and what you expected to do here today with it.
Well, I feel like they got pretty good synergy with each other outside of Dunsparce, which you guys saw. Other than that, they cover each other pretty well. Bulky, I love using them. They're just so bulky too.
Well done, Shainer PvP. Congratulations. What a way to start us off. Let's get back to Self-Toph and Caleb.
Thanks so much, Butters and Shainer PvP. What a fantastic series, and what a great way to hear about how, you know, practice really pays off. Shainer is kind of a newer trainer on the scene, but learning from some of the best players out there in OutOfPoket and that little crew.
Yeah, I believe in that interview too, we heard that he placed 17th in Atlanta, which was the largest North America regional to date as well, and the second largest, I think, in the entire season so far. So no shame in that at all, just, you know, one spot away from that day 2 in that top cut. But he's well on his way for day 2 and top cut here in North America International Championship. So be sure to follow along on our brackets as well too, because we can't showcase all the matches, unfortunately, but the brackets are a great way to keep, you know, keep following some of your favorite players and some of the newer players that you might become a fan of.
Exactly. We've got hundreds of players here. I believe 16 groups, so we're definitely not going to be able to show every single match. So, you know, if there's players you're following along with and we can't show them on stream, make sure you check out how their results are going. But, you know, speaking of practice making perfect, I believe one of our trainers coming up is one that Inadequence actually shouted out in the intro as someone who's been practicing a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Feeling really hyped about her potential success is going to be Shira is going to be on the broadcast coming up here. As we see a shot of the just a small percentage, maybe like 1% of the crowd here in North America International Championships. That, I believe, was on TCG side of things, but we have 4 titles here, Pokemon GO, TCG, VGC, and Pokemon UNITE, all being a part of this awesome convention and venue here in New Orleans. So very excited to see all the action here. But like we're saying, Shira, one person to look out for sure, as Anaquin's mentioned in the lounge. But we'll be facing off against Sabri Nushka, who is from Argentina as well, facing off on a stream very soon.
Yeah, definitely a very, very long trip. And, you know, we were talking earlier about how these international championships are just getting more and more international with the travel awards. And then, of course, the community just growing and kind of giving people a little bit more incentive to go out there and travel the world for Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at these teams too, we do get our first Gliscopod appearance, and this one is running the newly buffed Fury Cutter, going to be on Shira's side. So a little slight spoiler for this upcoming matchup. What do you think about Gliscopod? I feel like it was definitely hyped up a lot right before we saw the Lightful Days season go live, but we saw we saw the patch notes, essentially the Go Battle League update list out all the buffs, and a lot of people thought that Gliscopod was going to be really strong, but it hasn't. I feel like it hasn't made as much of a wave in this season so far, as we didn't see in the top 12 usage. However, I think it has a lot of really solid matchups.
I think it's kind of a Pokemon that fills out the team you see at the bottom of Shira's team. And I know we don't put it in the order that the players pick their Pokemon in, but I think that's kind of representative, right? You see kind of those core meta Pokemon on Shira's team, you know, the top 3 usage, Dusclops. Well, Dusclops if you add the shadows with Diggersby, Dedenne, and Drapion. And then Gliscopod, I think, just kind of is a useful typing to have around, right? You have the water typing, maybe that's going to help you resist bullet punches from Scizor or something like that. And then it just has such a great charge attack set, right? Aqua Jet, X Scizor, you get to those charge attacks extremely quickly. And that's why we've seen Gliscopod succeed even in past metas when it only had Shadow Claw.
Right, and we see kind of a return from the past in a bit way. We have the Cresselia on the side of Sabri Nushka's team, and that Gliscopod is going to be fantastic into that. I mean, you got the Dusclops and the Drapion as well, so I think that Cresselia might not be used too much. However, it does have great matchups against the Diggersby, the Lapras. I don't know so much against the Dedenne, but my guess is Dedenne will win that if you just shield and just parabolic charge and just boost your defenses all the way throughout. But we got double Incinerate users on this side of Sabri Nushka's team. Double fire. I mean, we saw El Calvismo do really well in an Oceania regional, getting second place. I believe it was Melbourne, actually, the one that he placed really well in. And also on the backs of a double Incinerate team with the Talonflame and the Shadow Typhlosion. And honestly, this looks kind of scary for Shira's team, because Typhlosion, I mean, across the board, it could, I believe, win in almost every 2-shield situation against the entire roster of Shira. However, one Typhlosion can't take out everything by itself, but it just shows how safe it is, even against the water type of Lapras, because of that Thunder Punch coverage. And then throw in another Incinerate user on top of that, it's going to be kind of hard to play some of these matchups.
Yeah, Typhlosion can't handle it by itself, but maybe Talonflame can back it up. Let's see what Sabri Nushka decides to bring to game number 1.
All right, here we go. Game number 1 on its way. It's going to be Shira versus Sabri Nushka, and it's going to be a Diggersby into Cresselia. So Cresselia was brought out, but you got the double fire in the back, and actually, you get the instant swap out to the Drapion. Sabri Nushka maybe feeling pretty good still, because the Talonflame obviously is going to do fantastic into Diggersby, and Typhlosion's not terrible, right? Probably wants to soften up this Drapion a bit. Does take a super effective crunch to start things off, though.
Yeah, no answer to this Drapion, but probably wants to save shields for the fire types in the back. Let's see if Sabri Nushka, does decide to swap here, but this Aqua Tail is super effective, so you probably have to start using your shields, unless you really are just going to put it all in the Typhlosion. Yeah, so first Incinerate is going to come through, doing a good chunk of damage, and Aqua Tail is going to be shielded as well, too. However, another Aqua Tail is going to be reached. You go for a second shield here. Now it's going to put Talonflame in a more manageable range for that Diggersby, but at the same time, too, it's not the end of the world. You have Brave Bird and Flame Charge, actually. Interesting moveset combination. Flame Charge is going to boost your attack by a Sage here. Does Shira go for the shield? No, she decides not to, knowing that, hey, Gliscopod is pretty strong in this team as well, too, so I'm going to save my shields for the Gliscopod. I think that's a really great choice from her. And she does have the shield advantage, but she's actually going to throw this Resisted Fire Punch, thinking it's going to still be enough to take out the Talonflame and hopefully not going to have to take the Flame Charge, and it does actually just barely take out the Talonflame.
Yeah, just barely enough damage, and Sabrinaishka thinking on this a bit, probably wants to come into it with Cresselia, and in comes the Gliscod. Aeshir was ready as well, and this Gliscod has so much energy now. Sabrinaishka is going to throw the neutral Grass Knot. Aeshir knows that no matter what, as long as I save my shields, I should be okay. There's very little fast stack pressure on the side of Sabrinaishka that could fully take out this Gliscod. However, double Aqua Jet is going to do a lot of damage, and Sabrinaishka actually going to just let this go, recognizing that there's double Aqua Jet already banked.
Yeah, way too much energy on that Gliscod. Maybe he had to switch a little bit sooner, but I think HCR was still going to outpace with the Gliscod. So I think the only win condition there was, HCR randomly throwing an X-Scissor, but didn't do that, committed to those win conditions, and HCR going to take this first game in the series.
All right, a fantastic play from HCR as well. Inadequate's player of choice to watch out for, this weekend. And, we're talking about how strong Shadow Typhlosion is, but this Gliscod actually looks really safe for HCR as well, right? You got a Shadow Drapion that can play well into, Diggersby wins, Shadow Typhlosion, Talonflame, you both have super effective moves for it. Sableye not bad either, the pacing's really fast to it, and then you win Cresselia. So even though Shadow Typhlosion looks safe for Sabrinaishka, this Gliscod is super safe for HCR, and I love her strategy of just saving both shields in the end for that Gliscod with that energy lead, with a shield advantage as well. There's just nothing that can stop this thing.
Yeah, there's really safe Pokemon on both sides of the table here, and if you're going to bring those Incinerate users, they are notoriously hard to pilot, not just because of the timing, but also because they tend to be these glacier Pokemon. So we'll have to see, which side can kind of pilot their Pokemon better in game number 2.
Yeah, Cresselia, unfortunately, it didn't really have the best place to go, despite the fantastic lead it had. But in comes game number 2 here. It's going to be Shadow Typhlosion into Diggersby. This is a super awkward matchup for both players because you could bait with a double resisted, Thunder Punch, or you could also bait with a single resisted Fire Punch. But going straight for the Scorch Hand, HCR, and it's going to be shielded right away. It is not going to get the debuff, and Sabrinaishka going straight for the Blast Spore, and HCR going to let it go.
And this is going to do a ton of damage, but like we saw last game, HCR kind of relying on the Drapion and Gliscod to, pull shields and do damage very, very quickly. And the difference here, though, is that Sabrinaishka already has some energy loaded, not quite as helpless as in the first game when the Drapion came in.
Going to draw the first shield away from HCR, so not going to go for the double strategy here. Oh, but brings in the Sableye into the Drapion. Let's see, the Sableye does have return, though, so it does have that hard-hitting neutral move. Let's see if the Sableye is able to get to it or not, though. And we do get a debuff actually coming through from Crunch as well. The debuff chance is lower now, but does throw on potential charge attack priority for that Crunch. HCR actually doesn't actually throw, and actually shields up a foul play as well. Maybe a little bit off on the counts there too, or just wants to preserve some of this health on the Drapion. Oh, wait, and another charge attack priority.
And I actually love the charge attack timing from Sabrinaishka because, like you said, maybe going to be a charge attack priority on the first time, and even though she's not building all the way up to the return, you see that it's still doing quite a bit of damage to the Drapion, and that is meaningful damage that's going to make it so much easier to finish it off.
Yeah, and now Sabrinaishka's own Drapion is really in a strong position in the backside here, too. I was thinking at first, bringing the Sableye is not really ideal into the Shadow Drapion, but actually got a lot of value, got a shield, and did a good chunk of damage. I don't think it's in Poison Sting range yet, but if you really want to be aggressive with the farm down, you potentially can get that full Poison Sting down. Let's see if Sabrinaishka goes for it or not. I don't think she necessarily needs to, but she may go for it.
Yeah, and I think at this point with this Aqua Tail coming through, you do want to put up the shield because you have so much energy on this Drapion, which really goes everywhere into HCR's team. I don't think Sabrinaishka has seen the Gliscod yet, but you just need to land 2 crunches onto this Gliscod, or maybe even a crunch and an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, so there's a good and a bad side here. HCR just swapped in right away, which means that she doesn't have a catch potential, but she also doesn't give the Drapion more energy. Oh, and goes for the Aqua Tail instead. Doesn't want to get hit by an X-Scissor or Aqua Jet beforehand. This champ damage is nice, but let's see what HCR does. How much can you overfarm here? Because you have to worry about the Typhlosion, and I don't think HCR can still get to Aqua Jet against the Typhlosion. Diggersby has a little bit of energy, but I don't think it's at the Scorching Sand yet.
Yeah, this Incinerate's going to come through, and I don't think that Gliscod is close enough. So we're going to have to see how much energy is left on these Pokemon, but like you said, I think the Diggersby doesn't have enough. It, I believe, threw a Scorching Sands and switched out pretty soon after that, after it took the Blast Burn.
Yeah, at most it'll have a Fire Punch I could throw. It's going for the Fire Punch, does get it, but unfortunately the damage is going to register before the Fire Punch is thrown. I'm not even sure if it's going to be enough, but we get the Incinerate down and the sweep from the Typhlosion in the end there. Sabrinaishka evening up the score 1-1.
And that was a really confident end game there. Actually had the Thunder Punch loaded, but knew that the Drapion only had 1 Poison Sting, so nice to Incinerate down.
Like, I'm going to save everyone a little bit of time to Incinerate instead of spend the 10 seconds on the charge move animation. Either way, fantastic plays from Sabrinushka. Had me scratching my head a little bit with the Sableye into the Shadow Drapion matchup, but worked out pretty well for her. Grabbed the shield, did a decent amount of damage, double foul play as well, right? I mean, no power gem, no Dazzling needed. Purified Sableye was an old staple in the meta, and Sabrinushka bringing it back here in 2025.
Yeah, and I think the key there was it's a Purified Sableye, not a Shadow, which means that you actually can force the Drapion to throw 2 charge attacks. And so it wasn't quite as bad to switch it into the loaded Drapion as we might have thought at first glance.
Yeah, and I like that Sabrinushka really leaned into the Typhlosion this game as well, too, right? Didn't bring the Talonflame because recognizing that it's not as amazing, right, into the Golisopod and the Drapion, right? Both have super effective moves to throw at it. Whereas Typhlosion, you know, you have the Thunder Punch to really just pace pretty quickly there, and the damage just obviously hits a lot harder. As we see, Ashira doing everything she can there too, right? She tried to leave with as much energy as possible, knowing that the Typhlosion is then back, but just unfortunately could not farm any further, right? If you go for too much there, you just get taken out from Poison Stings. Here we go. Game number 3 is going to be a rematch of the leads here, but there's a Diggersby in the back for Sabrinushka in this game 3.
And Ashira actually brought the exact same team, I believe, as last game. Let's see if she goes with the same game plan. We saw her go straight for the Scorching Sands last game and then actually let the Blast Burn go. Yeah,
Sabrinushka is going to shield up again. That's such a risky no shield call, even if they might be potentially baiting with a Fire Punch, because you literally got no energy off. It's a deja vu, right, from game number 2. Exact same gameplay, going for the Blast Burn after Incinerate, and now Ashira, I assume, will just swap out. Exactly going to be that again. Going for the Blast Burn again, but this time around, Sabrinushka has a harder answer to this Drapion, and now Drapion only has 1 shield to play around here.
Yeah, it does have that Diggersby in the back, but Sabrinushka actually still not reaching for it. Just going to let this Drapion continue to Poison Sting away. Now going to throw this Aqua Tail, and this is a difference from last game because now you have to decide whether to put up the shield or just give it up entirely.
Yeah, just gives up entirely. I'm not really sure about this play, but it is interesting because you got a lot of value with the Shadow Type Potion, right? I mean, you took out the... Oh, and in comes the Sableye yet again into the Drapion. I don't know about this play, too, because you really don't want the Diggersby into Golisopod, but maybe Sabrinushka expecting something else in the back here. The Sableye was able to grab a shield last time around, and the damage is a little bit more on the Drapion this time too, and this time doesn't even throw the move. Sabrinushka, I assume, would have to shield at this point too because has so much energy loaded and hasn't thrown any yet. Ashira's got to be feeling pretty good about this too, as the Sableye is going to throw a foul play here. Might be enough to take it out, if not just 1 or 2 Shadow Calls away from finishing off the Drapion. Actually, it's a little bit worse that didn't take it off, but in comes the Simo swap here, and this is going to be really beneficial for Ashira.
Yeah, no shields left on Sabrinushka's side, so you can pretty safely just go for these Aqua Jets. I believe there is, you know, a little bit of that Sableye left in the back, but Ashira, you know, gonna come out of this, I think, with some health, maybe even some energy. And this is actually a resisted Scorching Sands, I believe.
Yeah, maybe trying to fish for a debuff here instead of the neutral Fire Punch. I mean, at least you have stab damage, and the damage is probably fairly comparable, but maybe a little bit less efficient because it does cost more energy. However, Ashira, feeling confident, knows that no shield is necessary here. You still have to watch out for the Sableye as well, which has a little bit of energy, but will not outpace this Golisopod. So Ashira going to close out this series here. Foul play is going to be thrown, one last foul play from the Sableye, but this Golisopod is just a few Fury Cutters away from sweeping the team.
Yeah, pretty comfortable position for Ashira throughout this game. We saw the kind of the differences from game number 1, right? They played out the lead the same way, but then that middle matchup, Ashira was really kind of able to get ahead with that Shadow Drapion.
Right, and great adjustment for Ashira from game number 2 with a 3-ball flex there to close it out in this series. And, you know, like I said, Golisopod, not very high in usage. Maybe a lot of people kind of sleeping on it, but Ashira made it look really, really good in this series.
I also really like the Drapion gameplay. I feel like it was kind of the MVP for all 3 games for both sides, right? We saw Ashira using it to great effect as a really aggressive safe swap. And then on Sabrinushka's side, I believe Drapion was kind of the closer for game number 2.
Yeah, and I do think that Shadow Type Flosion, a lot of people are kind of stepping a little bit away from it, which is interesting because there's less Claydol usage. But I think people are just opting for more neutral ways to handle the Incinerate and Fire types. But I think if it positioned well, even against the ground type Diggersby, Sabrinanushka made it look pretty good, right? And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Shadow Typhlosion gameplay from both Sabrinanushka and other players in this tournament.
Exactly, and taking a look back at the series, we see the Drapion, again, just putting in so much work, and that was kind of where H0 started to get ahead in game number 3, taking out that full, or not full, well, a lot of the Typhlosion. And then this Sableye just really not able to do a lot. We saw that matchup against Drapion not quite going as well as it did in game number 2.
Yeah, well played though from both trainers, and H0 going to take the 2-1 victory here in that group. That is Group H, and like we said, we have, 16 groups, so still quite a lot of letters to go, a lot of games to go as well too, as H0 will be moving forward in that bracket.
In Group H for H0.
Oh, well done, well done.
All right, but like you said, still a lot of games to go. There's so many different players at this tournament, and players from all around the world. We just saw Sabrinanushka coming all the way from Argentina, and I think, you know, our next players are not quite ready yet, but I think we also have some international players in that next matchup, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's hear a word from Butters, who has H0 in Group H on the floor right now.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to H0 starting off her North American international journey with a victory. How does that feel?
Feels really good. I was a little nervous, but I'm glad I got match 1 out of the way.
And game number 2 and game number 3 were pretty similar. Same team comps. You made the adjustment for game number 3. How did you do that?
In game 2, I hadn't actually realized that Sableye was on return, so they only built to 7, and then I shielded because I thought it was going to be like a Power Gem or a Dazzling Gleam, and then I read the team sheet and I realized it was return, so then game 3, I was more prepared for that, pacing-wise.
The beauty of team sheets. I talked to you yesterday, actually, and you said you had no idea what you were going to run. How did you end up on this team with this team of 6?
I had like the core 4 kind of already in mind, but I just couldn't put the last 2 together, so Pod kind of rounded out the team for me, and I really like it as a flex pick.
Awesome, and you're a newer competitor this season, obviously. What would be your dream scenario for you at 2025 North American International Championships?
I would love to make day 2 because I haven't made day 2 at a regional yet, and so it'd be really cool to do it the first time at an international championship instead.
Well, best of luck to you, H0. Congratulations once again. Let's get back to Soph and Caleb.
Thank you, Trio Butters, and H0 already well on her way to making day 2 her first ever, and what a tournament that would be, right? The largest international in North America today, and I believe the largest just tournament in North America, period. And I was looking through kind of the championship points leaderboard, and I believe H0 is pretty high up there already, too. So probably already within striking distance of World's qualification, if not, maybe even has a lockdown.
Yeah, definitely there's a lot of trainers at this tournament, like you said, still kind of looking to lock in their spots for Worlds because it is that top 75 making it to Worlds from North America. It's not just a hard, you pass 500 and you're good to go, right? So really kind of going to come down to this last tournament. Probably a lot of trainers are going to be looking at that leaderboard tonight trying to figure out where all of their competitors landed.
All right, and we can see the road to Worlds in Anaheim as well, right? We started with Latin America International Championships in Brazil in November, and then we had EUIC Europe International Championships in London in February, and of course here we are in New Orleans, the final international and the final tournament really in this region, as well as we have World Championships in Anaheim. And here's the leaderboard. I was speaking of leaderboards, so here is the leaderboards, and a lot of players. Let me see, are there any players not actually here on the leaderboard? Because I feel like every one of these players is at North American International Championships in this top 16, and of course plenty of players below that as well.
Yeah, I'd have to check the bracket, but I know for sure a lot of these players are here, right? OutOfPoket, Elim, Dunebug, Rise. I saw them out there on the floor already. So definitely a lot of big names at this tournament, and really North American International Championship is, right, the international championship of our region. So you expect all of these very, very top players to be here, and of course more than there have been at regional championships earlier this year.
Yeah, and then let's take a look at the EU leaderboards too, as we have an EU player coming up soon as well, but a lot of European players also at this North American International Championships. Podomon, Z's Wireless, Colin 6, all here. I'm not sure about Tonta Badus if he's here or not, but top 3 of Europe is here, and a bunch of players as well. I think, I'm not sure about Kazim or anyone else, but Tomahawk, Inadequance is here, right? Not competing for some people's relief because they probably don't want to face him, but a lot of fantastic European players here as well. And if you look at the points, 1,900 plus for Podomon and OutOfPoket, right? And last season, I believe Doombug was the first player to eclipse 1,000 championship points maybe, and now we're pretty much almost double of that 1 year later, which is absolutely wild, but just really shows the high consistency of a lot of these top players all around the world.
Yeah, we had kind of a restructuring of the championship points this year, and I think maybe the biggest change was there's a big boost for reaching the top 8, right? 280 points versus 160 for reaching the top 16. And for some of these top players, they're getting top 8 almost every tournament they go to, so they can really rack up those points and, you know, even exceed 2,000 like Marto.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and this is with changes to the local points as well, right? You can earn a little bit less points from your local scene. So even though there's a slight boost in the regionals and maybe international points that you can earn, there's also a slight nerf to the local points. So even if you can say like, oh, they're getting more points at these major tournaments, but at the end of the day, they're also getting less at local tournaments, and they're still just performing really well all the way throughout. So very excited to see any of those players really on stage later. And you know, all these battles have been fantastic throughout at North America International Championship. So excited to see who is bumping up their points even more. But I'm sure these players, they don't even care just about the points. They want the coveted title of being the champion, and you're gonna get a lot of champions points if you win this whole thing.
All right, well, let's see what these two players have to offer us. We already talked a little bit about Triptondo coming all the way from the EU, and if you forget his name, it's on his shirt, facing off
it is.
against Zivalov, hailing from the United States. And we see some, you know, some pretty typical Pokemon from both sides. We've got the Diggersby for Triptondo, we've got the Dusclops for Zivalov. But outside of that, there's a little bit of variety. We have the Annihilate and the Galarian Moltres for Zivalov, which I don't think we've seen on stage quite yet today.
No, we haven't seen the Unova Stunfisk, we haven't seen Swampert, we haven't seen actually a few of these. Shadow Scizor as well, right, which was on 3 of our casters' predictions. Not ours, I believe, but I think a lot of people think that Shadow Scizor is going to be really strong, so let's see if Triptondo is going to be able to prove that as well. Triptondo all the way from the Netherlands as well, and last year, was one of the few European players to attend North American International Championships. There's definitely a lot more this year, which is awesome to see, right? The scene grow and a more international attendance. But the European performance last year was pretty wild. I believe I think 3 out of the 4 Europeans, a very high majority of them, all maintained number 2, including Triptondo. I believe Triptondo even made it on the winner's side last year at NAIC, so I'm sure he's looking to repeat his success here this year as well. Fantastic member of the community, also helps out with a lot of the European broadcasts as well behind the scenes. And his team, he has the non-Shadow Swampert, non-Shadow Primeape, Diggersby, Jellicent, Shadow Scizor, and Shadow Dropion. What do you think about that Swampert, Soph? Because, you know, I don't think we see it super often. We haven't seen it in a while, really. I mean, we see it sprinkled in here or there, but I think a lot of people are leaning into that Swampert because great check for the Dene, but also for that Diggersby.
It looks really safe, or at least it has a lot of play into Zivalov's team. Maybe the worst matchup would be the Lapras. But I think Triptondo actually has a lot of really nice offensive options, right? You mentioned the Swampert, you mentioned the Shadow Scizor, and then the Primeape as well also has a lot of play. So we'll just have to see what kind of subset of that Triptondo decides to bring as the two players have a little fist bump before they lock in.
All right. I think Zivalov's Annihilate actually has a ton of play into the team of Triptondo. You're really just worried about that Jellicent. Otherwise, you win a lot of neutral and positive matchups here. As we see, the Galarian Moltres to start things off here into the Drapion.
Yeah, and this is a nice matchup for Drapion because you do resist those sucker punches, but this is actually kind of where Moltres got a little bit of a buff. It gets to that fly now a little bit faster than Brave Bird.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Galarian Moltres early on in the season. Kind of fell off a bit, especially when Claydol came around, which is kind of funny because it's not a really great matchup for Claydol. But this fly buff to, well, not fly buff, but fly access to Galarian Moltres is going to make it really solid. And you have to shield before you're like, oh, maybe it's just Ancient Power, I can tank it, right? Or instead Brave Bird. Oh, a great catch, though, on the Unova Stunfisk. However, this is still going to be super effective damage for Zivalov's Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, is it a great catch? Because now this energy is all super effective. Triptondo going to bank it up, and now it can come into the Swampert. You can probably take a Mud Bomb, or maybe not take a Mud Bomb, but you get to this Hydro Cannon so quickly that you don't even have to take damage from the Stunfisk if you don't want to. Instead, he forces a shield.
Yeah, Zivalov going for a little extra energy, which means that he will have to, unfortunately, spend his first shield to get this Mud Bomb damage off. It is neutral, and in my mind, I was thinking, well, if Zivalov's going to get the Swampert stuck on the Unova Stunfisk, it's going to happen anyway. but does get the second Mud Bomb off to soften up the Swampert. Swampert already looking fantastic for his Triptano, but also going to be really thriving in this matchup against the Unova Stunfisk.
I think the ideal outcome for Triptando would be, of course, to take out this Unovan Stunfisk, but then also have energy to throw Hydro Cannon into the next Pokemon. Actually brings in the Moltres, and Triptando, nice and patient, actually throwing another Mud Shot before the Moltres can get off a charge attack.
Yeah, great energy management from Triptano, leaving with a little bit extra energy there to have it in the back here. In comes the Dusclops, but this Swampert is such a pain for Zeevelov's team. There's no grass types, there's no grass moves either, so this Swampert is just so unchecked. Like you said, if Lapras on him, maybe not too bad, but Lapras is not in this game as we come in with the Primeape. Rarely do you see a fighting type swapping into a ghost type, but that's why Primeape is so strong with that coverage of Rage Fist.
And with that chip from the Hydro Cannon, it really puts this Dusclops in kind of danger from even maybe fast attacks at this point. Shadow Punch coming through, not going to do a ton of damage, even a Pokemon as glassy as Primeape is going to be able to take it.
Yeah, the next Shadow Punch is going to come out, but I believe the Rage Fist, oh no, doesn't get reached yet, so Triptano might have to make a decision, may have to shield up the Primeape. You're feeling pretty good about this Primeape because it's already boosted as well. You're at the Rage Fist. You could get even another Cry Chop off if you really want to here. How is Zeevelov going to play around this? And do you go for the shield? It's going to be, you're just going to get outpaced here, I believe, so is going to let it go. Great understanding of that as well, but this Unova Stunfisk has a lot of work to do. Is going to reach him up on beforehand. It doesn't get greedy with it. Is going to throw it off beforehand, and this will take out the Primeape. I believe the Swampert still has a little bit of energy, if I'm not mistaken here. But at the same time, if you get Thundershock down, this actually could be pretty disastrous for Triptando. How much energy is left on that Draft Band? Oh, the Aquatail's already there too. So we see Zeevelov going for the Mud Bomb. Oh, it's going to be throwing out Charge Attack priority. So first shield's going to come out here. I believe if Zeevelov actually did throw the Mud Bomb, it is going to land on the Trap Band before he can get the Aquatail, and that's going to be the case. How much energy was on the Swampert? Is there a Thundershock down potential?
Well, this Ufisk is pretty much dry now, so there might be Thundershock down potential, but the Swampert is dry, but it's going to come down to these super effective Mud Shots.
Yeah, but these are resistant Thundershocks, and oh, it's a Simul KO! So we get a tie in game number 1 for Triptando versus Zeevelov. I did not see that one coming, but you have the resisted Thundershock against Swampert in the super effective Mud Shot as well. And since, almost 9 months ago, they did buff the damage on Mud Shot, but it just wasn't enough against the Unova Stunfisk, even when super effective.
Yeah, Zeevelov somehow wormed his way out of what I thought was a terrible situation, right? Not a great lead with Moltres into Drapion, and then the Swampert lining up on that Unovan Stunfisk, but somehow was able to pull things off, maybe with the Dusclops, able to kind of recover some ground there. So that will be a tie, which kind of means that the score, doesn't advance. Neither player gets a point, and we're still kind of just in a best of 3.
Hey, maybe we have 3 more games. We have 4 games right here between these 2 players. I mean, like you said as well too, right? Like I didn't verbalize it, but I was like, this is a tough situation for Zeevelov, right? First you catch a super effective Aquatail, right, on the Unova Stunfisk. Then the Swampert comes in, you're forced to shield, right, because you don't throw the Mud Bomb right away. Decides to shield and decides to save the Unova Stunfisk for later, which turned out to be such a great decision to not only take out the Drapion, but also get the Simul knockout on the Swampert. I mean, how? Like, this is super effective Mud Shot versus resisted Thundershock, but you see the Simul KO as we slow it down here too. Exact half-second frame there on that final turn from both 2-turn attacks from both players. Wow, what a wild game there too. I mean, I'm thinking Triptando's got this completely locked down, but Zeevelov pulling a rabbit out of, I mean, not even a hat, like pulling it out of like a thimble even. I mean, I just did not see that coming at all.
Both players also, I believe, fainted with the charge attack at the end. I think it was like exactly 4 or 5 fast attacks at the end. But we're getting into game number 2, but the score is still 0-0. Triptando leading the Primeape into the Unovan Stunfisk.
All right, this Primeape actually doesn't have close combat, but does have cross chop, which is a little bit safer, right, into Digger Speed because you don't have to debuff yourself. It's a little more consistent and it's faster to pace through, just slightly. Doesn't hit nearly as hard as close combat, but I do think it has a lot of utility for safety purposes. Unova Stunfisk, pretty bulky, and it's going to be able to tank the Rage Fist, no problem. And without the close combat, Triptando can't really threaten a knockout with the next move either.
Yeah, Mud Bomb coming through does quite a bit of damage, actually, and I'd have to imagine that this Primeape could be finished off with fast attacks from Zevalof's backline. Let's see if he decides to shield this boost across Traptino. No, actually, and it lands. Unovan Stunfisk still able to hang on, able to get off this energy.
Going for a little bit extra energy before throwing the Mud Bomb, and Traptino just going to give up switch advantage here. Confident that if you save the shields or Swampert, you have a lot of play, and I believe that's going to be the case here. Going to go for aggressive mud shot down. This is going to be really good for Traptino because this energy is really solid against the entire team of Zevalov. But this chip damage from Mud Bomb could be good too because it makes it a lot easier for Lapras to take it out. Actually now goes for the swap into the Dusclops here, and now it's going to be locked into the Drapion.
And this is definitely a nice matchup for the Dark type against the Ghost type. Crunch coming through. I don't believe this actually takes out the Dusclops. I think Dusclops can hang on and even got off maybe multiple Ice Punches here to kind of start threatening and chipping away at the Drapion. First Ice Punch coming through, I believe, 1 Hex away from the second.
Yeah, in this matchup, the Shadow Dusclops has the potential to win in some situations against the Drapion, but the non-Shadow is going to struggle a lot more in these even shield situations here. Traptino putting the Dusclops almost in Aqua Tail range at this point in time too. Zevalov has to dump all that energy, but going to bank everything on the Lapras, knows that the Lapras is going to be fantastic into the Swampert. Going for maybe a little bit extra energy and now forcing a shield actually from Traptino, which is actually going to be really good for Zevalov. And now we get the, oh, I thought there was going to be a swap actually. It looked like someone's trying to swap, but doesn't quite go for it. Is at a ton of energy here. I don't think Zevalov is going to shield up. Trying to see how much energy exactly is on the Drapion because it just threw a ton of poison seeds. You can see Traptino trying to swap over to the Swampert as soon as possible, maybe anticipating the Unova Sumpus coming. In comes the Swampert, in comes the Lapras as well here. 2 Sludges already loaded up on Traptino, but you had the shield advantage going over the side of Zevalov.
Yeah, that was nice anticipation from Traptino, maybe recognizing that Zevalov was going to try to maybe catch some energy on the Unovan Stunfisk, but now able to get this energy off on the Lapras, but you're down a shield, and Lapras is very, very bulky, could take another Sludge if it wanted to, so I think this is still looking pretty nice for Zevalov, but we have to remember that banked energy in the back on the Drapion.
Yeah, that's right, and there's not really any energy, enough energy on the Unovan Stunfisk to throw a move, right? It still has a catch potential, but that's about it. But I mean, hey, the catch can change things quite a bit here for both players actually. Double Sludge is going to be thrown. This is the 3rd Sludge actually being thrown from Traptino. Do you spend the final shield or not? Is what's going to do more, Sludge, non-stab, or a stab? Same type attack bonus Crunch. Well, we're going to find out here as a Crunch is going to come through on this combo play. I don't believe this is going to be enough, especially for the non-Shadow Lapras. Can you get the debuff is a question. No debuff, and in comes the Unova Stunfisk trying to go for a catch, but a little bit off on the engine counts. Oh, but you still get the side wave down, and Zevalov has the move ready and is going to take this game off of Traptino.
Yeah, didn't panic at the end there and throw energy at the Drapion. Knew he needed to save it for the Swampert at that very low health, and Lapras is going to be able to take this, well, second game of the series, but the first point on the board.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what a wild turn of events too, right? I mean, we have the Zevalov Dusclops locked into Traptino's Shadow Drapion, but still able to get a shield from that Drapion. I think maybe Traptino was expecting there might be a Lapras in back, right? Especially how good the Swampert looks. So trying to save some of that energy to help tag team that Lapras, but Lapras, especially the non-Shadow Lapras, is super bulky here, and it was a staple in the last meta, and we saw it in the top 12 usage here at NAIC as well. One of the most reliable answers to Diggersby, but also to Swampert.
Exactly, and of course you have to watch out for the Jellicent and the Primeape on Traptino's team. We saw that it was running Cross Chop instead of Ice Punch or Close Combat, so definitely have to watch out for this Pokemon. But when we saw the Lapras lined up against, the Swampert, the Drapion, we haven't seen it against the Diggersby yet, but those are all great matchups for the Lapras, so I can definitely see Zevalov continuing to bring that.
Yeah, and almost slightly disastrous for Zevalov with a failed catch attempt, because if Traptino got one more poison sting there, yeah, that Aqua Tail would be enough to knock out, but was not the case, just a little bit short here. What do you think the adjustment is for Traptino in this next game? I think that the Jellicent will probably come out, right? It's got, I mean, you have to watch out for the Moltres for sure, right? Dusclops not great, but you can still hit back. Annihilate is fine. Diggersby is fine. Stunfisk is not bad, right? You both have super effective moves against it, but you wall off that Lapras moveset, and Traptino knows how strong that Lapras is into the Swampert. And as long as you neutralize the Lapras, the Swampert is really strong here. So here we go. Game number 3, but essentially game number 2 because of the tie. We get the Shadow Scizor making its debut here at NAIC.
And this is probably the worst matchup it has. Ufisk is going to be resisting those bullet punches. So quick swap into the Swampert, and Zeviloff is actually going to stay in. You do reach that Mud Bomb before the Swampert reaches the Hydro Cannon because of the one-turn swap. But I do expect to see Zeviloff maybe switch out here.
Yeah, Zeviloff is still farming. Well, let's see. Super effective Hydro Cannon is going to come through. Let's see if Zeviloff's going to shield us or not. It's not going to be a great time, but maybe expecting double ground. Wow, just lets the super effective Hydro Cannon go.
Yeah, now actually switches into the Dusclops now that he's taken that super effective energy. And this Hydro Cannon is going to come through, probably not going to do a lot of damage. Have to wonder if Zeviloff is going to try to save shields for that Annihilate in the back, which actually looks pretty potent against Triptondo's team.
Yeah, I talked about it right when the players first matched up before the first game even started. I said, you know, this Annihilate looks really strong to Triptondo's team as long as there's no Jellicent. And I'm really surprised Triptondo didn't bring the Jellicent, especially given how strong Lapras is. But because of that, Zeviloff's really going to benefit there. Let's see if Zeviloff spends a shield here or not, too, because if you go down shields against a Shadow Scizor, it's a little bit uncomfortable. And no, chooses not to, knows that Dusclops can tank it, and you still have energy. Wait, gets a little too greedy, doesn't throw the Shadow Punch, shaking his head a little bit. I don't think it's over yet, though. This Annihilate can go pretty crazy here. In the end, you still have the energy banked on the Unova Stunfisk, grabbing the first shield here. I know Zeviloff shaking his head, but once he sees his Diggersby, he's not going to be too upset about that.
I mean, it's not over, but losing an entire charge attack against a glassy Pokemon like Shadow Scizor is really not great. Night Slash coming through, and I mean, unless you want to get off another charge attack with this, I think you have to let it go.
Yep.
Zeviloff does let that Night Slash go. Hopefully for him, the Scizor doesn't boost. Brings in the Annihilate, and you see how much these fast attacks are doing to both sides.
Oh, this is actually a Shadow Annihilate as well, too. I thought it was a non-Shadow. Guess what? The full counter down. Wait, the counter comes through. This is huge. Zeviloff shaking his head, but Zeviloff, don't worry, there's actually a Diggersby in the back. You're actually not in that bad of a position. There is still the Swampert to go for a potential catch. It's not the easiest catch to make, right? Because it's still 2-turn moves. And go straight for the Rage Fist. Triptondo, I don't think he might... Oh, he does go for the shield. Ends up shielding the double resistant Rage Fist.
And that's actually big for Zeviloff because now you can land a boosted Ice Punch. And as for Triptondo, he's going to need to hang on here, maybe get to 2 Fire Punches. But this is a super effective boosted Ice Punch.
Yeah, at this point in time, too, the real question is, can you get the countdown or not? Because Zeviloff's not going to get to another charge attack in time. It is boosted, though, and he's getting so much counter damage. You can't even catch a move at this point in time, and Zeviloff's going to punch his way through this Winners Round 2 and get the 2-0 victory over Triptondo.
Wow, what a crazy game. There was a scary moment when Zeviloff lost an entire charge attack, but like you said, not to worry, there was the perfect target for that Shadow Annihilate in the back. And, you know, what else can you be at 20% health with an Annihilate other than the maybe the Drapion, but I think the Diggersby was good for Zeviloff.
Yeah, I think we're all scratching our head a little bit when we saw the Swampert just take out the Unova Stunfisk, right? Or do a lot of damage to it. But Zeviloff trusting that Shadow Annihilate, and that's why I think Shadow Annihilate is really strong in this meta. I don't think it was even in the top 12 usage, but it has so much potential, especially with shields. And Shadow Scizor as well, right? 2 shield Shadow Scizor, fantastic too, but it's not going to beat the Shadow Annihilate with 2 shields. And, you know, getting the Rage Fist bait was absolutely huge for Zeviloff there to close out the game. So fantastic performance there too. A few missteps here or there, but hey, he still got the 2-0 victory and an exciting tie, too.
Yeah, all's well that ends well. I mean, what more can you ask for in a series? Like you said, a tie, you know, games coming down to just a couple of HP, and you know, really high-octane Pokemon like Shadow Annihilate. So what a nice show for those 2 players to put on for
Yeah, he kept us on our toes, probably the viewers at home, and probably himself, too, right? A little bit down, a little bit shaking his head, but able to continue forward in his winner's bracket run. Triptondo's not out of it yet. We'll be moving down to a loser's bracket. Like I said, last season, did make it into day number 2 at NAIC, and I'm sure he's looking to repeat that here this weekend too. As we take a look at the highlights as well, this Swampert looks so strong for Triptondo, but it just seemed like it just couldn't close out just enough here, and we saw too, right, the misstep there, no Shadow Punch being thrown, but in comes the Shadow Annihilate, and that damage hurts Diggersby. It might be top usage, and this is the perfect counter for it. And as we see, all the counters adding up here too. Zeviloff actually still had a shield in the end as well.
Yeah, Annihilate definitely a great counter for not only the Diggersby, but I believe Shadow Drapion. Annihilate also has a very dominant matchup there, so I can kind of see why it's making a resurgence with those 2 Pokemon kind of at the top of the meta again.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, we talked about how safe Primeape is, right? But Annihilate is, the older brother of sorts, right? The evolution form and that ghost typing is just going to make that matchup so much better in that head-to-head. You do kind of need shields though, right? You can't take 2 Rage Fists. You can take 1, but you'll eventually have to shield the second one if you decide to try to go for that counter down. But shout out Annihilate. They nerfed counter, but they didn't necessarily nerf Annihilate. It was pretty much a staple last year at North America International Championships, and it might be a staple here in a slightly different form.
Yeah, they did nerf the energy generation on a counter, but with Annihilate having access to Rage Fist, that's a very cheap charge attack, and allowing it to boost the insane damage on counter is kind of what really allows it to shine.
Yeah, so what is your verdict on Shadow Scizor? We saw it first appearance, right? I'm sure we'll see more of it in this tournament. Our other casters think it's really, really strong. What do you think? Obviously not in the best situation in that matchup, but how do you think it looks in this particular meta in general?
So I think you just have to be really, really careful with where you bring it, and in particular, when you have matchups where you have multiple Pokemon that need shields, that's probably not where you want to bring Shadow Scizor, right? We saw Triptondo also had the Swampert kind of, you could consider that offensive Pokemon, and I feel like paired with the Shadow Scizor, even though it works in terms of typing, doesn't really work as well in terms of bulk. So I think it can be really good, it can definitely sweep teams, but which teams those are remains to be seen.
Yeah, speaking about sweeps, we did that Annihilate sweep in the end. I know Zivoloff was looking a little stressed, but it all worked out for him. I want to hear what he has to say about it, so let's take it to floor with Butters.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. I'm here with Zivoloff. You've started off your day 2-0. How are you feeling?
Actually, pretty good, pretty good. Wasn't sure what I was expecting when I came out here. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked to start off 2-0.
Yeah, and you started off with a tie. That's always fun to do. What were your expectations coming into this tournament? It's a wild meta. What were you expecting?
A lot of bug types. So, I was trying to prepare for that, maybe over-prepared a little bit for that. So, yeah, I was kind of expecting, a lot of Fortress, things of that nature. Scizor, which I did see. So, I'm glad I was able to take care of it the way I was. And, yeah, just stoked to get the win.
Well done. And while I have you, do you have anyone that you want to shout out, give a special thanks to?
Yeah, 100%. So a couple of my friends back home, Phoenix Dark Zero, he's been awesome, one of my best friends. Kelsey K, so she's here as well. So a big shout out to her. Just my local community, a couple little personal leagues that I do. Everybody's been really cool about that. Parents, of course, that sort of thing. And of course, my biggest one, my girlfriend back home. So she believed in me to come down here. And so I'm super stoked about that while she's working. So love you, babe.
Well, it was a great decision that you came down here. You're 2-0 so far. Congratulations to Zivoloff. We have a special announcement. We have something brand new coming to the official Pokemon Twitch channel. And we have a special guest to give us the details.
Ah yes, there you all are, just as I left you and definitely not posed. Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, Poké Rap enthusiast, and, believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course, Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other two can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
I think it was in GBL. I was pushing the leaderboards, and then I got to the top 8 of leaderboards, and I got invited into an exclusive tournament called GBLA Go Battle League Arena. I participated multiple times, but the first time I got eliminated in the first round of the tournament. So I have 2 favorite Pokemon. One is Beware, and the other is Darumaka. I just like the way both of them look, and I like how little Darumaka is. I'd say Hoenn is my favorite generation, and it's just because playing through the game Emerald, it was I still have memories of it. It was a lot of fun. I like to look at everyone similar levels of skill. Anyone can beat me. I believe I can beat anyone. But so I'd say right now that person is Lyle Jeffs. He won 2 regionals. He said that he won the second one just to get on level with me, winning 2 regionals. So I'm excited to see him at Worlds. Hopefully I face him there too. I would battle Cynthia because I remember back in the main series when I was playing that, I would lose so many times to her, and she's a very tough opponent. I'm more of a night owl. I like to sleep in the mornings. So, I prefer Ancient because I played through Scarlet and I enjoyed playing through that. And I enjoy Fluttermane, and I like Great Tusk because I compared it with the future version, and I just like the way the Great Tusk looks more. So definitely my family members. I'd probably call my mom first, and my dad, and then my brother and sister. Valor, because when I first started playing the game, I got reeled into it. But as time went on, I saw Mystic becoming really big, and I felt it's my I need to be competitive with Valor and help boost the competition on Team Valor.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Here we are again, trainers. Welcome back to the official broadcast of the 2025 NAIC. I hope that you enjoyed that exciting announcement that we just had, and it gives players a unique opportunity to play another game from home on the official channel of Pokemon.
Yeah, make sure that you guys tune in on Friday, June 27th at 11 a.m. Pacific time. It's really a one-of-a-kind show, and I'm just really excited to see it. It will be taking place on twitch.tv/Pokemon, the official channel, so make sure that you guys tune in. I think it's going to be something that we're going to see several times, hopefully, so very, very excited to see what's to come.
And what I'm also excited to see is our next match that we're going to have here. We are moving into winners round 3 of Group B, and we're getting a familiar name, 2 familiar names actually. Rocha Babyface versus Telegraph Train. I know Rocha Babyface had made a pretty good run at Worlds last season, so it's going to be kind of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, he top cut NAIC, and then he also did top 8 at Worlds last season. I had a moment to speak with him actually out in the crowd, and what's really interesting is that a lot of trainers on the same team are actually running the same team. They picked the same team of 6, so there's a lot of consistency with some of these trainers that you see in these social circles. And one of the Pokemon that I find very interesting that's on this team is it's Sableye. It's one that we haven't really seen as a...
Not Shadow?
It might be Shadow. We'll have to take a look at that one here, but I think that Sableye has been one of the overlooked dark types in the meta, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
Well, we actually saw one earlier as well when a Shira played versus, I believe it was Sabrunishka, and that Sableye actually had the charge attack Return. Return hasn't been used a lot lately anymore because Power Gem has been buffed and Dazzling Gleam, it now has access to that Fairy type charge attack. So it really has a lot of diversity to it. I'm curious to see how the players, but also this whole team of players have adapted. And look, it is the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, you can see those iconic red gemstone eyes. I think that they actually play very differently. I think that the Return variant as Purified versus the Shadow variant, they're almost two different Pokemon with how separately they're played. I think that with the Shadow Sableye, there's a lot of fast attack pressure, whereas obviously with the Purified version, you get a little bit more artificial bulk, we'll say, but Return is going to be the icon for that one. Looking at this team though, Double Dark. I think we were mentioning this in the pre-show and as well as a little bit earlier, but Dark took a little bit of a step back with some of the nerfs to Drapion with Crunch, as well as Malamar not really having as much of a place, but we're seeing the comeback of Sableye, the comeback of Mandibuzz.
And Sableye also has Ghost-type damage output, and I think that makes it shine a little bit. It's not exactly as walled like Galarian Moltres into a Dedenne, and it is what is on the team of Telegraph Train. Dedenne is a Pokemon that shuts down many Dark-type Pokemon, but Shadow Sableye with Shield might just be able to hang on a little bit there.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to these trainers locking in. You know, one of the interesting things, you mentioned Ghost types, and we've talked a lot about their flexibility and freedom here at NAIC. One of the Pokemon that obviously does well, or one of the types of Pokemon that does well into Ghost types is normal types. And we used to have a lot of normal types in the meta, especially with Dunsparce. The one that's still sticking around though now is Diggersby. And while it does struggle in some scenarios, having quick attack of its own, double resisted by Ghosts, it is definitely going to be a wall to a lot of these Ghost types.
Diggersby is kind of mandatory to bring if you want to shut down the Den, and that's why it is the #1 used Pokemon at the NAIC. One of our trainers has locked in, the other one thinking it a little bit through, as this is a high stakes match. This is your final chance to get championship points. Both trainers are locked in. Let's head into these battles.
All right, this is winners round 3 of Group B, Rocha Babyface versus Telegraph Train. We're going to be seeing our first bug action here on the broadcast. It's going to be the Golisopod running the Fury Cutter. It's going to pace these charge attacks very quickly. Don't be fooled though, that is not a fire type. That is going to be a dark flying Galarian Moltres Shiny.
It is shiny, and I just want to tell you here how bad this actually is for Galarian Moltres. After landing this Aqua Jet, unless this Galarian Moltres has an extraordinary defense and HP, the Golisopod will be able to get the entire Fury Cutter down after using only 1 Protect Shield. And if you look at the backline of Telegraph Train, that energy from the Golisopod will be used for everywhere. And we see Telegraph Train swapping out because he doesn't want to get the Fury Cutter down from the Golisopod.
Yeah, you really need to swap out. There's nothing that you would be gaining outside of just a little bit of fast attack damage if you stay in that matchup. So I like the swap out that we're seeing from Telegraph Train. Will be able to easily absorb this first Aqua Tail. And Shadow Punch ready to go. I think Rocha Babyface was trying to catch that, unfortunately unable to do so. And now we'll see a super effective Ice Punch from the Dusclops.
Not exactly what you want to swap into, but Ice Punch from a very bulky Pokemon on another bulky Pokemon. Diggersby can hang in quite well here, especially when this Dusclops already has been chipped just a little bit. We still see Rocha Babyface hanging on to his final Protect Shield here.
And with all this energy that Telegraph Train had, he can unleash several of these Ice Punches and maybe even go for a catch after this next Scorching Sands, knowing that his 50-second switch clock will be coming up very shortly.
Another Protect Shield here from Telegraph Train, keeping the Dusclops around. I think at this point, going for another Ice Punch, but this won't be enough yet to knock out the Diggersby. You're going to need another one. The thing is, you need more than just a Scorching Sands to knock out this Dusclops from Telegraph Train.
Yeah, still quite healthy. We normally don't see a lot of trainers that are using Protect Shields versus a Diggersby, but that is going to be probably the hardest hitting move remaining. All right, well now we have Telegraph Train bringing in the Galarian Moltres. It's not going to be able to get a charge attack off, but it will absorb some of this energy from Rocha Babyface's Diggersby. Fire Punch knocks out the Galarian Moltres, and now let's see what Telegraph Train wants to do. Bring back in the Dusclops or mirror with his own Diggersby?
Still one Protect Shield on both trains and barely being able to get to the score. It says only just a sliver of HP here. There's a 30% chance that this will drop the attack to the opposing Diggersby, and that would influence this game a lot as the timer's not up yet for Telegraph Train.
Yeah, a nice parting gift there, getting some nice damage into the Diggersby. Now Telegraph Train tries to get to this charge attack, but not before Rocha is able to reach the super effective Aqua Jet coming through. Telegraph Train uses the final Protect Shield, knowing that it will be the hardest hitting charge attack remaining in this battle.
That is a good use of your charge attack, but Telegraph Train hasn't seen the Dusclops yet from Rocha Babyface. It looks like Rocha Babyface insists on landing an Aqua Jet here, knowing that would deal the most damage. Do keep in mind, there's still about a 50% health. Oh, there it comes! The Dusclops comes in to take out the Golisopod, and now it's all in the hands of the own Dusclops from Rocha Babyface.
Yeah, Rocha Babyface trying to force an Aqua Jet through there, but Telegraph Train, good heads-up play, had his Switch Clock up, had energy loaded, and is able to unleash that energy to knock out the Golisopod. Now we're going to be having a battle of the Dusclops here. Telegraph Train able to reach the Shadow Punch first. Not nearly enough to knock out, but this is going to be some significant chip damage into Rocha Babyface's own Dusclops.
Telegraph Train slightly nodding, knowing that the position he's in is getting better and better. This Dusclops will need 2 Ice Punches to knock out the Diggersby from Telegraph Train, but I believe Telegraph Train already had some energy remaining still as he farmed up more before swapping in, and there we see, can you outpace 2 Scorching Sands and a Fire Punch against 2 Ice Punches? It's going to be a race.
Yeah, it's 2 charge attacks I think that you're going to need as Telegraph Train. Rocha Babyface may need 3 Ice Punches to knock out, though. That's going to be the question. In comes the Scorching Sands, does a nice chunk of damage. No attack drop. Here comes the first Ice Punch from Rocha Babyface into the Diggersby.
If 2 are going to be enough, Rocha Babyface will be 1 hex of another Ice Punch here. And it looks like that I think 2 will be enough. He gets to the Ice Punch. This will knock out the Diggersby.
Diggersby in the red, trying to hang on here. 1 HP in a dream. Here comes Rocha Babyface's Ice Punch, and it does knock out. Takes out the Diggersby. Game number 1 goes to Rocha Babyface.
That was such an incredible display of the Golisopod. We've seen it so many times with Shadow Claw before, and this time we see it with Fury Cutter. Fury Cutter is equally strong as Psywave that we saw from Malamar in the previous meta, and it is such a strong addition on Golisopod.
Yeah, and I love your comment there earlier, Martine, when you're talking about how that matchup versus Galarian Moltres is totally shifted. With Shadow Claw, you're right, it's going to be resisting all of those fast attacks, and it's not going to be put in a range where you can simply fast attack down. But just like you said, you land one of those Aqua Jets, and then the matchup is yours. You're able to dictate switch at that point and put yourself in a very advantageous situation.
I've experienced this myself, but then it's the Galarian Moltres. I was not happy when the Galarian Moltres got Fury Cutter down immediately. So I like that heads-up play from Telegraph Train. He might have some of that practice in with the Galarian Moltres, knowing that you don't want to stay in too long versus the Golisopod. Even though you are a flying type, this bug type Golisopod is no joke.
Well, we saw a lot of extended matchups in that game number 1. Diggersby versus Dusclops, Dusclops versus Diggersby. A lot of extended matchups, but I think it was the Golisopod that was the game definer. Don't forget the great play we saw from Telegraph Train with a cheeky little swap,
like that,
knocking out the Golisopod, diminishing its value. But at the end of the day, the Dusclops on the side of Rocha Babyface able to get to those final 2 Ice Punches, take out the Diggersby, and secure game number 1.
Ice Punch was such valuable coverage in the Might and Mastery meta already, and now it is even more valuable with all the Diggersby around. I initially thought that maybe Fire Punch might be the way to go because Fortress also has been buffed with that Bug Bite, but we don't see as much Bug Bite users at all. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think Bug Bite, I mean, it similarly was buffed to Fury Cutter. It's doing more damage now. It's a Dragon Breath clone. I think realistically, as far as access goes, the only Pokemon that we're really seeing that on might be Fortress. We haven't seen any so far this tournament. All right, well, we're going to have to cut off a little short here, Inadequates, because we are moving into game number 2. It's a Battle of the Ghosts here. Dusclops versus Dusclops. 3-turn charge attacks, or sorry, 3-turn fast attacks, so a lot of opportunities to try and catch a charge attack here.
Ooh, we get the charge attack priority though, and it looks like Telegraph Train wins the charge attack priority, so that means that if he wants, he could dictate the switch advantage in this matchup here.
Yeah, I think charge attack priority is really who wins this matchup here, and sometimes when you're the one who wins the lead, it puts you in a great position. So let's see how these trainers want to adapt here. Knowing that you lose charge attack priority, it's a very easy swap out, but instead, Telegraph Train opts to not throw his charge attack. This would be very close to knocking out, so he does use his Protect Shield.
Yeah, he wants the switch advantage. Perhaps Telegraph Train predicted that Rocha Babyface would try to switch out, knowing that he would win charge stack priority.
Right.
Another Shadow Punch coming through. I think this will barely knock out the Dusclops from Rocha Babyface. It doesn't hang on, and now you have to deal with this. But I believe that both Pokemon from Rocha Babyface have resisted fast attacks here, because you have Bug here, and I believe it's an Acid Cradily, so that's also resisted on the Ghost type of Dusclops.
Yeah, it's going to force Rocha Babyface to not really be able to overfarm that much. He can't just fast attack down. He's going to have to unleash energy into this Dusclops. So Dusclops is getting a lot of value. Not only was it able to win the lead matchup, you can see he's now actually gotten a Protect Shield back as well, putting him in a very advantageous position. And with how fast you pace to these charge attacks, you can't overfarm that much.
We saw the attempt to catch there, but it looks like Rocha Babyface went with perfect timing there. Telegraph Train unable to catch. Dusclops goes down after putting in so much work into the team from Rocha Babyface. And what do you bring in now? Both Galarian Moltres, Shiny, and Diggersby don't like to take the energy. But I think Moltres has way more fast attack pressure.
Well, look at this Cordillon in the back as well, Martine, because it has access to Rock Tomb, super effective into the Galarian Moltres, as well as Grass Knot, super effective into the Diggersby. So even if you're not able to get that much value out of your Golisopod, which we do pull the final Protect Shield, I think this Cordillon has insane sweep potential here. But we could see a catch from Telegraph Train.
We do, but it's not going to help you, because Diggersby doesn't want to see this either. Rocha Babyface doesn't know the backline just yet, but he does put up the protection here, and that is the bravest of birds. It's shielded.
Yeah, huge shield there, shielding what would certainly be the hardest hitting attack. Telegraph Train trying to catch a Rock Tomb there, which would have been resisted, but no, good discipline, good patience by Rocha Babyface. Has the super effective Grass Knot ready to go. No real fast attack pressure here anymore, though. This, oh wait, yeah, this is Acid, not Bullet Seed.
It is, but look, there is no fast attack pressure from both sides. However, Cradily takes resisted damage from Quick Attack, meaning that Telegraph Train needs to land 2 Scorching Sands here to knock out this Cradily. It is a really strong core breaker, as you pointed out.
Okay, well, I think you're going to need a Grass Knot for the Diggersby, and then also, I don't know if one Rock Tomb is going to knock out this Galarian Moltres. I don't think we saw a debuff from that Scorching Sands. Keep an eye on the switch clock, though, for Rocha Babyface as well. He will have an opportunity for some finesse play. Let's see how much energy that the Galarian Moltres has. It doesn't have enough energy. Rocha Babyface already at the Rock Tomb here, and this is going to threaten to knock out.
This Rock Tomb is going to seal the deal, and Bubbles, Rocha Babyface takes game number 2. He moves on to win it round 4 at the NAIC.
A clean sweep for Rocha Babyface. He is looking very strong, trying to regain some of that momentum that he had at the end of last competitive season as well. Don't forget, he did place top 32 here at NAIC last year, followed up by a top 8 at Worlds. So it's almost like end of season for him is when he really starts to hit his stride.
And it's just the exact perfect moment to get in shape, because in 2 months from now, we have the World Championship. So it's like, if you can do well here, that's a really good practice, because it's going to be the same meta.
Exactly, and I think what's so interesting is that for a lot of these trainers, this is going to be their only official tournament where they're going to be able to practice. Of course, there's practice tournaments offline and things like that, but this is going to be the best of the best, coming from all regions. The closest thing you're going to have to Worlds is right here, right now.
And don't forget about Telegraph Train. He's not out just yet, as this was in the winner's side of the bracket. That means now that he will continue on the loose side of the bracket. And he has performed quite well there in previous tournaments, so definitely not out just yet. And Rocha Babyface from Mexico will be moving further.
Don't forget, last year at NAIC, the LATAM representation, they were actually knocking right on the door to try and win that championship. It was OutOfPoket defending home turf. I think the top 4, I think 3 were from LATAM, so...
it was Ash Nash and Linda's trainer Steiner, from what I can remember.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Well, we're looking back at this game number 2. Cradily was the name of the game. They're able to get the super effective Grass Knots and then finally seal the deal with the Rock Tomb as well, burying that Galarian Moltres.
I think Cradily can be kind of a scary Pokemon to bring when there's a Shadow Scissor on the opposing team, but he brought it anyway. I think that's really good recognition from Rocha Babyface, knowing that if my opponent isn't bringing that Shadow Scissor, it might be tough for them to bring. My Cradily could really put in work against that Diggersby and Moltres core.
Well, I think what's so interesting is kind of how it operates now, specifically with its fast attack. It is a rock and a grass type Pokemon. Previously, you were dominating a lot of the water ground types because of your double super effective Bullet Seed, but now when you're going into those ground types like Diggersby, like Swampert, it's actually resisted fast attack pressure. Not that it's known for its fast attack pressure to begin with, but it gives it a little bit of a different dynamic, now being stronger into some of those like Talonflame and Typhlosion, but less strong into the grounds.
I'm not gonna lie, Jim, it kind of hurts when you have a Cradley with the Fast Attack Bullet Seed, and you're supposed to have a good match with Talonflame, but you do no Fast Attack Pressure, so when they switch out, they're like full health, and now with Acid, at least you deal good damage. What do you think the impact is going to be with the Fast Attack Acid on Cradley in this meta?
I always like to compare fast attacks to some other fast attacks in the game, what their clone is. It is a Shadow Claw clone, which is generally perceived as a very strong fast attack. And I like 2-turn fast attacks a lot as well. It allows you to time your charged attacks pretty easily, all things considered. So I think it does give a different element of the game to the Cradilly, where before you solely had to rely on those charged attacks or hope that you're facing one of those mud boys. Now I think it has a lot more flexibility in play.
And don't forget that it has access to Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is one of the best charge attacks in the game currently. Being very efficient, Rock type is a great offensive typing, plus always dropping the attack of the opponent, either forcing like a shield, dealing heavy damage, or forcing the opponent to switch out, which I think is a huge asset to your team.
But the thing we have to keep in mind is that which types got buffed most recently? Steel and Bug. What does Cradilly not want to see? Bug and Steel types. So I think that there's certainly a lot of risk to the Pokemon still, but like you mentioned, with the new element of its fast attack pressure, plus just the strength of Rock Tomb, certainly still has a lot of play here in the Delightful Days meta.
Right, and Roger Babyface was not the only international competitor that we have here. Our next match coming up soon will be EU Outland versus General Pizza Man. That's going to be a fantastic match. I think you can guess where EU Outland is from.
You know, EU, I'm trying to think. What could that possibly stand for in Adequance?
I think it's Europe.
All right, well, I'm going to have to cut you off there. We're actually going to take it over to the stage because we have an interview with Tuo Butters. He's going to be chatting with Rocha Babyface.
Thank you so much, Jim. I am here with Rocha Babyface, who is now 3-0 at NAIC. How are you feeling so far?
Honestly, pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay, I got a question from your 7-Eleven gaming teammate. He said, why the Charmander today?
Because I'm sorry for everybody, but I forgot my Wiggly, my Jiggly. So she's back at home, but she's taken care of.
Oh, okay. So the fill-in is the Charmander. Okay, I got you. Last season, you got 17th, I believe, at NAIC, and then you got 7th at the World Championships. How do you keep finishing these seasons so strong?
Honestly, I always go to Iomero for the team, so big thanks for that. And just play the game, know the mechanics, do the stuff.
Is there anything that feels different now? Because in the past, the metas were kind of the same towards the end, but now it's just a wild new meta. Does it feel different this time?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, knowing the damages that stuff do, the attacks, the fast attack, charge attack, it's really different, and you really got to know those to not shield or shield in case of.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again to Rocha Babyface. We hope you continue your success. Let's get back over the gym and Inadequates.
All right, thank you, Butters. You know, very, very exciting stuff that we saw with Rocha Babyface, but one of the things that he mentioned in that interview that I think is just worth discussing is just the idea of these social circles that we see developing within Pokemon Go. Obviously, a lot of trainers within that LATAM scene, specifically in Mexico as well, that communicate a lot, and he mentioned Iomero. Iomero, actually the creator of this team that many trainers all within their same team are running here this weekend.
There's one thing you haven't mentioned.
What's that?
You also mentioned Wigglytuff.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think of Wigglytuff? I think it has a lot of play. It feels so safe when there's no fire type or shadow scissor around, don't you think?
Sometimes it's the missing piece. You can maybe say it's the icing on the cake for some teams in Adequates.
Right, and it would pair so well with Giratina Origins, something I had on my cast prediction.
Yeah, potential core that maybe one day we'll see.
One day maybe it will be successful. As we talked about earlier, our next match will be against some international competition in EU Outland versus General Pizza Man. And Outland has competed in many championships before, even has a 4th place medal that he reached with a Dragapult before. This time, he's not going as spicy, but he does have the non-Shadow Scissor. We're used to seeing Shadow. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think it's a little surprising. I think that in general, you're looking for a lot of that buffed bullet punch, fast attack pressure, and without that 20% damage boost, I think it's going to be a little bit less effective. I don't think that so much the fragility is minimized by having the non-Shadow variant, so I would probably prefer to see the Shadow variant, but it does give it a little bit more bulk, and there might be some situations where you survive two incinerates instead of one.
Yeah, it's double super effective, does a lot of damage. Scissor does not like to see those. General Pizza Man used to bring some spice to the tournaments. In fact, one of the Pokemon he's used the most commonly is Greedent. It's not on his team this time, but he does like some off-meta here. Looks like this time he went for some secure matchups. Perhaps needs to secure some of those championship points this time.
Well, while we may not have a Greedent, we do have a bulky normal type, and that is going to be the Diggersby. And one thing I was going to mention, Martine, is that I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Diggersby. Of course, it was #1 in our top 12, but I think Diggersby is going to match up a lot against Pokemon like Dusclops. So many trainers are, in many cases, just trying to get into those long extended matchups simply for the sake of, adding in some unknowns, right? Your switch clock comes up after 50 seconds, so if you can just swap in your Diggersby into a Dusclops, you know it's not going to get knocked out. You can take 50 seconds to figure things out what you want to do for the end.
Scorching Sense debuffs, perhaps.
Yeah.
30% chance to drop the attack, make it even longer.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, these trainers are still getting ready, still locking in here. I think one of the Pokemon that we haven't seen too much, but we've talked about a ton, is the Dedenne. Don't forget, we did see a buff to the Parabolic Charge, and like you mentioned earlier in our intro, 5 Thunder Shocks to a guaranteed defense buff. While it's not the most bulky Pokemon on paper, talk to us about the idea of artificial bulk.
Well, it's looking really good as long as you have Protect Shields, because the more Protect Shields you can invest and more Parabolic Charges you go into, the more damage this Dedenne will be able to take. And that could really be a problem if your opponent doesn't have a ground-type Pokemon to wall the energy from the Dedenne. And that's why we see so many Diggersby. We don't see a Diggersby on the team of Auden, though. We see Shadow Quagsire, a pretty unique pick, but it was in the top 12 of the meta. It looks like that both trainers are ready for Winners Round 3. Group B, it is the Shadow Quagsire from Auden. We see it into the Shadow Annihilate.
All right, well, the Shadow Quagsire will have a bit of a pacing advantage into the Shadow Annihilate. We really don't see too many Shadow Annihilates. A lot of the fighters in general have been pushed out of the meta, especially with some of these strong Fairy and Ghost types that we've been seeing recently.
I think switch advantage might be pretty important here. And General Pizza Man puts with the protection immediately. He says immediately, I want switch advantage here, because Annihilate is so oppressive. Rage Fist boosts the attack every time it's being used, and counter does do a lot of fast attack damage. Can the Quagsire hang on? Can it get to another charge tank? Yes, it barely gets to the Aqua Tail.
That is a huge hanging on there. It gets to the second Aqua Tail. This may force a second Protect Shield. I think that the Annihilate will be able to hang on. Yes, it does. You've now ensured that you have switch advantage, and what that's going to translate to likely is going to be that Dedenne versus that Mandibuzz.
And that's exactly what you wanted to have. That is an Air/Mandibuzz. It has super effective fast attack damage into this Annihilate, making it a good matchup, even though the Annihilate hardly has any HP left. But now you can align your Dedenne here as General Pizza Man. However, with a shield advantage, this Greatly from EU Auden looks pretty good, actually, and he swaps immediately.
Yeah, you don't want to hang around. One of the 2 types that you take super effective damage from, yes, ground, but also from poison as well. Immediate swap out, and with this energy advantage, Uden now has a Rock Tomb before General Pizza Man does, and I think you're going to have no problem hanging on versus 2 Rock Tombs now.
But at what point do you use your Protect Shield? I think you want to retain some health on your own Cradily as Uden. However, if you use your Protect Shield, you might leave yourself open for a player from the Dedenne later on, and there goes up the first protection from Auden.
No, I like this a lot. All right, so we do see guaranteed attack drops here, and this is 2-turn versus 2-turn, so there's no charge attack timing. Throws the Grass Knot here, which is a little bit perplexing to me.
It does a little bit more damage, but it doesn't knock out just yet. I think that Auden is hoping to get the acid down here, and I think perhaps you might be able to get the acid down before this opposing Cradily might get to another charge stack. In fact, if you can get the acid down, you're in a pretty good spot into the opposing Dedenne. And you cannot use the Protect Shield, because the Dedenne might land the player otherwise.
Okay, and actually just opts to throw energy. I would have liked to probably see the Rock Tomb here, knowing that they're going to be the same energy cost, in case there is a Protect Shield, just so that you're doing a little bit less damage. But you now have knocked out the second Pokemon for General Pizza Man. The one thing that you have going for you now as Cradily is that you can permanently debuff this Dedenne, but it's going to be permanently increasing its defense for the rest of the game as well.
Because, oh, no shoots the Parabolic Charge. Greatly is the only thing that can save you at this point from the Dedenne, but I think that Auden knows that won't knock out just yet. Give me the protection for the Mandibuzz. But Mandibuzz only has resisted damage into the Dedenne.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how much fast attack pressure you can still squeeze out. We're going to have to find out later, because in comes the Mandibuzz now, not at a charge attack just yet, but General Pizza Man has already buffed his defense once. He's going to be buffing his defense again. How is this Mandibuzz going to knock out the Dedenne?
Well, we'll have to see if it can. Foul play is being thrown now. It's more efficient than the Aerial Ace, but both are resisted, as the Dedenne is both the electric and fairy typing here. That does nothing!
I don't know that I've ever seen a charge attack single resisted do less damage than that. We're now going to be triple. Oh no, does not throw the charge attack just yet. Second foul play coming through. We're going to see the exact same damage from this foul play. I think you need 4 more at this range to knock out.
General Pizza Man might need to be a little bit cautious here, but I think this is the correct play. If he went for a play of immediately, there may have been a scenario where the Krayley could get like an acid down, although with the parabolic buffs, perhaps not so much. This Mandibuzz is trying to get to another charge stack. Auden is trying to do something with the Krayley, but Krayley doesn't have enough health to hang on here.
Well, we are now fully maxed out on +4 defense for this Dedenne. It doesn't get any bulkier than this. I think even if a foul play is reached, it's not going to be enough to knock out.
No way.
Yeah, Dedenne has no problem getting the Thunder Shock down, and we're going to see General Pizza Man taking game number 1 here in Winners Round 3.
The little mouse-like Pokemon really put on a show there. As soon as General Pizza Man saw that Quagsire in the lead, he knew. As long as Quagsire's out of the way, my Dedenne is going to town through a small hole somewhere.
Well, what was really interesting there is that we saw 2 answers to the Dedenne. There's the Quagsire as well as the Credily. And still, it was able to just sweep the teams.
Well, you just get switch advantage, because that is what General Pizza Man really went for with that Annihilate. Jim, this is one of my favorite strategies. Win leads, alignments in the back.
Yes.
In the community, we call this RPS, kind of rock, paper, scissors. We get those good matchups in the back. And here we see that Quagsire just barely not being able to...
That was the win lead right there.
That was the win lead.
That was the win lead, and then you have the RPS backline, just like you're saying, Martine. It makes a lot of sense.
My favorite.
Very effective strategy as well. Because like you said, when you have a Pokemon that is as decisive matchups as Dedenne has, you really need alignment there. And when you're able to force alignment with a Pokemon like Annihilate, it takes a very threatening matchup, and you're able to ensure that you get the matchup that you want. And I mean, the rest is history. We just saw how buffed that Dedenne was able to get, and I think it's especially when you're in those matchups versus that are very strong, like a Mandibuzz, or something where you can not taking a lot of fast attack pressure in general, then you can really take advantage of those defense increases.
And General Pizza Man just really took advantage of the Annihilate as well. If you look at the team of Auden, the only thing he has for that Annihilate is the Mandibuzz. So I think as General Pizza Man, you can kind of always predict the Mandibuzz coming out, and that makes the Dedenne so much easier to use. But it might get a little bit nasty, like the Mandibuzz gets on the Annihilate, the Dedenne, or the Dedenne on the Mandibuzz, the Quagsire on the Dedenne. Those are very polarizing matchups, and I think as Auden, you might want to adapt by finding some more neutral matchups here.
Yeah, no, I love that call out, and I want to emphasize it even more. If you're leading Annihilate, and then you have something like a Dedenne in the back where you know it has good matchups and bad matchups, the only thing that you can't two-shield through as that Annihilate would be the Mandibuzz. So if you just bring Annihilate and then 2 Mandibuzz answers, it seems like a really good
solid
formula.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be pretty good at this.
Yeah, I think I could do okay.
Yeah?
You never know. We'll see one day, maybe.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Both trainers still thinking it through here. Auden making some notes. Of course, trying to read the way your opponent played and see if they do it again. That's always like a mind game, right? You'll never know if your opponent is like, okay, you know what? Solid strategy. Let's do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just run it back. These trainers are still locking in at this point, and I think that overall, I think that Annihilate just does look so strong. Even if you're running it in the back, it can be a punish. But what I think is so strong about it is the fact that it does have Rage Fist, and if you're in the lead, it ensures that you're never going to be behind in energy. You can still pace relatively quickly to those Rage Fists in 12 turns. So while something like a Primeape does out-spam it, the more that you're boosting those counters, and especially due to the fact that it is a Shadow Annihilate, there's a lot of situations where you can just, hey, tap your shields, keep countering until you get the alignment that you want.
Hey, Jim, question.
Yes.
My Annihilate doesn't have Rage Fist. How do I get this?
Well, it's going to be a Community Day move. It's going to be an exclusive move that you have to evolve within certain windows, or you can use an Elite Charge TM in Eloquence.
And where do I get that, actually?
Well, one way that you can get it here is by watching the NAIC broadcast. Make sure that you guys tune in and actually link your accounts as well. Very important step, because you can get not only a Mandibuzz that we're seeing from Auden's team, but also an Elite Charge TM as well to maybe get Rage Fist on your Shadow Annihilate.
How fortunate, because I currently am watching the stream, and I'm having a great time here. Hopefully, in 30 minutes, I can get Rage Fist on my Annihilate and hopefully win an NAIC someday.
Not only are you a very talented commentator here within the broadcast, but a very talented chatter in the Twitch stream as well.
Yes.
We see you there very regularly.
Yeah, I've been around. I've seen many of these streams, and it's kind of enjoyable to see how players adapt here, right? It looks like, let's take a look at the teams again here, as both trainers still looking it through. Shadow Quagsire. how do you think that looks into this team? We saw Acid Cradley. Is that an answer?
Well, it's interesting because I think the Shadow Quagsire, like we were talking about, even if it gets matched up versus the grass type, the Cradilli there, it is taking resisted fast attack damage. So it does have a lot of flexible play. But I just think the one thing that it lacks is fast attack pressure in general. Despite the buff to Mudshot from its damage, there's really nothing that you're going to be doing significant fast attack pressure into, with the exception of that Dedenne.
Do you think that there's a world? Let's say you are the Quagsire into Cradley, and for some reason you play out that lead. If you call all the Rock Tomb baits, is there a world where you win as Quagsire?
If you're investing to protect shields, probably not, but maybe you can tell me better. What do you think?
I think that it might be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Of course, completely resisted damage, but the Cradley keeps debuffing you. And calling baits can really be so important in many of the matchups. We're probably going to see it a couple times where we are going to be astonished by some of these bait calls from the trainers.
Well, I think a lot of trainers in general, they're very eager to get status effect buffs and debuffs, right? In many situations where, it could be a super effective move or it could be a resisted debuffing move. I think that more often than not, people are saying, well, you've got protect shields. I'm going to throw that debuffing move because I think you're going to shield and it's going to put me in a more advantageous situation. But where we see some of those trainers making those bold calls is when they know shield what very likely could one-hit knock them out, but instead they call resisted damage and put themselves in a great situation.
All right, looks like Auden had to figure out real quick how the phone worked again. He's getting ready to get into that next match very shortly, so no worries, our matches will still go on. General Pizzaman 1-0 up currently with that Shadow Annihilate, and I'm curious to see if he's going to bring it again or adapt the strategy. Perhaps you want to bring it like in the back.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think you absolutely bring that core of Shadow Annihilate and the Dedenne. I think the question for me is what's going to be the third Pokemon from General Pizzaman?
Right, we saw the Cradley earlier, but what do you think of the Jellicent? Is that like one of your favorite Pokemon?
Jellicent it's a Pokemon that drives a lot of people crazy, especially when it's running the Bubble Beam. Exactly, Bubble Beam. We're not seeing too much of it lately, but I actually had someone tell me that they were so passionate about it, they despise it. They despise it, that's what they said. Because it's, again, one of those situations where you have your hard-hitting Shadow Ball that a lot of trainers want to shield, but then if you're running Bubble Beam and you get hit with it when you're using a Protect Shield, it's one of the most demoralizing feelings that you can have as a trainer.
That may have been my pal Crimson K19. He's also competed at many of these tournaments. At the last NAIC, actually, I remember him competing against one of the trainers we saw earlier, Triptando. So, yeah, Jellicent, interesting Pokemon. Runs Surf now instead of Bubble Beam, and Surf is just really valuable to tackle the many Digger Speed that we have in the current meta.
Yeah, and don't forget, not just before, but a little bit before, we did have a buff to Hex as well, which I think has brought Jellicent back into the scene. But I think that we have to look at whenever there's a meta shift, who are the direct beneficiaries that maybe have a move that's buffed, like a Scizor getting Bullet Punch damage increase, and then who are the indirect beneficiaries? And I think that when we look at indirect beneficiaries, Jellicent is certainly one of those beneficiaries of the meta shift.
Right. So earlier I mentioned Fortress, right? I thought it was going to be the meta because Bug type and Bug Bite, it always becomes stronger.
Yeah.
I feel like that currently the way to deal with this meta is to actually tackle those bugs instead. Like, yes, Fortress has benefited from that buff, but not really. If everyone's countering it, it's not really that great.
So you almost want to have Volt Switch again when you're going up against that Jellicent. All right, well, guys, we are locking in here. A little bit of an extended pause there, but we are moving into game number 2. Keep in mind, General Pizzaman up 1-0 currently. We talked about the lack of fast attack pressure for the Shadow Quagsire. These are going to be double resisted mud shots into the Mandibuzz.
And this is, again, a similar strategy from General Pizzaman. If he wins the lead, he could get the perfect alignment in the back. It looks like EU Auden went with some sort of a core breaker or neutral Pokemon into that core with the Shadow Scissor in the back.
Well, you need Protect Shields for the Annihilate. That's the one thing we need to keep in mind. If you want to try and win lead here as the Shadow Quagsire, you may need to shield one of these foul plays. I don't think General Pizzaman is going to probably shield his Mandibuzz, but second Stone Edge does knock out. We're taking a look at the pacing here and actually just goes straight for the Aqua Tail. What does General Pizzaman want to do here?
I think that Auden could have reached the Stone Edge here. This Aqua Tail won't knock out just yet, and Aries wouldn't have knocked out either, but now you have the foul play. Actually, does this knock out? This might get really close.
I think it's gonna knock out or put it in range where the next Snarl is gonna knock out. Doesn't knock out. Do you have the charge attack loaded? No, and you do not hang on versus the Air Slash. Let me correct myself there. and General Pizza Man once again wins lead here, and he's now good. Oh, but he swaps!
Oh, but the swap, and this actually changes the entire game.
Changes everything.
He won the lead, but then he switched out, so now he doesn't have the switch in the back, and then Air Slash is going through on this Annihilate. It does have Ice Punch, which is super effective, but Mandibuzz, well, we saw it earlier from General Pizza Man, it is relatively bulky. It can hang on here.
General Pizza Man is certainly eager to try and get his Annihilate onto the field, but it is met by this Mandibuzz. Super effective Air Slashes, super effective Aerial Aces as well. You've been able to get some decent chip damage into the Mandibuzz with that Ice Punch, but you're just going to get Air Slash down if you stay in. It's now all on the Dedenne.
I see what he's cooking. It's not a pizza, it's a win, because he's going to get so much energy on this Dedenne, and Scissor doesn't have a lot of bulk, so Dedenne is going to have a field day here.
Yeah, I don't think this the Scissor's going to enjoy any pizza whatsoever here. I think it is going to be absolutely devastated by all of this. Oh, we see a shield. Okay, we
did see that one coming.
Okay, look, you got to get a parabolic charge first. You shield everything until you get your parabolic charge off.
I think that General Pizza Man tried to throw this into the Mandibuzz, but looks like, unfortunately for Auto, now he's taking that energy. Well, he shielded that, but regardless, I definitely think he would have liked out on the Mandibuzz there. Going for the resisted nice, and we see the second resisted Dark Attack being shielded.
This is a strategy as old as time. Whenever you're buffing your defense, shield the first 2 protect shields, the first 2 charge attacks, resisted or not. You want to make sure that you're not taking any charge attack damage until you've sufficiently boosted your defense.
General Pizza Man looking in a great position here. Will outpace the parabolic charge, goes for the parabolic charge. Maybe the non-Shadow Scissor might barely hang on here, but we still see the Mandibuzz as well in the back. No, it doesn't hang on. Mandibuzz comes in, but it won't hang on, and the Dedenne takes another game. General Pizza Man, 2-0.
2-0 sweep there for General Pizza Man, just like you said, and yet again, it is going to be the Dedenne sweep. That has been the story so far this matchup, and yeah, when you're boosting your defense 4 times, 3 times, it becomes so challenging for any Pokemon to wipe it off the field. You really have to have maybe a Mud Slapper or maybe that Credilli doing super effective acid damage if you're going to have any chance of taking it off the field once it's been buffed that many times.
The Pokemon that really stood out to me though, even though it wasn't as successful in game number 2, Shadow Annihilate. It just makes it so tough. In this case, Auden didn't have a Diggersby, but I feel like Shadow Annihilate plus Dedenne might be a really strong core.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the Pokemon, at least from this last match, that we're countering that Shadow Annihilate like the Mandibuzz, what's the perfect answer to it? It's that Dedenne. So as long as you're getting alignment or maybe an energy advantage to start ramping up your defense, it just proved to be a very effective strategy there for General Pizza Man.
And another pivotal moment in this game as we see this Mandibuzz barely get to that foul play. Right before this, Auden went for the Aqua Tail instead of the Stone Edge that would have knocked out the Mandibuzz, and in that case you wouldn't have to struggle with the switch fence at all because you would have it.
Yeah, essentially that Aqua Tail does nothing because you cannot farm down with those mud shots. So, you know, whether you're at 35% HP or 5% HP, that Aqua Tail is just not going to do it there, or those mud shots are not going to do it. You have to land a Stone Edge or go for 2 Aqua Tails. That did not work out though for Uden there.
Right, and we saw also the regular Scissor, not the Shadow.
It did not hang on versus the charge attack.
Did not hang on. I thought maybe it had a little bit more bulk, but unfortunately, if you have a Shadow Scissor and it has Frustration, you'll need to wait for a Team Go Rocket event to get Frustration out of the way. No more Frustration, and then you have 2 charge attacks that are very usable.
That's right. What's interesting though is that with Night Slash and Trailblaze, there's a lot of Pokemon that actually resist both of those typings. One of the ones that we saw recently was the Galarian Moltres and the Mandibuzz as well, right? So if you're running into any of those dark flying type Pokemon, while yes, your bullet punches are still going to do a lot and you can boost your attack, you're really having to rely on bullet punches. But I think that is the strength of the Pokemon.
Well, let's talk about Bullet Punch, because it has been buffed this season.
That's right.
And one of the Pokemon to profit most of it is Scissor. There's also Metagross. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that. But Scissor paces really quickly. The only thing that really holds it back, I think, is that lack of bulk. Because the typing is also kind of extraordinarily.
Yeah.
If you compare it to like Drapion, only 1 weakness can make such a Pokemon really good.
Yeah, I think where it struggles a little bit too is when it's going to be matched up versus something like that has neutral fast attack pressure, a Mud Slapper or a counter user. While those bullet punches definitely add up, due to its lack of bulk, it's sometimes just going to get fast attack down versus an Annihilate versus a Gastrodon, things like that.
And there's just so much coming up, right? Not just those buffs, but also what else do we have for June here? Let's take a look at all these legendary Pokemon and the Shadow Race that we have here. How good are you with Dynamax battles?
You know what? I've been getting a lot better since they opened up remote raids. Yeah, no, it's a great opportunity because you
I saw you in the lobby the other time.
Yeah, I think you invited me. Yeah, thank you again for that. But it's been great, right? Especially when we have like Go Fest going on, right? Don't forget that Inteleon, Gigantamax, that's going to be a super cool one. And with these Gigantamax raids specifically, guaranteed rare, XL rare candy, which is going to be great for a lot of Pokemon like Diggersby, for instance.
Absolutely. So you can also get those, of course, from the 5-star raids, Mega Raids. And for those who also need some charge attacks, Mega Raids give guaranteed charge TMs. Important, for me especially.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we want to go back to General Pizza Man. We saw some interesting strategies there, a lot of success from the Den. We're going to kick it over to the stage with Softov standing by with General Pizza Man.
Thanks so much, Wholesome. I'm here on the floor with General Pizza Man, who just took a very commanding victory in that round. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Like I was telling some people earlier, it's finally broke my streak of losing on stream. It's the first time I've won in the three tries I've gotten, so it feels pretty good.
I really liked the aggressive play that you had with the Annihilate. Can you tell me about maybe why you brought it to this tournament and maybe to that matchup?
Before this tournament, before like last minute, I was really enjoying Shadow Typhlosion. It was a bit clunky with the Incinerate, so I had to find something a bit different. So I looked at some teams, and normal Annihilate wasn't good enough, so I was like, maybe Shadow enough has enough damage, and I don't have a Shadow Primate, so we do with what we got.
Yeah, sometimes what you have is totally good enough. Do you have any goals for this tournament in terms of how far you want to go or any championship point thresholds that you're trying to hit?
We're here to have fun. You know, last year we were rushing and trying to qualify for Worlds, and we just made it. So we got to enjoy it out there, have a good time, and, you know, see a lot of friends. This time we're just back and having fun with a lot of friends today. I can see a couple of them, and, you know, we're just going to see how far we can go.
I love that mindset. I've heard people take entire championships with the mindset of having fun. And then before we let you go, is there anyone you want to thank or shout out?
Just my community out there in Lexington, just like the BTW podcast and friends from there, my teammates for Frontier, you know, just everybody who traveled with me and enjoy the time. So we make all these trips together, so it's good to have fun while we do it.
All right, that's great to hear. Well, we'll look forward to seeing the rest of your tournament run. And in the meantime, let's kick it back to the casters for some more great matches.
I love it when we all come here to celebrate Pokemon with our friends. And he also celebrated that with a Squirtle plushie. He didn't bring the ingredient this time, but he brought a plushie.
I liked it a lot. Yeah, it had that little headband going as well. That was just a great sight to see. But I think really the story for a lot of these trainers is they are here to have fun. Just like Soph said, I think that if you're having fun, everything kind of else is irrelevant. But we've seen trainers that, hey, I'm just here to have fun. I don't have any specific goals. I don't need top 4, top 16. And then they win the whole tournament.
Well, I can tell you that our next trainers are definitely having some goals here. We're going to have 2 content creators actually coming up very shortly. One of them being a player to watch as well. Batoman versus K-Pine. I'm super looking forward to both of these. We saw K-Pine earlier in Atlanta getting to top 16 there. An amazing performance. And Batoman's last performance was a top 2 in his home country in Sevilla. Fun fact, well, maybe not super fun for him, but it's a great achievement nonetheless. He also got 2nd place last season in Spain, in Barcelona.
Well, he's had some success in 1st place as well. Don't forget, he is our EUIC champion. And don't forget as well to make sure you're getting those Twitch drops. You get his Mandibuzz from that tournament in addition to a charge.
There it is! It's the Mandibuzz!
That's the Mandibuzz. I believe it's that one right there.
It's that one right there.
Yeah, so make sure that you guys are connecting your accounts and getting those charge TM, elite charge TMs and that Mandibuzz. We're going to see it on display here in just a minute. But look, I have to talk about the Greninja here. I had an opportunity actually to speak with Potamon's EUC final opponent, Zweilous, and he mentioned that I think that's going to be the EU-specific pick in Adequance. I think a lot of people are feeling that Greninja has a lot of play into the likes of Jellicent, Dusclops, Diggersby. It's got a unique typing, and I think that the meta is very apt for it right now.
I'm not gonna lie, there are so many Pokemon to talk about here, but that Greninja specifically is going to be a pain.
It looks insane.
For K-Pine, because he has the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, a Fire-type Pokemon, Shadow Dusclops, a Ghost-type Pokemon, doesn't want to take anything of those Night Slashes. Feraligatr only deals resisted damage as well, and Diggersby takes super effective damage from Hydro Cannon. But the issue with Greninja is it has very little bulk, so even resisted damage might still really hurt it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you have 3 resisted damage between the Ember, the Hex, and the Shadow Claw, right? So that's good. And then the only super effective fast attack is going to be Fairy Wind, but that's not really the hardest hitting fast attack
And
in
Bullet
general.
Seed. This is actually a Bullet Seed.
This is a Bullet Seed
It's
one.
Bullet Seed.
Oh my gosh.
A revolution.
Revolution indeed. Yeah, new meta.
New meta. No asset here. One of our trainers has locked in already. The other one thinking it through just a little bit. I'm definitely expecting some Greninja action here. So if you're a Greninja fan, you're in for a show here.
Well, when you're team building around this Greninja, you have to have answers to the Tinkaton, right? So what are you going to be bringing on your team as a response to that Tinkaton if you're Patomon?
We're about to find out. Both trains locked in. Winners round 3, Group G. It is the Cradily from Patoman, and it's lined up into the Tinkaton. This is not where you want your Cradily, because everything you throw here is resisted.
Fast attack, charge attack, everything is resisted. I think we're going to see a quick swap out, but no. Maybe Patomon wants to build up a little bit of energy. You're not going to be taking any super effective damage, so you can probably tank one move. No, opts to instead throw right away the Rock Tomb.
I like this play from K-Pine to just go for the energy immediately. And we see the shield even from Patoman because he wants to debuff all the energy coming in after this. But K-Pine not going to put up a Protect Shield. And he probably knows there's got to be a Greninja on the back. And anything with a shield up probably does quite well into Greninja, even for Alligator.
Well, yeah, when you think about this, you realistically have 2 Pokemon weak to this Tinkaton as Patomon. Probably the last thing that he wanted to see in the league. So rather than maybe getting the Greninja lined up versus it later, just take the less bad matchup and have your Cradily into the Tinkaton here. And these Rock Tombs are starting to add up.
And Cradily is really not that bad. Just when you keep debuffing, as you point out, it's really not that bad. Especially after you shield the first attack, just keeps debuffing the attack here. At some point, this just becomes uncomfortable for the Tinkaton. And the energy, I feel like, is pretty valuable into the backline from K-Pine if Patoman is able to win this matchup right here.
Yeah, this Cradily works great as a stubborn trainer. Intent on hitting these Rock Tombs over and over again. You can see now with these double debuffs, 2 play roughs not enough to knock out, and now you're absolutely loaded on energy. Grass Knot, while still resisted, like you said, Inadequance does slightly more than the Rock Tomb.
Patoman said before, he didn't do any practice for this tournament, but it looks like he knows his matchups quite well. That Grass knocks out, in comes his own Cradily, going for an Acid and then a Rock Tomb, immediately debuffing here. But here, do you really want to get the Bullet Seed down on this Cradily? I think you kind of have to get out as Patoman here. He has 2 Pokemon weak to this Cradily.
This is a tough spot. He was ABA weak to the Tinkaton, and now his remaining 2 Pokemon both weak to the final Pokemon on K-Pine's side.
Do you use your last protection here? This is super effective, and looks like Patoman does no protections anymore in play for him. Now Gator comes in, is gonna have a great time here because this Marowak is now so prone to a Hydro Cannon.
You've got 2 Bone Clubs, but Hydro Cannon is loaded as well. No Protect Shields remaining for Patoman, and he's going to be able to win the Charge Attack priority if both of these trainers throw at the same time. And actually, no, goes for the Shadow Claw instead.
This Marowak still clubbing. It's not going home just yet. The party's not over. For Alligator putting up another Protect Shield, gathering more energy. I think K-Pine has to know at this point, I need to gather as much energy as possible so I can throw it later into the Greninja. That has to be in the back.
Yeah, I really love what he's doing there. He wanted to throw in the middle of a fast attack, so there's no catch potential. So he throws 5 Shadow Claws. It's going to be 10 turns versus the 12 turns for the Mud Slaps there on the Shadow Cancel Marowak. Patoman now relying on the no shield Greninja strategy. What do you think of that, Inadequance?
I'm not sure that's the way, but maybe he can figure it out. He is the UIC champion after all. There are no protections on both sides. Can you get the catch here? There's a catch attempt, but Patoman doesn't fall for it. Now he can build 2 charge attacks.
Hold on, he has 2 Hydro Cannons loaded. I think that he has 1 Hydro Cannon is enough to knock out this Cradily here, and then all that's remaining is a relatively low HP for Alligator. It is not a Shadow for Alligator. Well, he's going to quick swap out.
But I love this play because now you even get Acid Fast Attack pressure. Is this now in range of a Night Slash? Here comes Greninja.
The charged attack priority, the higher attack stat. 1 Night Slash. Is it going to be enough to knock out K-Bites for Alligator? Yes!
It goes down! Greninja takes game number 1!
He was down, but he was not out. The Zero Shield Greninja strategy, it was key, and it was able to take a 1-0 series lead for Patoman.
What a game there. Muy bien. I was surprised that K-Pine didn't go for the Hydro Cannon on the Marowak when it had energy, and then he had to expand his final shield.
I was a little surprised there as well. I think if you just have that charge attack priority there and then you retain that protect shield, it's not going to allow that Greninja to get... Like, imagine if you had that protect shield at the end when you launch that Night Slash. Then you just shield, you get your Hydro Cannon off, you knock out, you win the game.
Or you keep it for the Greatly, because that also has super effective damage into the Greninja. And honestly, Batman played this so extremely well. I felt like there was like no chance to come back from this tough team composition. He was, like you said, ABA weak into the Tinkaton and then was met with the Greatly as a core breaker in the back. Question.
Yes.
What is ABA actually? Like you keep saying these terms. Can you tell me what it is? Because I don't know.
Oh, not the Swedish pop band? No, okay, I'm sorry about that one. Yeah, no, ABA is going to refer to you have an A Pokemon that maybe shares a similar characteristic to another A Pokemon. They're going to have similarities. Your B Pokemon is going to be something that probably has a strength versus the Pokemon that the A Pokemon are weak to. So rather than having like an ABB type of strategy where you have maybe, that's what we were seeing very often from General Pizza Man, where he had that Annihilate that was weak to the Mandibuzz, and then two Bs, two Pokemon strong to that Mandibuzz. Instead, what we had is an ABA strategy where your two A Pokemon, one in the front, one in the back, are both weak to that Tinkaton, and you have to try and find a way for your B to get a line versus it.
And I'm just gonna say this right here, Olsen. I don't think Batman was honest when he said he had no practice. The way he played that matchup in the lead, Greatly versus Tinkaton, was near perfect. Coming out with enough energy to get to another Rock Tomb into the next Pokemon at low health is some superb play.
Yeah, I don't think he did that one on accident. I think he knew exactly what he was doing there, shielding that first play rough, knowing that it's very unlikely to see a Bulldoze there early in the matchup, then knowing that you can hang on versus two play roughs after that, win the matchup by throwing that Grass Knot at the end, and go into the next matchup with energy. Did everything right there, and he actually swapped out though.
He did.
Yeah.
He had to, because Greatly was otherwise getting too much energy and would unleash super effective damage all over the back line of Batman. Both trainers are locked in. We're getting into game number 2. We have the Scissor, Shadow Scissor from Batman into the Feraligatr from K-Pine.
All right, well, both of these trainers are going to be trying to rely a little bit on fast attack pressure, but for Patamon, these are resisted bullet punches. You can see they're doing nearly as much, though, as those Shadow Claws as well.
Bullet punch being very... Oh, that catch on the Greninja!
That was dirty.
That's resistant, but it's almost going to look like it's not, just because of Greninja's fragile nature. And at this point, I think as Batman, you just hope that there's no fire type in the back. This is exactly what Batman wants, though. He baits out the Greatly, so the Marowak in the back is free.
Yeah, and what I love, too, is that, okay, this is a normal Feraligatr, which the Shadow Kanto Marowak does struggle a little bit with, but after that chip damage from the Bullet Punch, I think that 2-shield Shadow Kanto Marowak has a ton of play into the rest of K-Pine's team.
Even though it is not a Shadow Feraligatr, it already took some damage and expended some energy. Rock Tomb coming through, taking out the Greninja. Now you come back in with the Scissor. You can expend your energy here. You can even go for a Trailblaze potentially. He doesn't though. Looks like Batman values the energy more because then he has Trailblazes for the Water type Feraligatr.
Yeah, I think that if you bring the Feraligatr back in, you're going to have to start using Protect Shields. You don't want to get hit by a Trailblaze, especially the second Trailblaze. If you bring in your Tinkaton here, you are doing 0 fast attack pressure, and you're just going to start throwing probably Trailblaze after Trailblaze, or just go for the Night Slash to fish for some of those double attack boosts.
Well, at least going into the Feraligatr here to take this damage. Interesting play. It really is going to come down on what K-Pine is predicting here.
There's the
First
shield back.
Shield, yeah, and then you're one of another one.
Yeah, and you're so far behind in energy as K-Pine. I think Patamon knows exactly how much energy this Feraligatr has in a charge attack priority. Patamon is just playing circles around K-Pine here in this middle matchup.
And it's still some energy remaining. This Scissor is not even far off. Another Night Slash with perfect counting from K-Pine, throwing right before that Night Slash. Batman, are you going to use your final protection here? Yes, he is. This Scissor is boosted.
He's not done here. Has the Night Slash ready to go. Protect Shields are down for K-Pine. You are, I think, double boosted at this point. Chance to be 4 times boosted. The only thing remaining is this Tinkaton.
And let's take a look at the expression of Batman. He sees the Tinkaton. He's nodding. He knows there's still this assist to come through. And look at how much the bullet punches are going to do. But we also have the Marowak in the back here. The Spaniard on the left is in a really good spot.
As my good friend Lyle Jeff says, get ready for the Shadow Kanto Marowak. These Mud slaps are absolutely devastating, and you only have a little bit that you need to do here.
I think at this point you were kind of hoping for the Mandibus as K-Pine, but it is the Shadow Marowak. It is here to club, and the next Mud Slap is likely going to knock out perhaps a hang on. Barely hangs on, but goes down with it. Batuman is moving on to winners round 4.
That's right. He is having a great tournament start here. In good matchups and bad matchups, it doesn't matter for him. He's figuring out a way to win, and for I think our 3rd consecutive match, we have a clean 2-0 sweep there, Martijn.
Wow, but the plays were just tremendous there.
Yeah.
I'm still flabbergasted kinda how he won that first game, and then the second game was just so clean.
Yeah.
That catch on the Greninja, beautiful. Baiting out the Cradley, it's like, I love to see a plan come together.
Well, I think that what really separates some of the really great trainers from the top trainers is the top trainers all the way up here is the ones that can not only win the games they're supposed to win, but find ways to win the games that they're never supposed to win, even if it's just 20% of the time. You see some of these trainers just pull out miracles out of a hat, seemingly. Pataman, no stranger to that.
I've seen K-Pine also pull out miracles in Atlanta, though, so he's not out just yet. He's going to the losers bracket, and perhaps we'll see more of him later.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some of our other featured trainers as well. We talked about all of our IC winners as some of our featured trainers earlier on the pre-show. Marto Galde for the LAIC. We had OutOfPoket, who wants to try and repeat and defend his title here, who won 2024 NAIC, but we just saw Patoman there, looking like he's in peak performance form after winning EOIC, using that Mandibuzz as well. We didn't see it.
It's the same Mandibuzz. You can get it.
It's the same Mandibuzz. You can get it by watching the Twitch broadcast.
Right, I'm curious to see where Pataman takes this. This is like, besides the World Championships, he never really competes outside of Europe. And now, with that travel award he got from winning the EUIC, he's made it here. His first time competition on North American soil.
Yeah, and I think that if we look at the progression of the Pokemon GO circuit, specifically for Play Pokemon, I think the travel awards have been so impactful for just building the community. I feel like previously, maybe 2-3 seasons ago, the communities mostly stayed within their regions. And now we're starting to see some of these big names at every major tournament here, just developing such a tight-knit community with some of the best trainers represented at every IC.
Especially from Australia, right? Because that is pretty far from most of us. And then you have that travel award or travel stipend to travel a little bit further to Europe, to the UIC, to the LAIC or the NAIC, and that's why we see trainers like Rick, Flareon, Avrip show up here as well. It's really helpful, I should say, to build the community.
I think Pokemon GO has always been a global game, but now that we've really dug our claws into the Play Pokemon circuit as well, it's great to see just the expansion of tournaments in the LATAM region. We're starting to see tournaments in South Africa as well. Trainers traveling from Australia in some cases to go to South Africa. That is no short journey.
It isn't. Well, I'm curious to hear more from Pataman to see how did he do this? What is this mastermind up to at the NAIC? We have Caleb ready for him. Take it away, Caleb.
All right, thank you, Martijn. And Jim, I'm here with Pataman, hot off his win here. 2-0 victory. Game 1 looked really tough too, but you found a way. How are you feeling after your wins?
I'm feeling good. I started with a bit of pressure because I don't know why I'm a bit more nervous than in USC, but I think just the first matchup, so I will recover.
Well, you're playing well. I can't tell you're nervous, at least on stage, and you are the reigning European champion. No one in the world has 2 international titles under the belt. You have a chance to not only be the first, but the first to also win 2 in one season. Is that your goal this weekend, or what are you looking forward to? Because I know you're already Worlds qualified. You're at the top of the European leaderboard as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have the travel award secured for Worlds, but of course I came here just to try to take the second international. I know it's difficult, but you know, let's try.
I mean, and you have a lot of meta picks on your team for sure, but you also have that Greninja. And I know a lot of people talked about how it looks pretty good in the meta, but I don't think I've seen a lot of people, brave enough to run it. And you did, though. And you're down 2 shields in that first game, bad alignment, but you still found a way. What made you decide to run that Greninja in this meta?
Actually, it might seem like troll, but I think it has a lot of play in the meta, and also it helped to the team coverage I needed, so it's all the thing.
Well, if you could win an international with the wall raid, I'm sure you could do it with the Greninja too. Any shout outs you'd like to give? Anything you'd like to say to your fans, family, or anyone else?
Yeah, I want to shout out my father, which is there looking at my matchups and always supporting me. Also my family, my friends, my girl, and every person that has been supporting me this time.
Well, shout out to all the family and friends here and also at home. I'm sure they're tuning in. I'm sure we'll see more of you on stage as well later on this weekend. So best of luck in your matches. And thank you all for tuning in for now. We got some highlights for you before we get to some more matches.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon GO. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/it'saxen or x.com/it'saxen as well.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon GO in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon GO. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon GO. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers. This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Inadequance displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form.
Inadequate says no, no, no!
While Yakai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory.
Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down.
Fans cheered as Marta Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves!
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing on Championship Sunday. The Hong Kong hero Yakai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequance. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yakai Skarmory caught Inadequance's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yakai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yakai made a thrilling swap into his Charjabug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequance's Poliwrath toppled Yakai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yakai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequance his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequance would send his Skarmory to face Yakai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina origin form against Lickitung, giving Yakai his decisive victory in the Grand Finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Yakai became our Pokemon Go World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
Welcome back to the 2025 North American International Championships for Pokemon Go. We have such a great event here in New Orleans with literally thousands of Pokemon trainers from all around the world gathering here to celebrate a great weekend of Pokemon. My name is Sophtoph, and I'm here joined by Caleb Pang.
Yeah, it's already a great weekend so far. We had so many hype matches already. Just on the broadcast right before this is the reigning European International Champion, and he's going to continue moving forward the bracket. But there's so many big names throughout, and we've seen a lot of upsets too. I'm not going to name all of them too, but if you're following along the bracket, there's some big names that have been knocked down to a loose bracket already, and looks like other players are trying to make a name for themselves here at the biggest international in North America.
And there's still a ton of great matches to be played on stream as well as on the tables. A lot of great players from all around the world, and we're starting to slowly inch our way towards some of these winners finals in the earlier groups.
That's right, and we have an exciting matchup coming up to you. Next up, we have Rick Flareon, one of the most consistent players, not only in the world, but especially from Oceania. And then we have our co-caster, Alpha Phoebe, also very consistent in the circuit in North America too. Pretty much, I believe, has his world qualification on lock, but I guess there's like some potential for that to switch around a bit, but he has garnered quite a few points, and I think actually after his performance so far, he's probably pretty much locked it down because we are on winners round 3 for Group D. On the left-hand side, we have a quadruple Shadow team from Rick Flareon, all the way from Australia. Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Dusclops, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Jumplove, Tinkaton, and Lapras. All the Tinkaton's making my Tinkaton pin really come in handy today.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix of the old meta with the Tinkaton and Jumpluff and the new meta as well with the Dusclops. And then taking a look at Phoebe's team on the right, also rocking that Shadow variant of the Dusclops and the Shadow Drapion. And then actually the rest of this team looks like it could have been in the meta a couple of weeks ago before the move update. We have Blastoise, of course, we saw it's Axen winning Portland with that, and then Diggersby and Primate.
Yeah, we both, or not just both of us, but I think all the casters expected less Jumpluff, which we do see in the usage, but we actually have 2 Jumpluff on our screens right now. 1 Shadow, 1 non-Shadow. Looking at the movesets here, it is going to be Acrobatics and Aerial Ace for Rick Flareon. And for Alpha Phoebe, it's actually Aerial Ace and Energy Ball. That Energy Ball is going to be way more clutch into those water types. And it has something to hit the Dene back with as well, right? Neutral damage against that Electric type. But in this situation, no Dene to be found. But there are 2 water types to worry about.
Yeah, Energy Ball is going to do a ton of damage to Lapras and pretty much one-hit the Quagsire, but losing the Acrobatics does lose you a lot of that energy efficiency that you might get in the remaining matchups, right, against Dusclops, opposing Jumpluff, and then even Tinkaton Acrobatics can make a big difference there. So we'll have to see if that moveset pays off here for Alpha Phoebe.
Yeah, I think that Jumpluff from Rick Flareon looks a lot safer now because you have a Diggersby right on Alpha Phoebe's team. There is no Fairy type. There's no Azumarill, there's no Tinkaton, there's no the Dene, and Dene and Tinkaton were the real big factors of Shadow Jumpluff and Jumpluff in general dropping usage. But this just looks so good for Rick Flareon now because also in the mirror matchup, Alpha Phoebe only has Aerial Ace, which is not going to hit nearly as hard, right? It's still going to chip for some super effective damage. So this Jumpluff might come in quite handy. However, Alpha Phoebe does have that Shadow Dusclops, double super effective Ice Punch. You have the Drapion, still fantastic matchup, even without the crunch debuffs there. You have to watch out for the Acrobatics, but for the most part, favorable. So let's get into game number 1 here. Winners, round 3, Group D. Rick Flareon going to lead the Lapras into the Blastoise. And this is not a great matchup at all. Forced to swap into Jump Up, as like I said, really safe for Rick Flareon, but in comes Alpha with the Drapion. Doesn't throw in the energy, so a lot of energy actually going over to Jump Up as a head start. If Alpha doesn't shield his Acrobatics, he's actually doing a lot of damage. He could probably Fairy Wind down. He knows that and is going to throw up the first shield.
Yeah, Alpha Phoebe switched in quite late, which, like you said, meant that Rick Flareon already had a lot of energy. This is actually charge attack priority, and I believe Rick Flareon did tap that heavier hitting Acrobatics. He's going to let this crunch go. I'm pretty sure he can hang on here and still get off that Acrobatics.
Yeah, very good understanding of damage values there. Doesn't get the debuff as well. This next Acrobatics is going to put the Drapion quite low. Does Alpha Phoebe go down 2 shields right off the bat? He knows that he's going to preserve this Drapion. It's pretty safe into the team of Rick Flareon. Even if you have a Shadow Quagsire, it's going to take a lot of neutral damage. So going to fight for Switch Fan is going to get it and leave with a lot of energy.
Yeah, a lot of energy, but Rick Flareon does have that 2 shield advantage. Might start seeing some of these shields get peeled away as this Drapion does have a lot of energy. First crunch coming through.
This is where the lesser chance of crunch debuffs is going to hurt the Drapion. As we see, the first one is not going to get a debuff. Technically, that was the second crunch being thrown. A third one's going to be thrown as well. Let's see if we get a debuff here. Now, Rick Flareon knows that he needs to save the shields for that Blastoise. In fact, Blastoise left with a lot of edge. Oh, and here comes the combo play from Alpha Phoebe's Blastoise.
But maybe Rick Flareon doesn't mind just letting this Lapras go. All it did this game was take a couple of charge attacks, but that Shadow Drapion is really safe into Alpha Phoebe's entire team, and with this 2 shield advantage, you might be able to have a chance in this endgame, even with just 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward for Rick Flareon, though, because if he lets this Hydro Cannon go, he's closing in on Fire Punch range from the Diggersby, so forced to spend a shield, and now this matchup is much more favorable for Alpha Phoebe's Diggersby, and just the backline in general. But look at this, dude. There's so much health still remaining on this Blastoise, and if Rick Flareon shields again against this Blastoise, it's pretty much game over because Diggersby can go straight Scorching Sands.
Yeah, maybe you have to throw this Aqua Tail right away if you don't want to use your shield, but he is just going to go for the Poison Sting, Hydro Cannon coming through, and like you said, going down all of the shields here might be very scary because there is that Diggersby in the back. Oh, but there's also his own Shadow Drapion, Alpha Phoebe, trying to absorb some energy here, but nice counting from Rick Flareon to make sure to get off this Aqua Tail first.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to come in straight Diggersby to go for Scorching Sand. Could you tank 2 of the Aqua Tails, but instead wants to soften up this Drapion. This is actually a pretty solid play from Alpha Phoebe as well because now you're putting it in Fire Punch terrain, so you don't even have to go for the more expensive Scorching Sand. However, you do risk getting Poison Sting down, and that's going to give a lot of energy to the Trapman. Wait, hold on, Rick Flareon, he throws, maybe losing track of the energy, and throws his Aqua Tail, meaning that he actually doesn't leave with as much energy as possible, and now Phoebe is in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, definitely had to go for the farm down, but even with that, I think the quick attacks, I mean, just look at them chunking away. I think it would have been very scary for Rick Flareon. So a valiant effort from the Shadow Drapion in the end, but really the Blastoise just too much to overcome.
Yeah, great. I mean, like, great position from Rick Flareon for sure, right? Knowing how much value the Jump Love has. But at the same time, Alpha Phoebe knows his team is weak to Shadow Jump Love. So he leads with the Blastoise, which, you know, still has a super effective rollouts, Skull Bash. It can do something, right? And there's no grass attack on the side of Jump Off, so it's actually not that bad matchup for even the Water-type Blastoise. And then he has the Drapion for that Safe Swap, anticipating it. So great team composition from Alpha to call that out. As we see his team here, Shadow Dusclops is running that Ice Punch like most people are, and the really only difference, like kind of different moveset here is that Energy Ball on Jump Up, but like we said earlier, much better for Dedenne.
And you also talked about the Jump Fluff so much on Rick Flareon's side, and on Phoebe's side, you know, the Blastoise doesn't have Ice Beam, and the Primeape doesn't have Ice Punch, so, you know, Phoebe is really just kind of trying to dance around with a combination of these attacks. For example, with the Blastoise, those super effective rollouts.
And I think it's like not a bad meta call from Alpha Phoebe either, because you're not really expecting much jump up. Unfortunately, he is facing one, but he managed to play around it quite well too. I remember watching the broadcast, I believe from Milwaukee, and Phoebe mentioned to DeFi, his co-caster on the broadcast, that I don't think he's won a series on broadcast before. So this could be his win, and that's a big one too, because it is at the largest international for North America to date against Rick Flareon, who's a very decorated player as well, has gone to Worlds every single year, and has made like day 2 at Worlds for at least
two times, if not 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3. So one of the most consistent players in our circuit from the very start in 2022. And Alpha Phoebe already up 1 game, 1 more to go.
All right, well, let's see what Rick Flareon can pull off here. Didn't quite get the positioning he wanted with the Drapion and the Jump Fluff. Oh, and it looks like he's actually going to be leading the Lapras once again. This time, it's actually locked into the Dusclops, which is much better.
All right, and we have the Lapras in the back. There is a Shadow Dusclops that can actually handle the Diggersby quite well, so it really just depends on who really leaves with the shield advantage here or not. But that Blastoise is kind of a pain for Rick Flareon's team. I mean, there's not a lot of great answers to it. Quagsire's okay, but you're still taking a lot of neutral damage from the Hydro Cannons.
All right, well, Rick Flareon's going to try to play neutrally into it, and Alpha Phoebe maybe trying to catch some of the Lapras' energy, but Rick Flareon holding on to it and bringing in that Shadow Dusclops.
All right, a little bit slow on the swap from Rick Flareon. Obviously, he didn't want to throw a resistant move at the Blast, but maybe stuck and trying to think which Pokemon he should pivot to right here, as the first Hydro Cannon does almost half the health, and the rollouts are already putting him below 50% health at this point in time. Is Rick Flareon going to shield, or is he going to try to muscle through with the Drapion afterward?
That's a lot to muscle through. Maybe you want to try to get off this Shadow Punch at least, but oh, actually it does look like he's just going to let it go. He still has a ton of energy banked on the Lapras for the end game, so maybe at this point you just bring in the Drapion, try to start chipping down this Blastoise.
I don't hate this play because the Dusclops doesn't have a lot of places to go into an energy-loaded Lapras or a Drapion, so you're bound to see the Diggersby too, and you have damage or energy loaded on the Lapras, so you could combo play the Diggersby even to catch her off guard. You're going to shield this Hydro Cannon, which is fair because that does a lot of damage. I don't know if this Blastoise is in Aqua Tail range, not quite yet. Oh, and gets a little greedy here, goes for more Poison Stings, and it's going to dump both shields already.
Well, he has a lot of energy on both of his Pokemon, so just going to see how far that can take him. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, actually, comes into the Lapras now, going for the Psywave down, and Alpha Phoebe actually feints with the Hydro Cannon. Now you have a lot of energy, and that's going to be great for both of these Pokemon, but Phoebe still has 2 shields.
Yeah, Rick Flareon also capped on energy, goes for another Sidewave, which is fine because he's not going to win that Charge Attack priority, but doesn't want to let a free Hex go through either, and now gets 2 additional Sidewaves. Alpha Phoebe, I think he just puts everything on the Diggersby, right? There's a lot of energy remaining on these 2 Pokemon, but I don't think the Psywave is enough, or the Sparkling Aura, definitely not even close actually, forcing Rick Flareon to throw another move. Doesn't want to get farmed down, but this sets up a really good farm down for this Diggersby, and there's no shields. You throw 1 Scorching Sand, it's over for this Drapion. Can he get to the Sparkling Aura? He does get to it. Rick Flareon needs a Switch Time to come up with it. You can see he's shaking his head there too, because you need what? 4 Aqua Tails at this range? Like, I don't think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible either. The Diggersby is very close to a Fire Punch. Just a couple more quick attacks is going to take it to the Scorching Sands. And like you said, I don't think there's just enough time, right? Aqua Tail coming through, you need to land 2 more. And there's still a shield on Phoebe's side. I think he's at the Scorching Sands after this Aqua Tail comes through.
Yeah, a second one is coming through. There's a third one, but there's still a shield. A fourth one is needed, and Ric Flair's not going to be able to get to it. Alpha Phoebe throws on charge high priority. He's feeling pretty confident as well. He knows that he has this game locked down. That's a 2-0 victory for Alpha Phoebe. And if this is his first win on broadcast, what a fantastic win here as he's going to be moving forward here in Group D for winners round 4 now.
Exactly. I believe that's going to be winners semis, just 1 round short of those winners finals. One more quick attack to take out the Lapras, and that is going to be the 2-0 sweep for Alpha Phoebe.
All right, he's got to be feeling pretty good about that one, too. You can see smiles on Ric Flair's end as well, too, showing some respect and sportsmanship to his opponents. I mean, that was I don't know, that Blastoise looked really strong for Alpha Phoebe, and you know, it won the most recent North America regional. It's Axen, one of our world champions and international winners as well, running that Blastoise, but I thought that it wouldn't have as much utility in play in this meta, but it looked pretty good. Honestly, though, Ric Flair had a lot of Pokemon for the old meta, so maybe that's why he had the Pump and the Ticketon, so, and the Lapras, actually. So, yeah, maybe that's why it worked.
Yeah, Blastoise is interesting because it doesn't really hard win a lot of matchups, but it's really safe into a lot of Pokemon, right? For example, against Shadow Drapion, that's a pretty neutral matchup. Landing a Hydro Cannon does a lot for you, but on even energy, it's a little bit awkward. So I think Phoebe did a good job, right? We saw in the first game kind of banking a lot of energy before swapping, and then game number 2 as well, able to basically 2-shot that Dusclops.
Yeah, that Dusclops, I mean, number 3 in usage overall for Pokemon in this tournament, but because of how strong it is neutrally, but Blastoise is really strong neutrally too, right? It has that hard-hitting, same type of attack bonus, Hydro Cannon. Its coverage or the rollouts are nice, right? Even into grass types like Jump Love. And Diggersby, not afraid. I mean, there's a Quagsire and a Lapras and a Jump Love on Ric Flair's team, but Alfie, not afraid to bring it both games here too. Even enough pressure to bench the Shadow Jump Love, which looks super safe for Ric Flair, but just so much pressure from that first game really put his back against the wall.
I think both players kind of relied on the same sort of strategies or team compositions for both of the games. And, you know, for Ric Flair, and, you know, he did drop the Jump Love, but I think the Shadow Drapion was really, really safe into Phoebe's team. But like you said, maybe just got a little bit greedy with the energy, needed to save his shields instead of going for those extra poison stings, which kind of hurt him at the end of game number 2.
Yeah, well, Ric Flair is not out of it yet. He'll be moving down to the losers bracket. He's actually made it decently far already in this winners bracket, which means the further you make it into those winners brackets means the less you have to play in the losers bracket, which always helps, right? But sometimes you're playing against someone that's played 6 straight games already or 6 straight series in the losers bracket. They're very warmed up, so it's not always an easy road either way. However, we may see him back on, so best of luck to him. And best of luck to Alpha Phoebe. We'll be moving forward into this winner semifinals.
Yeah, like you said, maybe his first win on stream. Let's actually hear how he's feeling about that accomplishment. I think he's down on the floor with Jim.
All right, thank you, Soph. Thank you, Caleb. Wholesome underscore here with Big Phoebe, leveraging his big man Blastoise to some big success there in that 2-0 sweep. You know what, Alpha Phoebe, I wanted to ask you first, Shadow Drapion seemed pretty safe into your team. We heard Soph mention it just a second ago. How were you able to navigate what was a pretty tough Pokemon for your entire team?
I think I got lucky a little bit. You know, getting Diggersby on it both games is really nice. You know, 1 Scorching Sands to knock out's great. Big Man Blastoise also really great. You know, it's going to have good damage. It's not for Alligator. You're doing neutral damage with the rollouts, so able to leverage those 2 Pokemon, thankfully.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you more about Blastoise, though, because there are so many water types in the meta overall. There's, of course, the Lapras, the Azumarill, and some of the new waters that we've been seeing as well, like the Greninja, and we can't count out Swampert as well. Give us some thoughts around your decision-making for bringing specifically Blastoise as your water type.
You know, Greninja is another great shout. I really just wanted my water type to be able to beat Mandibuzz and Galarian Moltres, so that's why I want for Blastoise over something like for Alligator. I guess Azumarill also does that as well, but I don't really care for Azumarill in this meta. It's very slow pacing. I used Dugong a handful of times in some scrims, and it felt awful, just the slow pacing to charge attacks.
All right, one more meta question for you. We've seen a lot of Dusclops, but you're running these Shadow Dusclops. Your opponent had Shadow Dusclops as well. Are there specific matchups, or what's the thinking behind the Shadow specifically for Dusclops?
I just like Shadow Ice Punch a little bit more into the double super effective flyers, so Gligar and Jumpluff. I think, I had a choice. I made one or the other. please forgive me for those of you at home. I had to use my Rare Candy XLs to make this. I used, I think, 37 of them in order to build it today. Marto is very ashamed of me. But yeah, I wanted for that one just because I Sponge Double super effective with shadow damage, allows you to farm down in certain scenarios.
Okay, well, great words from Alpha Phoebe here. Quickly, any shout-outs that you wanna call out here?
Big shout out to Marto. He gave me a good number of scrims. Shout out to Inadequence's server. I did 4, 5, 6 practice tournaments for this. It's the most I've ever scrimmed. I heard the casters say this might be my first one on stage. It's my second. I have a really awful, I think it's like 2 and 4. Like I've won twice, lost 4 times, so really bad on stage. Shout outs, it is June, happy Pride. Shout outs to the trans community, Trans Lives Matter, and that's it.
Well, thank you, Alpha Phoebe. Congratulations again on your 2-0 victory. I'm sure we'll see more of you this tournament. We're going to kick it back to the casters. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jim. And you know, no shame on using some of those rare XL candies. I actually didn't even have enough to make my non-shadow Dusclops, so I had to actually convert a couple thousand regular Dusclop candies to even make the XL version for eligibility to hit, you know, just under that 1,500 mark. So, and those Pokemons are pretty expensive. I think more people probably would be using Shadow Dusclops if they had one they could build or had the resources, and I think that's why a lot of people are opting for the normal. What do you think, Soph?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of in the same boat as you. I've literally been walking my Dusclops for weeks now trying to get those XL candies. And the Shadow Dusclops, like you said, a little bit better in some of those matchups, especially as Phoebe was saying. But, you know, even more expensive than the regular one, which is already quite expensive.
Well, I got some good news for you, Soph. I actually have a few Dusclo in my inventory that I can trade you for XLs for me, but also maybe XLs for you when you transfer the Dusclo to the Professor.
Yeah, sometimes there's some nice bonuses that let you transfer your Pokemon for an additional chance at XL Candy. And speaking of events with bonuses, I believe we have an upcoming Community Day for Jongmo-o. And let me tell you, Caleb, Community Day happens every month. These June ones are ones you don't want to miss. They often feature these very powerful, lore-relevant Dragon-type Pokemon. And Jongmo-o, if you evolve it into Como-o, is going to get this attack, Clanging Scales, which I believe is going to be one of the best charge attacks in PvP thus far.
Yeah, it's going to be a debut for Pokemon GO as well for Clanging Scales. Also, I don't think it's actually a debut for a shiny Jangmo, but I think a lot of people don't have it, myself included, so higher chance of getting it at Community Day. And like you said, June ones are typically really, really solid. Last year was Gumi, right? Another dragon. The year before that, I'm kind of blanking. Oh no, I'm kind of blanking on that one. But the year before that was Dino. So just dragons all the way. My guess is probably maybe, I don't know, it wasn't Gible. I'm not sure which one it was. Anyway, someone could correct me in the chat and let me know what it was. But like you said, June Community Days, pretty good. Likely a dragon too. So we'll see if Como has meta relevance down the road in future tournaments. Speaking of tournaments though, we have 2 stellar players on stage. We have Chen Yu and it's Axen, both pretty high up on the North American leaderboards. And this is, of course, it's Axen, the first ever North America International Champion in 2022. Really made for a name for himself during that. Also the highest placing North American player at Worlds that year. Won World Championships in Yokohama last year, or sorry, 2 years ago. And then last year did pretty well at World Championships, but wasn't able to defend his title. But he's back. He just won Portland. Also on the backs of a Blastoise. This time around, he has a very different team though, Araquanid. First time we're seeing that.
Very, very long resume for its Axen, but looking like a pretty meta team. I believe this is actually the same as H-Shear's team with the substitution of Golisopod for the Arachnid that you see on the screen there. So a lot of solid Pokemon facing off against Chen Yu, who, like you said, also very, very high up on that North American Championship points leaderboard. Also rocking the Shadow Drapion, Dedenne, Diggersby, but actually has the Shadow Quagsire and Annihilate and Mandibuzz in place of those other Pokemon for its Axen.
And Chen Yu also, I mean, even though doesn't have maybe as many titles and trophies under his belt, definitely an opponent that you cannot sleep on either. Has a lot of solid performances as well, and has been able to take down a lot of big names. I mean, and we're on winners round, semifinals, round 4 already, essentially. So I haven't looked specifically at the bracket on how these players got here, but I'm sure that we were able to take out some of their top opponents. Here we go. Game number 1 is going to be Shadow Quagsire into a Dusclops.
Yeah, this is a pretty neutral matchup. Obviously, Dusclops with Hex, which got buffed a couple of months ago, has much better neutral matchups across the board now. Axen not wasting any time here, gonna fire off the first Shadow Punch.
And this matchup is fairly neutral on both ends. If you land a Stone Edge, it's going to be fantastic, right? A lot of neutral damage. Oh, going straight for the Stone Edge as well, maybe expecting Axen not to shield. Does Axen spend the shield here or not? This question, oh, and shields, makes a big read and does shield up that Stone Edge. And in comes the safe swap Drapion now. This is kind of weird. I mean, the Drapion was like, what, 2-3 points things ahead now, and also has a shield advantage. It could definitely flip this matchup against Diggersby.
Yeah, super awkward swap for its Axen. He does still have a lot of energy on the Dusclops, though, so that's going to come in handy down the line. And this Diggersby, like we said, super behind on energy, but you do take this next Aqua Tail, and then even the Fire Punch does a nice chunk of damage, and it's pretty safe to throw if you're not sure whether Chen Yu is going to shield. So let's see what Axen decides to go for. Looks like he is going to start baiting with these Fire Punches.
I like this play a lot. It's very unlikely Chen Yu just lets this go. He has energy remaining. He has a lot of health. He still has an extra shield to spare as well. So he's going to throw up that shield, but he's going to leave with so much energy on this Drapion. If Axen shields this, oh, he does go for the shield. I mean, how does he take out this Drapion? Because, okay, now goes for the Scorching Sand. I was going to say, you don't really have time to double bait here with a Fire Punch and then go for the Scorching Sand. Does Chen Yu shield? Yes, makes the right call again.
You know, I was actually a little nervous about a catch there because it was kind of an obvious time for its Axen to throw, given that Chen Yu was so close to another Aqua Tail. And Chen Yu finally going to knock out this Diggersby, but it definitely did its job. The Drapion did, that is, in terms of, you know, flipping switch and also taking out entire Pokemon.
And I mean, it's not done yet, right? It flipped switch, it took out the Diggersby, but it also is looking for more here as Axen is going to throw a Hex and then the Ice Punch. Not a move ready for Chen Yu just quite yet. I think he's still one off from the crunch. He does have the Aqua Tail though. Can he get to it? Oh, and Axen comes in and snipes it down with the Psy Wave. Doesn't even get the Aqua Tail off. Trying to reach the crunch, not quite there yet. Quagsire comes back in. If you get to a Stone Edge, that's great, but I think the Sparkling Art is going to be reached just ahead of time. Oh, trying to catch it, but not able to.
Yeah, it doesn't get a catch, but this is actually still nice because this Lapras actually doesn't have Ice Beam, so this is a great place to absorb all this energy. The Lapras is actually going to start increasing its defense here, going to just be a little bit more bulky than it usually is throwing that Skull Bash.
Yeah, this is still a tough position for Chen Yu because now the defense is boosted, and yes, these are resisted Sideway, but still doing a little bit of damage, and the Skull Bash is starting to hurting. Axen might just be able to go double Sparkling Aria here, or maybe he opts for the Skull Bash. I think the Skull Bash might be a little bit greedy. Let's see how it goes, though, as Axen is reaching for another move. Yes, goes for the Sparkling Aria. Knows that 2 Sparkling Aria is enough to knock out with the subsequent Sideway damage. I don't think Skull Bash is quite there yet. And here's the thing. Even if you come in with the Quagsire, you can't much shut this down. The Lapras is boosted on defense. You have to commit energy, and the Dusclops still has a move.
Yeah, but the good news is that the Mandibuzz can't really get fast attack down. And a quick swap, but actually catches an Aria, maybe meant to try and throw a charge attack. But now you're going to lose all this energy on Quagsire, and all of a sudden it's looking very, very rough for Chen Yu.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a bit grim for Chen Yu and doesn't have energy on this Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is fantastic in this meta, but the air slashes just don't build up energy fast enough as his Axen's going to sweep the team with the Lapras here, and he's going to take the first game off of Chen Yu.
Yeah, still had a very, very healthy Dusclops in the end as well. So, you know, even though he didn't have an answer, a very comfortable answer that is, for the Shadow Drapion, he was still able to neutralize it. I really liked that quick snipe with the Lapras. Those one-turn Psywaves really just chunked down the Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, there was that, and then also Chen Yu tried to combo play with the Quagsire, but he was still one mud shot off, and because of that, he couldn't get to an Axen. Able to be quick on his fingers there is going to the Sparkling Aria. As we take a look at his team here, too, the first Arachnin we're seeing, and again, we talked about how Glyspot and a lot of the bugs like Fortress, they were really hyped at the beginning of the season, but we just didn't see a lot of consistent performances, maybe in some practice tournaments, and obviously now on stage we haven't seen, and usage here, we don't see a lot of the bugs. But there's a Arachnid on the side of Axen's team. What do you think he's trying to target with this Arachnid?
I'm not sure about trying to target, but I think there's some teams that don't have, you know, something like a Shadow Annihilate or a Dedenne. And for those teams, the Bug Bite does a lot of damage. And then if you're in one of those matchups and you Bubble Beam to slow down your opponent, it can do a lot of damage. And, you know, looking at Chen Yu's team, I'm not sure there's really some great targets for the Arachnid here, which is maybe why it's Axen left it on the bench for game number 1. But I think into other teams, Arachnid has a lot of nice neutral play.
Yeah, well, Axen didn't only leave something on the bench. He left something at home, which is the Medicham. This is his first North America International Championships without his trusty Medicham, which he won his first International with and Worlds with. But he's like, you know what? Even I'm not going to bring Meta Jam in this meta, which I think was for the better. He brought it last year, didn't do as well. Looking for redemption this year. He's already one game up in this winner's semifinals. One more game, he's in the winner's finals. He has a good shot at making day number 2 and maybe even claiming back the title.
It's really great to see it's Axen playing so confidently. I know he was having a little bit of a rough patch earlier this season, but it looks like after his Portland win, he's back in it. He knows what he wants to do, has the quick reflexes, has the team to do it, and like you said, just one win away from winners finals.
Yeah, a very humble competitor as well. I mean, for Axen, it's a rough patch, but for most people, that's a pretty good day. I see he got 4th place in Louisville as well, too, but for them, that's not enough. He wants more than just 4th. He wants a 1st place title yet again. Here comes the next game. It's Xiao Guaxia into Dene, a fantastic lead for Chen Yu. In comes the Lapras, but this is not a great matchup for Lapras either. It's the Stone Edge. It's going to be super effective. First move is going to be thrown from Axen, though. It's going to be the Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, and Chen Yu does have the Mandibuzz in the back, which is a pretty decent answer to Lapras that doesn't have Ice Beam, but maybe wants to pull a shield or chip down with the Stone Edge first. It's Axen going to have to decide whether he wants to shield this very heavy-hitting, super effective damage, and just at the last second puts it up.
That's a big shield for Axen, and honestly, there's not a lot of great answers Lapras. Maybe the Annihilate, but even the Annihilate takes a decent amount of damage on the Sidewave and the Sparkling Aria, so I like that investment in the Lapras for Axen. I don't think he can really flip this matchup because he's already behind a shield as well, and he doesn't have Ice Beam, but he can at least put the Mana Buzz quite low. I like this play a lot for Chen Yu, though. He knows he doesn't really need to shield this matchup. He gets some value out of the Mana Buzz, so he can at least avoid it on Dedenne, and the Quagsire, Drapion, both have played in Dedenne, so not a lot of places for Dedenne to go. Oh, but the timers are misaligned, and Axen's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and this is great because you absolutely wall Mandibuzz, and because Chen Yu stayed in so long with the Quagsire, it's actually so low that even though Dedenne typically has a bad matchup into that ground type, it's actually not going to be too terrible for the Dedenne, especially because I believe the Quagsire is also dry, so Axen gonna continue to farm up a lot of energy, going a little bit over 100, but I believe this super effective parabolic charge will get the job done versus Mandibuzz.
Yeah, great timing from Axen, knowing Chen Yu doesn't shield as well. He left with so much energy. This is uncomfortable for the Quagsire to come into because it's in play rough range, almost in parabolic charge range as well, and this Dedenne is boosted, so is forced to come in with the Drapion instead. This is not the best matchup for Drapion. Yeah, you have super effective poison stings, but you're going to have to start shielding even parabolic charges, scared that it might be a play roach, which I think is a fair call for Chen Yu.
And at this point, I think this is a double boost to Dedenne. You probably don't need to really shield this Aqua Tail. The Quagsire is so low that even your Digger's Bee is going to be able to get the job done. So I think this is looking actually pretty comfortable for Axen, but he is going to get off one more play rough before this Dedenne goes down.
And a smart shield from Chen Yu, but this leaves him very open to a Digger's Bee sweep here. We saw in the last series with Outfeeb against Rick Flareon, and it's looking grim for Chen Yu as well here. No shields on his side. Scorching Hand's going to do a ton of damage. Even if you catch this energy on the Quagsire, it's kind of tough. And the Quagsire has no energy to its name. Is Axen on point with his counts? You know what? He says, I don't even care. You throw the Aqua Tail, I'm going to farm you down and leave with Scorching Sand. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, the win condition is probably clear in his mind. Take out the Quagsire, Scorching Sands, the Drapion. Maybe stay out of Aqua Tail range if you're really worried about that. But gonna throw this Fire Punch. I think he might already be at the next Scorching Sands or maybe just one quick attack away, and that's probably going to seal the series for him.
Axen with the 3-ball flex here in the women's semifinals gets a 2-0 victory against Chen Yu on the backs of all his fantastic Pokemon. Dedenne, terrible lead there, but still finding the win.
Yeah, good, nice win for its Axen. You see a little bit of that confidence. Moving on to the winners finals there. Chen Yu, on the other hand, gonna drop to the losers side of the bracket, but what a clean series for its Axen. A couple of tricky matchups here and there. Didn't get the lead he wanted in game number 2, but really was able to pivot around it, find advantages where he could.
Yeah, I mean, bring in Dedenne too. I mean, look at the team of Chen Yu. There's Quagsire and Digger's Bee. Also, Drapion not great for Dedenne, but still saying, you know what, Dedenne's really strong. I'm still going to bring it. I don't think we've seen a lot of Dedenne actually on the broadcast so far today. Usage was fairly high, though, in top 12, I believe. But, I think a lot of players were kind of scared to use it. However, even into those ground types, you have play.
Yeah, especially like we saw with the Quagsire being chipped by the Sparkling Aria, I believe it was, then Dedenne could kind of come in and start threatening it, right? And then that led Chen Yu to not even want to bring in the Quagsire at that point. So I think kind of just realizing where Dedenne's weaknesses are and how you can play around them can be a really nice play. Like we saw at Axen, maybe he planned for that bad lead and he knew if he baits out the Mandibuzz, he can get a really nice farm down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and something I love about this meta is it's so fresh. Like, we don't know what direction it's going to take, right? I think that's been kind of a similar trend just throughout the year, but especially a few days after updates. Like, we don't know what's coming, right? And we haven't seen the Rakuten make it onto the field yet for its Axen, but it's there, right? And he's still got Lapras, which we haven't seen a lot of Lapras, but that's around too. Dedene's making a fresh appearance, so it's really anyone's game here at this point in time. But its Axen looks super locked in here at this international.
Yeah, in this season, I think we've actually had several tournaments that are just a couple days or maybe 1 or 2 weeks after when we get the move updates, just because of how the calendar happens to fall. And I think in those situations, you really see some of these top players kind of emerge. Like, are they really ready to adapt to the new meta? Do they know what Pokemon are going to be good, what Pokemon are going to kind of start dropping out? And it's Axen, you know, he won the last tournament of the last meta, and he's here at NAIC already ready to adapt.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights here from the series. What a fantastic series it was, especially for its Axen. I was a little wrong there, too. I said he left Medicham at home, but I did see the Medicham plushie that's there.
Yeah, I mean, some of the highlights for me that game, or at least the second game, really was the hard swap back into Dedenne. I think he did it pretty much as soon as his own clock was up, you know, realizing that it was probably like, you know, 20, almost 30 seconds that the clocks were desynced. And that really allowed him to get ahead. But I think this is maybe actually going back to game number 1 here, all the energy, and then this snipe from the Lapras. You see that quick swap, Chen-Yu not expecting it.
Yeah, just a lot of like just very small micro differences between these two players in their gameplay, but denying that energy on the Drapion and then later denying it on the Quagsire in that first game was a huge factor. And even coming in there, right, misaligning the timer, coming in aggressively into Dene. I mean, I was like mid-compliment for Chen-Yu on the Mana Bus, and then in comes the Dene locking it in, and you're like, oh shoot, like this is actually not what you want to see if you're Chen-Yu. And just felt like he just didn't have a lot of places to go, not enough shields there, as we see the subtle fist bump, right, for Axen. I think he's saving his pop-up moment for later when he makes an even deeper run this tournament.
All right, well, a lot of great plays from its Axen. Let's hear from the champion himself. I think we have an interview.
Thank you, Soph and Caleb. I'm here with Mr. It's Axen, the 2023 World Champion, also the 2022 NAIC Champion. What a great victory you just had there. I want to ask you about your strategy in game number 2. I believe I saw a Dedenne lead with a Diggersby in the back, and you led it into a Quagsire. What was the first thing you thought there?
I thought this is going to be tricky. Let's go to a game 3 and see where I go from there. But luckily, apparently, Dedenne can just take down the Drapion. It can take down the Quagsire too, up energy. It's kind of crazy how good that Pokemon is. And Lapras, I mean, it's been one of my favorite Pokemon this tournament so far. So I kind of got bailed out there that he didn't bring like a Dedenne of his own to hard counter me. But, you know, I'll take it. And I didn't get punished for the ABA.
You have Lapras without Ice Beam. What was your thought about that opposing Mandibuzz? It looked so solid into your team.
Yeah, Mandy is a pick that I've never been a fan of. It's so RPS. But I figured with having Dedenne on my team, people wouldn't bring Mandibuzz into me, so Ice Beam wouldn't be as required. I went for the Ice Beam in Portland, but I figured, you know, Skull Bash is better against all the waters. I know I'm also using a Rock Bandit on my team. If I fight those, Skull Bash is amazing for that. Same with Golisopod. Samurott, I know, is another water-type pick. And the Mirror Match Lapras. So, I mean, I figured going for Skull Bash would be better in general, but man, that Mandibuzz matchup, definitely a little bit more suspicious.
Some World Champion advice here, ladies and gentlemen. Another specific pick that I saw on your team, I didn't see it come out this time, Araquanid. What and why? Tell us.
Yeah, it was kind of just a pick. Like, it was the final Pokemon that I added into my team. I didn't really know what I wanted in that spot. I knew it needed to be good against ground types, and I wanted to be good into Drapion too. And Araquanid actually has a very good neutral matchup into Drapion. And it's a Pokemon that, well, I might not always be able to use it when there's teams like Mandibuzz, Dedenne, like I just fought there. There's also teams that I've seen today that I've brought it into, and it's basically uncontested. So it's kind of my spice pick, I guess, if you can call it that. I think it's really good, but it's the one real interesting pick I have here.
All right, final question for you, Axen. What's that Pokemon?
This thing, it's called Medicham. The kids these days, they don't know this Pokemon. It used to be the best thing in the meta, and unfortunately, they did not buff it in this season like I told them to repeatedly. So, I mean, first NAIC ever not bringing Medicham. To be fair, it's also my second best performance at an NAIC ever, so maybe it wasn't holding me back a bit.
Very good. All right, thank you. It's Axen. We're probably going to see you later as well, as you're in the winners finals now. But first, we're going to have more matches. Soph and Caleb, back to you.
that Metachan did take its Axen to a first place finish at a World Championships. Great to hear from him and the second place Worlds 2024 finalist. But we're about to see the third place Worlds finalist from last year, and that is Marto Galde, who's going to be on the stage very soon.
Yeah, he'll be going off against Rockhaven, and Rockhaven has his work cut out for him because Marto Galde, I mean, not only got third place in World Championships last year, he has set records upon records. He's won 4 major tournaments this year alone, starting with Lima, right? He already had a guaranteed invite for World Championships already coming into this. He didn't have to play any tournaments if he didn't want to, but wins first place in Lima, wins first place at LAIC. I was talking about Pokémon earlier in an interview where he might be the first person to win 2 titles in a season, but in general, in an international. But Marto Galde is also someone that could do that. He gets first place in Merida, and then he gets first place in Santiago, his last tournament. That's 4 first place tournaments in multiple different metas. He's so on point with his gameplay. He's actually completely wild. Rockhaven, though, also a pretty solid player. But like I said, he has his work cut out for himself. Only played in 1 tournament this season, 9th place in San Antonio. Not bad, right? But, I mean, nothing like the accolades of Marto Galde. He really made a splash on the scene last season. Was his first season, getting 5th place in his first tournament, and then get a 3rd place as well. So did pretty well in the North American regional tournaments. Doesn't have as many accolades, especially on the international level, as Marto Galde. But I'm very excited to see how this one shows up, because you can't sleep on Rockhaven either.
Yeah, Marto having probably the best season that anyone's ever had, but otherwise, maybe just one of the best. But, like you said, titles upon titles, records upon records, and he's making such a great run here at NAIC, already in the winner semis. And just like the last match we saw, both of these players are just 1 match win away from reaching those winners finals.
Yeah, so I actually ran into Marto Galde yesterday outside the Pokemon Center. I was like, oh, what did you get and stuff? And he picked up like a Malamar plushie and stuff. And he was just telling me, he's like, I like to buy plushies of Pokemon that I've won tournaments with. And I was like, you probably own a lot of plushies at Marto, because he's won a lot of tournaments. I mean, we only talked about his success this season, right? But in past seasons as well. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Marto Galde probably has the highest average placement at World Championships for anyone that's gone to 2 or more World Championships, because he got 5th place at World Championships in London the first year, and then in our 3rd year, he didn't go the 2nd year. In 3rd year, last year, he got 3rd place. Average of top 4 at World Championships is absolutely nutty. But that's going to be the case for Marto Galde. He's also running a pretty wild team here, too. Shadow Dusclops, Shadow Sableye. I mean, we got Glyspot, too, but like the Shadow Sableye, the double Shadow Ghost is kind of wild. Dene, Credilli, and Diggersby. Yeah, the rest of that team is looking pretty standard. I feel like there's a lot of Pokemon that are like safe into maybe 4 or 5 of Rockhaven's team, and then have one hard answer. I'm looking at the Dene, looks pretty good, except into the Diggersby. And then even the his own Diggersby actually looks pretty safe into Rockhaven's team. Do have to watch out, of course, for the Blastoise. Yeah, I looked at Rockhaven's team. That was the first thing I thought about. I was like, man, not having a clear Diggersby answer in a Diggersby meta is very bold. But somehow Rockhaven's made it into winter semifinals already, so something's working out for him. At the same time, the Shadow Scizor actually looks really strong for Rockhaven. Really outside of what? I mean, what's the answer? Yeah, Diggersby, but you shield a Fire Punch, your damage really adds up. You throw a Trailblaze, you can start bullet punching down. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. I think we're going to see Shadow Scizor in a lot of games here as we kick off game number 1. Marto Galde versus Rockhaven. It's going to be Diggersby versus the Mandibuzz. This is a pretty neutral matchup. It is an Air Slash Mandibuzz from Rockhaven, so going to be just a little bit slower to these charge attacks, and meanwhile Marto chipping away with these quick attacks. And Diggersby has the potential to win this matchup. I believe in that Zero Shield situation, it beats the Foul Play variant of Mandibuzz, but it loses the 1 shield situation. It does win the 2 shields as well. If you have Dark Pulse, I believe you win the 0 shields of your Mandibuzz, but you lose the 1 and 2 shields. I don't think Rockhaven is even going to shield this Mandibuzz. I think his strategy, at least for this game, but maybe every game, is just to shield the Scizor. Yeah, I mean, you look at what he's brought. It's a super bulky Mandibuzz, a super bulky Diggersby, and then, of course, the Shadow Scizor in the back. So I think you're exactly right. I mean, I definitely don't expect Marto to be even shielding this Diggersby either. I mean, you typically don't see shields invested on either of these bulky Pokemon. Yeah, and that's actually not going to be great for Marto, in my opinion, because that means that Rockhaven has the potential to farm down or even get just 1 turn advantage into going to the next matchup. And the Scizor honestly, like you said, right, you just need to avoid the Diggersby, and you're in a good spot. Not only does he avoid Diggersby on his Scizor, he also avoids the Dedenne on the Mana Buzz.
But the nice thing for Marto is that once this Mana Buzz is out of the way, you could try to maybe hard swap into your Dusclops at the end, because once that Mana Buzz is low or gone, then your Dusclops is really safe, and that could be a way to kind of prevent Rockhaven from getting an energy advantage with the Scizor.
Wow, look at the patience from Rockhaven as well, too. Could have thrown a foul play earlier, but decides not to, and I think waited for a quick attack to come through before taking this out. But like I said, I think this is not a bad matchup. As we see the Simul swap here, it's going to be the Shadow Scizor into the Shadow Dusclops. This is absolutely awful for the Dedenne in the back because it has to deal with Diggersby.
And these bullet punches are chunking away at this Dusclops. It's almost at half health just from the fast attacks alone. Like you said, the backline not great for Marto either. Let's see if he can find a way out of this situation, but has to use a shield on this Night Slash first.
I mean, you shield once, you might have to shield twice here too. I don't know, maybe he's just gonna go for one more Sucker Punch to try to do as much as he can, but we get the boost as well. Like, you know, Rockhaven's feeling good about that one too. That's 2 stages going up on the Shadow Scissors. That already hits hard enough, and Marto can't even swap out. Does he go for the farm now? He does! He gets the full bullet punch down.
Oh my goodness, and these boosted neutral bullet punches are going to do a ton of damage to the Dedenne. Marto still, of course, has a tiny shred of health on the Diggersby, could be a potential catch, but I mean, you can't shield fast attacks. Also doesn't get the Thunder Shock through, but not sure it matters here. Rockhaven, you know, he's already so boosted. Who cares whether this Night Slash is resisted?
Well, you
That's
get boosted
resisted!
again.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it is resisted, but look at this bullet punch damage. It's absolutely wild here. Trying to go for a catch. Oh, and throws the Fire Punch, but is caught on Rockhaven's own Diggersby. Like you said, I don't think the missing Thunder Shock will make a difference here because there's no way the Dedenne just gets through both the Diggersby and, I mean, this doesn't have a ton of health in the back, but there's just not enough time.
Yeah, not enough time, and Rockhaven's just going to tap the middle of the screen, not bothering with those charge attacks, and that's going to be a pretty clean game number 1 for Rockhaven. Of course, helped by that Night Slash boost, but like you said, Scizor into Dusclops, even without the boost, it's not a great matchup, especially with 2 shields on that Scizor.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot that these players are playing for, right? As we take a look at Rockhaven's team, he is running the Foul Play variant on the Mana Buzz, which I think a lot of people opt for because the Air Slash is a little bit slower to get to Dark Pulse, which is more energy intensive. Rest of the movesets are pretty standard. Running the non-Shadow Dusclops, but again, could be a lack of accessibility, like he just doesn't have a good one to make or doesn't have the XL candies. But pretty solid team. We see the Blastoise as well too. So having ways to deal with Diggersby even without a true Diggersby counter. But Rockhaven, like we said, has only really played 1 tournament this season, got 9th place. So he is definitely not Worlds qualified. So he has a lot to fight for to try to get that Worlds qualification, go back to World Championships just like he did last year. Marto Galde, though, he's got a lot to fight for as well in his own right. You know, I think a lot of people see him as the best player in the world currently. And, you know, he's going to try to extend that legacy even further.
All right, well, he's got a tough challenge in his way, which is Rockhaven in that Shadow Scizor. And if you're Marto, you know, maybe you just try to bring your best Pokemon against the Shadow Scizor. I think he kind of tried to do that in game number 1, right? He brought Diggersby, Dedenne, and Dusclops. Yeah. And then, you know, you could bring the Sableye as well. The Shadow Claws will do a lot to the Scizor, but I mean, if you drop Dedenne, I think it's really tough. So, sorry, if you drop Diggersby, it's really tough. So I definitely think you have to continue to bring it and try to land it on the Scizor. Yeah,
I mean, you know, one Shadow goes for another. Like, neither are really great, especially when they're shields. And you know Rockhaven's going to just save every shield for that Scizor if he can. I mean, Sableye, you do get to the foul plays fairly quickly, but you just take a lot more damage. You're not nearly as bulky, right? It's still neutral damage all the way throughout. At least it's not super effective Night Slash, but I think you have to shield on Dusclops either way, right? You know, so it's a tough position for Marto Galde to be in. There aren't a lot of Shadow Scizor in this meta, but I think against certain teams, it looks unbeatable. It looks unstoppable.
Exactly, and this might be one of those teams, but Marto is a very strong player. Let's see if he can fight his way out of it. He is leading the Diggersby, doesn't find the Scizor, though. It's actually met by Rockhaven's own Diggersby.
This is an interesting play from Rockhaven, really trying to throw a curveball against Marto Galde here. Marto can't really swap either, right? Because you don't really want your Ghost types against the Diggersby. The Shadow Dusclops is fine, right? But you don't really want to bring the Sableye here. And no debuff here. Oh, we actually see Rockhaven swapping here too, because he's scared of this with Dedenne. There is no Dedenne in sight though.
Yeah, note to Dene, actually both of these trainers trying to anticipate Pokemon maybe that aren't there, right? There's actually no Scizor on Rockhaven's side. Marto is going to throw the Scorching Sands and then probably swap into something, does reach for that Dusclops. He actually also gets that 30% chance attack drop.
Yeah, that's big for Marto Galde, but we have the double Hydro Cannon loaded. This is Shadow Dusclops too. It's not going to tank this damage as well. I think if the second Hydro Cannon doesn't KO, it's going to be pretty close. Oh, actually, no, that debuff actually really hurt the Blastoise there, too. I was thinking about the original damage. So this is actually going to look pretty favorable for Marto Galde. You do have the Mana Buzz in the back, though, and the top part here is the Sableye has very little utility in this game.
Yeah, Sableye is going to need some energy to do much here, but Marto is probably going to be able to come out of this particular matchup with some energy. Rockhaven actually going to throw a shield, though, on a Shadow Punch, has the Hydro Cannon loaded.
Whoa!
And lost the charge attack priority against Dusclops, which is very strange.
Yeah, he looks a little bit confused as well, too. Maybe not expecting that. So the Blastoise is going to go down here. The game is not over, though. However, he did burn a shield and didn't really get much value out of it. The Sableye has Power Gem on the side of Marto Galde, so it has super effective damage for the Mana Bust. You can still do the neutral foul play into Diggersby, right? It's not great, but enough of those foul plays will start adding up, and you at least resist the quick attack damage. In comes the Diggersby, and Rockhaven trying to figure out what really is in the back at this point in time, too, right? If it's a Dene, he's surprised it didn't come to the Blastoise, but at this point, he's probably not thinking that it's even a Dene.
Yeah, he hasn't seen that Sableye yet, but like you said, the Sableye is going to kind of struggle against Rockhaven's entire team here, so I feel like the Diggersby is going to try to put in some work, going to be able to absorb this energy very well from the Mandibuzz, and then really just kind of slowly start chipping away.
This is it's still a pretty tough position for Marto Galde because, in my opinion, I feel like Sableye's not even that bad into Mana Bust, especially at this health range. Maybe you want to just put it in a close to foul play range. But, you know, Diggersby, it still gets the moves pretty annoyingly fast into the Sableye, and you could just tank all the damage because you're double resisting the Shadow Calls. As Rockhaven not going to shield any of these Fire Punches, going to put everything on the backs of this Diggersby. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, but he is still down a shield. Oh, and a great catch onto that Shadow Dusclops from Marto Galde.
Yeah, Marto still has 2 shields, but he gets to save them for another day using this Dusclops as kind of a 3rd shield. But the problem is that now his switch timer is up, so if he brings in the Diggersby at low health, that could be free farm for Rockhaven. And not sure if he wants to bring in the Sableye quite yet. He does reach for it, though, and actually Rockhaven with a quick swap into his own Diggersby.
He's going to go straight for the Scorching Sand. I mean, this is a solid play. You do grab a shield from Marto Galde, but if you debuff the Sableye right off the bat, this makes this matchup a lot more comfortable for Rockhaven. I think Rockhaven's just going to shield up the foul plays as well because it's going to do more damage than likely the Diggersby. I mean, Diggersby doesn't have a lot of health in the back from Marto Galde, so it's even in Fire Punch range. And he is going to shield up that foul play. Let's see if he gets a debuff on the second one or not. He really needs it to have a chance in this matchup.
Yeah, Scorching Sands coming through. Like you said, watching out for that attack drop, which can occur even if there's a shield. But Marto actually just going to quickly swap into his own Diggersby. He has a lot of energy. This is just a Scorching Sands. Obviously not going to be enough to take out the Diggersby, but maybe going to be enough to put it into range of another charge attack.
All right, and we get the attack drop as well. Insult to injury for Rockhaven. He's going to try to go for... Oh, wait, catches the Scorching Sand double. Oh, no, it's a Fire Punch, actually. But still, catching it on the Mana Buzz, trying to set himself up for a win condition here. A complete undercharge from Marto Galde. I mean, Rockhaven doesn't want to get Shadow Call down, right? Because none of these moves are really threatening for the Sableye. I think it was fine. I think it was fine for Marto Galde because he gets the full Shadow Call down. He's going with priority into the Diggersby and get that move off.
Yeah, but that didn't Marto undercharge, and that's kind of what allowed the Mandibuzz to get to this charge attack. This is very scary, but Rockhaven already has the Scorching Sands loaded, but it's actually losing charge attack priority to Marto's Sableye, and now that's going to take out the Diggersby.
All right, and that is going to be the KO. Marto Galde is going to even up the series. Almost a timeout here as we hear the players chatting a little bit here too. My guess is that Rockhaven's probably going to ask, you know...
About the charge attack priority?
Yes, the Blastoise first, the Dusclops. There is a very small percentage chance that Dusclops will lose that, but generally will win that. But generally speaking, that's not going to be the case for the Blastoise. So it looks like the players are going to chat it over, and we'll see if the judges were going to take a look at it as well.
Yeah, that was a very long back and forth game, so I definitely need to take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened. So many switches, so many charge attacks being thrown, especially with that Diggersby and Mandibuzz on the field there. So probably going to be looking for that specific moment, see whether Rockhaven, you know, tapped the Hydro Cannon or maybe wasn't quite tapping the button there to fire it off against the Dusclops.
Yeah, it was a tough one because Rockhaven had to spend a shield there, right? And in the end, if he had one extra shield, it could have changed things. But at the same time, that happened really early in the match, and so much changes if that happens, right? Also, both players made really great catches, right? You had a catch on the Mana Buzz, you had a great catch on Dusclops from Galde. So it happened so early. It's not to say that even if the Blastoise gets the move off, Rockhaven won that game easily. Right? That's not the case at all. I mean, I don't think anyone wins a game easily against Galde. So we're going to have the judges take a look at it. We don't know officially what the player's talking about, so take it with a grain of salt, right? Match it on the review. We'll keep you all updated on exactly what is being brought up, but that, at least from our perspective, is what we noticed.
Yeah, so we do have the replay, so I guess this is what they're talking about. So you see both players have the attack loaded. I don't know if maybe there was a tiny bit of lag so that Rockhaven couldn't press it in time, because it looks like the button.
It looks like when he presses the button, it
gets
pressed
bigger.
down a little bit later,
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, they're probably just gonna be looking at that moment, seeing whether he just didn't tap it in time or if the button actually didn't show up in time.
Yeah, because it could always be a user error, right? Where you just pause for half a second. That was the difference. I think based on Rockhaven's reaction, probably not the case. But again, those things will happen, right? Sometimes you throw a Shadow Ball in a Noctowl mirror, right? So those things can happen. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Caleb is referencing a moment, for those of you who didn't see it at a tournament a couple years ago. But yeah, let's just take maybe a slower look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the button comes up, but we can't see the taps, right?
Yes.
So it's not really clear what's happening.
Yeah.
I will say 99% of the time, the Blastoise does win that charge attack priority.
Yes.
So really the only decision here is to make a choice about whether Rockhaven did or didn't tap that move at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. And it's hard to tell too, right? Because if he shielded, then we would have known it was on charge priority because his move would go off. But because he didn't shield, we don't know if that move was actually pressed at the exact moment. But we have our expert judges on stage taking a look at that too. But what a series so far. I mean, really, I love the mind games that both of them played, right? Because Rockhaven's thinking I know he's going to be prepared for my Shadow Sister, right? I just rolled him with it. They got the boost and everything. And then, so he's anticipating it. And then Galde, on the other hand, I forgot what he did. He did something a little different.
Diggersby Double Ghost, right?
Yeah, I think he was anticipating something else too or something like that. I'm like, oh, yes. Because Rockhaven thought there might have been the Dene, right?
Yeah.
And Galde ended up benching that too. So both players kind of playing a little 4D chess there, trying to predict each other, and both kind of a little bit out-predicting each other in a way that kind of evened out in the end.
Yeah, this series, we kind of set it up as almost a David versus Goliath, with Marto just, having an incredible season. But Rockhaven definitely no slouch, as you were saying. And, these games have just been so, complicated and long. Switch timers coming up differently for different players. You have to keep track of all this energy. And all of these Pokemon are very, very bulky and just throw so many charge attacks. These things just add up over time. So, like you were saying, even if Rockhaven was able to, get off that Hydro Cannon, we have no idea how the rest of that game would have played out. And honestly, it probably, both players would have made incredibly different decisions.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it happened so early too. And the game is just, this is where, you can see close to the peak of Pokemon Go PP, right? The inner workings of the mind plays, but also mechanically super on point with their counts, with their catches as well, right? At a certain point too, you can only do so much by just pausing there too. You have to throw. And it looks like it is going to be, I believe, a rematch for that match, as we see the score being reset now to 1-0 instead of 1-1. And like I said too, because it happened so early, it's not like Rockhaven wouldn't necessarily won that game too, but because he couldn't get that move off, it does completely change the outcome of that second game.
Yeah, and with kind of just how close these games have been with such good players, an entire charge attack being lost does make a difference, a huge difference in terms of how the players played out. So it definitely makes sense why they are going to kind of try to replay the second game there.
Yeah, and that Blastoise too, Inter Galde's team was super strong, right? You got so much neutral play both into the Sableye and the Dusclops, and you got super effective Hydro Cannons for that Diggersby. So if that Blastoise either got a shield from Galde or it survived to stay alive and, throw more moves at the remaining Pokemon, it would have been pretty troublesome for Marto to deal with.
Yeah, so looking forward to this next game here, thinking about the adjustments. I mean, I know we already talked about both of these players kind of expecting Pokemon that weren't there. And, you know, now they've both kind of revealed a couple of their strategies, right? Rockhaven has revealed that he's willing to drop the Scizor in order to kind of anticipate what Marto is bringing. And then Marto, you know, kind of revealing that he doesn't need to bring the Dedenne, totally willing to just go for maybe that double Ghost line.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's a little tough with the Air Slash Mana Buzz. I was going to say, because I think if you're Martrogalde, you know that it's very unlikely that Rockhaven brings the Dedenne. So I'm trying to see, like, what does this Dedenne free up for him? It does free up the Sableye a decent bit, right? But the Sableye also struggles into the Mana Buzz. I was going to say the Glide Spot, but that struggles into the Air Slash Mana Buzz as well. Because I'm looking at Rockhaven's team, it's just like, against almost everyone, his opponents are probably going to have a Diggersby, so he's probably not going to bring the Dedenne when he doesn't have clear answers to Diggersby to begin with. And then you have something that just hard loses to it. It's just so much of a risk. So I feel like anyone facing Rockhaven would feel like, okay, anything threatened by Dedenne, I'm fine. But then, unfortunately, you're also threatened by the Air Slash Mana Buzz, so it doesn't actually free up as many matchups as you would like.
Yeah, a lot of mind games from the composition of Rockhaven's team. I still feel like, you know, going back to old reliable 2-shield Shadow Scizor seems like a decent strategy for Rockhaven. So let's see if he tries to go back to that game 1 strategy, or maybe plays it a little bit trickier like he did in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Martrogalde maybe brings in the Credilli or the Dedenne now to switch things up. It is going to be the case, but the Blasters brought in a fantastic lead for Martrogalde as we see the instant swap from Rockhaven to the Shadow Scizor. This is not so bad for Martrogalde. He knows he's going to grab a shield, and now Rockhaven's down a shield. Can he muscle through this Diggersby that's about to come in?
Oh, absolutely. I think this is the best case scenario for Martrogalde in terms of dealing with the Scizor. You already pulled a shield. You can probably take this Trailblaze, and then any Fire Punch that you land is going to threaten Rockhaven, and you're already off of a shield.
Yeah, but you're going to be boosting this damage here, too. I think Rockhaven may commit a second shield. You're going to force out at least one shield from Martrogalde. This is not so bad. You could set up the Diggersby in the back for Rockhaven because it's pretty strong shields down against the team of Martrogalde, especially that Dedenne. And you can see probably Rockhaven going to throw on Charge Attack priority. It's going to be thrown not on Charge Attack priority, but if you boost on this Night Slash, doesn't the Bullet Punch take it out? Or maybe the Rock...
Oh, he already has the Fire Punch. But huge patience. He anticipates that Rockhaven tried to catch, actually waits, and just throws the Scorching Sands right away. But now you still have to deal with that Scizor in the back somehow.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of tricky, too, because this Dedenne doesn't have much health left, and the Blastoise is now going to threaten KOs with the Hydro Cannon. If you shield your Martrogalde, you kind of play into Rockhaven's hand, because now there's a Diggersby in the back.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe with the desynced switch clocks, you can get off this Parabolic Charge, maybe land a Play Rough, and then maybe switch out if Rockhaven decides to bring the Diggersby back in. But this is a really interesting game and definitely far from over for either side.
It's a little scary, too, for Martrogalde because the Scizor is still only at half health. You can't really hex that down. You kind of have to maybe even make a catch onto Diggersby to deal with the Scizor because the Scizor is pretty scary for that Dusclops as well, which has no energy.
Yeah, I think if you're Marto, you really just have to make sure you always have a little bit of energy so that you can outpace the Scizor if it does come back in. Rockhaven actually going all the way for the super effective Scorching Sands, wants to make sure that he can knock out this Dedenne, and now Marto is going to be probably showing his final Pokemon in that Shadow Dusclops.
Ooh, okay. Rockhaven a little bit slow on the swap here too, but he's still going to outpace. Oh, and throws on Charge Attack priority. That's absolutely huge for Rockhaven. Super effective Night Slash is going to come through. It's also on Charge Attack priority, which is a double whammy for Martrogalde. If you don't charge this up, you're going to take a lot of Bullet Punch, but I think he's going to go for maybe a slight undercharge here because he knows the Diggersby can't quick attack down the Dusclops from this health range.
It's so tough, but now, you know, with these Bullet Punches, you're kind of risking putting yourself into Fire Punch. I mean, you're definitely in Fire Punch range, maybe even Quick Attack range, and you need to reach 2 Ice Punches. I think your only hope, maybe a catch, but that's going to be really hard as a 3-turn Hex user.
We see Martrogalde make the craziest catch before. Can he do it one more time here? He needs to win this series. Both players falls, but Rockhaven with the patience, with the fist bump, he's going to take the 2-0 victory over Martrogalde.
A little bit of an upset there, but really nice plays from Rockhaven throughout the series. And honestly, that was a fantastic series from both players. We saw them making line calls. We saw them predicting catches and swaps. And, you know, really kind of just a masterclass, even just here on day 1 of NAIC.
I mean, yeah, you can see the excitement from Rockhaven. I mean, you know, like I said, he has a lot to fight for here because he's still fighting for a Worlds qualification. That's going to put him pretty high up in the standings so far on day number 1, but he still has another opponent to go in this Winners Finals. Martrogalde is not out of it yet. He's been dropped to loser's bracket plenty of times before and still come back to win tournaments. And if anyone can do it, it's going to be Marto Galde.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to count out Marto wherever he is in the bracket. Like you said, he's come from the loser side before. I mean, he's also just swept tournaments entirely. So if he just, sweeps from here, that could also be enough to win. But, for now, congratulations to Rockhaven. That was a fantastic series. A little bit of, unfortunate things in that first version of game number 2, but didn't let it affect him and still played incredibly in that game number 3.
Yeah, that was, man, Shadow Scissor was pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
I don't know, like we had the ideal situation, right, for Marto Galde. He led a Dedenne into a Blastoise. He had a Diggersby for the Scizor, and he had the Dusclops, which Shadow Dusclops can beat Diggersby as well, because that Ice Punch Chamber just does so much, but a lot of weaving in and out, and, great patience from Marto Galde to avoid the catch, but because he avoided the catch, he still had to throw the energy, right? And the Diggersby just didn't have enough, and as Shadow Scizor, I mean, it just had a little too much health left in the tank.
And have to give a lot of credit to Rockhaven again, recognizing that the switch clock was up, so even though the Scizor was in that matchup against Diggersby, because Marto had, stayed in to get his shield first, he could kind of switch back in, maybe try to make a catch, and then late in the game, you said he switched a little bit slowly with the Scizor into the Dusclops, but it was still just in time for that charge attack priority.
Yeah, in fact, it might have been the perfect time. Yeah, I forgot he had residual energy on the Scizor, which helps. Well, we saw a lot of excitement from Rockhaven. Let's hear what he has to say to Jim on the floor.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Wholesome underscore here with Rockhaven, fresh off his 2-0 victory. What a series we just saw there. In fact, we saw Dedenne into Blastoise. Just give me some initial impressions after that game number 2.
Well, I don't think for my team, I don't think Blastoise into Dedenne is the worst case scenario. I think the worst nightmare would be Mandibuzz into Dedenne. So I think I was trying to run ABA week, but then the last second, I changed my Mandibuzz into Diggersby. So I really glad I made the last second change.
Yeah, good fortunate decision there for you, and a lot of dancing in that matchup for sure. I know that you're still trying to qualify for Worlds, so what does getting this far in the tournament so far mean for you?
Well, at first when I came up with this team, I did it really well in all the practice, but then I just started to lose, and it seems that the meta seems to be shift a little bit. So before entering today, I don't really know how far I could go, but then I think I've beat a couple of very tough opponents, including Marto. He's definitely one of the best players in the world. So I think at this point, I don't want to think about how many points do I still need it. I'm just gonna focus on the next game. So just step by step there.
Taking it one battle at a time, that's all you can do. Already taken down some incredible trainers so far. Any hot meta reads that you have right now? Obviously, we're shifting from Might and Mastery to Delightful Days. Some people are talking about bugs, some people are talking about steals, some people talking about ghosts. What are your thoughts on the meta?
Well, I really like the Shadow Sizer pick. I used to run Shadow Sizer in Ultra League back when years ago, when there's only Giratina still dominates that meta, and once there's a buff for the Shadow Sizer, I instantly started to play it. And I think at first, people try to counter it with all the fire type, which is obviously its worst nightmare. But then I think people just change the strategy a little bit, just try to use more, water types, use more Diggersby, try to make it as like a soft counter, I should say. But in reality, Shadow Sizer has played into all of those matchups as long as you can manage your shield well, manage your energy well. So I would say this is one of the mons that has the most potential, I think, currently in this meta.
Well, you piloted it super well. Before we hand it over to break here, anyone that you want to shout out or say thank you to?
Yeah, I want to shout out to all my teammates, all my locals who helped me screen, and also my girlfriend. She's at the venue right now supporting me, and also I want to thank her.
All right, well, congratulations to Rockhaven. He's going to be moving on to the next round with a 2-0 sweep versus Marto. We're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from our previous matchups. Make sure you guys stick around.
Great to play you. Good luck in the losers, man. You're great.
My name is Elim Rojas, and I'm from Costa Rica. If I were a Pokemon, I think I would be Steel type because it's the best defensive typing. I started with grassroots tournaments and meeting up with some of my friends. That was back in 2019. I just kept playing Go Battle League, a lot of tournaments, grassroots. So my first ever tournament was NAIC 2022, but I was very stressed at the time, couldn't really find the team. Baltimore 2022, I found the team, I managed to prep with it, and I did really well. I ended up getting second place to my friend House Stark. My next finals was in Hartford 2023, and that was against a friend of mine, Boglish, which at the time he hadn't won his regional either. I've learned a lot after being on stream so many times. The first time that I competed on stream, I noticed that I got really tired as the day went by. I'm so used to it that I found a way to stay locked in, if that makes any sense.
We're about to get locked into these grand finals.
I used to think that there was a very clear skill ceiling. The more I play, I notice that that's not as clear as it used to be for me. You definitely need to put a lot of time and practice into it to be at the top. For this tournament, my team was a very similar team to what I brought in both LAIC and Louisville. I changed a couple picks with the new season. I added Annihilate and Corsola. I felt like they worked better in the current meta. My most difficult matchup has to be the finals against Septalize. He beat me on the winners finals, and then I came back. I don't even know what happened in those games. I was just locked in. He had a very difficult team comp. His Shadow for Alligator was very strong against my team, and he knew that. He played fantastically. I just had to find ways around it. I didn't think I was going to win until like literally the end. It was just way too close.
And Elim claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
I'm feeling out of this world. It's been a long time, many tries, a lot of practice. I just feel fantastic right now. If I didn't win this regional, I would need to take a long break. I love competing. I'm a very competitive person. I know how good I am at the game, but my friends, meeting them at the events, hanging out with them, that's most of the reason why I keep going to these regionals. For this season, my initial goal was, of course, winning a regional. Now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I guess I need to win an IC. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm on the top of my game. I'm just a very well-rounded player. If I ever were to win Worlds, I would probably seriously consider retiring.
Marto Galdo, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in the stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started getting nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon GO. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the grand finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the losers bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Martu Gold is your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
I've been to Pokemon my entire life. One of my earliest memories is just playing Ruby with my brother. He had Sapphire on the ODS. I started competing because in GBO, there was like really good rewards for the casual players. So I just kind of kept playing, and here I am. Since I've started competing, I've learned to stay humble. My favorite moment in competitive history is like definitely when I won Hartford. It was like such a struggle for me to finally get there. It meant a lot.
With the hurt knee and all, able to play through the pain.
Personally, I really look up to Radic's occasion. Like, we played at NAIC and we played before, and he's like my captain almost, like on a grassroots team. My goal this season is to just have the most challenge points like in the world. I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Trainers, welcome back. We are back in the Bayou for day one of the North America International Championships. We're having a great start to the tournament with tons of great names that we've already seen on stage. EUIC champions, LAIC champions, but I did see our NAIC champion who we've been talking about, OutOfPoket, Inadequates. What's going on there?
There's been so many upsets in this tournament. OutOfPoket lost his first round. Can happen to the best of us. Maybe you can make a good losers bracket run still. But he got knocked out by Bopper, the trainer that won against Doombug in his first round at the World Championships.
No repeat winner year over year. So we're going to see a new champion here in the 2025 season for the North America International Championships. Speaking of Bopper and speaking of Doombug, we're going to be seeing a bit more of Doombug. And again, we've seen a resurgence in Doombug, especially in the second half of this season. He had so much success about a year and a half ago, winning 3 out of 4 tournaments with a second place, one of the most historic runs we've ever seen. Then I believe it was Monterey that he won most recently, and he's had tons of momentum ever since.
So the storyline of Doombug is interesting at this very, very moment. Yeah. Because the NAIC is exactly the moment where it went wrong for Doombug. Right after a meta shift and winning 3 regional championships, he couldn't make it work at the North America International Championships and then Worlds. This marks an incredibly important tournament for Doombug. It's basically a hill to climb over, to perform well here and then continue that streak at the World Championships. But he's up against Rocha Babyface, a veteran who's come so far in many of these tournaments.
Yeah, and he's someone who has had tons of success at ends of seasons as well, so it's no surprise to see both of these trainers here in Winners Finals. And like you said, a great story with Doombug, trying to be a bit more consistent and trying to not just be the regional winner, but be an IC winner and translate some of that success to Worlds as well. But he's going to have to get through Rocha Babyface with his Shadow Sableye.
And not to mention the Araquanid. We saw it on the team of its Axen. They both told us before that they built their teams together. But Araquanid on both teams, both believers.
Martijn, you asked me earlier about Bug Bite and what I thought of it. I was mentioning the Fortress. I think that's probably been a bit...
That was me.
Yeah. I think it's been a bit of a letdown. but what I do think actually is a bit stronger is that Araquanid with the buffed Bug Bite.
As long as you don't get it aligned into the Mandibuzz or the Dusclops. And speaking of Dusclops, we have two of them here. A Shadow Dusclops from Doombug. He seems to be happy with this as he does have the Araquanid in the back. And it's a non-Shadow Dusclops from Rocha Babyface. Let's see who wins that Charge Security tie here. And that is going to be the Shadow Dusclops from Doombug.
Shadow Dusclops throwing right away. And yes, we see the Charge Attack priority won by Doombug. He's going to get a nice chunk here because one of these Dusclops is Shadow. No problem that two Shadow Punches will knock out.
Another one coming through, this time from Rocha Babyface. But since Doombug wins the Charge Attack priority tie, it's up to him to decide switch fence. But no, swapping out immediately, answered by the Araquanid with two Water-type charge attacks. This used to be a really good matchup for Araquanid. However, now Fire Punch has been buffed, and in this meta, Araquanid's Bug Bite also has been buffed. I would think that Araquanid takes this matchup quite well.
Immediately going for the Bubble Beam. This is going to drop the attack stage by 1 from the Diggersby. I think it's going to take a good matchup into a great matchup now for Doombug. I think not only is he going to be able to win the matchup, but very likely come out of this matchup with energy as well.
I think we're going to see Doombug build up to a ton of energy here. And the reason why, or he might go for the Water Pulse immediately if he wants to secure a knockout, but otherwise the reason could be because the timer is almost going to be up for Rocha Babyface. So you want to make it uncomfortable for the next Pokemon coming in for Rocha Babyface. Another Fire Punch is being thrown into this Araquanid. It's not going to deal a lot of damage. I expect to swap out. Rocha Babyface comes in with the Mandibuzz, immediately also with the hardest counter that we have currently, the Dedenne.
This is the worst case scenario now for Rocha Babyface. Just like you said, the worst, like the biggest answer that you could possibly have. Not only do you have a positive matchup, but now coming out of this matchup, you're going to have a probably 2 or 3 stage defense boost to Dedenne as well.
Rocha Babyface still has Diggersby, however, to take all that energy. But this dancing around, the alignment is just not going well for Rocha Babyface. Switch advantage seems so important from the start, but when you cannot win Charge Security tie, that already seems kind of an impossible mission at the start.
You know, we talked a lot about this meta in general, and there's very polarizing matchups. Things like Dedenne, which have such hard wins and such hard losses as well. You have the Diggersby, which is just a very one-sided matchup, yet on this other side, you have Mandibuzz. So with Rocha Babyface forcing that Mandibuzz onto the field, it allows Doombug to absolutely flex this to Dedenne.
Let's see if Doombug stays into this matchup or swaps out, because he does, looks like he is going to stay in, go for the player off.
Yeah.
He might actually secure a knockout because the Dedenne is a pretty high attack.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be very close here. I could see it hanging on with just a little bit of HP, but just like you said, gets the knockout, and now you still retain all of this defense buffs. Even if you take a Shadow Punch here, I think you're going to have no problem hanging on.
All the defense buffs. Have you seen how many shields there are in play, Wholesome? All of them!
All of the shields still remain, but no need to use one. Tanks it without a problem. I don't even think you're going to get hexed down. Go straight for the Parabolic Charge. Is this 4 stages of attack buffs now?
Defense buffs.
Oh, sorry.
The shields being put up here, and I think you're right. There's no way you get the hex down here. Doombug knows he's staying in. The Dedenne is such a menace.
Fully buffed up, able to reach this next Parabolic Charge. Gonna force the Protect Shield from Rocha Babyface. This is exactly what we talk about when you get in those one-sided matchups. Not only is it great in the matchup, but it's great as well, forcing both Protect Shields. Combo play now with the Araquanid, has their Water Pulse ready to go, and this is going to wash away the Dusclops.
Dusclops going down. Doombug taking game number 1 in this ultimate clash in winners finals of Group B.
Doombug staring into our souls here. He is locked in this North America International Championships. Keep in mind, this is winners finals. He wants to prove that, hey, it was a fluke last year when I think it was 0-2 or 1-2. Didn't have the success that he wanted here. He's here to prove that Monterey wasn't a fluke, that he is back.
He is back with this winners final performance already. Have to take a look at the movesets here. Araquanid with the double water charge attacks. Why would you not run Bug Buzz, do you think?
Well, I think with all the ghosts that you're seeing, as well as some of the steel types, there's just not as many destinations for that energy. Water in general, a pretty solid offensive type, and there's almost no grasses in the meta. The one that we're seeing is the Credilli, where you're still hitting for neutral. So while there is some upside to the Bug Buzz, I think you're getting more utility out of Bubble Beam, and then just a strong, hard-hitting move with Water Pulse.
Araquanid is one of those Pokemon multiple charges, multiple choices, and Water Pulse might just make sense. Are we going to see the Araquanid? We see the Dedenne into the Shadow Sableye. I want to say this is a good lead for Doombug, but Shadow Sableye has player, and it's looking like with the backline of Rocha Babyface, he's likely going to stay in here. You don't want to Goliath support on this Dedenne.
Interesting, we do see a charge attack priority on 7 Shadow Claws slash Thunder Shocks. We actually see Dedenne win this one, and it is just the parabolic charge, so this is going to raise the defense of the Dedenne. Now this foul play is not going to do quite as much damage.
Look how much damage those Shadow Claw already did, though. Oh, no Protect Shield from Doonbug, knowing he would take that Power Gem even from that health range, and you win the charge security time, but still, both trainers not throwing the attack. Go for the play rough. It's a dangerous one. And looks like Rocha Babyface is committed. He's putting up 2 protections on the Shadow Sableye.
You know what, I like that play there from Rocha. I think he understands he does not want to go for that charge attack priority with the Shadow Claws, knowing that he can just land a foul play. But look at this, Doonbug. He no shields his Power Gem from, there's no debuffs here whatsoever. This is full power.
And that does so much damage. Araquanid can take it. It's bulky. But now you're almost in foul play range.
Well, I'm just trying to think here. This Dedenne, what's going to be stopping it? You're going to need to realign the Credilli, but you're just staying in with this Sableye. Okay, we do see a swap out.
I like this play from Rocha Babyface. He doesn't have shields anymore, so he needs to be able to take the energy somewhere. And Goliath support is just the Pokemon. Jim, if you had Bug Buzz here, you probably would have been better off.
I think you'd be a lot better off because all of these charge attacks are resisted, and while you can get a little utility out of that Bubble Beam, you really need to find a way to get this Pokemon off the field, and you're not going to have any opportunity with this Araquanid. You're going to have to bring back in the Dedenne, and there's still a Credilli on the side of Rocha Babyface, but keep in mind, no Protect Shields remain.
I think that the Dedenne would have been able to get to a charge again. It looks like Doonbug opts to get to some energy on this Dusclops here. Keep in mind, this is single stage debuff after the Bubble Beam from the Araquanid, so Dusclops can hang in quite well.
Well, now that Dusclops has some of this energy, it's going to make that matchup versus the Credilli a lot better, and with a little bit of an overfarm, he's going to be able to reach the Ice Punch before Credilli is able to reach a Rock Tomb.
Shadow Punch coming through. Knocks out the Goliath support. What do you bring in now? The Shadow Sableye comes back in. It has a little bit of energy, but not enough. And looks like Doonbug gets to the Shadow Punch before that. There's no protection on Rocha Babyface side, but he has a full Graylee in the back still.
And don't forget, this Dusclops resists the acids from the Credilli, so you have to land charge attacks, but Doonbug still has a Protect Shield remaining.
I like this. Doonbug is nodding his head. I don't think this is as great of a position as it looks like because the Rock Tomb is going to drop the attack. But you can clear the debuff at some point, right? And then your Ice Punch will knock out. There's still Protect Shield in play as well, but that's likely going to be used right now.
Well, yeah, you use it right now, you clear the debuff. The only thing is that you don't win charge attack priority, so if somehow Rocha is able to reach another Rock Tomb, that's going to be it for the Dusclops.
But do you need to? Because I think Dusclops' second name is Speed. It's going to get to another Shadow Punch in only 1 Hex.
A lot of haste here from this Dusclops, able to reach 1 Shadow Punch, needs another Shadow Punch, only 3 turns away, able to reach the Shadow Punch just before the Rock Tomb. Doonbug gets the Shadow Punch, and this will knock out the Credilli. It's going to be a 2-0 sweep for Doonbug.
And Doonbug moving on to day 2 at the North America International Championship.
What an incredible battle that we just saw there. Precision plays there from Doonbug. You can just see the emotions on his face. He's got to feel good after a disappointing NAIC 2024. He is back in 2025. Meanwhile, though, Rocha Babyface, after a good start to the tournament, he's going to move down to the loser side of the bracket, where we've seen him have success before, so he is not out of this yet.
And it means for Rocha Babyface as well, 1 more win. We'll see him tomorrow again in day 2. Doonbug's knowledge of how much damage an attack does is so meticulous, because some players would go for the Ice Punch there on the Dusclops, but Doonbug knows Shadow Punch, less energy.
Right.
And 2 of them, I need 2 Charge Sticks anyway, because the Rock Tomb debuffed my attack, so the Ice Punch wouldn't knock out. He goes for 2 Shadow Punch instead, barely outpaces the Graylee, wins. It's like a formula.
Yeah, it's very possible if you go for that 40 energy Ice Punch, you then don't get to that second charge attack, your 35 energy Shadow Punch. You're going to need 2 regardless, just like you're saying. You're not going to hex down, especially with the debuff there. So the presence of mind to know what the win condition is, even if it takes a little creativity, Doonbug's got it all.
And I think at this point, Rocha Babyface must have learned to deal better or to respect the Dedenne better at this point, because the Pokemon just put in so much work.
Yeah, absolutely. But we keep seeing, I know we've made this comment several times, but the bug types and now Acid Credilli are really struggling versus these ghosts. And I think we knew Dusclops was trending up, but I think it's that or Diggersby's probably been the best Pokemon here so far at the North America International Championships.
I'm not sure if Greatly actually struggles with most Ghost-type Pokemon because the damage output from Dusclops is quite low actually, because it doesn't use the super effective attack that it uses is not the same type attack bonus. So you saw that Ice Punch does less than half. If you drop the attack, it will do even less damage. And in that case, when Dusclops needs 3 charge attacks and you only need 2, Greatly can actually win that scenario the more shields there are in play. But there weren't that many shields anymore in play, so Dusclops was able to win the match.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's hear from the stage. Actually, we have Butter standing by. He is with Doonbug right now.
Hey, thank you so much. And we're here. What did you just tell me right before we went live?
They don't call me the Doonbug for nothing.
They do not, because the Araquanid and Doonbug has guaranteed day number 2 on Saturday at NAIC 2025. So let's talk about that Pokemon. How about the Araquanid? I know we saw that with its Axen team. How do you feel about it so far?
It's been amazing for me so far. The Bug Bite it's great fast attack pressure against a lot of the meta, and it's at the very least it's very good bench pressure against Diggersby and Shadow Drapion. It shuts down both of those safe swaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that Axen was running. You're actually running very similar teams. Why is that?
We might have been talking a little bit before going into this tournament, maybe prepping with each other, and so far it's worked out for both of us.
You've obviously won so many regionals in the past. You've gotten so close at an international championship. What would it mean to you to become the North American International Champion?
It would be everything to me because this is the last big tournament before the World Championships in August, and having a good performance here will give me a lot of momentum going into that.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you on day number 2. Let's go back to the casters.
Well, making day 2 definitely a performance you'd expect it from Doonbug, but to make it happen is actually not always a certainty.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think Doonbug has a lot to prove here. People are saying, oh, he's done so well. But at the regional level, he certainly has. He does have a 2nd place at an IC as well. But this is that next stepping stone for him in his pursuit of eventually world champion.
Right. And with the Araquanid, perhaps. They don't call him the Doonbug for nothing. He's doing so well with the Araquanid.
You can't do that one to me, Inadequates. He is doing.
We'll be here all weekend.
He is doing so well currently, and yeah, he's making it to day number 2. So we're very excited for him. But there's been a lot of trainers that have, it's crazy now when we think about it, because as we've expanded the game, as we've seen more trainers come into the scene, as we've seen more accolades attached and associated with all these trainers, we have so many just incredible trainers now that it's guaranteed that eventually someone's going to go 0-2 at some of these tournaments, right? We can't have all of them making day number 2, but we are seeing a lot of familiar faces having success. The one that stood out to me a little bit earlier, though, is Rockhaven. And what I want to talk about Rockhaven is that I think that for some of these trainers that have not qualified yet, there might be a little bit of extra motivation. While everyone is trying to practice and get used to this new meta ahead of Worlds, I think some of those trainers that either had, hey, I've never won this before, or I need championship points, when you have that extra motivation, I think it just gives you a little bit more of a boost in some of your battles.
And that's just so good already for Rockhaven because he is an excellent competitor. I believe he has won a medal before at a previous championship. That must have been last season. So he does have it. And speaking of trainers that still have a lot to play for, we're going to have 610 Hero versus T Wastel soon.
Ooh, 610 Heroes, a trainer that we've seen all the way since the 2022 season, so a long-time battler that we've seen have a lot of success. So I'll be looking forward to that. Before we get into the battles, though, we want to take a look at our July content update as well. Taking a look here, we're going to be having the 2025 Community Day Classic for Eevee hanging out in July, and there's so many opportunities to evolve Eevee here. Look at all these exclusive moves and Inadequates.
There's a lot of charge stacks to get for your Eevee evolutions here. I know I still need an Umbreon. Umbreon, an absolute staple in the Great League. We don't see it currently as much because of all the bug-type Pokemon buff, but make sure to get some of these Pokemon because this is your chance to get that Legacy charge stack.
Okay, what about the Ember buff, though, for Flareon, right? That's got to be...
And it has superpower.
It has superpower as well. One of the most efficient charge attacks. Maybe I'm creating the new meta right now.
We'll see about that.
All right, well, we're still getting these trainers ready on stage here, but one of the things that I see coming up here is going to be more Shadow Sizer action. We were speculating a lot in the pre-show and in the intro about how it's going to do. Give me some initial thoughts here, Inadequence. How is Shadow Sizer performing this tournament?
It has been performing quite well, but it always has to be careful of the Diggersby, and Diggersby has been all over the place. Another Pokemon that really has been all over the place, something I didn't expect. I expected the Galarian Moltres to be more common. But Mandibuzz with Air Slash is all over the place. Trainers are really fearing fighting-type Pokemon, and that's something we're also going to see. In one of the first matches of this day, we saw Shadow Annihilate being super dominant, and it looks like Tiwastel on the right side has that Shadow Annihilate again. It's going to have a pretty tough time into Pokemon like Mandibuzz and Shadow Dusclops.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned Galarian Moltres because it just got a buff, realistically. It has Fly now, rather than having to singularly go for Brave Bird for any type of flying type damage. And it also has access to Sucker Punch, which is objectively one of the better fast attacks in the game. That said, it is being overshadowed by Mandibuzz, which is going to outbulk that Galarian Moltres, but I think what it has going for it is lower energy charge attacks. So it's able to be a bit more spammy, hang on to charge attacks a little bit more, and especially with a 50-second switch clock, just gives you a little bit more options, a little bit more flexibility.
You know which Pokemon I find interesting here? It's the Swampert. Because you think, okay, there's a Cradily, I have a check, but Cradily has Acid now.
Yeah.
Fast attack.
Yeah, there's not a lot of grass types in the meta in general. I think it's just Cradily, and like you said, with Acid, you're resisting that. Makes it a better Swampert matchup. Swampert matchup. Speaking of Swampert, we're going to be seeing it lined up versus the Diggersby.
And that's a great lead for 610 Hero, swapping into the Shadow Dusclops. There's no answer on the team from 610 Hero, so going for the Hydro Cannon. Perhaps we see the infamous chip and dip.
Yeah, I think that you have to at least land a Hydro Cannon here. You don't want to bring in one of your Pokemon, especially Dusclops behind energy. We do see, okay, now Dusclops brought in. I think that worst case scenario here, if you have to, you can farm all the way down. I need to look at the energy pacing here, though, because I think there's a possibility that Tiwastel is going to be, charge attack priority here. Doesn't fall for it, though. 610 Hero will just use the Protect Shield and probably farm down.
I think going for the Hex down here to come out with a lot of energy that will be useful in the Diggersby still. However, I think you need 3 Ice Punch to get the knockout, and the Diggersby will likely be able to get to a Fire Punch before that, so Tiwastel might be able to keep his shield, and I think this is also kind of what he wanted, because he baited out the he baited out the Dusclops, so the Shadow Annihilate avoids it.
I think Shadow Annihilate has a ton of play here. It's going to be just absolutely eating away the HP, both for the Shadow Sizer as well as the Swampert here. What's interesting, though, it's not Shadow Swampert. We've seen more Shadow Swampert recently than regular Swampert, but I see a lot of trainers now running the non-Shadow variant. Either way, second Ice Punch does land. I think 2 hexes away from the next one. Here comes the Fire Punch, though. I think this is enough to knock out. What do you think?
I think it will be Tiwastel just wanting to get rid of this Dusclops.
Hangs on with 1 HP.
Oh, it barely hangs on, but not able to get to another charge stack there. Just so close.
Yeah, I think inconsequential damage with that Shadow Punch, so had to reach for the Shadow Punch. Okay, but now we have 2 Shield Primate. We talked about just how strong 2 Shield Primate was, but these Bullet Punches are adding up, Martijn.
Night Slash, 12% chance to get the buff, and I think you need it here, otherwise this Annihilate is going rampant, but no attack buff. Rage Fist, however, has 100% chance, so now the counts will do much more damage than the Bullet Punches.
Do you get to this next Night Slash? I think that you're going to be needing an additional 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Do you hang on
4?
to the board?
No! It goes down, and now Annihilate is hanging on.
It has a shield, and it needs to get to this Rage Fist here. This is same type attack bonus. No Protect Shields remain for 610 Hero. Swampert still in the green, but it's going to be taking a boosted Rage Fist.
That does so much damage. Swampert barely hangs on, takes one more counter, and no, it goes down. Tiwastel taking game number 1 again. The Shadow Annihilate.
We were expecting some good performances from Diggersby, from Dusclops, from Shadow Sizer. What surprised me this tournament so far, Inadequence, has been Shadow Annihilate with the strength of counter. Yes, it lost a little bit of energy generation recently, but its damage has been untouched. And with Rage Fist and with the Shadow variant, Annihilate has had a lot of good play so far here at NAIC.
This was just a classic from Tiwastel. Swapping in that Shadow Dusclops meant he would likely bait out either the opposing Dusclops or the Mandibuzz, and those are exactly the counters to Shadow Annihilate. So unless both Dusclops and Mandibuzz were in the back, Shadow Annihilate was gonna feast.
Absolutely. Yeah, it did feast, and I think that there's still a lot of potential in the next game as well. Taking a look at our replays, though, don't forget 610 Hero had a great lead with that Swampert into the Diggersby, so a great comeback there from T-Wastel. He gets the Fire Punch to almost knock out the Dusclops. Will you be able to get to the Ice Punch? The answer was no. Shadow Scissor trying to hold on versus this Annihilate, but Annihilate able to withstand the pressure, get to the final Rage Fist, and then one more counter, all you need to knock out that Swampert.
Perhaps in the matchup of the Scissor versus the Annihilate, you might not want to throw the Night Slash, because going for the Night Slash meant that you miss out on a Bullet Punch.
Yeah.
And that does a lot of damage on the Annihilate. Perhaps then you might be able to get the Mud Shot down, but you also won't pull the shield. So that means that Swampert would either need to get a Mud Shot down on the final Pokemon, which was Diggersby, so that's going to be unlikely, or you need to get the 3 Hydro Cannon.
Those are tough decisions to make in real time, but I agree with you. I mean, you can look at it either way. You either take one more counter or you don't get one more Bullet Punch. I mean, it's the same outcome. Either way, you need that fast attack pressure. That's what Scizor is known for, and what Annihilate is not, Shadow Annihilate is not known for is its bulk either, so I think fast attack pressure would have been the recipe for success there. We're moving into game number 2, though. Keep in mind, this is winners finals for Group A. The Dusclops into the Credilli. You said this is a good matchup for Credilli.
I didn't say it was good. I said it's playable.
Let's see what happens.
If T also wants to play this out, it's possible he may shoot that first attack, but it looks like switch advantage might not be as important for him. There's no Annihilate in the back this time. We see the Shadow Drapion and the Shadow Dusclops for him.
There's no real hard check to the Shadow Scizor, though. There's nothing that's going to wall it. There's no Shadow Annihilate this time that's just going to out-fast attack it. So maybe 2-shield Shadow Scizor could be the play, especially if it gets a line versus that Shadow Drapion.
And farming up some more energy. Now going for the Ice Punch. An interesting charge attack priority tie that Cradley wins. This will knock out the Dusclops.
I'm a little curious there. Was that only 4 acids that we saw there, or was that...
I believe it... yeah, we don't even get to use our energy as the opposing Dusclops come in. What do you bring in now?
I think there's a lot of questions that we're asking ourselves at this point, but here comes the Shadow Scizor.
Oh, man.
You are behind in energy, so this is going to be a little bit frustrating. You can see, I think, some energy pacing issues there for 16 Heroes Shadow Scissor.
I think the Scissor didn't sleep very well. It's a little bit slow on the attacking there. Going for its charge attack now, which is going to be shielded. And I think as T-Wastel, you'll probably get that Hex down here.
I think he's at a turn deficit, maybe we can call it that.
Turn deficit, yeah, perhaps. Smart of you.
Thank you. I just came up with that just now. All right, well, here comes the Shadow Punch from the Shadow Dusclops here. This is a regular Swampert. Not going to be enough to knock out regular Swampert, so we'll be able to withstand 2 of these Shadow Punches from the Shadow Dusclops.
Yeah, the mud is a little bit hard to throw here, maybe a little bit heavy. Swampert is behind here. Go for another Protect Shield on the Dusclops. Perhaps doesn't want to even reveal the Shadow Drapion in the back.
Yeah, no, we're going to have to probably see after this game if there is going to be any sort of judge decisions or any sort of investigation into any of those energy deficits that we were looking at there. But here comes the next Shadow Punch. Swampert does use the Protect Shield, still has another Protect Shield, trying to get to that Hydro Cannon, and in comes the Acid, though. This will be enough to knock out, but I think 610 Hero is a little frustrated. Feels like he should have been able to get that off a little bit earlier.
Yeah, this won't knock out just yet. A very nice undercharge from 610 Hero. And now the Swampert is actually on base. It's actually going to spam this Hydro Cannon now. But is it a little bit too late, perhaps?
I think it's a little bit too little, a little bit too late. You need to get to 3 Hydro Cannons here. 2 for the Drapion and then 1 for the Dusclops. I think the Dusclops already has a charge attack loaded and ready to go. And yeah, just 1 Hex away from the next charge attack maybe as well.
Let's see if it can outpace this Swampert. And then the Drapion's in the back, but Drapion's way too healthy. It can hang on to 1 Hydro Cannon at the very least. Another Shadow Punch coming through. This Dusclops going to have a field day here as it knocks out another Pokemon in the second game against 610 Hero.
By my count, I want to say that was maybe 8 Shadow Punches that we saw between the 2 Dusclops. A lot of energy being thrown there. The Shadow Scizor able to farm all the way down. Just has a sliver of HP. No way it's going to be able to knock out this Drapion. You can see 610 Hero. I think anyone who's watching the NBA, they say, look, take a look at it. We got to look at the replay here. I think that we're going to be seeing the judges taking a look at this one. From what it looked like here on the caster desk, I think we saw a little bit of some energy deficit there in Adequates.
Right, let us know what you think in the chat. It looks like both trainers and the judge are also discussing it. That Scissor, it would have been really good in the back, actually.
Absolutely. You're going to be double resisting those poison stings from the Shadow Drapion. You need to hide behind those Protect Shields, though, because you will get outpaced. And it's not so much about your charge attack pressure. In fact, everything is resisted. You need to just go simply for boosting your attack and getting those bullet punches out. But he wasn't really able to leverage that strategy, knowing that he wasn't able to get all of his fast attacks through there.
But if you look at the line that T-Wastel brought, Shadow Drapion, and Krayley both have poison as the fast attack. That means it's double resist on Shadow Scissor. It will make it look bulky.
Yeah.
And then if you give Shadow Scissor the time to ramp up, man, you're in danger.
Do you hang on versus one crunch from Drapion, though, as the Shadow?
I think it does about 95 to 96% damage, so yes. The answer is you'll hang on, probably.
Okay, but not after those poison stings.
Yeah, they will add up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that's where you need the regular scissor, right?
Ah, from EU Ouden, yeah.
Should have thought about that one. Well, I think so far this tournament, I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but there are certain Pokemon that are absolutely influencing what's being brought. I think the Deden, the Diggersby, the Dusclops, maybe even the Shadow Scissor as well are the Pokemon that you're really having to build your teams around. What's surprising me a bit so far has been the Mandibuzz as well as the Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah.
There have been some other players as well, of course the Credilli, right? We're seeing things like Swampert, little Drapion, little Sableye as well, but I think we're starting to see a very centralized meta that people are having to respond around specific Pokemon.
And it's kind of difficult to make the decisions right before this tournament because this is the only tournament before Worlds in the Delightful Days meta. Usually there's like OutOfPoket or Nighttime Clasher basically defining the meta, showing everyone, look, these are the best Pokemon, let me show you how to win with it. And this time there's none of that.
No, yeah, most definitely. I think that in most seasons you would probably have six, seven tournaments as you go through, but we're going to have a pretty significant gap between NAIC and Worlds, so there's going to have to be a lot of practice tournaments and scrims that people are doing when they're really trying to define this meta. Maybe some Go Battle League as well.
Go Battle League. Did you hit Legend last season?
I did hit Legend last season.
Very
yes.
nice. What was the Pokemon that you used for it? Is that still good?
I used a lot of different Pokemon. There's a lot of metas. It's not all
like
about one.
Wigglytuff Double Mudslap? Is that like your signature team?
Signature team 3 seasons ago in Adequance was going to be a Lowland Sandslash Double Mudslap. Doesn't work so great these days. There's this Pokemon called Talonflame. I don't know if you've ever used it. That seems to incorporate.
I have used it. It is quite a strong Pokemon. I'm actually surprised that we don't see it as much in this meta. I know that the Dena is pretty good into it, but like if you look, for example, to the team of T-Wastel, Talonflame would not be a bad option in this meta. We've only seen, I believe, a Shadow Typhlosion before earlier today.
I think we saw a Shadow Typhlosion plus Talonflame in our very first matchup. Double Incinerate. That's right, Wincinerate. Vincinerate, some would say. That's right. Now, I don't know that Fire has the best place right now, just knowing that there's still a decent amount of waters. I think Dusclops in a lot of situations is just bulkier, so it can win in faster, yeah, so it can win a lot of those matchups. And then, of course, Diggersby as well. Now, okay, one thing I did want to mention, we talked about some flyers earlier. Let's look at this real quick, though. We are seeing, okay, are these fast attacks adding up in the correct pacing? Trying to get to that Ice Punch. Seems like it was tapped a little bit earlier. Of course, this is a 3-turn versus a 2-turn. I mean, from my lens here, I don't want to speculate too much, but from my lens, I saw probably 3 or 4 instances where it looks like that 610 Hero was not able to launch his charge attacks or able to get all his fast attacks through within the correct pacing.
Yeah, his Pokemon were just taking a little bit relaxed there and a little bit slower with the fast attacks, and that influenced that lead matchup there a lot, and also later on with the Swampert. I feel like both the Swampert and the Scissor would have had a lot of play there if they were on their regular pacing. So we'll see what the judges say and what the outcome of this review will be.
Going back to what I wanted to ask you here, we talked a lot about flyers. We mentioned the Galarian Moltres as well as the Mandibuzz. Another Pokemon that we've seen as one of the featured flyers is Corviknight. In fact, the winner of the YouTube poll for the Community Day.
In August.
In August, that's right. So it's going to be, I believe, after Worlds. It's not going to be eligible till after then, right?
I believe it's slightly before.
But will it be eligible?
It will not be eligible.
That's right.
Because it will take 2 weeks between when it's brought out, and it needs to take 2 weeks before it will be eligible. So Air Cutter Corviknight will not be viable for then yet, but I think it's actually a decent Pokemon. I know that our colleague Henry calls it a fraud. I think that Corviknight is a Pokemon that has proven its worth in the previous meta. Currently, though, with all of the Dena running around, I don't know, man. I don't think it's the sauce right now.
A super effective Sand Attack.
Ah, yes, it will make the Dena look even bulkier.
All right, well, I hate to cut you off here, but I do want to confirm that we do have a rematch there for that game number 2. 610 Hero will be starting again at 0-1 here. 610 Hero versus T. Tuastel. So this is that point now where as a trainer, you have to refocus, you have to collect your thoughts again, and you have to just reset, right? This is a brand new game number 2 for 610 Hero. He needs to win 2 straight games still. For Tuastel, it's taken a win off the board, but he can still, he's just 1 win away from winning Group A Winners Finals.
Even though this battle was nullified, it does give you insight in what your opponent likes to bring here. And we saw no Shadow Annihilate from Tuastel there. With the Pokemon that 610 Hero brought, I actually thought that would have been a pretty good call there.
Yeah, no, I think so for sure. And keep in mind, you can run anything at this point. There's no mandate for same teams or same lead or anything like that. It is open. It's the Wild West, so that you can bring completely different teams. There could be different strategies. Hey, I'm just going to run it back. I like what I had, but then your opponent may run something completely different. So there's still the same variables and mind games that any game would have.
I think at this point, as Tuastel, you'll probably want to play it safe. Bring Shadow Annihilate. Mandibuzz is hard to play when there's a Cradley and the Dedenne around. And even because it's a Mandibuzz with the fast attack Air Slash, it's not even that strong or dominant into the Shadow Dusclops, as Dusclops charges quicker and has access to super effective Ice Punch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that coverage, honestly, of Ghost and Ice. There's so few Pokemon that are going to be resisting both types, and while it isn't the hardest hitting Pokemon, and it doesn't have very high energy charge attacks, it's not going to one-shot anything. It does a lot of consistent damage.
One of our trainers has locked in, the other one's still going through it, and it looks like we have a lock-in. We're going into game number 2 of this Winners Finals, Group A. 610 Hero on the left, Tuastel on the right, and we have the Swampert into the Shadow Annihilate.
Okay, this is another matchup here where Shadow Annihilate is going to be the one that chooses, do you take Switch or not? These counters just add up so quickly, and with the boost from Rage Fist, no problem in getting all of this HP and getting the Swampert wiped off the field.
Going for the Hydro Cannon. Jim, I saw you go for the Sludge the other day here. That is resisted on this Shadow Annihilate. Hydro Cannon on the other does a ton of damage. So it looks like we see the hard swap immediately into the Mandibuzz to soak all this energy from the Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, I've been watching Marto Galde's stream, and I'd seen him throwing a lot of poison-type attacks into Steels and Ghosts, so that was just trying to copy some of the success that he's had.
Oh, he's very successful.
He's very successful, absolutely. But now we're going to be seeing a battle of the bulk monsters here, we can say. The Mandibuzz into the Diggersby. I mean, both of these are very, very strong Pokemon. The one thing that Mandibuzz has going for it is that you obviously double resist those Scorching Sands, which makes Diggersby simply go for this Quick Attack Fire Punch combo.
And I think that's kind of good for Mandibuzz, but what's also good for 610 Hero is that this stalls the clock a lot, because I think this is kind of not really the matchup where you want the Diggersby, because you have the Shadow Dusclops and the Swampert, which have slightly better matchups. However, you hang on here still, 610 Hero knows you could even keep the energy if you feared the Annihilate in the back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You just hang on to this energy, swap right away, bring back in the Swampert with a shield advantage. It's going to make that Annihilate a lot less safe than it was in that lead matchup.
Putting out the Protect Shield. We saw the Annihilate earlier throw 1 Ice Punch, so it did expend some energy, but I believe it did so many counters that it still had... Oh, it actually doesn't have that much energy. Can Swampert get to 2 Hydro Cannon here?
I think it's going to be able to, because that Rage Fist buff is now gone, so you're just doing non-buffed counters. I think all you need to do is survive 3 more, and I think, are you going to get there? Okay, Rage Fist comes through. This does allow the Mudshot to come through. 610 Hero now needs to make the decision. Do I want to shield so I get my final charge attack off? He says no, wants to put it all on the back of this Dusclops, which double resists these counters. Buffed or not, you're going to not take any damage at all.
You have an Area Ace loaded on Mandibuzz as well. Is this where you want to expand it, or do you want... Yes, he goes into the Mandibuzz. It's going to take out, or attempt to, because it's not a strong attack, but I think Shadow and I will feign to this. And then you only have the Shadow Drapion left in the back. It does knock out.
Yeah, Switch Clock is up too, so there's not going to be any sort of punish whatsoever. You can immediately go into your Dusclops, whatever comes in. It's going to be just the Ice Punch show from here on out. You need 2 more Ice Punches to knock out this Diggersby. How many Ice Punches and Hexes do you need to knock out that Drapion, though?
I believe that's actually only going to take 2 Ice Punches with some Hex damage. Shadow Dusclops is not helpless into Shadow Drapion, but there's the attack drop, which makes it really tough.
But you still have your Mandibuzz that you can eventually swap out that debuff, so the longer this matchup goes, the better for 610 Hero. You still need 2 Ice Punches to knock out regardless, but now, okay, Tuastel brings in the Shadow Drapion. 1 Crunch will be threatening to knock out, but there's still a Protect Shield on the side of 610 Hero.
It's gonna be needed. This Ice Punch won't knock out, or sorry, it won't even bring it to the half here. As look at that, it's debuffed. I think you needed the non-debuff damage there. At this point, I think the only thing that can catch, that can save this Dusclops is to catch an attack on the Mandibus, or is he going to call it no, knows that its dropping will go for the crunch?
Yeah, there's so many mind games that are involved here. Do you try and catch on alignment? Do you try and wait a turn? Just go straight for this Ice Punch now. And okay, this Strapion, I think, is only one Poison Sting away from this next crunch. This is going to be the pivotal moment. Can you make this game-winning catch? Tries to get there, but does not. Great patience from T.O.S.T.L.
Can he get to Darius? Can he get to Darius? No! He goes down with it. So close. Such patience from T.O.S.T.L. as he gets the crunch off. And Drapion is going to take game number 2.
Little bit of hiccup there in our original game number 2, but as we moved into this official game number 2 here, T.O.S.T.L. with a 2-0 clean sweep here. 610 Hero will move down to the loser side of the bracket, but T.O.S.T.L. now the winner of Group A.
Looks like they might be discussing something. So no, now it
Headsets
looks
off.
like, yeah, headsets off. That's the cue. That's the cue. All right. Looks like T.O.S.T.L. is moving on to day 2. What a phenomenal performance for him so far.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I think that we've seen a lot of the usual suspects that we just keep seeing in so many of these games, the Dusclops, the Diggersbys. I mean, we're going to get really good at these matchups by the end of the tournament because we're going to see them 20, 30 times over.
What is the Pokemon that has made the best impression on you so far? For me, it's the Dusclops. It's like it comes out every single game.
Yeah, I think that the Dusclops is one that's harder to wall than the Diggersby. The Diggersby, while it's still very good, and you know, it even hits back versus things like grass, I think the Dusclops has just proven to be so flexible, paces to energy, great bulk, great coverage. I think it has been the best Pokemon in the meta so far.
I think perhaps in this game number 2, if you use the energy from this Mandibus elsewhere, like on the Shadow Drapion, perhaps you could have been in a better position, because this Dusclops was never going to take any damage from the counter from the Annihilate. However, then you'd probably have to shield a Rage Fist.
Are you a little disappointed that you didn't see the Shadow Scissor in that that rematch of game number 2?
Well, I'm more disappointed I haven't seen any Giratina Origin just yet. Why is that?
I'm very surprised because when I was talking to people yesterday before they locked their teams in, a lot of people were telling me they were going to run it.
I know Martegra was running it.
Yeah?
I don't know how they're doing right now.
Was she running it with Wigglytuff though?
Oh, I don't think so. No.
Talk to me about that core, by the way.
That core just covers Bug-type Pokemon so well.
It's true.
If you fear Golisopod, you don't have to fear. Like if you have Nightmares, then the core to run is the Giratina and the Wigglytuff together. And you do not have to fear any Golisopod. In fact, you'll have to fear Diggersby, and that Pokemon's all over the place. Also Shadow Scissor, by the way.
Yeah. Well, you know what I wanted to ask you, Martine, is that there are some Pokemon that have just disappeared from the meta going from one tournament to the next. Malamar and Claydol, what's happened?
Well, Malamar has a Dark and Psychic typing. That means that it's double weak to Bug, and I think that just scared off a lot of trainers.
But where are all the Bug-type fast attacks? We've only seen Araquanid, realistically.
And Golisopod with Fury Cutter. There's also the Dedenne, a Fairy-type Pokemon, walls the energy from the Malamar. Now, fun fact, if you have a very high attack Shadow Malamar, it will be able to win against the Dedenne in the 2-shield scenario because you will get it into foul play range at the very last charge attack.
Yeah, Psywave is obviously a very strong move, and it's going to be hitting for neutral versus those Dedennes. And in a lot of situations, like 2-shield matchups versus a Azumarill, for instance, you even win that. So even when you're going up against a Fairy that walls your charge attacks, the strength of Psywave, Stab Psywave, might I add, can really
attack bonus.
Say that's exactly what that is. Yeah, thank you for translating for me. Yeah, it really just carries a lot of those matchups.
Right, Malamar actually I think still has some play, but it might just be because it's the first tournament in this meta that players are also a little bit afraid of what to try out here. Maybe try to go with a little bit more safe Pokemon. That's why we see so much of the Diggersby, the Dedenne, and the Dusclops. Those, in my opinion, so far have been the safest Pokemon, and for some more aggressive gameplay, the Scissor and the Annihilate seem to be ideal for this.
Okay. Some Pokemon that got buffed throughout this most recent season directly as well. Pokemon like Samurott, right? Beneficiary of the Fury Cutter buff. I don't think we've seen any Samurott at all.
It's like a little bit of an inferior Golisopod, and yeah, we're probably not going to see as much of that. But what we are going to see much more of tomorrow is T.O.S.T.L., and we're going to hear some of him as well, as Soph is ready for him with an interview.
Thanks so much, Martine. I'm here with Group A's winner, T.O.S.T.L. T.O.S.T.L., tell us what it means for you to make Day 2 here.
Yeah, this feels really great. This is my first ever Day 2, and to do it on the winner's side in such a big international tournament is really exciting for me.
Yeah, it's a huge tournament, really impressive. Is there anything you're looking for in terms of goals for this specific tournament?
I mean, my biggest goal was to, just make a Day 2. And here, it's a bit of a long shot, but I'm still in the race for Worlds. I think if I get maybe top 16 with some other results that go my way, I might be in the conversation. So that's my next big goal if I can make it that far.
All right, well, you've definitely accomplished your first goal, and we'll see what happens the rest of the way. In terms of your team for today, do you want to tell me a little bit about how you prepared for this tournament or how you built the team?
Yeah, so the team came with a lot of help from all of my Cool Cats teammates, but especially Rockhaven and Ramberto. Yeah, really settled on a, core set of Pokemon. Initially had a Jellicent in there, but the Dusclops just seemed a lot safer, and I'm glad I went with that. I ultimately went with the Shadow, which I really liked for that extra damage. More play into Air Slash Mandibuzz, better into Diggersby, better into Shadow Drapion, and better into Cradily. And then I was kind of tinkering around with a few things. I had a team I almost locked in last night, but thankfully Ramberto helped me realize that I was way too weak to Shadow Quagsire. So I made an adjustment to put the Cradily in, which was definitely pretty helpful, and was nice for that match there for the Swampert as well. And then the last pick I was really on the fence about was the Dark type of choice. I was deciding between the Shadow Drapion and the Air Slash Mandibuzz. I think they both have a lot of play, but ultimately went with the Drapion because it's just a lot safer and easier to use. And shout out to all the people staying at my Airbnb who helped me make that last-minute decision. It was literally like 7:52 this morning, and I was like, hey guys, look at this team, which one should I run? And they were all like, Drapion, Drapion, Drapion. And honestly, Drapion's been really good for me today, so thank you for them for helping me make that last-minute decision.
Well, I think it sounds like some of your friends are also doing very well in the tournament, so best of luck to you tomorrow and to the rest of your friends. And in the meantime, let's kick it back to the casters for some more great matches.
All right, thank you, Soph. Congratulations again to T-Wastel. And it's great to just see some of those social circles and some of the friendship inspiring some of these tournament runs. In fact, one of the trainers that he mentioned is Rockhaven, who's going to be next up on stage. Another trainer that's trying to qualify for Worlds. T-Wastel said he needed to get top 16. I think that for Rockhaven, he's a little bit closer as well, but he's going to find himself in the winners finals just like his teammate, T-Wastel.
How amazing would that be, actually, if you can bowl with your friend, your teammate, qualify for the World Championships in the very final tournament of the season before Worlds. Pretty cool, right?
That'd be crazy. That'd be like you and me going to EUIC next year and taking second and third place.
Yeah, that'd be great if you compete.
That would be, yeah, I'm undefeated though. Did you know that?
Yeah, oh yeah, you are undefeated, yeah.
I've never lost a game.
Yeah, his opponent of Rockhaven, however, is Flying Pizza. And let me tell you something about Flying Pizza, because this is something that stuck with me. Flying Pizza defeated Lindos Harjev in, I believe, round number 2 in the Texas tournament last season. I believe that was San Antonio.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a formidable opponent on the other side of Rockhaven. Qualification is not just for free. You gotta battle for it here.
Yeah, Flying Pizza is no stranger to Top Cut. Just like you said, San Antonio was, I think, one of those stepping stones for him where he's trying to elevate his game, trying to make top 8, top 4 here at NAIC. Now, that said, he's going to have to get through Rockhaven, who has been a formidable opponent as well. We see 2 water types here well, 1 water type rather on each side. One is Blastoise on the side of Rockhaven, but Swampert yet again for Flying Pizza. Why is Swampert making a resurgence, Inadequate?
Swampert is a core breaker to the Denne and Diggersby that are the most common Pokemon in the meta. Both trainers are locked in. Let's see if we see any of that Swampert. We see from Rockhaven another water type Pokemon. It's the Blastoise, and it's met up with the Dusclops. This is a very neutral matchup. Jim, I just want to point out, by the way, that Scissor from Rockhaven, it is no surprise that he brings it. It's in the back because it works so well with an energy advantage. Looks like this Dusclops is just hanging around.
It's got an energy advantage. We can say that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe could go for the Skull Bash. You never know.
Enhance your defense, yes.
Well, yeah, we see a lot of defense enhancement here. I think this is one where we're gonna call this one maybe a little bit early. Hey, I predicted that one. Very nicely.
Well, you know the game very well, Jim, and it shows. Yeah. We're going into a new game here. Perhaps same leads, perhaps different teams. We'll see. But I just want to point out again that Scissor.
We'll call that a false start, okay?
A false start. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, we did see that. The Shadow Scissor. What on the team of Flying Pizza counters that consistently? There's almost nothing. Only the Mandibuzz, resist the charge attacks.
Yeah.
The Swampert resists the bullet punches, but it will lose the 2-shield scenario straight Night Slash from the Shadow Scissor. So there's hardly anything that really tackles it well.
Well, that's what we have to figure out is how do you get the Scissor in a situation where shields are down? Because then Drapion can do 95 or 96% of his HP,
exactly.
just like you said, with one crunch, and it just outpaces and it walls all that energy as well. Realistically, Shadow Drapion and the Mandibuzz wall all of that energy. And not just to mention that, but the Night Slash is also resisted by the Dedenne as well. So if you can find yourself in a situation where you've got Protect Shields down, that Shadow Scissor becomes much less daunting, much less intimidating. But I do expect Rockhaven to get some good value out of it, but I think you have to hide behind those Protect Shields.
The thing is, Rockhaven is always going to use Protect Shields there, so it's kind of tough to strip them away. I must correct myself, by the way. It was not 95. I was close, though.
Okay.
It's 81, approximately.
That's
it's almost the same.
That's not that close.
But what makes the matchup so good for Scissor, though, is because those Bullet Punch add up so much that when shields are up, you can basically Bullet Punch down before the Scissor is even, or sorry, the drop is even able to get to 3 charge stacks.
Okay, that's very interesting. So that's a very interesting fact. Do you want to know an interesting fact?
Tell me.
Did you know that New Orleans is below sea level?
Just like the Netherlands.
Just like the Netherlands. I thought that might resonate with you quite well.
I know quite some things about my country.
Okay, two things from New Orleans, by the way, that you may not know. Actually, the birthplace of dental floss.
Really?
Yeah, how's your oral hygiene lately?
It's been pretty well. I do have to get my wisdom teeth pulled at some point, but yeah, it's been pretty good.
Keep us updated on that one, okay?
I don't know if I will.
Don't cast immediately after, okay? I've made that mistake.
Did you now? Okay.
All right. Well, these traders are getting locked in here. Please excuse some of our humor. You know, I know what you mentioned there with the Shadow Scissor, and honestly, I think it's performing about as how we expected, right? I think that there was a lot of hype, and sometimes, you know, I actually remember this. Peoria, back in I think the 2023 season, everyone was so hyped up for Toxapex. It was its first tournament. Everyone said it was going to be the core breaker. I think a lot of trainers were hoping that it might have Surf, for instance. It did not have Brine. And it was just a letdown, honestly. I don't think that Scissor has been a letdown.
Because Toxapex doesn't have a lot of flexibility. It charges really, well, it doesn't charge slow, but...
It charges kind of slow.
It doesn't charge slow, but the charge attacks, they require a lot of energy, and that's why it feels so slow. But Poison Jab is actually a pretty formidable fast attack. But yeah, Scissor is nothing like that. I must say though, I think it takes courage to run a Pokemon like Scissor, knowing it is so fragile. Plus, there's Diggersby all over the place, which has access to Fire Punch, and even Diggersby can deal a lot of damage to a Scissor. Scissor's not an easy Pokemon to run. No. If you can play punctually, it can be the best Pokemon you'll have. But if you don't, it is not very forgiving.
Well, there's a lot of situations where you can land one charge attack, and especially if you're taking resisted fast attack damage, maybe versus a Shadow Drapion, you just bullet punch down and you come out with, let's say, 7 or 8 bullet punches worth of energy. That energy, especially if you don't have something to resist it like a Mandibuzz, will likely force Protect Shields again. So you can put yourself in a lot of situations and sometimes rely on a little bit of luck with attack boosts as well.
We've seen that in, I believe, not just last year even, with the Annihilate with Night Slash. Do you remember that?
I remember Dunebug did it.
Dunebug got all the attack boosts when he needed them. And it can be so crucial because that double attack boost for only 35 energy, that's a steal.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm excited to see Rockhaven here. I think he's had a really great story so far. And, you know, he was actually just kind of talking about some of the different Pokemon that he's brought. And I think that he has a pretty good grip on the meta. I think that where you start to see some trainers have mixed success is there are some trainers that are really good once they've found how the meta works. And I think actually Dunebug is one of those trainers. The longer a season goes, I think that he gets better as the season goes. Now that said, obviously he's having some success early in the season as well, but there are some trainers that I feel like really struggle and some trainers that have a lot of success right at the beginning of the meta because they can anticipate what everyone else is going to bring, what's going to be good, and what may not be so good.
Do you think that is the reason why it was tough for Dunebug to perform well at the NAIC and Worlds last season?
I think that's a possibility, and you know, maybe that's something that he's working on. I mean, if you know Dunebug and you talk to him, you know that he puts a ton of prep in, and it's not just something accidental why he's so good.
It is actual competition for him, right? Some of us come here for fun, and some of us are here for the trophy, nothing less.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm looking at some of these teams here, and I think the one thing that really stands out to me is Blastoise, though. We were asking AlphaFeep a little bit earlier why he likes Blastoise. Blastoise almost feels like a relic from the past meta, where you were seeing it being one of those waters that beats some of the other waters. It beat the Lapras, and with Skull Bash, it would be beating the Azumarill as well. I don't think it has great matchups necessarily into the water-type Pokemon, but I do think that with the strength of Hydro Cannon and the bulk that it has, it's actually still doing quite well.
I think that is exactly what makes Blastoise so formidable as a Pokemon. With Skull Bash also increasing its defense, you have very good play into Pokemon like Lapras. The thing that's kind of holding it back is Rollout as a fast attack, because Rollout doesn't do a lot of damage. In fact, it even does less damage now since 2 seasons ago, and that is why we don't see as much Dunsparce and Bibarel anymore.
I remember we used to talk about Dunsparce rollout into Charizard, and I would always talk about how great Dunsparce was, and you'd always tell me how wrong I was.
Because you couldn't even roll out it down. Shadow Charizard Fragile, rollout double super effective, and you couldn't roll it down, Jim.
Can you now?
I'm not sure, because it got nerfed back, right? With the buff, you definitely could, but now it's kind of tough. One Pokemon that I really liked benefiting from that rollout buff was Bibarel. Unfortunately, its season didn't last very long, but I liked the Pokemon. Like,
Toronto, though, we were seeing a lot of it, though.
Yeah, it was like one of the most solid Feraligatr counts. Feraligatr was pretty much unstoppable with Shadow Claws, a Ghost-type attack, and Water Hydro Cannon just being one of the best charge attacks in the game, and you have Ice Beam as coverage into Grass-type Pokemon. But what was all of that? It's the Bibarel!
Well, I don't know that we're going to be seeing any this tournament. We don't see a lot of rollout users outside of Blastoise in general, but I think that was a little bit of the flavor of the month that you could call it there back in, what was it, maybe February or so?
Flavor of the season even.
Flavor of the season, maybe, yeah. All right, Inadequence, we were talking a little bit earlier about the Scizor and some of its threats. We talked about fire, of course. We haven't seen too much fire. When I was talking to Rockhaven, who we still have up on stage, he mentioned that it's not so much fire being risky because there's just not a lot of fire. There's just other things that beat Scizor, and like we talked about, the Shadow Annihilate with a lot of fast attack pressure. Gastrodon, which we haven't seen a lot, but Mud Slappers in general can just out fast attack, especially if they have bulk, the Shadow Scizor. But I think that realistically, the one thing that you're worried about so much as a fire-type Pokemon is really kind of non-existent in this meta.
Well, there might just be new Pokemon even to tackle Scizor. We're going to have a new Pokemon in Yamper to Pokemon GO. As you can see here, I'm not sure if the attacks will be as viable as we need it for PvP, but it's a new Pokemon there, and you can catch it, I believe, in one of the events coming up very shortly. There will be, I believe it's next week already.
Yeah, it's coming up very shortly. You get 50 candy for Yamper and actually evolve it to Boltund as well, so that's going to be super exciting. I don't know the exact stats on that Pokemon, if it's one that's quite bulky or not, but I mean, there's just a lot of Pokemon that you want to take keep an eye out for, especially Fido as well, because that's a Pokemon actually that actually does have some play in Great League as well.
Its evolution does.
Its evolution.
And it has charm.
Yes, the Dachshund.
Yeah, it does. And if that's not the dog Pokemon you need to counter Scizor, then there are also Houndour and Hisuian Growlithe spawns, which are fire-type Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, you guys voted on YouTube as well. Don't forget, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but for our August Community Day, it's going to be Rookidee, a Pokemon that has actually had a lot of feature in our most recent Might and Mastery season. Its evolution, Corviknight, was a Pokemon that was brought to counter a lot of that Pokemon like Drapion, for instance, that has some shortcomings, but with access to Air Cutter, it's actually finally going to be giving it that lower energy move, so it can be a bit more spammy.
It will be faster, and you also have a 30% chance to boost your attack, so you definitely want to play this one. And if you're a little bit less into PvP, look, it's still a new shiny Pokemon.
Say that again?
It's a new shiny Pokemon.
It is a new shiny Pokemon. It is the debut of the shiny, so that's going to be super exciting. But what's interesting about Air Cutter, like you said, it's a 30% boost, but we don't see Air Cutter very frequently at all. The only Pokemon that we see it from time to time, I think, is Pidgeot.
And
that's a legacy move too, isn't it?
I'm not too sure. I know that Gust is. I don't think Air Cutter is actually. I know that other Pokemon that have it. I've seen it from a Crobat, as I was in the 3800 ELO last season. A Crobat with Air Slash and Air Cutter. So that's also there if you want to use that. But of course, Pidgeot has a really good typing, defensive typing and normal flying. And then Gust plus Air Cutter gives a really good pacing. Like 3 Gust only for a charge stack. Like you do solid damage with Gust, and then you come out with a quick charge attack.
But Gust is a legacy move, though, correct?
That is.
And how do you get Gust on your Pidgeot if you only have normal fast TMs?
Well, you will need an elite fast TM.
Oh.
So not the elite charge TM, but if you want that elite charge TM, make sure that you claim it from the Twitch stream. How does that work again if you're a viewer?
Yeah, so make sure that you guys watch the Twitch stream for 30 minutes because once you unlock that 30 minutes, you guys can link your accounts and actually get rewarded with Patomon's Mandibuzz from the EUIC tournament where he took down ZZ. In addition to that Mandibuzz that you'll get via research, in addition, you will get an Elite Charge TM, which won't get you a Gust, but it certainly will get you other exclusive legacy moves.
Right here you see that Mandibuzz. Yeah, ZZ loves being reminded of that. And Mandibuzz has been all over the place here in New Orleans as the Prime Dark and Flying type Pokemon. Yes, Galarian Moltres has been buffed, but the Flying type damage output really helps into Pokemon like Annihilate, like Primeape, and Grass type Pokemon.
All right, well, as a regional winner in Adequance, I wanted to ask you this
special championship.
A special championship winner in Adequance and a second place at Worlds finalist. Does winning a special championship / regional, does that change your mindset as a trainer?
Well, it definitely relieves you from some pressure. If you feel like you have what it takes to win a championship, but you're not able to, it does feel like, when is it going to be my time? I know, for example, one of the trainers competing here at the North America International Championship, actually two of them, Arrow and Tomahawk UK, both have reached the grand finals 3 times and reached silver 3 times. When is it their time?
Yeah.
This could be the very tournament.
Well, I think that, you look at a similar trajectory. That was Elim, 4 months ago. And then what does he do after he wins his first tournament and immediately wins another one as well? I'm actually excited to check in and see how he's been doing this tournament. I don't know if we're staggered and he hasn't gone yet, but he is a trainer that we're going to need to watch out for as well.
And perhaps we'll see him later. But let's take a look at what you have to show. We're excited to see what you have to share for us in the social posts here. That's Gabby!
We saw Gabby on the GoFest stream as well with Speediest Chief, one of our co-casters.
I was there.
We love Gabby here in the Go scene. Yeah, one of our former Go-casters now working with the VGC team as well. She's out here at Pokemon NAIC competing this time. Make sure you guys say hi to her. She's trying to have fun, not focus too much on the results like we talked about. One of the most important things, if not the most important thing, is coming out here and having fun.
And with her Bidoof Blush, I believe that's like her signature Pokemon, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. I saw a lot of people's signature Pokemon. It's a very lovable Pokemon.
I saw her on what was it, a preview the other day, and her room was filled with Bidoof. So you love to see the love that people have for their Pokemon.
Absolutely. All right, and we have the Battle Cats here. We saw Tiwastel a little bit earlier. I think we have Hurricane Kaz, PvP Steve, and our co-caster Kayla Pang all hanging out. PvP Josh, some would call him as well.
Oh, Josh. Yeah, now I know.
He's from Down Under.
Right, he's from Down Under. And he actually has hosted some community broadcasts over there as well. Looks like they lost one of those bets with Caleb. That's what he's kind of known for, as he also had that bet with, was it with Speediest Chief?
He did shave his beard one day after losing a bet to Caleb Pang. Make sure you guys are careful with Caleb Pang. Yeah, don't make a bet with Caleb Pang. He wins a lot, especially if you have a beard. That's right. You might be forced into shaving or maybe wearing one of those little onesies as well.
Right, and here we see Maddox chilling like a villain here in New Orleans. Yeah, with that explode together attack from the Weezing, the trading card game that we have in the back there with him.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's see if we have any others for you today. Is that going to be it for our tweets? Make sure you guys do use the hashtag, by the way. Hashtag Pokemon NAIC on the platform formerly known as Twitter, now known as X. We've got M here. Pokemon Center, call me Steven Stone, because this shiny hunk of Mega Metal is coming home with me. You can take a look at that shiny Metagross plushie. Wow, that's a nice looking one.
And it's been buffed this season, right? Bullet Punch doing even more damage.
I'm a little sad we haven't seen it yet. Or Matang.
Where is Matang?
Where's Matang?
To be continued.
Yeah, it does not have access to Bullet Punch.
We need a wanted poster.
We do need a wanted poster. We also need a fraud poster because I think that's the one we were talking about, Corviknight. Fraud or not, right now it seems like it's been a little bit of a fraud, at least maybe in this meta, maybe not last meta. It's one that we have not seen just yet.
Yeah, again, the Dena is going to make it very tough to bring a Pokemon like Corviknight. Apologies for a little bit of delay. We'll be with the battles as soon as we are ready. That is Rockhaven and Flying Pizza. They're still on the stage and getting ready for the battle very soon.
Yeah, thanks for hanging around with us here at the Wholesome and Adequance Hour. One thing I did want to ask you, we talked a little bit about Jellicent earlier. Some people love it, some people despise it. That's right, they despise it, if you can believe that. it's a Pokemon that we're seeing used more regularly, and there's been a lot of hype. I don't think we've seen it ourselves as much, but why is Jellicent making its return here? Is it a response to other types being removed? Is it new things coming in? Why is it working?
I think that Jellicent is the kind of Pokemon that with its defensive typing, it just cores really well with other Pokemon. One core that I've noticed from many teams and practice tournaments, Shadow Scissor with Jellicent. They cover each other almost perfectly. Only a Pokemon like Primeape can be really difficult there. And that's why I think Jellicent is kind of making an appearance here. Of course, Shadow Ball being a hard-hitting charge attack whenever its serve is not needed. And you also can defeat that Digger Speed.
Yeah, I think it's one of those Pokemon that, right, it's going to be resisting Bullet Punch. It's going to be doing well versus the Bugs. It's going to be doing well versus Diggersby. It's a good sidekick, it sounds like. Absolutely. All right, well, great team-building insights from Inadequance there. We're actually going to go to a video here real quick. While we get some of these stage issues resolved here, let's take a look at a video with Butters, maybe featuring some casters as well, as we go through some special team-building exercises.
Welcome to the 2025 North American International Championships. And for Pokemon Go, we have a brand new meta. And what better way to break down a brand new meta than to do some cooking? And this time, we're baking. So I have my esteemed co-casters here, and we're gonna go through some essential ingredients that we think are gonna be great in this new meta. Caleb, what is gonna be an essential ingredient in this new meta?
Well, we all know in Delightful Days, bug types, poison types, all got buffed. And the best way to counter that is some ghost types. Ghosts are essential in this meta. And what's better than essential for cakes? All-purpose flour, Dusclops. Can't really get walled by much, all-purposeful. So I'm gonna add a little bit of Dusclops flour to our team right here. What do you got, Soph?
I mean, every time I'm building a team, whether it's for Delightful Days or any other meta, I love starting with some relatively bulky Pokemon. And you know what's a bulky, thick ingredient that adds a lot of texture? Some nice butter.
And that's not all. Any meta that you're crafting, whether it's a current meta or anything in the past, you got to be able to generate energy quickly and break shields. And a great Pokemon for that is Primeape. And a great baking ingredient for that is going to be a little sugar here, generate that energy. But that is not all. Don't forget, in any good meta as well, you also got to have some water types here as well. In this case, liquid or some milk to get things going as well. Look at that milk. Yummy. All right, so what's next?
Well, we've got a lot of ingredients in the bowl and a lot of Pokemon on our team already, so I think we need to start looking for something that can kind of tie it all together. Maybe an emulsifier like an egg. And in terms of Pokemon, that could be anything that's going to fill the role that you need it to on your team, whether that's a Drapion or a Gligar.
Looks delicious.
Wow, fantastic. You know, the cake is almost done, but as everyone knows, I'm a professional baker in my day job, and every bit of cake in the end needs a bit of baking powder. Baking powder helps the cake rise. And you know what's rising back up into the top, Butters? Mandibuzz. Flying type, really strong, great into the bug types, fighters as well. So I'm gonna add a whole scooping heap of Mandibuzz to our cake.
What a beautiful recipe and a beautiful prediction for New Orleans. I actually got this from my casters last night. I spent the whole night baking, and this is what we ended up with. We came up with a New Orleans king cake. And this is looking great right now, but I feel like it's missing something. It's missing the flair. It's missing the fun that we see in New Orleans. I also feel like we're missing a caster here. Where's our other caster? Inadequate. Oh, thank you so much. What is the missing ingredient here for this king cake?
That's going to be the icing. And what better than the chili icy wind from a Wigglytuff? And it's so safe in the current meta.
All right, well, we're going to make Inadequate's icy wind this entire cake real quick. We'll be right back. All right, we got our cake all iced up, but it's missing the fun. And what kind of fun can we expect here at the North American International Championships? Remember, this is a brand new meta. This is the semifinals of our season, of course, all leading up to the World Championships. What fun can we expect here, and how can you represent that? I feel like you can represent that with some nice colored sugar. So go ahead and tell me what you're expecting for fun here at this tournament, and add some of that sugar to that cake.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I talked about ghost types being, all-purposeful and essential for any team. And someone I know that likes to have a lot of fun, world's finalist, regional champion, talented in many facets, is going to be Inadequate. He recommended Giratina Origin is a fun ghost type. So I'm going to add a little bit of Giratina Origin to my cake right here and really spice it up here in this meta.
Beautiful pattern.
Yeah.
Beautiful pattern.
All right, I've got some orange sprinkles here, and an orangey Pokemon that I think has really kind of leapt into the spotlight here in Delightful Days is Dedenne. So I'm going to add some Dedenne to the cake right here.
All right, Dedenne, okay, maybe kind of spicy here, but maybe you don't have one. Maybe you want to run something a little spicier here, something green perhaps, but you still want that parabolic charge. Let's go with the Belly Bowl here. We're gonna sprinkle it on and finish this cake off right here, right now. Look at that beauty.
Thank you so much, Jim. You know, this actually looks great. I thought I was going to immediately say ruined when Wholesome started pouring, but Caleb and Soap did fantastic, and Jim didn't ruin it. This is a delightful cake for the Delightful Days meta. What will we see this tournament? This is the king cake, but we're looking for the champion here in New Orleans. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Who knew that casters can make such good bakers as well? That was actually relatively impressive. We did that all in one day, by the way.
Right, and that icing just went so well on there, right? I did that.
How many Wigglytuffs have we seen on stream so far, Inadequates?
Surprisingly, none.
Hold
Well,
on.
actually, there was just one just now. On the baking segment.
We did see it on stream, technically.
It was on stream.
Very nicely done there. Well, you know, that said, a lot goes into team building, of course. There's a lot of consideration. Some things are more difficult than others. Of course, you're going to need a little bulk. You're going to need Pokemon that generate energy quickly. I think in every meta, you need water-type Pokemon.
You need a water type. What was the milk Pokemon exactly? Because you said a water type.
There's a lot of different options. I think any water type you really want, but we could do Swampert, Lapras, Blastoise, Azumarill. I mean, the list goes on here. I don't think you need one specific one. In fact, sometimes you have 2 or 3 water types on your team.
We saw even a Greninja from Patoman today. And it seems just that water Pokemon just never go away, really. It's just such a solid typing.
And there's almost no grass coverage in the meta whatsoever. What's interesting is in a lot of previous metas too, grass has just always been underrepresented. It's a pretty, not the best defensive type in general, realistically. It doesn't have a ton of resistances and has a lot of weaknesses in some cases. Jumpluff is one, however, that did seem to find a little bit of a niche throughout the Might and Mastery season. It's been absent here in Delightful Days. Where's it gone?
It went to the Professor, as we saw on the GoFest stream from Marto Galde.
Transferred back to the Professor.
Yep, it went to the Professor. It was even over 1500 CP, I believe. The thing is, Jumpluff has access to Aerial Ace, a low energy cost charge attack, right? Which is very useful.
Good bait move.
Yeah, just to get 2 real quick.
Yeah.
Energy Ball, a grass type charge attack, which, if I remember correctly, sometimes still was inefficient or insufficient to win against some water type Pokemon. And then it has Acrobatics, one of the best charge attacks in the game. And that attack made Jumpluff so viable. I still think there is reason to play Jumpluff.
Is it because of acrobatics? Is it because of its typing? Is it because of its pacing? What's the reason?
It is kind of because of acrobatics. The problem is, now there's Dedenne. So do you run Energy Ball acrobatics? Maybe you run the non-shadow for some more bulk. There's so many choices to make with Jumpluff, but the choice that most trainers have made is just not bring it.
Well, we're going to have to make some choices here soon because I have a surprise for you, Inadequates.
Oh boy.
We're going to be playing Who's That Pokemon, where we're going to have, I think, some silhouettes of Pokemon featured, and you and I are going to have to guess who that Pokemon is.
All right, I'm pretty good at this usually.
I'm not so good, but maybe we can have an upset here for, you know, I'm pretty good at decorating cookies, but maybe not for, oh gosh, what is this one here?
Oh boy.
If it's not in Go, you guys are really going to be throwing us for a loop here, unfortunately.
I want to say Fortress, but it doesn't have like a sort of, this looks like a planet with a ring around it, right?
Yeah, no, I'm going to say Snom, but I don't think it's that either. Let's see if we can maybe somehow snag one here. Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah, what do you think, Chad?
Yeah, hit us up. Hopefully they tell us the name here. It's Glamora. I should have known that one.
We should have
known that one, yeah. The silhouettes are tough sometimes. The angles, you never know exactly which angle you're looking at.
That's why we didn't know.
You know, sometimes you think you're looking at a Voltorb, and really what you're looking at is a Jigglypuff from the
or
top.
an Electros, yeah.
Yeah, an Electro.
Really just happens.
It's tough. All right, we're 0 for 1 here. All right. You know this one?
Yes, but I can't remember the name. It's the...
Not Houndstone, right?
No, it's the other one.
The little baby one?
What is it called again?
They're going to tell us here in about 10 seconds, all right? Any luck?
I don't know. Bloodhound.
This one's in the game, Inadequate.
Griefstone? Was that it? No.
Grievard.
Grievard.
All right, 1 for Wholesome, 0 for Inadequate.
No! I gave
am
you
the one
the
who
setup.
said
I
that.
gave you the, without me, you would not have known
All
it.
right,
I gave you the setup.
half a point for each of us, we'll call it. How about that? All right, we're
I
at
thought we
half.
were playing together.
All right, Satitan. This is an easy one.
That's what I would have said.
Satitan.
Yeah,
Yeah, he would have said that for sure.
I would have.
Okay, Satitan. All right, 1.5 for Wholesome. We'll give it 0.75 now for Inadequate.
No. We're even.
We're in fractions here. All right, this one was featured in Scarlet and Violet. Do you know this one?
Is it? No, it's not the Flamengo.
Is it Flamigo?
Flamigo. Maybe that's the one.
We're doing our best here. Let's see. What are we thinking here? It's no Flamigo? It's like a friend?
Yeah, it could be, but
the
that's standing on
fact
one
of the
leg,
delay,
so
it seems like
maybe
we're not getting this one here.
Oh, man.
Look, we've played Scarlet and Violet. I don't know that we played a ton of cycles in it, though, right?
I did play Scarlet and Violet.
Where's Pikachu and Charmander?
Right?
We need these ones here. Come on, guys. Give me Belly Bolt again. That's one that's a little bit...
I thought I knew a lot about Pokemon, you know?
We're waiting on this one to oh, Espera.
Of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Espathra. Of course. I think all the Spain trainers know that one. España.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Okay, I think we're up to 1.83 for Wholesome, and
I think I've
you went down on that one.
No,
I think.
I have 1.883.
All right, what are we thinking here?
Oh boy, this looks like some ginormous crap or something.
A ginormous crab?
Yeah, maybe. Like that's like some.
It looks like
a Bastidon crab. Is this a Go? What do you think?
This is not in Go. There's no way. If this isn't Go, I would know it. No, we say that. We barely got Grievard.
Chat, help.
Why are they giving us the hard ones here? All right, I don't know this one.
I
it's
knew
Cloth.
it.
Oh,
It was Cloth.
I didn't even think that looked like a crab.
See,
so.
I said crab, so I get
I'll give you
0.87 points.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're up to 2.6 and 3.1 at this point.
Ninetales, Kanto Ninetales.
This one we can't lose on.
Totally mine.
Yes, Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Shadow. No, it's regular. It's regular. It's got to be
regular. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
let's take a look here.
Let's queue it up.
It's the Kanto Ninetales. We see more of the we see a lot of the Alolan Ninetales here, but not as much. Well, Kanto got buffed with Bember.
We haven't seen.
No, didn't we?
For a while.
Alolan Ninetales. Didn't we see from Oceania? They love Jai running it on both their teams, second place.
Right, but while you talk about that, you miss out on this one.
All
Meowth.
right, this is more up my alley. Meowth. That's right.
Yep, that's the one.
That's right. One of the from the anime actually able to communicate with humans. That was a pretty interesting one there.
I saw it from Team Rocket.
Yeah, Jesse and James. Team Rocket blasting off the speed of light. Right now.
So let's pair this one up. That's another point for moi because you were talking.
No, I did get that one as well. I was thinking it while you were saying it, so it counts.
Of course. Did you play Scarlet and Violet really?
I played it. I played it. I didn't play the DLC, so that's probably what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't make it all the way through. Although we got the Switch 2 now, don't forget, right? So yeah, it's gonna be.
Are you gonna get one?
I'm gonna be getting one eventually. All right, this is a Feraligatr. This is an easy one. We know this one.
I knew this one.
Hit us with these meta picks. We'll get them. We'll knock out like 6 in a row, no problem. The Feraligatr, one of my favorite starters actually is the Totodile. I love that, playing it in some of the earlier generations. Feraligatr, a beast of a Pokemon. Always great to see it here in Go.
I believe it will also be one of the first partner Pokemon in the new Pokemon Legends ZA.
I saw that.
Yeah, super excited for that.
Yeah, and there's a trainer I know that no matter the meta, always will play Feraligatr. That's Pranav. No matter how good or bad Feraligatr is, he always says it's good.
Is he here this weekend?
I don't think he's here this weekend.
That's unfortunate. Is he qualified for the World Championship?
He's qualified for the World Championships.
Really?
Well, nothing's locked technically, but I think he's like top 20 or so. So I'd be pretty surprised if
he has some really rich gameplay, so I'd love to see more of him at the World Championship.
Well, he's got billions and billions of XP.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. I think that helps out quite a bit.
Yeah, right. So yeah, our trainer's still getting ready. Just stick with us for a little bit more before we get into that match between Rockhaven and Flying Pizza. Yeah, Feraligatr has just been a staple of the season. Do you remember the start when we had Clodsire and Feraligatr?
I do. We had, in fact, a lot of Pokemon that we didn't see at all. Cresselia, for instance, was here at the beginning of the season. It feels like night and day difference between now and back in September, October timeframe.
If you would have to pick a meta that you have to play in, which meta would you be the best one?
Ultra League Premier.
I mean, for play Pokemon.
Oh, no, I'm a Go Battle League guy. You know that. Oh, I was going to say the Machamp, Shadow Machamp, Shadow Snorlax, and Alolan Mach.
That's again Go Battle League. I'm talking about play Pokemon meta.
Okay, you're talking about this season only?
pick any season.
You know what? Some people really hated it, but I like the Shadow Nidoqueen meta. My good friend Ross is a big proponent of Shadow Nidoqueen as well. And
no, he likes it, no?
That's what I'm saying. He's a big proponent of it. Yeah. So it's one of his favorite Pokemon to play, and one that I actually watched him play on stream, and that's the reason I was able to get so good at Shadow Nidoqueen. The Shadow Nidoqueen Walrein Medicham meta, the glory days.
It now has been buffed, and Morpeko is also a Pokemon that he really likes, but that's a Pokemon we don't see as much anymore. Nidoqueen, now has access to
Poison Sting.
Yes, so perhaps you would now run Stone Edge plus Earth Power on the maybe? Yeah,
it's possible.
Right? It reminds me of like Galarian Stunfisk. That Rock plus Ground coverage can be so valuable, it's hardly resisted.
Or Dunsparce.
Only by Breloom, of course.
Breloom.
Torterra.
Chestnut.
Chestnut, yeah. A fan favorite.
Yeah, it's a wholesome favorite, in fact. Well, you were talking about early metas, and, you know, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but let's look at our meta for day number 1, actually. You can see the Pokemon that have made it to the top of, you know, day 1 here. Azumarill still somehow hanging on. I don't think we've seen any Azumarill on stream, but it's still there in that 11th spot.
Not in the top 10.
Not in the top 10.
That is what we talked about at the intro. What was it you who said?
Butters asked me, do I think it will be in the top 10? I said, I think it'll be in the top 12. And there it is.
Yeah, you were correct.
I didn't really answer his question, though, did I?
Yeah, well, it's around. It's around. That makes sense. It just cores really well with the Shadow Drapion still. It answers Diggersby. It answers Mandibuzz. Hangs on well with Dusclops. It's already some of the top meta you have. It's just the Denny you have to be careful of. I feel like if you bring Azumarill, you have to bring like a ground type to cover the Denna with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shadow Quagsire is one that we're seeing. And Diggersby, of course, as well. Clodsire, Lapras, and we did see Shadow Drapion, but not much. There are certainly Pokemon that are being brought here that we're not seeing rise to the top quite as much, at least on stream. But speaking of rising to the top, let's look at our North American leaderboard as well. We took a look at it earlier in today, but we're going to give you a little bit more of a detailed breakdown. OutOfPoket, out of the tournament. He is our #1 leaderboarder in NA, but possible that he gets now overtaken by someone else below here. Keep in mind, these trainers are not only fighting for the title of North American International Champion, but also potentially for Worlds qualification, for travel awards, or even the travel stipend.
Exactly. So you'll see that many of these trainers are actually at this tournament. Lil Muff is also known as Stub Muffins, an absolute staple in North America. Yeah, as you said, OutOfPoket is out, but let's just run through some of these players that are out or are in. Doombug, we saw made to day 2 as well. And in Group C, of course, we're going to see Rocket versus Flying Pizza soon. In Group D, in the winners final, we have the Pixel Cheetah versus Alpha Phoebe with the big man Blastoise.
Big Phoebe.
In Group E, we don't have the second matchup yet, but Sceptalize.
He's in winners finals, yeah?
Yeah, and again, with Mantine.
With Mantine?
How? How does he do that?
I don't know. Well, we're going to go across the pond here over to the EU region. We saw Potomon a little bit earlier. You know what? Take a look at Zweilous. See how he's doing. Zweilous, Colin 6. I'd be very curious to see how they're doing. What other trainers do we have here today in Adequance? I see you on the leaderboard there, by the way.
Yeah, I'm at NASC as well.
You are?
Just not competing,
okay.
Which we know by now.
Who else on this leaderboard is competing? Do we have Arceus Aurelius here?
We do have Arceus Aurelius.
Marcius Aurelius, some would call him.
Marcius Aurelius. He's had a lot of success with the Typhlosion, and I don't know if he can get to that Trelor. He's going to need a lot of points, but he is competing here. I'm still going through all these groups. Zweilous is in Group I, and he is actually in the winners semifinals against his good friend Gordon the Flash from Canada.
They're teammates, actually.
They
All
are.
right. Well, speaking of teammates, you're going to see Lindos here quite a bit. We've got Harjev, Kanan, Steiner as well. Three teammates on the Lindos squad there, all making our top 16 for the LATAM leaderboard. But Marto Galde, we saw him earlier face off versus Rockhaven, move over to the loser side of the bracket. He's here. We have Harjev here. We have Richie here. We have Ashton Ash here. I think we have Corlash here as well. I think Desynct may have made the journey. Quite a few trainers coming from LATAM to participate here in North America.
Correct. We saw Marto Galde actually lose earlier on. One of the most successful trainers in this season, and he won 4 championships. Lindos Harjev also lost his round in his group too, so a little bit of a struggle there, but you know these players have a lot of resilience, so maybe they can still make a comeback.
All right, well, what are we missing here in Inadequence? We've gone through LATAM, EU, NA, Oceania. Let's take a down under. Here, good eye, mate. We're gonna take a look at our That's not bad, isn't it? We're gonna take a look at our Oceania leaderboards. We did see Rick Flareon versus Alpha Phoebe a little bit earlier as well. We've got Greg from America, apparently not from America, from Oceania, but a lot of familiar names like PvP Steve, also known as Josh, Valiant, Vish, Godzilla we saw win a regional earlier this season. We also know, of course, Rocket Claire, Mikey Morgs, you say, Avrip, I think, is here too competing. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of really good trainers from Oceania, some of which are going to be here at NAIC.
Right, so let's see if they do well. Rick Farron played earlier against Alpha Phoebe. Unfortunately, lost that round, but is still, if I'm not mistaken, in the tournament. He's up against Spartan from Mexico, so that's still going on. And I just want to point out as well, by the way, as I didn't earlier, Colin 6, one of the best players from Europe.
The final boss, someone called him.
The final boss, but the final boss lost one of his first rounds. He's actually still in the tournament, and he's up against Shiny Dialga, who reached top 8 last season at NAIC.
Yeah, very talented trainer. I think actually from the Midwest, and doesn't do a ton of tournaments, but seems to have success whenever he is competing. But yeah, Colin, obviously a very strong competitor. Look, some trainers, they lose round 1. You know, sometimes things happen.
It happens.
It happens. Have you ever lost before?
No, never. I've never lost. Yeah, I think Toronto, I lost the first round, but I somehow was still able to make it to a top 4. So it is possible to make a crazy loose bracket run like that. Mine was good, but I think Doombug had a run. I can't remember exactly which regional it was. He lost the first round and won everything.
San Antonio
after.
2023.
Of course, San Antonio.
You know who he lost to?
Tell me.
The Pokemango.
The Pokemango.
The Pokemango.
What's his in-game name again?
It's Ooey Waxod, as Butters likes to call him. That's right. Yeah. The Pokemango, though, I think was round 1. And what's crazy is with some of these seeding, the Pokemango has not qualified for Worlds. I think he's competing here, so he's one of those trainers to keep an eye on and how he's going to be doing this tournament. But specifically, the Pokemango faced off versus Dunebug, and the way the seeding works, trainers that haven't done a lot of tournaments or are lower seed face off versus some of these high seed trainers. And when you have a trainer that hasn't competed a lot, but it's very high skill, it has these collisions in round 1 or round 2 of very, very good trainers that can sometimes knock down the likes of Dunebug.
And since they play against each other in locals, they also kind of know each other's playstyle. So
that's right.
Even
they are
more
locals.
rough. And it reminds me of when Doombug played against Bopper at Worlds, also locals. They even practice against each other. Then you kind of learn how to deal with the opponents.
Bopper is one of those trainers, actually, that doesn't compete in every tournament, but is really as strong as any trainer on the circuit. In fact, he was, I believe, the one that knocked out OutOfPoket out of the tournament here in 2025.
Wow. You know, we mentioned, what's his name? Uexot?
Uexod, the Pokemango.
Yeah,
also known as Mango, by the way.
Actually played against Patoman earlier. Wasn't able to overcome him, unfortunately.
That's a tough matchup.
But he's still in the losers bracket in, let's see, that is Group G.
Yeah.
So we may see some action from him later. Those championship points, he needs them to qualify for the World Championships.
All right. Well, we're going to take a look not only at Go here, but all the drops across the games. There's a lot of reasons to be following along, not just with the Go stream, but with TCG, Unite, and VG as well. Starting off with our trading card game, take a look at some of these new Rocket cards here. Super, super exciting. Team Rocket's Giovanni. Make sure that you guys are redeeming the NAIC 25 Destined Rivals code so you can get access to some of those exclusive cards.
Yeah, for the trading card game live, look at that art. Beautiful. That's a card you want to have. And if we take a look at what else you can get, that is, what's the Pokemon called again?
Ogre Pond.
Yes,
we know this one.
Go yet, but we knew it.
They should have hit that with the...
Why did they do that?
Who's that Pokemon? We could have got that one. It's a little bit frustrating. But yeah, make sure that you guys are watching and earning the Twitch drops for the video game as well, and for Trading Card Game Live, of course. We'll continue on here. I think that we also have some drops for other games, including Go and Unite.
That is the Mandibus and an Elite Charge TM. Remember, Mandibus still very relevant in the store. In fact, Battleman brought it again. He's in the winners finals currently.
Yeah, that's right. I think that Mandibuzz is one Pokemon that just doesn't go away, right? It's just so bulky. It has fast pacing to its charge attacks and relatively good typing. In some situations where it seems like, hey, there's no way it's going to be brought back in the meta, it finds a way.
It's a bit like Azumarill, but like lose to Azumarill. And here, this is a classic. Incineroar and Wolfie.
Yeah, Wolf's Incineroar is probably one of the most iconic pairings in all of Pokemon. You can use that code NAIC Cone Parish to make sure that you get that exclusive Incineroar from Scarlet and Violet for those of you that participate in the video game as well. Not a lot of Incineroar action in Go, though, Inadequates.
Yeah, even though Fire Fang has been buffed, Incineroar just needs a charge attack that it can get a little bit quicker to, right? You have Blast Burn and Darkest Lariat, two insanely strong charge attacks, but it just takes a while to get there, and Incineroar doesn't really have the bulk to, you know, justify that.
No, it certainly does not. But maybe it'll have its day another day. All right, well, while we're still getting ready here, guys, we're going to check in with some of the other games as well for some of you Pokemon fans that want to take a look at. Oh, wow. What a format that we've got right here.
Is this a new scene?
This is, I think, a new scene. We've got a little...
I love it.
Yeah, we've got a little a threes scene here with, you can see on the main channel, twitch.tv/Pokemon, we have the video game, as well as twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG. They're in Swiss round 4 currently.
Yeah, we're actually looking down here, but it's I believe it's there and there.
Look, Incineroar.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
on both teams.
It's Incineroar. You can get that and compete.
And what's really interesting as well is that is the exact Incineroar that Wolf used in his EUIC run.
It's the one, and you can follow that on twitch.tv/Pokemon, and of course TCG on the TCG channel.
Yeah, no, you know what's interesting about Pokemon Go is that while there's obviously the same typings and super effective things like that that exist across all of the games, with VG specifically, you know, there's a lot of unique like status effects, and it's while it's still turn-based, it's you know, discrete turns versus in Go where it's real time. So, you know, whatever kind of scratches your itch, there's typically a Pokemon game for you.
And for TCG, there's just way different typings. We don't have the Steel typing in the trading card game. We have the Metal typing. You don't have Dark, we have Darkness. And they have different weaknesses, also sometimes similar.
Jet Energy, for instance.
Yep, there you go. That's something. And yeah, like they match up as well as in good and bad matchups. The trading card game just has so much thought and skill into it. There's so many players in it competing as well.
Yeah, it's like almost kind of like chess compared to Pokemon Go sometimes, where there might be some elements of chess. A lot of it is just in the moment who can react the fastest. And, you know, as you and I, we're becoming Pokemon boomers here, aren't we?
Speak for yourself.
Okay, maybe my reaction time isn't quite as good as it was when I was 18.
That's why you run Alolan Sensor's double Mud Slap.
The Mud Slap, you don't need any reaction time for. There's not a lot of thinking going on there for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But guys, make sure you follow along with those broadcasts. Like we said, there are Twitch drops going on or codes that you can use for all of these games. So whether you play one game or play all of them, plenty of reasons to follow along here with all the streams.
And if you just want to visit the hub, go to pokemon.com/broadcast where you can see all of that information and the casters as well that are on those games for that weekend.
A question for you.
Tell me.
A Pokemon that we saw get buffed, I already asked you about Samurott, got Fury Cutter. Another Pokemon that got Fury Cutter that a lot of people were saying it's back. Can you guess?
That got Fury Cutter?
That people are thinking is back.
Huh.
We talked about Matang, we talked about Samurott.
Gliscott was one of them.
Gliscott?
Is it a bug-type Pokemon?
It's a Gligar.
Oh, Gligar!
Wait,
we haven't seen that much.
We haven't seen any Gligar. What's going on here?
Yeah, the thing with Gligar is its typing is so good. Compared with its bulk, it is usually able to withstand like a Hydro Cannon from Swampert.
Right.
It's extremely versatile in many matches. The problem is with Gligar, its charge attacks are just not very efficient. Aerial Ace and Dig just don't deal a lot of damage, and that makes Gligar sometimes tough to use.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting too because, like you mentioned, relatively good bulk, relatively good typing, and where it looks like that our trainers are getting ready here. I think they're doing maybe a little bit of a test here.
Look, there's a Wigglytuff. You don't see it, but there's a Wigglytuff.
You guys don't
with a
see this.
bowtie.
They are in there. We're stress testing right now. We got a Wigglytuff on stream. This is going to be a tough pill to swallow for Inadequates, but it's there. We promise.
Also for the Wigglytuff, as there's a Venusaur now.
Gligar, good typing, good bulk. Not the best charge attacks, that's certainly what's holding it back, but what's interesting is there's not a lot of ice in the meta right now. What ice Pokemon are we seeing outside of maybe Lapras? I think it's just Ice Punch coming from Dusclops. Yeah?
Right, yeah, that could be really useful. And I think Butters also has some useful things to tell us.
Is he cooking again?
I don't know if he's cooking, but let's take a look at what he has for us.
All right.
All right, thank you so much, Inadequates. And also, I'm here in the field with two brothers. We got Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater. And I feel like this is a good moment as we're talking about the journey of the season. Obviously, we're in the semifinals of the season at the North American International Championships, all leading up to the World Championships. To talk about the journey between you two. Nighttime Clasher, I know you've had a longer journey in Pokemon Go, but you've also picked it up fairly recently compared to some. I want to start with you. You started before your brother. When did you start picking up Pokemon Go and start competing?
So funny thing, I started really trying after a Go Fest in 2022 in Seattle. So I was doing the PvP battle thing, and I think Caleb and Soph were working there, and they were showing me how to tap my screen better. So then I was like, oh, this is super interesting. And then I go home, and there's a tournament in Arlington that year, and I'm from Dallas. So I was like, okay, 3 months. We need to build Metacham, Licky Tongue, really fast, and just play, just give it everything. We didn't get the Licky Tongue build, but we made the Metacham.
You got close enough. And Sustenance Eater, I'm gonna ask you the same question. When did you start your Pokemon Go PvP journey for competing?
Yeah, so I started last year at Charlotte when Eric was casting. So I was kind of forced to attend with him just for fun. And I went 0-2, so it's pretty disappointing, but I didn't really expect much else. So then, since then, since Atlanta actually, I started preparing, and I've been taking these tournaments a lot more seriously, which has allowed me to get some pretty good results, so I'm happy about that.
And Eric, why did you force your brother to start playing Pokemon Go PvP?
It's always fun, right? I go to college in St. Louis. He goes to college in New York. And over the weekends, we have a way to see each other and hang out. And that's super cool because there's a ton of tournaments, tons of opportunities to do so. So it kind of just works out. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and cut to today, obviously, we could go through your accolades of winning a regional champion, so many top cut performances from you, from going from not having any Pokemon. Did you say it was 2023 Go Fest?
2022.
Or 2022 Go Fest?
2023 would be egregious.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that would be a little bit too close. But
let's put the timeline. Go Fest 2023. How many months? 6 months later, win a regional.
Okay, so that's exactly what I wanted to get to. Okay, so after 6 months competing, you won your first regional. I want to go to you because now you're actually in the winners finals here at the North American International Championship. So later, you're going to see Sustenance Eater on stage. How many months has it been since you first started competing?
Yeah, so I got my first competition last year in Charlotte, but I've started actually competing, I feel like, since Atlanta. So it's been a couple months since then.
Okay, so it looks like you might be exactly on that 6 month pace. And how's the dynamic between you two? Do you scrim a lot? Do you try to do a lot of team building together?
We do a lot less preparing together than you might think. He locks in his team yesterday. I look at him like, nah, I'm good. I go to sleep at around 1 a.m., lock a completely different team. We wake up and we go to the venue, and he's like, dude, what team are you even using? I don't even know what you locked in. I'm like, oh yeah, I have this.
Are you running the same team?
We are not running the same team. He didn't even know what I was running until maybe 2 hours ago.
And how are you doing today at the competition?
Could be better. I am 3-1. I lost to Ramberto in the winter semis, so I think I have 3 more matches to make day 2. So hopefully can continue that. Otherwise, it was a good try. I mean, the team. I won't reveal too much, but I like the team that I brought, so we will see how much further I can take it.
Well, you're 3-1, so don't be too hard on yourself here. I'm sure we're going to see these two trainers on stage later on today, but let's go back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Butters. And Adam,
you guys.
Question for you. Sustenance Eater versus Nighttime Clasher, best of 19. Who do you got?
I think Sustenance Eater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's been outperforming his brother lately. Yeah, even though he's been pretty new to the scene, the way or the pace he is at getting so far in these tournaments. He got top 5, I believe, at Melbourne.
All right.
That's not been too long ago.
No.
And now he's, I believe, Sustenance Eater's in the winners final, but we're back here.
That's the story for another day. Because the story for today in Adequance is Rockhaven versus Flying Pizza.
Yep.
We saw in that first game Rockhaven get a bit of an energy lead there versus Flying Pizza. I think it was Blastoise versus Dusclops. Will we see the same matchup? Now is the time to find out. Welcome back, guys. We are so back in Adequance.
We're so back. Mandibus into Dusclops. This is a more neutral match than you might think. It looks like Flying Pizza is staying here. That is because the Mandibus doesn't have the fast attack Snarl. It has Air Slash, and it's only neutral into Dusclops. Well, Dusclops deals super effective damage back with the Ice Punch.
Yeah, exactly. With Air Slash, it's not only not going to be doing super effective damage as opposed to Snarl, but also paces to these foul plays a little bit slower. Meanwhile, Flying Pizza is going to be outpacing to these Ice Punches much faster.
And I think that Flying Pizza might be looking for a soft loss here, maybe preserving the Dusclops later on. I think that with the Air Slash, the next foul play might get close to knocking out before you even get to your third Ice Punch here. This next Ice Punch will bring Mandibuzz into the yellow, but it's not as threatening just yet.
I think for Rockhaven, he really wants to get a shield advantage somehow to set up his Shadow Scizor, because one Trailblaze would be enough to knock out that Swampert, and then of course you can do a lot of damage into that Drapion while not taking really any damage at all. I just don't think he's going to be able to get a shield advantage.
The catch!
This is a resisted Ice Punch. It's still going to do a decent chunk, though, into this Shadow Scizor.
The Dusclops barely hung on, was almost able to win the zero shield scenario there, but catching on the Shadow Scizor, and now you've switched advantage as Flying Pizza, but this Scizor is going to be a tough cookie to deal with.
Yeah, no, this is actually really nice, though. You know, you do win charge attack priority, so the pacing, while it's still the same, 5 versus 5, Rockhaven opts to not even go for the Trailblaze, just go for this Night Slash. I think in the 2 shield, you can probably still bullet punch down at this point.
I think so too, and Rockhaven might think the same. He's putting up his first protection. If you look at Mandibuzz, Dusclops, Scizor, this is 100% a Pokemon that wants to shield, but we see the catch. I don't know if this is where you want to catch though also, because you're not going to poison down the Scizor.
No, and you're only, I think, 4 away from this next Night Slash as well. You might see a boost here. Can I speak it into existence? No, not this time. Switch clocks are up. Do we see a catch? Just goes for the Night Slash. Look how much damage that you've already done as this Scizor, and now you have a Night Slash forcing a shield versus Flying Pizza.
Not just that, this is a charge attack priority tie, because Flying Pizza went for the Aqua Tail. Your energy is gone now, and Rockhaven is letting go this Scizor. It has taken out almost 2 Pokemon here, and now you have your Dusclops, and I believe about 40% of a Mandibuzz remaining.
Yeah, no, Mandibuzz is probably just going to come in here, get this Drapion into a range where this Dusclops will be a little bit easier to clean things up. Probably wasn't in range for 1 Ice Punch, it certainly is now.
Mandibuzz just needs to take care of this Drapion, or at least take the final shield, so this Dusclops isn't as threatened by it anymore. We see no catch attempt from Flying Pizza here. Does put up the final protection because his Pokemon are running out of health.
Yeah, this is looking like Rockhaven's game right now. He has the Dusclops ready to go, and while it does take super effective damage from Crunch, you can easily tank 1. Even these Hexes are starting to add up, and I don't think you're going to be able to do any real fast attack pressure with the Poison Sting.
8 on the Aqua Tail, though, that's diabolical.
Oh.
But I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Dusclops is bulky, so a Crunch not going to knock out, and going for the Shadow Punch immediately, perhaps unexpected, but a very good play from Rockhaven.
I don't know about that bait, because I feel like you need the debuff. I feel like you actually just no-shield that Crunch. But yeah, no, this Hydro Cannon was loaded, so actually that worked out really nicely, not having to take that second charge attack. Really nice for Rockhaven, because now he can simply just throw this Shadow Punch here. I don't even know if 2 non-Shadow Hydro Cannons would have knocked out.
Well, it would have been really close.
Yeah.
Rockhaven takes game number 1 here as Dusclops punches through the Swampert. And that is a 1-0 score right now for Rockhaven. The Scizor's just so good.
Yeah, Rockhaven is looking really strong this tournament. He just says he's going to take it 1 game at a time. Had a really tough matchup versus, you know, he's probably had more screen time than anyone so far this stream here. He's been here quite a bit versus Marto, and now versus Flying Pizza as well.
Yeah, it's been a little bit...
Maybe you and I have had a little more, it's possible.
Yeah, well, let's see how these trainers are going to adapt. I definitely expect that Scizor to come back out. Again, we didn't see the Mandibuzz from Flying Pizza this time. Kind of surprised by that, because you really need to keep the Scizor in check. In fact, without the Mandibuzz, you have nothing to keep Scizor in check.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that on Rockhaven's team was actually a little weak to that Dedenne, if you look on the side of Flying Pizza, especially if it gets an energy lead. Matchup versus Mandibuzz, yeah, that's a very one-sided matchup. Matchup versus Scizor, you do lose the 2 shield there as the Dedenne. But still, I think that there was a lot of play for it, and I would not be surprised to see Flying Pizza bring it in game 2.
Well, we'll find out very soon. Rockhaven locked in already. Flying Pizza still thinking it through. This is a very important match in the winners finals of Group C, as both trainers are getting ready. And looks like we have a lock-in. Let's see how this is going to go.
Just 1 lock-in right now, Inadequates. We're waiting on that second lock-in here.
Waiting for the final button.
It takes 2 to tango, as they say, you know. We're still waiting on both of these trainers here, but, you know, realistically, I think the thing that's standing out to me most is that there's a lot of extended matchups in this meta, whether it's going to be from Artificial Bulk or just Pokemon that double resist each other's attacks, Diggersby into Dusclops, things like that. It's taken a long time, but what may not take quite as long here is the Shadow Scizor into the Swampert. These are resisted bullet punches, but after you take 1 Night Slash, puts you at a range range where Rockhaven can actually just win this 2-shield.
This Swampert is basically food for the Scissor to try to boost. And Flying Pizza shaking his head, already putting no Protect Shield here. And it makes sense because you don't win that even the 2-shield scenario. And Rockhaven knows. He knows his matchup flawless. So putting out the Protect Shield here and putting it all on the Scissor. Again, if you look at the backline for Rockhaven, there's enough bulk to rely on.
Yeah, I think you just go straight Night Slash at this point. Try and take a Protect Shield here, or at least force Flying Pizza into a decision. Do I want to use the Protect Shield, or do I want to try and, or do I just let it go and try to have one of my other Pokemon maybe farm down? But you're not in a point where you really can farm down with anything yet.
Another Protect Shield. This is again that strategy. You win the lead, you align in the back. It's going to be so important here. Flying Pizza swapping into the Dusclops. We see Rockhaven staying in for a little bit. There's the catch attempt, and he gets the catch on the Mandibus. What a phenomenal play.
Not only does he get the catch, he gets the full air slash through, and a very positive matchup too. This is resisted Shadow Punch damage. Very nice recognition there from Rockhaven. He's putting himself in a great position. While his shields are down, he can absolutely absorb all of this energy, and he's got some, I think, one away from that next Night Slash, so he can probably still dish out a lot of damage with that Scizor as well.
Well counted by you, Jin. That is indeed one Bullet Punch away for a super effective charge stack into this Dusclops, should it get to that. There's also still a little bit of a Swampert left, but I'm not sure if that is going to do enough later on in the end game. We do see the Diggersby in the back from Rockhaven, but it's looking right now that it's going to be aligned to that Dedenne.
Yeah, Flying Pizza's going to have to figure out how to land a Hydro Cannon onto that Diggersby. That's the only chance that he's going to have here.
Here comes.
Yeah, here comes. Okay, now the Dedenne is on the field. It's going to be met by the Diggersby. This is the worst possible scenario for Flying Pizza. You can see him shake his head in disgust.
Absolute disaster. No Protect Shields anymore on Diggersby, but you don't need them because it has enough bulk. This is not rough enough for the Diggersby. There's still Protect Shield on the Dedenne side, but you're going to need 3 charge stacks here, while Rockhaven's Diggersby will only need 1 Scorching Sands to knock it out.
Yeah, Flying Pizza might be thinking, do I try and call a bait here? Is that going to be my win condition?
Only win condition.
No baiting whatsoever. Rockhaven goes straight for the Scorching Sands, knocks out the Dedenne. Here comes the Swampert for Flying Pizza now. You're in range where you might just get Fire Punch down. You still have that Protect Shield, but it is looking grim for Flying Pizza.
No Protect Shields remaining on Rockhaven's side, so this Hydro Cannon will land no matter what, but I'm not sure you have enough health. Remember, Jim, you counted correctly on the Scissor. It is 1 Bullet Punch away from a Night Slash, and the Dusclops comes in, but it has no energy. Scissor does! It's coming with the Night Slash!
All right, Scissor throws all of its remaining energy with the Night Slash. Super effective into the Dusclops. We'll remove it from the field. Jesty now needs to remove the very low HP Swampert. That's going to be it. Rockhaven, a long battle on stage here, but he takes a 2-0 victory versus Flying Pizza.
He just had to be locked in for a little bit longer to move on to day number 2. Phenomenal performance by Rockhaven, and Flying Pizza still has a chance on the loser side of the bracket.
Absolutely. There's no Registeel lock on, but we see Rockhaven locked in because he is playing absolutely outstanding here, not only versus Marto, but versus Flying Pizza as well. I think that of all the trainers that are playing Shadow Scissor, he is putting on the best display so far.
And he just knows how to use that. Just the fact that he stays in with the Shadow Scissor into the Swampert tells me that he had the practice with it and that he has the knowledge to use the Shadow Scissor, win that scenario, and just align in the back. Because when you run Mandibus, it is important that it's not on the Dedenne. That is a hopeless situation. Yeah. If you thought Azumarill was a bad matchup, meet the Dedenne.
That's right. I almost thought that we were going to go to timeout there in that game. We saw a lot of bulky matchups. We've been seeing a lot of bulky matchups here. In fact, I think we're about to go to timeout here for our 2 casters and our mandatory maximums that we've reached here. Guys, make sure you stick around. We have more battles to come here. We're going to take a look at a spotlight video for Swallow.
There was once a Pokemon. Small, slimy, forgotten. He wasn't cute enough to cuddle or strong enough to battle. Trainers passed him by without a second glance, just another blob on the route. No one believed in him. No one thought he'd be anything. But while the world shrugged him off, he was preparing, digesting his doubts, turning pain into power. And then it happened. He evolved, not just in form, but in presence. Swalot enters the field with no apologies. A walking fortress of goo and grit. Swalot is bulky, a wall cloaked in poison. And as a poison type, it has few weaknesses, only psychic and ground. It matches up beautifully into fairy, grass, and fighting types, taking down meta staples like Azumarill and Jumpluff with nothing but raw, toxic pressure from its charged attack Sludge. With Mudshot as its fast attack, it even outmaneuvers other poison types like Shadow Dropion and sometimes also Clodsire. And when ground types try to check it, Swalot bites back. Ice Beam, a cold reminder that this blob has range. He's not just tough, he's tactical. A quiet dominator in a loud meta. Suddenly, he wasn't overlooked. He was respected, feared, loved by the ones who saw what he'd become. Big, bold, unstoppable. He didn't need to be flashy. He just needed time. Time to become himself. To become the beast he always was inside. After winning the first 2 events of the Might and Mastery season, Swalot has become a force to be reckoned with. Don't sleep on the underdog, because one day, they might just swallow your expectations whole.
All right, Pokemon fans, Adam Watson here, and I've got Ira, who's going to rate the Fire-type first partner Pokemon for us. Let's get it underway. Show the people what you think. Where do these Pokemon belong?
Okay, everybody should be coming to
Okay, I think we can all agree with that one. Oh, man. Go all the way down to the C tier. Cyndaquil. Oh, I think he's a little higher, but that's just me. Charmander. Nothing can beat Fuecoco in your eyes. Score Bunny. Fennekin. Okay, just a couple more left. The B tier is getting kind of full. Where are the rest going to go? Oh. Not too shabby. There's some people in the audience who are booing, and there are some people in the audience who think you are absolutely correct. So thank you for ranking the Fire-type first partner Pokemon. Let's get back to some Pokemon action.
My name is Marto Galde, and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Welcome, trainers, to the 2025 North America International Championships for Pokemon GO. We're here in New Orleans, and we've seen some incredible battles so far. I'm excited for more so.
Yeah, it's the early afternoon. We're starting to figure out some of these winners finals, figure out who's going to be playing for those last spots in the losers finals as well, trying to start filling out our top 32 for tomorrow.
Yeah, we have an exciting match coming up to you very shortly. It's going to be Alpha Phoebe versus the Pixel Cheetah. And Alpha Phoebe was on the broadcast earlier, 2-0 against Ric Flair, on one of our top players in the circuit from Oceania. And, you know, it was actually Alpha Phoebe's second win on broadcast, not his first, but he's feeling pretty good about it, his performance so far. He, I believe, went 2-0 as well in the semifinals and is now going up against Pixel Cheetah, who, you know, I think this is a really cool tournament because we've seen a lot of upsets, right? Obviously, some of the top seeds still rounds, but if you look at a lot of these winners finals, maybe even losers finals, they're not like the 1, 2, 3, or even 4 seed, right? And so just a lot of these players just putting in the work in this new meta to really surprise some opponents and, you know, just pull off some crazy plays that no one sees coming.
Yeah, I think our players are actually ready on the stage. There we've got Pixel Cheetah, as you mentioned, on the left, facing off against Alpha Phoebe on the right. We've already seen Alpha Phoebe's team a little bit, so let's take a look at Pixel Cheetah's team. The Shadow Gligar there, we actually haven't seen a lot of play from that. And then Shadow Whiscash as well. That's like a flash from a year ago or something.
Yes, double Shadow Ground, but Skull did get nerfed. Mudshot got nerfed as well since a year ago. So a little bit interesting spin on things. I mean, looking at the matchups, what are we really trying to target? I mean, Drapion is obviously really hard to bring into this team composition. The Furrets making an appearance too. I mean, the Furret has some play into that Blastoise on the side of Phoebe, as well as the Dusclops. I mean, against the Jump Up, it's not even bad because there's no acrobatics, so you have to throw Energy Ball, which is obviously still going to hit harder than Aerial-Ace, but it's not too bad, I feel like, for that Furret.
Yeah, I'd say the Furret just needs to watch out probably for the Primeape and then the Shadow Drapion as well. I'm also verifying that Gliscod does have Fury Cutter and not Shadow Claw there, so we'll have to see if that also makes an appearance here.
An interesting story about Pixel Cheetah too, right? I believe he was just shortly off of World Cup. I'll get to it after this. We're going to start it off here. It's going to be a Shadow Whiscash into a Jump Up. This Jump Up does have Energy Ball, so one of the worst possible, actually the worst possible matchup for Pixel Cheetah.
Yeah, and Alpha Phoebe doesn't have a hard answer, and he also doesn't have acrobatics on this jump left, so he's just going to go for this Aerial-Ace before the Drapion can fire off a charge attack of its own. And now Phoebe staying in to do one more Fairy Wind before switching into his own Drapion.
Maybe trying to potentially catch a Crunch, but doesn't get to Crunch either way. Still in a very fantastic position here. Didn't really take much damage from that Drapion. I just took a few Poison Stings, and now the Aqua Tail and Poison Stings are starting to add up against Alpha Phoebe's Drapion. Does he shield or not? He doesn't shield. Now this is interesting because Pixel Cheetah could potentially 2-shield here and try to Poison Sting down and come out with a bunch of energy to flip switch.
Yeah, Phoebe firing off this Aqua Tail, and Pixel Cheetah does put up the shield. Let's see how far he can go with just these Poison Stings. I don't think you can feint it before Phoebe gets an Aqua Tail, so Pixel Cheetah recognizes that and throws this Aqua Tail just in time.
I like this play a lot because he gets still 2 shield and Poison down, but at the cost of now Phoebe spending his own shield. So at least instead of going down 2 shields to 0, he's only down 1 shield to 0. Let's see if he goes for a play or not. Yes, he throws it up, going for the aggressive Poison Sting down. This is going to be a really good alignment situation for Pixel Cheetah, but this jump off has a grass move, has a coverage move for that Dedenne. How do you take out this Drapion though? It has almost a Crunch loaded.
Yeah, this Drapion's going to be nice for Pixel Cheetah. Going to get off this Crunch and maybe force Phoebe to throw another charge attack. I don't think you can fast attack down from here with either the Jumpluff or the Blastoise. The thing is, though, that Pixel Cheetah actually has a Dedenne in the back, maybe worried about Phoebe having Diggersby, which is why he fought for swap.
Yeah, it looked like Phoebe missed out on potentially a Fairy Wind there when the Drapion threw a move. I don't know if it's going to be consequential or not, but is going to throw this Aerial-Ace and trying to swap right over to the Blastoise. In comes the Dedenne though, actually. I think Pixel Cheetah just came into the jump off with the Dedenne, so already a little bit behind on energy on the Blastoise, and this is a really tough matchup for Phoebe.
Yeah, and Parabolic Charge is shielded by Alpha Phoebe. That would have been super effective damage, of course, but Pixel Cheetah did get that defense increase just before this Hydro Cannon came through, which means it's going to do just a little bit less damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure Parabolic Charge is enough to KO one-shot the Blastoise from this health range, but it's going to do a lot of super effective damage. Oh, it goes for the catch on the Whiscash as well. Fantastic catch from Pixel Cheetah. This is going to be still some hard-hitting neutral damage, but left with the Parabolic Charge. And Dedenne is going to win Charge Attack priority against most things here, so it's going to be a pretty good position for Pixel Cheetah as long as he could put the Jump Bluff in Parabolic Charge range. However, I think Alpha Phoebe is going to try to swap out if he can.
Yeah, and the nice thing about catching those moves on the Whiscash is that, well, the Jumpluff would have needed just 1 charge attack, but instead forced Phoebe to throw 2 charge attacks at the Whiscash. And now you get the Scald off. It is going to be resisted damage, but does a decent little chunk of damage there. Phoebe able to get the Fairy Wind down, but like you said, a lot of energy still on this Dedenne.
Yeah, and that's going to be everything Pixel Cheetah needs to put this Jumpluff into Parabolic Charge range. Can Alpha Phoebe get to a Hydro Cannon in time though? Has a little bit of extra energy left. One more rollout, but no, not going to get there. And the Parabolic Charge is going to connect onto Blastoise. Pixel Cheetah is going to take this first game.
Yeah, just a 1-turn difference there. I believe that was 4 Thundershocks versus 3 rollouts, so pretty close game at the end there, but Pixel Cheetah able to come back from the bad lead of Shadow Whiscash into Jumpluff.
All right, back to the story I was going to say about Pixel Cheetah as we're going to take a look at his team really quickly here. So I remember very poignantly that I believe last season attended a decent amount of tournaments. I think was maybe his first season competing. No, it was second season. And went to a number of tournaments. I was at least 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 6 regionals and NAIC, but just barely missed out on qualification. Needed NAIC to do well there to make that Worlds qualification. But I remember reading a post where he posted on X and was saying how, reflecting on it, like, he definitely had to put in a little bit of work. Like he wasn't really blaming anyone or any circumstances. Knew that he needs to up his own gameplay to actually earn that Worlds qualification spot. And this season, clearly putting in the work and has, some higher placement finishes and is already in a winner's finals for day number 1 at NAIC. That's going to be a decent amount of points already for Pixel Cheetah, and hopefully he'll get his redemption here this year. Yeah, he's already up 1-0 in the winner's final, so really just one game away already from, I believe, top 32 or even top 24, because it would be on the winner's side. So if he can just close out this series versus AlphaPhoebe, that would definitely be a great redemption arc from last year. Yeah, last year NAIC actually unfortunately didn't even win a game last season, right? So just lost 2 series back-to-back, but you can tell he's been winning all day long here in New Orleans this year in 2025. And wow, what a weird and interesting team too. Shadow Whiscash. All right, outside of the Shadow Drapion matchup, I don't even know the matchup super well at this point because there's been so many changes to Whiscash over the past year and so few people have even run it. Yeah, we've seen some Shadow Quagsire, some Swampert, and it looks like Pixel Cheetah looking for Whiscash as the water ground of choice. But we're already getting into game number 2. It's that Shadow Whiscash on the field versus Primeape. Primeape is going to play super fast, and this one does have the close combat. AlphaPhoebe throwing close combat right off the bat. Does Pixel Cheetah snuff this out? Yes, is going to shield up the close combat. In comes the Blastoise, and here comes the Dedenne. And I think Phoebe is trying to bait this out. You see that Jump Bluff in the back, which of course he does have Energy Ball, so it's not the worst matchup, but probably was expecting the Dedenne after a so strong game number 1. Hydro Cannon coming through, and Pixel Cheetah's actually going to let it go. He is already down a shield, but that Hydro Cannon does quite a bit of damage. This is going to be kind of weird for Pixel Cheetah if AlphaPhoebe decides to shield this Parabolic Charge or not. There is that Drapion on the back. Oh, AlphaPhoebe is not going to shield. Knows that he hang on. Can he get to another Hydro Cannon? It's going to be the case here, and does Pixel Cheetah fight for switch and goes down 2 shields? That'd be a really tough position. No, gives it up, but this is going to be really good for AlphaPhoebe because now he avoids the Jump Bluff onto the Drapion. That's true, but Pixel Cheetah does have a little bit of energy on the Drapion now with that farm down, and then of course has the energy on the Whiscash as well. And yes, the Jump Bluff gets to avoid the Drapion, but you're already a little bit ahead on energy here against the Primeape. Man, that Blastoise being able to win that zero shield situation against the Denny is huge for AlphaPhoebe. Does he go for the close combat again or not? This time, baiting with the Rage Fist. Let's see if Pixel Cheetah decides to shield or not. Does fall for the bait though, and now Primeape is boosted. Is there a move on the Whiscash? Because he could potentially go for a combo play here. I think there is a move, but the thing is that Phoebe still has that Jump Bluff, which can just wall the Whiscash, come out with a bunch of energy. And it looks like he does go for the combo play, but Phoebe catches that triple resistant Mud Bomb onto the Jump Bluff. That's huge. This might be a Shadow Whiscash and Shadow Mud Bomb, but it's going to do absolutely nothing to this non-Shadow Jump Bluff. And AlphaPhoebe probably going to farm up as much energy as possible before throwing this energy ball. Pixel Cheetah recognizing a really great play from his opponent there. Yeah, really nice anticipation by Phoebe there of the combo play, and I think that's pretty much going to seal this game for him. Like you said, probably can farm up to pretty much 100 energy, throws this energy ball, definitely going to knock out, and then you just need to hit the Drapion with one of any charge attack of your choosing. Yeah, and that's a really tough play too to pull off because it's a huge gamble for AlphaPhoebe, because if he doesn't read his opponent correctly, he's swapping in the Jump Bluff into Drapion, the main counter for his Jump Bluff. So he's anticipating the energy coming from that Whiscash on that quick swap and meets the quick swap with his own Jump Bluff. And yeah, that's going to be a good one. Oh, in comes the Primeape. Does have the Rage Fist, and this should be enough to knock out. Yeah, resisted damage, but Primeape very attack weighted, and it is going to be able to knock out the Drapion and even up the series for AlphaPhoebe. So if I feel like there's a special kind of feeling when you catch a ground type on a flying type, right? Earthquake on Mana Buzz, Mud Bomb on Jump Bluff. It's just like, I feel like of all the double resistant moves you could catch, there's something really just like, I don't know, just a feel-good moment on that when you're the one catching specifically a ground move on a flying move. Really? I feel like it's pretty nice to catch ghost moves on your normal type. Maybe. It's possible that I just haven't done that much in my lifetime, so that might be why I don't have that experience to draw from. But yeah, what a fantastic catch from AlphaPhoebe. And great utilization too. I mean, that team was pretty weak to Dedenne, right? Dedenne lead would have been pretty tough for that team, but Dedenne, without the defense boost, it's still kind of a frail Pokemon.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, Pixel Cheetah, I feel like is really afraid of this Diggersby because both Game 1 and Game 2, it feels like he maybe could have invested a little bit more into the Dedenne with those Protect Shields, but instead, you know, maybe worrying that the Dedenne didn't have as much value as, you know, we knew it was knowing all of the teams.
Yeah, and I like this team from OutOfPoket too because I feel like on the left-hand side is like pure meta, right? In Delightful Days that we've seen so far in this tournament and a lot of these practice tournaments. And the right-hand side, kind of like the last meta, right? Primeape, obviously not Shadow, no Ice Punch, but fairly popular in Might and Mastery, not as prominent in this season, but obviously some people are playing well. And you got the Blastoise in the Jump Love. I don't remember the last time I saw a Jump Love with Energy Ball Aerial Ace, but OutOfPoket's bringing it back here, and he needs one more game to make day number 2. So does Pixel Cheetah. Let's see how it goes. It's going to be the bird that comes out. What a bold strategy, given that there was a Primeape in both the previous games, but there isn't one in this game.
He read the line perfectly. This is the best team composition that he has seen from Phoebe so far for this Furret, and not an answer for Phoebe, so he does chip with that Hydro Cannon first before coming into the jump up.
But this is also playing right into Pixel Cheetah's hands because he needs to draw out this jump up to free up that Shadow Whiscash, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. On top of that, too, even if you win Switch Advantage for OutOfPoket and you have the jump up on the Drapion, Pixel Cheetah could come out with so much energy because you're not really threatened by much. Fairy Wind's resisted. Aerial Ace does very little damage at that point in time. You can leave with so much energy and nothing resists all the damage from the Shadow Drapion on OutOfPoke's team.
That's true, but OutOfPoke's jump left actually is still pretty healthy here. You're definitely not in range of, you know, maybe getting Poison Sting down. Although, actually, now that Pixel Cheetah is able to reach the Swift, now you are going to be putting the jump left into range where you can just probably farm down.
Yeah, like good and bad, right? Because this is a little bit less energy now that Pixel Cheetah can farm off, but at the same time, you're going to take a little bit less Aerial Ace damage. OutOfPoket might be able to get to 2, though, here, as we see the first Aerial Ace is going to be thrown. I think he lost a Poison Sting there, too. You see that OutOfPoket maybe acknowledging that as well.
I mean, that probably just means he takes 1 extra Fairy Wind. Not the end of the world, but like you said, Phoebe going to reach this second Aerial Ace. And, you know, Aerial Ace doesn't do a lot of damage, especially from a non-Shadow jump love, but it is putting this Drapion pretty low now to the point where you have to wonder how much value it's going to have for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's within Ice Punch range for the Shadow Dusclops, which is an important part, because Blastoise wasn't going to roll out it down anyway. Man, that's a tongue twister right there. But you saw the Hydro Cannon as the Blastoise is going to be the one that comes through. But like you said, it's closing in on fast attack pressure at this point in time too. Whiscash is in the back. I don't know this Whiscash versus Dusclops matchup, but it might not be so bad.
Yeah, that no shield from Phoebe, though, that puts the Blastoise really, really low. Pixel Cheetah able to reach this Aqua Tail, and all of a sudden, I feel like Pixel Cheetah might have just kind of gotten a little bit of a window there, because now with this Blastoise at such low health, the Whiscash might be able to just try to mudshot it down and then deal with the Dusclops on its own.
Yeah, great patience from Pixel Cheetah as well, recognizing that Phoebe will probably have to throw at least a Hydro Cannon. So that goes 1 Hydro Cannon worth of energy, is almost at the next one, and I would assume Pixel Cheetah is going to shield this Hydro Cannon up. 1 shield apiece. Whiscash with a little bit extra energy here for the Dusclops as we see OutOfPoket going to swap right over.
All right, well, I don't think we've seen Whiscash versus Dusclops quite yet as that matchup has been playing out. But, oh, yeah, actually, some of the Hex coming through there. Not great for Pixel Cheetah. And, you know, this could be a pretty tight end game, so we'll have to see if that becomes important.
Fingers crossed for OutOfPoket for no debuff. No debuff is going to be the case. However, that's still a pretty hard-hitting Scald that came through as we see Pixel Cheetah not spending a shield here. I think eventually you're going to have to shield one of the Shadow Punches. The next one is likely going to be shielded. I guess at this point, too, Pixel Cheetah is just going straight Mud Bomb. Doesn't need to go for the Skull, but I don't know if he gets there in time, especially with that Hex that snuck through.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a race to the next charge move, right? Mud Bomb versus Shadow Punch, and I think that's a race that Dusclops is going to win. But he's going for the Scald here. More energy, but maybe going for that attack drop so that he can maybe live another Shadow Punch. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to flip this game. Oh, he does get it, though.
Well, okay, well,
you're already in the red.
We'll see it play out here. I mean, I think in his mind, that makes sense, right? Because you're not going to get to another Mud Bomb anyway, so your only chance here is to survive there. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. OutOfPoket takes the 2-1 victory over Pixel Cheetah in this Winners Finals. These players are talking a little bit here. I know we saw that 1 point thing might have been missing. I don't know if it would have made a difference here or not, but you know, I think OutOfPoket is going to chat it over with. I think it looked like OutOfPoket was actually one that mentioned it to Pixel Cheetah. So wants some good sportsmanship, wants to make sure that everything played out as it should have been.
Day 2 dreams on the line here for both of these trainers, so they're just going to talk over that game. for a second, but I think, 2-1 victory for AlphaPhoebe at the moment. Going to be able to advance to day number 2 with the current result.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Either way, I think this performance for both players would be
One of their best.
Yeah, definitely personal best for, especially at an international event, North American International as well. So, looks like both players are chatting it through a little bit here, and yeah, we may just go to the judges for a quick review.
Yeah, I mean, and also thinking about the end of the game there, we saw Pixel Cheetah going for double Scald, maybe fishing for the attack drop. Maybe if he had just gone for straight Mud Bomb, because you need 2 attacks to take out the Dusclops anyways. Maybe could have saved a little bit of time. Maybe that would have let him get to a 3rd Mud Bomb before the Dusclops could get to, I think, the 3rd Shadow Punch there.
Yeah. I do think that I get the temptation, right, to go for the debuff there, but if you don't get it, it's not great. And, it looked, in my opinion, it looked better for Pixel Cheetah coming into it because he had like 1 mud shot, maybe 2 mud shots
yeah.
worth of energy into Dusclops. Dusclops is very bulky, but so is Whiscash, right? But yeah, maybe the play is just to go straight for the Mud Bomb. Obviously, the Hex going through at the timing that he threw the Mud Bomb, or the first Scald, definitely hurt a bit. And you can see on his face, the moment he threw, he's like, oh, shoot, I shouldn't have done that, But we've all been there, right? So it is what it is. But you know what? Everyone hasn't been there is a winners finals on day number 1. So again, a fantastic performance from both players regardless of the outcome here, but still a lot to fight for.
Absolutely. And, this is a decisive game 3. Looks like the players are going to fist bump, maybe standing up from the stage there. So it looks like Phoebe is going to be able to advance to day number 2 on the winner's side. Very exciting for him. Definitely a personal best. And then Pixel Cheetah, on the other hand, going to drop to those losers finals for Group D.
Yeah, I think he mentioned too, he hasn't made it day 2 yet. So making his first day 2 at International, at the biggest North America event to date, is pretty huge here as well. So big congratulations to AlphaPhoebe, and congrats for Pixel Cheetah for making it so far, and this is double elimination, so he'll be moving to losers finals, but may not be out of it and may still join Phoebe on day number 2.
Yeah, we'll see. We have 32 spots again in day number 2. That's 2 from each group. We have 16 groups, 1 winner and 1 loser. So Phoebe is the winner of Group D. And then Pixel Cheetah, I believe, will be playing 1 more match with someone else who probably has yet to be determined for that 2nd spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and if you're ever curious about bracket, feel free to check out the bracket on the broadcast. I think it's just ! bracket to pull that up. But I'm curious because I feel like there were a lot of upsets that led up to this point in this winners finals. Both players, as well as maybe other players in the bracket, playing really well. And I'm curious to see who makes it out of that loser side.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. I mean, we're here, watching 1 game at a time, but, there's 16 groups, so many matches being played out on the tables as well. And, I mean, AlphaPhoebe and Pixel Cheetah, a lot of credit to them, but I know for a fact neither of them was the 1 seed in that group, so there was definitely an upset or 2.
Yeah, speaking of upsets, unfortunately, OutOfPoket has been knocked out of the tournament, which means that we won't have a repeat back-to-back champion, but an actual repeat champion of North America International is still possible. I know Axen's still in it. I'm not sure if Wadaj is still in it or not, but I know he was still fighting through the loser bracket the last time I looked at it. So that is a possibility as well as a repeat champion from 2023. And of course, there's always a chance for a double international champion, and that's a tough, coveted feat as well.
Yeah, nobody's ever won multiple international championships at this point. But like you said, a couple of previous winners, not just from North America in its Axen, but also from all around the world, are still in this tournament. So we'll have to see whether records are being broken or history is being made here at NAIC.
All right, speaking of records, I think you know the answer to this one, because I've done this pop quiz with Butters plenty of times. But let's see if you've been paying attention or not. There's only 2 players, to my knowledge, that have 2 trophies from international events. Not including Worlds, right? ICs, right? International Championships, LEIC, NAIC, stuff like that. Which 2 players are that?
Yeah, one of them's definitely Ashton Ash.
Okay. Do you know the placements? Yeah.
So he was 2nd at NAIC last year and 4th at LEIC this year?
That's correct.
And then the other player I will think about while we look at these lovely players on the stage rise to occasion and its Axen. I'll just give some stats since you're putting me on the spot.
Yes. Drop the stats.
All right, Rise was 2nd place at NAIC 2023. Second to Wadaj, actually came down to a really, really close game 5, like 1 turn. And then it's Axen, as you mentioned, 2022 NAIC champion. So this is some NAIC royalty in the house right here. And, OutOfPoket being out of the tournament, maybe these players are looking at those trophies with some anticipation.
Yeah, trying to add to their trophy. I mean, both these players have tons of trophies and medals to their collection too. They could probably have a whole closet full and then some. I was speaking to his Axen actually yesterday, and he said that the last time I think he won, I'm not sure if he won, but yeah, he won Portland back in 2023, and the year he won World Championships.
Yep.
And right after that, he said he did really poorly at NAIC, right? He was trying to defend his international title. I think he went 1-2 or 2-2 or something.
Yeah,
Not a great performance. And but he was telling me, he's like, the last time I won Portland and I did poorly at NAIC, I won Worlds.
Okay.
So he's like, so if I do poorly at NAIC and I win Worlds after this, that's probably still worth it. But he's maybe trying to go for the trifecta, international, regional, and Worlds. Who knows? But this guy's very accomplished. Ricecation as well. The only player in our circuit to win at least one regional every single year since the circuit has been around. But he's still missing an international title.
That's true. And you know, Caleb, I wouldn't extrapolate too much from a sample size of one where he won Portland and then did poorly at NAIC.
That's what the former world champion told me, not me. You know?
So I think if he does well here, that's a fine sign that he's going to do well at Worlds.
Absolutely.
But let's take a quick look at these teams before we dive into the battles. I know we've already looked at Axen's team before. Again, super standard. He's got that one kind of unique pick, the Arachnid. And then on Ryze's side, he has a couple similar Pokemon, the Shadow Drapion, the Dusclops, but from there, actually, it's all differences. He has the Shadow Primeape, Mandibuzz, Quagsire, and the Tinkaton on your pin.
Yeah, the Tinkaton. I mean, we've seen a few Tinkaton on the broadcast, right? K-Pine had it. I forgot who else had it earlier in the day. I feel like it's been okay, but I don't think it's done as well as, you know, a lot of people would have hoped, right? It just seems like there's a lot of ground types, right? Besides the Digger Speed, I saw like a Marowak from Podemon's team. Tinkaton's not amazing into a lot of water types either. So it's in an interesting position. It's not amazing into ghost types either, right? But we do see a couple Mandibuzz. There's no Mandibuzz on the side of its Axen. Actually, looking at its Axen's team, I don't think this Tinkaton has a lot of play in general.
Yeah, Tinkaton doesn't do great into neutral matchups. Like what made it so powerful in the last meta was really just that Fairy Steel typing it was riding on, which of course you wall so many things with those steel resistances, and then the Fairy typing can be so powerful. And then, you know, looking at Saxon's team, the main target, I guess, would be the Shadow Drapion. You do pretty well into Lapras, and actually you do well into Arachnid too, so it definitely has some play. I think you mentioned earlier that the matchup with Dedenne is a little iffy though.
Yeah, I mean, well, I know it does well into Arachnid, but this Arachnid has nowhere to go. I don't, again, I'm still waiting for his Axen to showcase it and see what it's going to do. But at the same time, too, hey, if you want to try to win a tournament with only 5 Pokemon, have at it as well, as we are getting into the first battle here between these juggernauts. Winners Finals Group F. It's going to be Ricecation versus Dedenne. A fantastic lead for its Axen with Dedenne against that Shadow Primeape.
And Ryze is going to switch straight into the Drapion, and actually met with a very quick swap from its Axen into the Diggersby.
Yeah, it was met with a quick swap, but I feel like he gave up 2 Poison Seeds instead of 1. This makes this matchup a little bit awkward for its Axen. Because he could try to go for a bait here, but if Ryze doesn't shield it, it's even worse. But if he starts shielding the Scorching Sand, it's also pretty uncomfortable for its Axen. But he might just let it go because he's thinking, all right, shield advantage, Primeape is pretty good here too.
Yeah, and you know, for its Axen, I think, you know, he doesn't know it, of course, and we can see the teams, but Switch Advantage actually doesn't matter too much, but it looks like he's going to get it anyways as Ryze lets the Scorching Sands go.
Yeah, so that's going to be a lot of damage going over. Now, Shadow Primeape, this one is running Ice Punch instead of Close Combat or Cross Chop, but it is a Shadow variant, so it makes sense. And, you know, Ricecation leaning a little bit into the Might and Mastery season from last season, still building off of that. And honestly, because of the health on this Diggersby, it's actually fine that you don't have a fighting move. You're just going to Karate Chop it all the way down. Had to give up a shield, though, which is not a great position to be in. Usually, if you don't have Switch Advantage and you have a shield disadvantage, it's a really tough position to climb out of.
Yeah, but now this Primeape has a lot of energy. You see that Rage Fist puts the Dedenne pretty much below half health there. This is a charge attack priority, which Primeape does win. Its Axen is going to shield to make sure he gets his Parabolic Charge off in the right Pokemon.
Yeah, this position is a little bit tough for its Axen. I know that Ryze had a shield disadvantage originally, but he is going to throw up this shield. He's going to get to the next Rage Fist in time. There's a chance he may go for a catch, which for its Axen is not that bad because there isn't a move on this Primeape that could take out the Lapras later, right? Its Axen deciding and does throw up the shields. Let's see how much its Tinkaton can do because this is Tinkaton's time to shine if there is one here. Tinkaton is going to come out right away, and the parabolic charge is going to be thrown from his Axen first before swapping over to this Lapras.
Yeah, and this is neutral damage. I might even just stay in because from here, the Lapras still needs 2 charge attacks to take out the
Oh, goes
Tinkaton.
for the catch!
Yeah, but this is really nice. Yeah, catch on the bulldoze right before the Dedenne reaches a charge attack.
Yeah, great timing too. I mean, Rise Occasion, he has to throw, right? If he doesn't throw, he's going to hit by another parabolic charge. So it goes for the bulldoze, but fantastic catch from his Axen, leaving with, I think, 1 Thunder Shock away from the next parabolic charge, which is going to play favorably for this Primeape in the back too. Primeape's going to have to come out with a lot of energy here to have a chance against the Dedenne later.
Yeah, play rough coming through, and I think there was that defense drop on the first bulldoze, so that's actually going to do quite a bit of damage to the Lapras, and I think this Tinkaton might still barely be out of range of the Sparkling Aria. It's Axen almost at back-to-back here.
Yeah, this is tough because I don't think Rice left with a Rage Fist, so even if he takes out this Lapras, it's not great if he could Thunder Shock it down. Oh, and tries to swap over, but instead throws the Fairy Wind, and now comes the Sparkling Aura. This is not terrible, though, for Rise, because he can still try to Cry Chop it down, but the Switch Hammer's up. Axen's going to get to the Parabolic Charge beforehand, and you can see the well-played mouth over from Rise Vacation. Really well played from his Axen. I mean, from both players, but a tough situation from Rise Occasion. And really good players, when they have the lead like that, they're not going to let go of that grasp on how good of a matchup they have.
Yeah, kind of a tricky end game there. I think Rise was maybe hoping he could get a farm down with Primeape to kind of outpace the Dedenne to a move at the end, but you know, the matchup kind of just took long enough that the clock was up. But still nice play from Rise, trying to come back from that difficult lead, and you know, letting that Drapion go in the mid game kind of put him really, really far behind. So to make it that close was still impressive.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised we didn't see the Shadow Quagsire from Rise Occasion. As we look at his Axen's team, right, it has to play into everything. It beats the Diggersby, it beats the Dedenne, it has a Stone Edge for the Lapras, not bad. It beats the Drapion. I mean, it has a Stone Edge for the Raccoon that's likely never coming, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rise Occasion lean more into that Shadow Quagsire for this game number 2.
Yeah, I have to wonder if he was maybe thinking that Primeape was going to be the star of the show and he wanted to save shield for that rather than the Quagsire, because as we saw in that game number 1, it kind of almost got the job done, right? Yep. It pulled shields from the Dedenne, even though that's typically a bad matchup.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? And he tried to, right? He really tried to go for the catch, but he unfortunately wasn't able to on the Primeape. If he goes for that catch and he Fairy Winds down the Lapras, he has the Bulldoze ready, and the Parabolic Charge was not ready from its Axen's Dedenne. So just that 1/2 second difference there could have changed that match outcome completely.
Yeah, I have to give some credit to Axen as well, though. Remember, catching the Bulldoze at just the right time. You know, realizing Rise is a high-level player, he's going to throw out just before I get to my own charge attack, and recognizing that, basically wasting 45 energy from Rise in the end game was really helpful.
Yeah, I think this, again, I'd be really shocked if we don't see the Shadow Quagsire in this game. There's no, I mean, I was saying there's no grass or grass coverage on Assassin's team, but that I feel like I say that about almost every single team, which is probably why something like a Quagsire is such a good neutralist. As we here go into game number 2, it is going to be the Quagsire, and it is going to be the Raccoon, which I have no idea why Axen brought this, but let's see if I can be proven wrong.
Hey, resist the Mud Shots and the Aqua Tail from Quagsire.
That's right, that's right.
And if you can shield the Stone Edge correctly, or maybe you don't even have to because Arachnid is so bulky it can absolutely hang on, then this is a pretty nice matchup for the Arachnid, but Axen does actually correctly shield this up, so that could be huge in terms of how this matchup plays out.
This is really awkward for Rise Occasion. Okay, you know what? I think I doubted the Spider too much, because here's the thing. You have Bubble Beam. Oh, great timing from his Axen as well. It's going to throw this Water Pulse before the next Stone Edge reach. But here's the thing. If Rise Occasion swaps to anything, he could just debuff it and counter swap it and just maintain alignment. So not going to be doing that here as we see the instant swap from its Axen over to the Lapras.
Wait, but this is a Skull Bash Lapras, remember? So you're throwing double resisted Psywaves and then neutral Sparkling Arias. Its Axen made that switch really, really quickly though, so he might just be reading the fact that there's the Primeape in the back.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point too. And I think Rise Occasion, he's thinking that it's either maybe a Dedenne, in this case, it's actually a Diggersby, but Dedenne is going to be absolutely awful for the Mana Buzz, so he can't do anything about that. And Diggersby is actually not bad into Mana Buzz too. So him staying in with this Mana Buzz, in my opinion, is actually a really solid choice.
Yeah, continuing to play out this matchup. Both trainers have well over a charge attack Rise. Gonna throw the Dark Pulse right here. Probably not gonna knock out the Lapras from this range, but Axen has a lot of energy, so we'll have to see which charge attack he decides to throw.
Yeah, we see a lot of players opting for the Foul Play instead of Dark Pulse. Me personally, I'm a big Dark Pulse fan because it does a lot more damage. It's a little more energy efficient. It does take a little long to get to, but sometimes you need that extra damage plus like an Aerial Ace to take it out. In comes another Sparkling Aria. Everything on the line now for Rise-ification on the Primate. Primate has to be the star of the show again, but this is so tough because you come in Raquinid, you debuff it, and then it just becomes such a pain to deal with. I mean, yeah, you can boost it back up, but then you just keep going up and down, and you're just throwing resisted cross chops the entire time.
Yeah, you have all these resisted fast attacks from both sides, but Primeape not the bulkiest Pokemon out there, and even these resisted Bug Bites are going to be doing quite a bit of damage. You see that Bubble Beam land, almost putting the Primeape now to 50% health there. So I'm just not sure there's enough health on this Primeape, even though theoretically it can power through these matchups in the back individually.
Yeah, great patience from its Axen, great understanding of what to save his shield for. He has the Diggersby in the back. You just shield one Ice Punch, and you're going to be in a good position. I mean, you're closing in on quick attack range. You see Rise maybe a little frustrated because no one wants to shield a Bubble Beam, but you have to at this point, right? You absolutely have to. And I don't think you can even Cry Chop this out. You probably have to throw another move, but no, just going for all the Bug Bite. Axen knows he doesn't even need to throw a move. He doesn't even need to show the Diggersby, and he's going to take the 2-0 victory. Absolutely dominant victory in the second game over Rise to occasion.
Yeah, and that was absolutely a battle of titans there. We mentioned all of their accolades at the beginning of the match, but it's Axen, you know, former NAIC champion, former world champion, well on his way to yet another incredible end to the season.
Okay, I apologize. I doubted Axen's team building with the Araquanid. I doubted the Araquanid, but that Araquanid looked pretty good. I mean, it was into a Quagsire with Super Effect Stone Edge, able to muscle through that, able to get so much value into the Primeape as well, to the point where Axen didn't even need to show his third Pokemon.
Yeah, and Arachnid, you know, we were saying maybe doesn't have a lot of targets on Rise's team, but, you know, it doesn't do poorly into Primeape, which Rise was bringing a lot. And then you mentioned how safe the Shadow Quagsire looked for Rise. So it's actually maybe kind of reading that, realizing, hey, actually, even though Arachnid isn't good into the team of 6, it might be good into the team of 3.
You know, maybe I should give Arachnid a shot. I do like my bulky polarizing picks that are slow to get the charge moves, but still get the job done. So fantastic performance from its Axen, and he's already kind of broken the curse he set for himself, right? 2 years ago at NAIC, didn't do so well, ended up winning Worlds. Last season, I think did even worse than his second season, and you know, still did decent at World Championships, but he looks locked in and in form. A win in Portland, going for another win in an international, and looking like he's in fantastic fighting form for World Championships.
Yeah, I don't know if curse really makes a lot of sense to say for someone who has won one of the 3 ICs
they've for him, okay?
They've competed at. And then even though the year that he won, he was like top 8 at Worlds.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't think he has to do poorly at NAIC to do well at Worlds. But, you know, I'm really excited to see Axen, you know, kind of back in top form. You know, winning Portland's doing really well here already. We'll see how much further he can take it tomorrow. But it's kind of good to see Mr. Top Cut back at it.
That's right. Yeah, in the early days too, I think he top cut almost every single event. I think NAIC in 2023 was actually his first event he didn't make a top cut, to my knowledge. But I mean, he won Worlds afterwards, so you know, pretty good. As we have 2 trainers on stage coming shortly, it's They Love Jai versus Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice, obviously very popular in the North America circuit. This season has really been his breakout performance. A second place in Toronto as well, so Elim, one of the best trainers. But also just a lot of consistent performance in top cuts from Sceptile Ice. Also got #1 the GBL leaderboard as well, so you know he's just playing the game all the way throughout. And he's facing against They Love Jai, who from Australia, was a regional winner, I believe, last season, and has maybe this season too, if I'm not mistaken.
I think has a bunch of top cuts this season, maybe not a win.
Maybe not a win, yeah. But yeah, and then wait, did he? Maybe he didn't win last season then either. I know he got second to with Flareon, but he's well known for his Alolan Ninetales. That's like, I feel like his most signature Pokemon, and I was talking to him a little bit yesterday as well too. This is his first tournament out of region, and he's doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, I think he was one of our players to watch from Oceania, and you know, we're definitely watching him now in the Group E final here, facing off against Sceptile Ice. And you know, like you said, this has been such a nice breakout season for Sceptile Ice. I don't think he had any top cuts before this season, and then this season, like you mentioned, second place in Toronto. I believe at least one, if not multiple, other top cuts.
Yes.
I believe top cut UIC,
yes.
and very high up on the NA leaderboards. I believe one of the highest point gathering players who doesn't have an auto bid.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at his performance from past years, they weren't bad, right? But they were just not to this level, but definitely someone that just put in so much work leading up to this season and is really paying off. And you love to see those stories because, again, a lot of the times, what I always tell people is the hardest thing about this game sometimes is having the Pokemon you want to run on team. But once you have it, you put in the time and effort to practice and stuff, learn the matchups, maybe watch some of these broadcasts even to learn even more from these top players, and then you might be sitting on stage yourself. I know we can see a little sneak peek. I was going to ask you if you could guess one Pokemon They Love Jive team, but we see the Shadow Lone Ninetales already on it, and to no surprise, I think he's brought that into almost every single tournament.
Yeah, a really nice stage here. Gives us a little bit of a team preview, even if they're not quite on the layout yet. If you are watching out there in the stands, you can see the teams on the stage behind the players right there. And you can see Sceptile Ice's full team. I actually believe this is the exact same team that OutOfPoket brought to this tournament. Of course, we didn't see him on the stream, but Sceptile Ice was telling me that they, you know, kind of built this team together, and it looks like, you know, a lot of success so far for Sceptile Ice.
Yeah, They Love Jive. Okay, so I have the full records now. Got second place in Perth last year to Rick Flareon with the Shadow Lone Ninetales. Got second place again to Perth this year to 8-9 CGY Flames fan, and then got a 13th place in Brisbane this year without a Lone Ninetales, actually. First time not running it, but has brought back a Lone Ninetales. I mean, every time he has a Lone Ninetales on team, he gets second place. So I feel like he's on to a good start already.
Yeah, I mean, if you're coming from out of region, maybe you want something a little bit familiar to help you in your travel. So you see the Shadow Alolan Ninetales there. I believe it's the Powder Snow variant, so not going to do quite as well into the Lapras that we see on Sceptile Ice's team. But, you know, if They Love Jai isn't able to bring the Alolan Ninetales, he also has the other Ice type to back it up in that Lapras.
Right. As the players are loading in for their teams, I had to go back to this question. So,
oh my god,
the pop quiz question.
Yeah, I forgot. I mean, I don't have an answer.
Okay, well, I believe this player is here at NASC this year as well. It's LNDS T Steinar.
Okay, I was gonna guess Harjeff, but I was like,
Yeah.
I know he won LAIC, but I don't have another. Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of the international trophy holders, actually the two that hold the most amounts, two each to their name, actually haven't won a tournament themselves yet, with international tournament, I should say. But getting top 4 in 2 international
that's a good
events,
sign.
It's pretty good. Yeah, they're pretty good players. But anyway, enough about that. Let's dive into this specific matchup. We get another Tinkaton now on Sceptile Ice's team. And I feel like every time we see a Tinkaton on broadcast, it doesn't end up so well. Obviously, Sceptile Ice has been winning,
Wow.
right? So I'm just saying, Sceptile Ice could be the guy that breaks that trend and is going to win it all here with Tinkaton.
You know, I actually think it looks really good in this matchup. You do have to watch out for the Shadow Quagsire on They Love Jai side, but other than that, I mean, you have positive matchups into everything, and then maybe a neutral matchup into the Dusclops. But we're getting into game number 1 here. Caleb, take us through the leads.
All right, we have ourselves Shadow Quagsire for Sceptile Ice. It's going to be met with the Lapras, and there's the Shadow Quagsire actually on They Love Jai side too in the back. Double water leads, but without any grass types, this is a very comfortable line that They Love Jai can run.
Sparkling Aria coming through. Maybe going to land on the Quagsire. Looks like Sceptile Ice is going to let it go. Has the energy for the Stone Edge at this point, so let's see if he goes straight for it or just for a bait. Looks like he's just going to reach for the Aqua Tail.
Those are the baits. Let's see if They Love Jai goes for it. Is going to shield up the Aqua Tail. That's going to be a huge bait for Sceptile Ice. This means that he's able to pace to the Stone Edge. No, doesn't, just barely. Oh, it catches the Stone Edge on a resisted Shadow Quagsire.
And that is a fantastic catch from They Love Jai. Timed it perfectly. Sceptile Ice, you know, unfazed. Actually now going to come into his own Lapras. This one, though, doesn't have Skull Bash, so it's not a perfect mirror of the lead.
All right, a little role reversal here. They Love Jai going straight for the Stone Edge, unlike Sceptile Ice going for the bait. Let's see if Sceptile Ice shields. Is going to grab up the shield. I like this play, though, from Sceptile Ice, because like you said, outside of the Shadow Quagsire, this Tinkaton actually looks pretty good. Tinkaton's not even that bad into Quagsire, because you can't take it out with one Aqua Tail, and the play rough still starts really adding up. It's all neutral damage from the Tinkaton as well. But once you get rid of this thing, how do you get rid of the Lapras and the Tinkaton?
Well, Lapras is going to come in, and, Sceptile Ice only able to throw resisted energy at the Lapras, but he is so healthy himself. This isn't even that bad of a matchup. You're absolutely going to be able to chip this Lapras, and then, like you said, that Tinkaton in the back, it's going to be so happy to see the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, let's see if They Love Jai snuffs this out or not, because he's looking pretty calm, cool, and collected, but if he knew that there's a Tinkaton lurking in the back for the Mandibuzz, I don't know if he'd be that calm or not, as we can see, oh, wait, Sceptile Ice is going to swap in the Tinkaton. This is everything that They Love Jai needs.
Yeah, maybe this is going to give They Love Jai a chance, because really this is the only way he can deal damage to the Tinkaton is with these sparkling Arias from Lapras that are dealing neutral damage, and Sceptile Ice actually recognizing that shields really, really early on. That's a nice read.
Yeah, it does make the good read here, and in comes another sparkling Aria. I mean, he's looking up a little disappointed, but I think They Love Jai is going to shield his Lapras again anyway, because he needs to shield it to do something here, but Sceptile Ice has a lot of energy. Oh, he lets it go.
Yeah, maybe hoping that this is just a bulldoze bait, but unfortunately it is going to be that full play rough. And yeah, shaking his head, once he sees the text on the screen there, realizing, yeah, there's no way I can take out this Tinkaton. You've just got so much resisted damage coming through, and Sceptile Ice already at the super effective play rough.
Yeah, I mean, a tough situation with They Love Jai. Like you said, the team is pretty weak to Tinkaton, but I think from a meta read standpoint, that's not a terrible meta read, because you're not really expecting a lot of Tinkaton in this tournament, right? And, Lone Ninetales, not terrible into the Dene, but you just can't bring the Lone Ninetales into this. You can't bring the Mandibuzz. You can hardly bring the Lapras even, and the Drapion, Dusclops, I mean, they're all going to struggle. Like, this Tinkaton, looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a big problem for They Love Jai, and Sceptile Ice, maybe showing off a bit, bringing in the Lapras. He had a lot of residual energy, going to throw this super effective Ice Beam, and I think They Love Jai, kind of over this game, maybe already looking ahead to game number 2.
Trying to think how to beat that Tinkaton. All right, Sceptile Ice, I told you, I think this is the guy that's going to break the Tinkaton curse on stream, and he's going to win it.
You didn't say he was going to break the curse. You just said, oh, Tinkaton's been doing badly.
Well, okay, yeah. I guess, all right, whatever. There's no curse, whatever. There's just a bad pattern for Tinkaton users.
But I think, yeah, you're right. This is the matchup for it, though. We already said, has to watch out for the Quagsire. But you know what? I don't think They Love Jai even has Mud Bomb on the Quagsire. So like you said, not that bad of a matchup. So Sceptile Eye is probably going to continue to just bring that Tinkaton and then look to support it, right? What is going to do well against the Quagsire? Against the Quagsire and the Dusclops on They Love Jai's side. And that's probably how he's going to try to supplement the Tinkaton.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough position if you're They Love Jai. They Love Jai, fantastic player in his own right. As we see some of the highlights here, fantastic catch as well onto the Quagsire. But here's the thing, when you go into such a big team composition disadvantage for as They Love Jai, your opponent could just like Sceptile Ice could just combine a bunch of random things together with his team and make it work, He doesn't need switch advantage a lot of times. He doesn't really need to shield stuff as long as he saves his shields for the Tinkaton. And as long as you take out the Quagsire at some point in time, you're fine, right? And They Love Jai has to bring the Quagsire. There's no way he can't. But at the same time, too, it's hard to lock that one Quagsire into a Tinkaton. You have a 1 in 3 chance, essentially, right? And so the odds are already pretty stacked in Sceptile Ice's favor in so many regards. If They Love Jai is able to flip this matchup and win this series, that would be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I think he would need a couple things to go his way. We saw, I believe in that game number 1, a bait call that went in favor of Sceptile Ice, and then Sceptile Ice also correctly shielding up the Stone Edge from They Love Jai. So, those are the kinds of things where if they go your way and you're in a bad matchup like this, it can help kind of flip things a little bit. So They Love Jai maybe also needs to get a little bit lucky if he wants to play his way out of this bad matchup.
Yeah, I think They Love Jai just didn't expect the Tinkaton in the back, but after seeing how strong it is in his team, I think at this point he's going to be like, all right, that Tinkaton is somewhere in this line of 3. I just need to figure out where. Because if you look at that Mandibuzz, if it was anything but the Tinkaton in the back, he would make a great spot. And that's a fantastic lead for They Love Jai. That's a Shadow Quagsire into Tinkaton, and exactly what he needs to do to have a chance here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed. And this Quagsire is going to be able to reach the Aqua Tail before Sceptile Ice is able to get off that Rage Fist. So that's going to force Sceptile Ice to put up the shield here, and now They Love Jai going to make a quick swap into Dusclops, try to start absorbing some of these super effective Rage Fists.
This is a pretty uncomfortable matchup for the Dusclops still. I mean, Sceptile Ice is at back-to-back Rage Fists at this point too. Can throw even another Karate Chop for one. Let's see if Sceptile Ice is going to shield this up or not. I think going to go for the optimization. Doesn't want to give up any free turns into a Primate that rate paces super quickly. Sceptile Ice is going to have to double shield here, but the thing is, because They Love Jai is able to tank... Oh, wait! Just throws the Shadow Punch right away. Doesn't even go for the extra Hex.
Yeah, that's going to be maybe going to tempt Sceptile Ice to put up a shield there, and he does put it up. So now, though, but now Sceptile Ice also has to kind of throw in some optimal timing in order to get off the charge attack. So maybe not the end of the world. And it looks like both trainers are really investing in this opening matchup, you know, kind of realizing how valuable the Tinkaton alignment is going to be here.
Might go for a catch here, but They Love Jai throwing 2 extra hexes instead to ensure that he gets the Primate here. And even if a catch happens, you have the Shadow Punch for later. Man, this is going to be a tough matchup for Sceptile Ice. Things are looking great, but you do have the Shadow Quagsire in the back that has the super effective Stone Edge damage for the Lapras. And like I said, like, this is not too bad for Tinkaton. If you could get a play rough against Quagsire, Quagsire doesn't have any energy left, shields down, that's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think shields down is the key here for Sceptile Ice. Of course, not the best alignment, but if you can start landing some of these heavier hitting charge attacks, maybe somehow find a little bit of an energy lead, he might still have a chance in this game, even though it looks pretty grim right now.
Going to leave with as much energy as possible. Does go for the play rough as well to ensure the knockout. I think Bolos might have been enough, but also there's a chance that They Love Jai would go for a catch maybe. That could be what he's thinking. I'm not fully sure. However, he's still going to get to a play rough before the Aqua Tail is reached. He's going to do a lot of damage. Not going to be enough to KO, but it's going to put the Quagsire into the red.
I'm really curious to see if Sceptile Ice switches out here. Maybe it wants to start trying to get ahead on entry. He does, and They Love Jai still here in the Quagsire. Gonna almost a double Aqua Tail there. I don't know if that's quite it, but a double Aqua Tail gonna be quite enough. I was gonna say that getting a little bit ahead would allow him to outpace Lapras, but They Love Jai, very patient, recognizing that.
Oh, okay. Actually just goes straight for the Aqua Tail instead. Maybe wants to be able to side wave down, but the thing is that Tinkaton has a decent amount of health left. Like, this is a little bit precarious for They Love Jai's Lapras. He needs to get the full side wave down for there to be a chance here. I think he's going to get to it. The Quagsire doesn't have a lot of health left. You can see Sceptile Ice already shaking his head, recognizing that, yeah, this one's probably over here. Tinkaton still has a little bit of health left, but the extra energy that the Lapras just farmed against Quagsire is going to be enough to do it for They Love Jai, and he gets the perfect line positioning for this game number 2.
Yeah, we talked about maybe needing to get a little bit lucky here. And it's, you know, when we talk about trying to align things as you want, sometimes you need all 3 Pokemon to line up perfectly. And that's kind of what we saw from They Love Jai, right? Quagsire onto Tinkaton. And then really fought to maintain that advantage in the middle matchup. You see the players talking about it. I think I saw at the beginning of the game, Sceptile Ice tried to switch out right away into the Primate.
Yeah, he did, and I think there was a little stutter there, so it slowed him down. Maybe They Love Jai even got an extra mud shot through because of that. It did happen very early on in the game too, so let's see if they're going to take it to review or not, or if it's actually going to make it impact on the outcome of that match.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting confirmation that there is a review. So before we get the replay up, I mean, my recollection of what happened is Sceptile Ice wants to switch out right away into Primate. If he can do that, he outpaces Primate versus Quagsire and then doesn't have to put up the shield first, right? But you know, like you said, it happened so early in the game that it's just really hard to think about the counterfactuals, and you know, they played out that entire game afterwards. And yes, we are getting confirmation that it is that swap at the beginning, not letting him get into that Primate.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, because the Quagsire was able to reach to the Aqua Tail. That first Aqua Tail is 5 mud shots. Swapping over is going to cost you a turn on the Primate, but to get to that Rage Fist, that's 4 Cry Chops. So the way the math breaks down, I believe the Primate should have gotten to that Rage Fist first, but unfortunately you can see that Sceptile Ice was not able to do that. So they're going to talk it over with the judges and see what we can do.
Yeah, it's just a really tough situation because of how early it happened, right? If you rematch the game, you're pretty much nullifying every decision that came afterwards. But of course, you know, from Sceptile Ice's perspective, he's thinking, you know, I knew I could get this bad lead, but I had a game plan for it. I was going to come into my Primate, and that was going to, you know, either force They Love Jai to swap instantly or, you know, get the Rage Fist off first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, so many things happen differently, right? Maybe the Rage Fist doesn't get shielded on the Quagsire, but then because of that, you, I don't know. I mean, the Rage Fist is going to do more damage against the Dusclops, so you could probably still tank that, but you're going to be at lower health. I mean, like you said, so much can happen at that point in time too, as the players are going to start looking over teams. I don't know if they made a decision or not. I believe it might be the case, as it looks like they're trying to prepare for the next game.
Well, there's going to be a next game no matter what the
That's
decision
right.
is.
You're right. Yeah.
That was just game number 2 there, I believe.
There'll either be another game number 2 or game number 3, yes.
Right, so for the players, you know, at this point, all you have to do is kind of just lock in for the next game. Leave it up to our fantastic judges. I believe that is Nexus Ilya Galde, one of our superstar judges all the way from the European region. And actually, I believe there is going to be a rematch granted because, you know, it was so early in the game that it had a huge impact. So that is going to be a rematch. And we see the score resetting to 0-1.
Right, yeah, and fantastic sportsmanship from They Love Jai as well. I mean, I think these high-level players, the thing is, anytime these kind of inconsistencies happen, they're good enough to recognize it as well, right? Obviously, Sceptile Ice recognizes because like, why am I not at the Rage Fist yet before the Aqua Tail's being thrown? But They Love Jai also very, you know, expertly knowledge on move counts and timings and stuff like that, knows that it just doesn't make any sense for Sceptile Ice not to be able to get that move. So, you know, not going to send any appeals or anything like that. And as they are prepared for game number 2, now, They Love Jai had a fantastic lead for game number 2. Can he do it again? Because I feel like that's exactly what he needed, and it's so tough to make that call. Like I said, your chances of getting that Quagsire on the Tinker, there's 1 in 3 chance. And if not, it's pretty tough. It's a pretty uphill battle right off the bat.
All right, well, it looks like they've both changed up their teams here. They Love Jai now leading the Drapion with the double water backline, and Sceptile Ice leading the Lapras.
Yeah, this is a good call from They Love Jai because, you know, both water types have play into the Tinkaton, so not too bad. Now, the nerf to Crunch, having a lesser chance of debuff, is going to hurt this matchup a bit, but typically speaking, this does favor Lapras narrowly, and as you can see, no debuff on that first Crunch.
Yeah, and we see the Psywaves doing a lot of damage, even though it's resistant. Nice catch from They Love Jai. Maybe trying to fade out the Tinkaton? I'm not sure, because that's probably what Sceptile Ice is going to switch into, but maybe you're going to farm up a little bit of energy first.
I like this team composition, and in comes the Tinkaton, as you predicted here, because everything on They Love Jai's side has some utility into this Tinkaton. He's just like, you know what, this thing's going to be in the back. I can't risk the lone Ninetales. I can't risk the Mana Buzz. Yeah, it's not great for the Drapion, but it doesn't get walled off, right? So you can still dish some damage back over, as Sceptile Ice is going to reach for the play rough. They Love Jai not even going to try to shield it.
And you know what, this isn't even a bad position for They Love Jai because yes, it's a disadvantageous matchup for the Lapras, but it's not even that bad. You get the Tinkaton very, very low with these Sparkling Arias. Yes, you're not going to knock it out, but you know, looking at the remainder of They Love Jai's team, especially with that catch, might not be too far behind here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he still has energy banked on that Drapion. I think almost was at a crunch. Sceptile Ice not messing around, going straight for the play rough. Bulldoze might have been kind of close. I think maybe could have gotten a Fairy Wind after the Bulldoze, maybe enough. I don't know. I mean, it is a non-child Lapras, maybe not the case. As in comes the Lapras, out comes the Drapion here, catching another Sparkling Aria as he's going to let this go.
Yeah, this is actually going to do quite a bit of damage to the Drapion, but They Love Jai maybe hoping to get off 1 more charge attack before this Drapion goes down. Maybe actually hoping to get off 2 more charge attacks because he actually goes for an Aqua Tail bait, but Sceptile Ice calls it.
Yeah, I think he gets to another Aqua Tail though either way. I mean, he doesn't love it, but you are able to still get to the Aqua Tail. Saving the shields for his Quagsire, I think, is a smart decision because he's expecting maybe it's in the back, but either way, Sceptile Ice now is going to shield here. I don't think this is terrible positioning for They Love Jai. I mean, there is a lot of health still on this Lapras. It's going to be a little bit tough to Mudshot down, but if you can Mudshot this all the way down, because I don't think Sceptile Ice can swap out yet. Oh, it's coming close. He's going to swap out right now.
Yeah, swaps out. Even shields here for both sides, but They Love Jai up just a little bit of energy. And, you know, with that swap just now, it also means that Sceptile isn't going to be able to make a catch for quite some time.
Yeah, let's see how this paces. I mean, here's the thing. The Mudshot damage is something, but it's not quite enough to flip this matchup. You have to throw the Aqua Tails to do anything here, as Sceptile Ice is going to throw up the final shield on this Quagsire. This matchup is going to take a second, and there's a chance that Sceptile Ice can even go for a catch. Every time they're throwing these moves, it's whittling down the switch timer more and more.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming through. I believe Sceptile Ice is at back-to-back Aqua Tails, and you know, maybe you don't even need to go for a catch because yes, you're only going to be able to land 1 Aqua Tail here, but with all the fast attack damage that's kind of adding up, Sceptile Ice might be okay here. Oh, actually, that doesn't do much damage.
Yeah, not as much here. A catch opportunity is possible. He goes for it, but the patience from They Love Jai, and he's going for the full Mudshot now. He gets it. He gets double Aqua Tail. That's everything he needs.
That is, he has multiple Aqua Tails, and there's 2 Pokemon left. I believe each one is going to faint to 1 Aqua Tail. So Sceptile Ice in a bit of a pickle here, brings in the Lapras, doesn't even get the Psywave through, but the Aqua Tail is going to be enough to take it out regardless.
All right, and let's see if this next Aqua Tail is enough or not. I think Sceptile Ice's Quagsire is in the yellow. Yeah, it is, but I think this might be enough. If not, the Mudshot afterwards should be, because Sceptile Ice doesn't have an Aqua Tail banked yet. They Love Jai coming out of nowhere and going to sweep with the Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire doing an incredible job in that endgame. You know, I was pretty skeptical when I saw the Lapras coming in, met with the Tinkaton, but They Love Jai really played around so well with all of that energy, and, you know, of course, anticipating the catch attempt from Sceptile Ice at the end.
All right, so if I'm conflicted right now. Sceptile Ice, as we see, They Love Jai's team, fantastic team, of course. Two of these Pokemon probably can't even bring into this team, unfortunately, for this matchup, but that's okay. He could be the first person on stage today to win with the Tinkaton, which would be fantastic for Tinkaton fans. But at the same time, too, we do love a situation where you have a terrible team composition into your opponents and still are able to pull off an upset. So I'm not really rooting for anything in particular, but I think both outcomes will be pretty epic.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting outcomes here. I want to give a lot of credit to They Love Jai because we've talked about how it's a difficult matchup against that Tinkaton. But the thing is that those neutral matchups that are slightly disadvantageous, like Lapras versus Tinkaton, are really not that bad. And I think They Love Jai recognizing that, you know, not getting too panicky over whether he can get the Quagsire in particular onto the Tinkaton kind of really helps him out. And, you know, you see in this endgame, he is able to get that matchup that he wants, get that farm down, and then the Quagsire able to close things out.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Tinkaton super strong for Sceptile Ice and probably coming into every single one of these games. I think Sceptile Ice probably already knows this by now, is that Shadow Quagsire is much needed for They Love Jai as well. So trying to predict where the Quagsire is important. As here we go, game number 3 here is going to be a Shadow Quagsire into Shadow Quagsire lead for both players.
Looking like a mirror of the end game of game number 2 here in the lead of game number 3. And I don't know if we actually saw who wins charge attack priority here, but They Love Jai is going to fire off the first Aqua Tail.
Yeah, I don't believe we saw it yet, but we probably will see it now here too. They Love Jai actually bringing the Mandibuzz back. That's so bold, but it has nowhere to go.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming through here. I'm curious to see whether They Love Jai tries to pull something similar, maybe switch into Lapras, maybe going for a catch attempt in an attempt to bait out that Tinkaton.
Oh!
And we do see it! There's the catch from They Love Jai again.
I think They Love Jai made a catch like every single one of these games, all resisted damage as well. Fantastic catch here too. I mean, he needs to do something because he needs a place for this Mandibuzz. In comes the Tinkaton though. That's absolutely perfect for They Love Jai. And Sceptile Ice, I mean, you don't want your Lapras into a Skull Bash Lapras, so that's not a great position for you to be in. But the Ice Beam Lapras is going to beat that Mandibuzz as well. So like I said, this Mandibuzz doesn't have a lot of places to go. But if you need to be against something, at least be against a Lapras or a Quagsire over the Tinkaton.
Yeah, it's not the worst matchup though for Mandibuzz. Obviously, you resist the Psy Waves, but you do lose that matchup against Lapras. But you know, you can play around it. They Love Jai has more than one Pokemon here. And continuing to throw these Psy Waves, there's a Sparkling Aria just before that play route. Perfect timing.
And this is a tough position for Sceptile Ice. I mean, if you shield this, you have to farm a little bit extra energy before you come out of it. Otherwise, you're just going to get mud shot down. That's not going to be an ideal situation here. As we see Sceptile Ice going for the play rough yet again here. I believe this is not in Bulldoze range, so going for the safer play, just going for that play rough. They Love Jai. I mean, you kind of have to come in with the Quagsire, right? There's no way you can try to go for a move. Oh, and throws on charge attack priority. Really great call from They Love Jai.
Yeah, nice counting, not going for the mud shot down. And, you know, like you said, kind of just has to come in here with the Quagsire. Sceptile Ice doesn't know yet that there's a Mandibuzz in the back here. So gonna bring in the Lapras. Wait, but now you can threaten the Stone Edge.
Yeah, you can threaten the Stone Edge. There's 2 shields apiece on both players. Oh, trying to go for the catch, but not able to. That Quagsire has a ton of energy now on They Love Jai's side. Here's the thing, do you shield a potential Stone Edge here? Because there's not a lot of health on your Quagsire. If you just get taken out by Stone Edge and Ice Beam, it's tough. And the bait is going to work yet again for Sceptile Ice as he is going to land that bait call. And then here comes the actual Stone Edge, and They Love Jai instantly throwing up the shield, knows that this one has to be the Stone Edge.
Yeah, only getting to 1 charge attack, so Sceptile Ice probably not going to bait here. And the Quagsire does go down for Sceptile Ice, though, so now They Love Jai has all of this energy. And Sceptile Ice still has 2 shields, but you know what? 2 shields are not going to be very helpful against just a Mandibuzz that's spamming Aerial Aces.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised from the Aerial Ace. I mean, it's very unlikely that Sceptile Ice is going to shield this Lapras from the Mandibuzz at all, especially at this health range, because you know that there's a Stone Edge banked, right? So why not just go for the harder hitting move? There's still 2 shields. I mean, I guess there's a chance maybe Sceptile Ice will try to shield 1 Dark Pulse and save another for the Stone Edge, but I think Sceptile Ice is feeling very comfortable. Doesn't even shield the second potential Dark Pulse. I mean, this bait makes more sense, but he's not messing around. He's saving everything for this Quagsire.
Yeah, Ice Beam coming through, and this is super effective stab damage. I think it is going to be able to knock out the Mandibuzz, and then, like you said, Sceptile Eyes, aware that there's that Stone Edge banked in the back, has 2 shields left, and, you know, tons of energy on They Love Jai side, but I think he can probably just Psywave down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mandibuzz just didn't have a lot of places to go. Fantastic catches from They Love Jai throughout the entire series, but you heard him say GG's to Sceptile Ice already before this match even over. He knows that there's just way too much health, way too many shields left on Slappers. Sceptile Ice 25 is going to take the 2-1 victory over They Love Jai in this winners finals.
You know, we said this is his breakout season, and maybe that 25 in his name, signaling that the 2025 season is the season for him, taking that first win with Tinkaton on the broadcast and advancing to day number 2.
I mean, if that's the strategy, I'm about to change my username to Caleb Pang 26, maybe 27 after that too. I mean, it's got to work eventually, right? But fantastic performance from both players, really great back and forth, and again, like that's such a tough matchup for They Love Jai, and he made those matches really close.
That was actually a really, really good series. You know, we said a terrible matchup for They Love Jai, but I feel like he found really good ways to play around it. Yeah. He had such a great strategy going into game number 3, right? Catch attempts, baiting out the Tinkaton. It wasn't quite enough, but I could see, you know, the gears turning, the strategies he was going for to try to worm his way out of a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, and not only did he make multiple great catches on his end, Sceptile Ice made at least 2 catch attempts on his own end, and They Love Jai never went for the swaps, actually, went for the catch attempts. Instead, just left with energy there. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much health left in the Slappers there, but just really great patience from They Love Jai and just game knowledge in general. And like we mentioned multiple times, this is a double elimination bracket. They Love Jai is playing absolutely fantastic this tournament. He has just 1 series to win to also join Sceptile Ice on to day number 2. Let's see if he can do it later on.
And this is definitely the caliber of play you expect to see, you know, kind of in these later stages, right? We're already in the group finals here, and, you know, we saw such great anticipation from They Love Jai, you know, knowing when Sceptile Ice is going to swap, things like that. But, you know, like we said, not quite able to play out of it there.
That's right. I mean, and I think both these players have already locked in their Worlds qualifications, so we'll definitely see them at World Championships either way. But you know who else will probably be at World Championships? It's going to be the reigning world champion, Yakai. Take a look at his journey right now.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his 2nd ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon GO World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the 3rd place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
Godon Hada is going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a 1st place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 GO trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
The double resistant licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yakai here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number one, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right. It's over.
Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Lickitung.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. But Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequence, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1, the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequence and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequence's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequence on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequence. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequence core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
And Inadequence is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequence's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequence's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequence's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequence into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequence could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in all. Two years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Here we are again at the official broadcast of the 2025 North America International Championship here in New Orleans. I hope you enjoyed that video of Yakai. Me and Wholesome, my fellow co-cast here, were just discussing that in an alternative universe, Wholesome would have been the world champion.
You never know. In another alternate universe, you would have been the champion and I would have been second place, I think.
That would have been crazy. But first, we're going to take a look at who could be the potential champion of the NAIC in this season, and that will be leading up to the World Championships, of course, in Anaheim. Our next matchup is going to be two familiar faces. We've seen them early on the broadcast, one on Battle and one on interview with his brother and Butters. Batman on the left and Sustenance Eater on the right.
Yeah, when we look at who's living up to the hype, we highlighted Pokémon in the pre-show. We highlighted him in our lounge intro earlier. Pokémon has been living up to the hype, absolutely. Well, we've had some surprises that have made Day 2, some new faces, people trying to put themselves on the map here in 2025. We have an already established trainer with lots of accolades here that's trying to repeat that success at the North America International Championships, and that is Pokémon that you see on your screen right here.
And if we take a look at these teams, some very unique picks. We saw Pokémon dominate with that Greninja. He said in the interview that it looks like a troll pick, but I can assure you it was not, because he put on a show with that. And that Greninja, it lines up so well into the team of Sustenance Eater with the Shadow Dusclops, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. We saw Shadow Alolan Ninetales earlier from They Love Jai, the Diggersby, and into Lapras it also is quite fine. So Sustenance Eater really going to rely on the Tinkaton and Shadow Jumpluff to defeat Greninja.
I was going to say the same thing. 4 out of 6 of these Pokemon are positive matchups for the Greninja. The Shadow Dusclops, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the Diggersby, and keep in mind this Lapras, double resisted Psywaves, and single resisted Sparkling Aria and Ice Beams. So there's going to be dream matchups for Pokémon. I expect him to bring this Greninja pretty much every game.
Greninja is also just a fan favorite, right? So just bringing that to the show, it's just always cool. And you know, another European trainer used to do that? Tontobateus. We call him in Europe the master of seasoning. Always bringing the spicy picks. And Batman kind of taking an example here.
Yeah, I think that we've seen Tauntaun bring it 3 or 4 times now. And I mean, I would say that while this is not a Pokemon that was directly buffed by this new season, this new meta, it's one of those indirect beneficiaries based on everything that we're seeing surrounding it in the meta. And there's no Dedenne here, so it's going to be a lot safer as well.
And we'll see how that unfolds, because we're having a lock in here. Game number 1, Batman on the left, Sustenance Eater on the right. Both trains are locked in as we're waiting still for this battle to start here.
Just because you lock in doesn't mean we're ready to go.
It's looking like it. It says is choosing their team, and it looks like they have to lock in real quick again. We take a look again at the Pokemon in the meantime. Shadow Scizor and Greninja. Does that make a good core, you think?
Well, obviously Shadow Scizor does not want to get lined up versus the Greninja, and I think there's going to be...
Or the Kanto Ninetales.
Or the Kanto Ninetales, that's very true. We talked about how little fire we were seeing in the meta, but we certainly have one here. I mean, if I'm looking at things, I think Greninja's going to do a great job of protecting Shadow Scizor versus things like realistically any water types that the Scizor is going to be having its bullet punches resisted. So I think that's going to be the first thing that stands out to me.
Well, luckily, Lapras is also an ice type, so those bullet punches will actually be neutral, giving Scizor a pretty decent matchup here. And I think actually can be quite important, which is why Sustenance Eater is probably going to rely on the double fire. Wait, did I just say double fire?
Double fire?
I call Diggersby the pseudo fire type here, basically because of that fire punch, and that will help defend itself into the Scizor. I think that Scizor plus Greninja are super fragile, but they cover each other so well.
It's funny you mentioned those pseudo fires. I think there's also a pseudo ice type, that being the Dusclops, one of the few ice type Pokemon, yes, or ice type coverage rather. Yes, of course, Ice Beam from Lapras, but what it reminds me of, Martine, is back when we didn't really see many grass types, but we did have Lickitung with Power Whip, and we had Cresselia with Grass Knot. Again, those Pokemon that have that relatively rare coverage move. I think we're starting to see some types like ice, like fire, only being represented in non-same type attack bonus situations.
It just has so much value. We see that in the video game as well, that so many of those Pokemon just back attacks of a different type to defend themselves from whatever can defeat them. And yeah, that is in this case as well. Dusclops with the Ice Punch will be very helpful into Pokemon like Mandibuzz and Cradily. I honestly am not too sure, even though the Greninja and the Scizor cover each other so well, it's kind of hard to bring them together, because where do you use the shields when you use both Pokemon?
Yeah, no, you really have to have 2 Protect Shields for... Well, you know, that's not true. We did see the Zero Shield Greninja play earlier from Patomon.
Into the Feraligatr.
Into the Feraligatr, and I believe there was another Pokemon that it swept as well.
I think it was an opposing Cradily that was like Half HP.
That's exactly what it was, yeah.
So that was very strong.
So that was interesting to see, but yeah, not the most combined bulk. Normally in a core that you're seeing, at least one of those Pokemon is going to have some significant bulk. Not in this case.
Speaking of bulk, this Pokemon we haven't seen at all this weekend just yet. Both trains are still locking in. So let's talk a little bit about Lickitung.
Okay.
Would you run Wrap on that right now? It has a 100% chance to drop the defense of the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Lickitung, we were talking about normal types in general, and the only normal type that we're really seeing is going to be Diggersby typically. And its main weakness is going to be that versus fighting, or maybe, you know, those steel types. When we look at the steel meta right now, it's, I mean, what do we really have? We have Scizor, we have Tinkaton.
We have Fortress.
We haven't seen any Fortress.
We haven't seen any, but it's there. Well, you know why we haven't? Because Speediest Chief unfortunately lost his winner semifinals.
Ah, that was it.
Yeah, that's what happened. But that's enough about any other matches. We're going back into this one. Now they are locked in. We're going to have the Greninja from Patoman into the Tinkaton from Sustenance Eater. This is a pretty decent matchup for the Tinkaton. And again, we see that soft ABA line into the Tinkaton because Patoman has Krayley in the back, which is walled. But I like this strategy.
Oh, yeah.
Throw the Hydro Cannon and swap out.
Yeah, dip on out to the other side. You can even bring in the Credillia if you really want, right? It's not a terrible matchup once you've done all of this damage, but instead Patoman opting to just stay in. Okay, we do have Sustenance Eater with it reaching the charge attack. Will it be the play rough? Will it be the Bulldoze? Opts to go for the bait. Chance for a debuff here.
I'm actually surprised that Patoman is staying in. There is that drop and going immediately for another Bulldoze at this point. Let's take a look. I don't think this knocks out, even though the Greninja is very fragile, and you do have a Hydro Cannon loaded here.
Hangs on. I think you don't even throw one. You do not want to potentially rely on a little fate to try and get out that move. I think 2 more of those Fairy Winds would have actually knocked out. So I threw immediately, not on great timing necessarily. Oh, that would have been a devastating farm down. Now we're actually going to be seeing this Shadow Scissor lined up versus the Lapras like you were mentioning earlier in Etiquettes.
Swapping in immediately, but Scissors down a shield. You've used both Protect Shields already because these 2 Pokemon, Greninja and Shadow Scissor, they hardly have any bulk. Sustenance Eater, however, has too much bulk. Steals out Lapras with 2 Protect Shields, and in the back still the Shadow Dusclops. And look at that! Barely putting out the Protect Shield. It could have been a Trailblaze, and that would have done a lot of damage.
Wanted to call the bait there. You could see it in his eyes, but last second used that Protect Shield. Sustenance Eater now has Protect Shield stripped against Patoman. We have the Sparkling Ari come through. A very efficient charge attack.
Whoa.
Enough to wash away the Shadow Scizor. Shields are down for Patoman, so I think that Sustenance Eater's in a very good position now where he might be able to land this Ice Beam. Keep in mind that Patoman has a switch opportunity, might be able to catch on his Greninja.
It's going to be tough though, because I feel like you also need the catch for a potential... Oh, he does get the catch on the Ice Beam! Here's the thing though, there's still a Dusclops in the back.
Yeah, there's still a lot of work you're going to have to get done here as Patoman, but that is step number 1. Without a doubt, no energy now on the Lapras, or just a sliver of energy. You need to get through not 1, but 2 Pokemon. You're going to need at least 3 charge attacks. The one thing that you have going for you, though, is that this is a Shadow Dusclops, but there's still a Protect Shield for Sustenance Eater.
He's holding on to it for now. Acid will put this Dusclops into Rock Tomb range at some point. But yeah, you have the Protect Shield. I expect that to come up now, or no, keeping it for the Lapras perhaps.
Yeah, I think all you need to do is get this in range where 1 Sparkling Aria is going to knock out. And I don't know that you're going to be able to Acid down. Here comes the first super effective Ice Punch here. I was thinking maybe not trying to go for all those bubbles there, but no, hitting the Excellent. That's going to do a significant chunk. With the debuffs though, 1 Ice Punch is not going to be enough to knock out. I don't know that 2 Ice Punches is going to be enough to knock out.
We were talking about alternate universe earlier. Is there a universe where we can get the Acid down and get 2 Rock Tombs on this Lapras? No!
Switch Clock is
up!
Switch
Clock is up! In comes the Lapras! Wait, this is getting so close. No, there's still a Protect Shield.
I think we're going to see a Psy Wave down at this
Yeah.
point. If there was no Protect Shield, that might be a different situation. But game number 1 is looking like it is going to be going to Sustenance Eater, despite some theatrics from Patoman with a beautiful catch on his Greninja. Once he was down shields, it was super hard to come back from. And just like you said, the core of Scizor plus Greninja, it needs 4 shields and Adequance.
And he didn't have those.
No, he did not.
He needed them from Sustenance Eater, but Sustenance Eater used them for his own bulky Pokemon, and I think that just gave him a lot of advantage. I must say though, Patoman also doesn't really have the luck with the leads, because every time he keeps leading weak to the Tinkaton, and his opponents keep leading it.
Yeah, I mean, even with some great plays, there are some situations where it's just too much of a hill to climb, and unfortunately for Patoman there, he was unable to get that victory. It's wouldn't be the first time that we see someone come back down 1 game, though. Keep in mind, guys, this is winners finals for Group G. Patoman trying to be that first out-of-region winner, trying to take home this championship here in New Orleans.
Sustenance Eater, kind of the newcomer to the scene.
Yeah.
Taking the first game against the reigning UIC champion of this season. This is a big W.
No doubt. And what Sustenance Eater, this wouldn't be the first time that he has taken down a titan of the Pokemon Go scene. Some skeptics will say, oh, he hasn't won a tournament, he hasn't made it to the grand finals. Sure. But he has taken down some of the top trainers in North America and in the world, and he is currently up 1-0 versus Patamon.
I believe one of those trainers was Raisu Cajun, perhaps.
You got to call him out.
Yeah, well, they're formidable names, and they're both, I believe it's Axen already, is in day 2. No shame for it's Axen. The guy won 23 world champion, and you'll be fine.
I love the turnaround that we had for both Dunebug and it's Axen, because those are two trainers that struggled at NAIC 2024. They are back here at 2025, and I can't wait to see more from them. We've seen both of them on stream, but I can't wait to see them in day 2.
And I can't wait to see if Sustenance Eater can challenge them another time, as he is locked in. So is Patoman. We're heading into game number 2 from Sustenance Eater. We see the Lapras. It is lined up into, again, the Greninja. This is a pretty good lead for Patoman.
This is where you want to see it for sure. You're double resisting these side waves. You can easily tank one Sparkling Aria, and the longer this matchup goes, the more likely it is that you boost from one of these Night Slashes and set up that sweep potential for Greninja.
In that case, this will become a disaster. I do think that Lapras can hang on to 2 Night Slash here for sure, but not if you get the booster. We haven't seen another Night Slash boost at all, I believe, in the battles that we've seen.
I don't think so. And look at this team from Sustenance Eater, though. He has the Shadow Dusclops in the back as well. Does not want to see that Greninja. I think that's why we're seeing him just opt to stay in with this Lapras. I mean, 2 Sparkling Arias plus some Psywaves doing a chunk of damage.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I think that this Lapras is going to win the 0 shield scenario, where both trainers are not using a shield because it will outpace to the Sparkling Area. Oh, great timing. This might barely knock out the Greninja, but I would expect Patoman to keep farming up energy by using a protect. No Protect Shield.
I think it hangs on. You need to land this Night Slash, but I don't know if this Night Slash is going to be enough to knock out, and I don't know if you can even fast attack down at that point. You can just see why Lapras is so strong, even in tough situations where it has a typing disadvantage, able to withstand and sometimes even win.
I actually expected Patoman to swap into the Scissor here and go for the Sparkling Area. Patoman putting on a Protect Shield immediately, perhaps not expecting the Tinkaton in the back. I think if Patoman went with that shield advantage on the Scissor into the next match, he could have had a lot of sweeping potential there. Dusclops is coming in though. This is actually not that bad for Patoman, because Tinkaton would have resisted all this energy.
Well, I think Tinkaton is going to resist pretty much everything left after this Credillia is off the field, right? It's going to be, I mean, I guess taking neutral from those bullet punches, but otherwise it's going to be resisting the Trailblaze, it's going to be resisting the Night Slashes. So I think this Tinkaton still does have a lot of play.
I wonder what Sustenance Eater is expecting in the back here. Trying to get to another Ice Punch, going for the Grass Knot Patoman, because, as we discussed before, this does a little bit more damage. No debuff though, and it's not shielded. Doesn't knock out? It doesn't. And, oh, we see the swap here. Oh, he had to throw energy. The timer wasn't up.
Yeah, no, that was interesting. He does just opt to knock this off the field. I don't think that he's at 2 Shadow Punches, though, so I think that's going to be all the value that this Dusclops is able to get. Opting to actually switch out immediately into the Tinkaton, that's going to get his switch clock locked in for the next 50 seconds.
In comes Cradley, and now you will get debuffed for the entire 40 seconds, actually, because this charge sec takes 10 seconds already from the timer. At this point, Patoman still cannot swap either, though, so we're going to be stuck in this matchup for a little while.
Both of these trainers still have a Protect Shield. It comes down to when do you want to use it. Are you desperate to get another debuff? Patoman says no. Opts to let this play rough go. I don't think Bulldoze would have been enough to knock out. All right, here we go. It is just one Pokemon left for Patoman. It's all on the back of this Shadow Scizor.
I think that this might come down to how much energy that Dusclops had, because this Scissor will be able to take out the Tinkaton. Can Tinkaton get to another charge sec to pull the shield, though? Looks like Patoman letting the first one go. And this is the first time I see a charge sec deal so little damage to Scissor.
Don't forget the Rock Tomb debuff, though, on the Tinkaton as well. That's going to help out a lot with, I guess, helping this Shadow Scissor stay on the field.
Right, last Protect Shield from Sustenance Eater being
there it is!
The catch, and there, the Night Slash boost. What do you do now?
Curse of the Caster. All you have to say is I haven't seen it all day. next Night Slash, there it is.
Poor Sustenance Eater. I'm not sure if it was going to make a difference either way, because the Lapras had no energy either. In comes the Tinkaton. I believe it had some energy, but it was never going to win Charge Sec Priority against the Scissor anyway.
Absolutely not. There you have Patoman getting the Night Slash, getting the knockout, double boosted Shadow Scizor, able to even up the series 1-1, and that is, I think, our first 1-1 that we've had all day for you and me on the broadcast, Inadequates.
Correct, and one exciting 1-2. Sustenance Eater challenging all these big Titan veteran players. Pokémon being able to take a game back with the fragile core, Greninja and Scissor. They both have such good coverage, but they also need 2 shields each.
Yeah, well, he's really forcing that core, just like you were saying. I don't think there is anything that just truly breaks that core. You do need a lot of shields. You do not have a ton of bulk between those 2 Pokemon, but Pokémon is finding a way.
I'm surprised that we saw the Lapras come out from Sustenance Eater, considering if you expect the core of Greninja and Scissor, you might want to run something more neutral into that. And Lapras is actually a Pokemon that is likely to lose to both of these.
What about that Jump Bluff? I'm curious how it's going to perform into the Shadow Sizer, knowing that it can hit for neutral, at least with its charge attacks.
I believe that Jump Bluff wins the 0 shield scenario when an Acrobatics is no shielded, and it can also win the 1 shield scenario. I believe you might need a bait or a very strong Jump Bluff, but the 2 shield scenario is won by the Scissor just with straight Bullet Punch damage and some Night Slash. Imagine you even get the Night Slash boost early on. Those Bullet Punch, they're gonna chunk on anything that's not a Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just looking at Sustenance Eater's team, and he has to have a check to that Greninja and to that Shadow Sizer every single game. I mean, Pokémon just feels that they are going to be so strong. We're seeing tons of that Tinkaton. That doesn't really address the Shadow Scizor, and when you let Shadow Scizor run rampant, just what we saw in game number 2, you know, that's going to just spell disaster for Sustenance Eater.
Right, I kind of like the play from Pokémon, knowing that he won't need shields for the Greninja into that matchup with the Lapras. He actually was able to hold them for the Scissor, and Scissor was just so good there. I would say, though, losing Switch there was pretty scary.
Yeah.
Imagine it was the Kanto Ninetales. What's your Scissor then gonna do?
Yeah, no, I was actually shocked with just how well that Lapras was performing against that Greninja. That's just one of those situations where, okay, you can have the typing advantage, you can have the attack advantage, but when it comes down to it, you may not be quite as efficient as the Lapras, and you're certainly getting outbulked.
Well, it looks like we have a lock-in. Here it comes. Decisive game number 3. Pokémon versus Sustenance Eater. We have the Shadow Scissor into the Tinkaton. This is a pretty decent lead for the Scissor, but it overall can be pretty neutral.
Yeah, all these charge attacks are going to be resisted by the Tinkaton, but look at these Bullet Punches adding up. Don't forget, Bullet Punch is going to be a clone of Sucker Punch, one of the best fast attacks in the game, and even without any charge attacks, you can see the HP melting from this Tinkaton.
And not from this Scissor. That Bulldoze did so little damage, no defense drop either, and look at all the energy the Scissor's gathering. Pokémon's just already decided, I'm investing shields here anyway, I may as well farm up more energy. That energy might be more useful in the back. And if we take a look at the back line of Sustenance Eater, in comes the Diggersby, and going for a Night Slash actually. I think as Sustenance Eater, you might be inclined to no-shield the first one because it might do less, and he does!
Yeah, you never shield the first Trailblaze, so I'm a little surprised that he did not throw Trailblaze right away. Maybe he goes for it this time. Oh, just swaps out to the Greninja, maybe trying to catch a Fire Punch.
But I also think that this is kind of about what Sustenance Eater wants. He wants to bait out the Greninja with the Diggersby, so the Dusclops in the back is free. In fact, I think that the Kralie may have been a little bit better answer because it can hang on better to the energy of this Diggersby.
But the Dusclops is still threatened by that energy from the Shadow Scissor. Don't forget how much energy is still available for the Scissor.
Right. Let's take a look. Diggersby is being shielded. It's being held to take out this Greninja as we go for a Scourging Sands.
Yeah.
I think making sure that this Greninja goes back to the ground, because a Fire Punch I think would have been enough though.
I think so too, but sometimes you just want to make sure. Here comes the Kralie now. Gonna need to land a Grass Knot into this Diggersby here. We're gonna see Diggersby though first reach the Scorching Sands.
And remember, there's still a lot of energy on the side of the Shadow Scissor, so that Scissor still looking very dangerous, even though it has so little HP. I think that the Tinkaton can also still hang on to energy. Oh, do we see the catch on the Tinkaton? Speaking of, there it is!
Yeah, a little flex play here from Sustenance Eater as well. Game 1, we saw Pokémon with the catch. Now we see Sustenance Eater making the catch as well. Now, can you just farm down with Bullet Punches? Yeah, you've got over 2 Night Slashes, and you can just start firing these off. With how low this Diggersby already is, you don't need to necessarily go for the Trailblazers. You can just simply throw these Night Slashes. They're going to land in a great spot, but a full Hex comes through. That's actually really nice for Sustenance.
And it's a Trailblaze, and it's being no-shielded by Sustenance Eater. What a tremendous play there, but still, there's so much attack boost there, and I like this play from Batman because now, even though that is only so little more damage, this guarantees an attack boost. So your next one Bullet Punch will do a little bit more.
One Bullet Punch does a ton of damage there. That is a chunk. I think that did more than the Aerial Ace into the Dedenne that we saw earlier in Adequate.
It did. Ice Punch coming through. Batman knows that is the attack that's going to deal the most damage. How much energy was there on the Diggersby though? I think there still was quite the chunk there. This Kraly is going to need 2 charge attacks here. I think this Grass Knot will knock out.
I think it will too, yeah. It's going to be a Shadow Dusclops.
And can the Diggersby then get to 2 charge attacks? Had some energy, he already has a Scorching Sense. I think he needs Scorching Sense and a Fire Punch here. This is going to be a race.
Yeah, I think that he's maybe 4 acids away from getting to this Grass Knot. I mean, he might even be able to throw the Rock Tomb for good measure. It's going to be a race to the finish. 1, 2, 3. He is there. Grass Knot loaded, ready to knock out this Diggersby. Game number 3 will be going to Patuman.
Vamos, Patuman! He is making it to day 2 at his first ever North America International Championship. I know his dad is in the crowd there. He must be proud of his son here.
He talked about how nervous that he was early on, but I don't see any nerves whatsoever from Patuman. He's looking cool, calm, and collected here, and he's going to be moving on to day number 2 in great fashion.
As Sustenance Eater is not just out yet. He will be moving on to the Losers Finals and needs to win one more match to be there in the top 32 tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Look, the losers bracket can be a long gauntlet, and assuming that you advance, it'll be a long day too. But he only has 1 game ahead of him. It's win or go home at this point, Losers Finals. But he needs to wait around for a while for the rest of the losers bracket to catch up, and you'll see who he faces off a little bit later.
Question, Jim. Which more fragile Pokemon was decisive here? Was it the Shadow Scissor or the Greninja?
The Scisoriv, is that what you're trying to say there? It was the Greninja. Look, I'm going to be completely honest. I think the Greninja was the Pokemon that it has way more flexibility. And I think the thing about it is that even in situations when you're going up against something like a Tinkaton, you can still land a Hydro Cannon and then dip out. So I like it a little bit better. And honestly, I think this was, even though we said there were so many good matchups for the Greninja, it never really got into a great matchup. And I still think it performed well.
Right. Well, it did get actually aligned to the Diggersby, but because Diggersby is so bulky, it actually hangs on quite well there. In fact, Diggersby can win the 1-shield scenario where both trainers use 1 shield if it gets a Fire Punch bait. How crazy is that?
I think Diggersby is one of those Pokemon where it's like there's no way that it can win this matchup, and then you come to find out, okay, in this situation, Diggersby actually wins. Things like Mandibuzz, things like Annihilate, things like Feraligatr, you're just like, wait a minute, Diggersby can win that? What are you talking about?
I believe in a previous NA regional, OutOfPoket even said that Diggersby is not that bad versus Lapras as long as you just get those Scorching Sands debuffs. It's a 30% chance, but hey, if you can get it, it might be very decisive.
Speaking of debuffs, do you feel that we are in a meta now that is less focused on debuffs?
Well, the more Cradley you see, I think the more focus it is going to be on those Rock Tomb debuffs. Just being, it's like an attack that has no drawback of debuffing because it already is so efficient anyway. Even without a debuff, that might just be the charge deck of choice regardless.
Well, we were seeing a lot of Claydol Rock Tomb is the thing, and we haven't seen any Claydol at all. In fact, we even saw some Fortress Rock Tomb when it was running Volt Switch. We haven't seen any Fortress whatsoever, but Rock Tomb was, for a lot of trainers, very annoying. I think that while we see less of those Pokemon, there's been an increase of frequency in the Cradleys here, so it might feel a bit more obnoxious for some trainers.
We've only seen one with Bullet Seed, I believe, right?
Just the one.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a mistake. You never know.
Maybe a misclick with the Fast TM. Maybe they ran out of Fast TMs. Possible.
We are in the midst of the Charge TM crisis of 2025.
What is that exactly? Can you explain?
Well, keep in mind, as we continue adding more Pokemon to the game and Pokemon get access to signature moves or just a new move to their Charge TM pool, it's got harder and harder for trainers to get that correct move. In fact, I've seen some trainers using elite charge TMs. Let's take, for instance, Poliwrath, okay?
Crimson K19.
Crimson K19 is a prime example, yes, absolutely. But when you're trying to get, let's say, Power Up Punch on your Shadow Poliwrath, you just sit there and you go from Scald, and you go to Icy Wind, and you go to Dynamic Punch, just over and over and over, back and forth, back and forth. Some Pokemon have, I think, 8 charge attacks or so, and the likelihood of you getting the one that you want sometimes feels like the math is against you.
Right, and if you're Crimson K90, you just use an Elite charge TM,
yeah,
and then you can just pick the attack of choice. So kind of charge TM problem mitigated. That's enough about Crimson. Let's take a look at this next matchup here. Who do we have here, Jim?
All right, well, we've got Ramberto versus Iomaro. Iomaro, you'll see his team featured quite a bit here at NAIC. He is that team creator of this team that we're seeing with Shadow Sableye so regularly. I was thinking to myself, Shadow Sableye, how did it possibly make its way back into the meta here? There's a lot of good utility for it, of course. It paces quickly to moves. It's got a very nice typing as well. Shadow Claw, a good fast attack. Foul Play, still relatively effective. I was asking Rocha Babyface, I was saying, okay, I understand you got the team from Iomaro, and I think 6 people are running this team. I said, okay, well, why Shadow Sableye? Give me the rationale. And he said, well, it's because Iomaro told me to. I said, yes, but why? And he said, I don't know.
And look, if that's how the team works and if the team functions, you just go with it. And Iomaro is known to be a very successful trainer. That Shadow Sableye is gonna line up pretty well into the double ghost line here from Ramberto. He has both Dusclops, and we see again the fearsome Shadow Annihilate. If that is a Mandibuzz, does that have Air Slash or Snarl? Either way, even with the Shadow Sableye Power Gem or Dazzling Gleam, you can hit that for super effective damage. I think it's a very flexible Pokemon in this matchup here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's it's interesting to see the team creator running it now. We've seen several trainers already running on stream, but this is going to be. Sometimes I feel like the trainer that builds the team has the biggest advantage. One that it reminds me of is Rise to Occasion. Actually, was it Vancouver that he won? Keep me honest here.
It was, yeah, it was Vancouver, yes.
Yeah, so there were, I think, 3 or 4 people running Rise's team as well, including maybe SS Thorn, I want to say. And Rise was the one that ended up taking that championship. I think he had the familiarity and he knew the purpose for each individual Pokemon.
I got a counterpoint though.
Hit me.
Have you heard of Colin 6? He tends to take
Final Boss.
Yeah, Final Boss. He tends to take teams and do better than others with them.
Okay, well, Colin, I think, is a unique example, right? I think he's one of those trainers that, regardless of the team, he just knows how everything functions so well, and he's just a very, very impressive trainer. Knows how every Pokemon is supposed to function, whether or not he is the creator.
Right. Well, if we take a look again at these teams, double Ghost on both sides. But which one's better here? Shadow Sableye or the Annihilate? I really like Shadow Annihilate so far in this meta because it threatens Diggersby. I feel like even some water types just don't punish the Diggersby hard enough.
Okay, well, you tell me. I know you're a master of matchups. Now that this Golisopod is no longer running Shadow Claw, how does the matchup versus Shadow Annihilate look?
It is actually not looking too great right now.
For the Golisopod?
For the Golisopod. Well, it is rather neutral-ish, but as you know, Shadow Annihilate can boost its attack continuously. So now that Shadow Claw doesn't add up as much and an Aqua Jet doesn't take it out in basically one charge attack with that, you can actually hang on longer there and your counters will add up even when resisted on the Golisopod.
They're only single resisted, whereas Fury Cutter is double resisted.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that will do little damage to the Annihilate, and Annihilate does have decent HP. So yeah, Annihilate definitely profits from that, but honestly though, I do think that it's kind of tough to run into Iomaro. Iomaro has the Shadow Sableye, the Dusclops, and the Mandibuzz paired with, or to counter the Annihilate.
I think there's plenty of answers for that Shadow Annihilate, so I think it's going to be a tough bring for Umberto. Obviously, there are some matchups that you want to see, things like the Diggersby or the Credilli, where they're going to be, even that Diggersby is a little scary though. But I just don't feel that it's necessarily so strong. But that said, I think there is plenty of play for several Pokemon as well. In fact, I think that Dedenne does look pretty strong into the side of Iomaro. The Credilli is the thing that it needs to avoid, obviously the Diggersby as well. But I think outside of that, it's got some pretty solid play.
It has a lot of play into Shadow Sableye, into Golisopod, the Dusclops, and especially the Mandibuzz. We did see Shadow Sableye play out earlier into the Dedenne, and we saw that Shadow Claw, neutral from Sableye, adds up a lot on the Dedenne up until it can finally use Parabolic Charge.
You know, it's interesting because we are in this, I would say, first view or maybe second view of what this Delightful Days meta looks like. I think that we're starting to see how some of these matchups are playing out, and while some may look one way on paper, you know, nothing really is exactly the same as you speculate. There's always lots of variables and situations where a matchup looks good on paper, and then you find a way to make it bad.
And Iomero, you know what I like about his team? He covers Diggersby pretty well. Golisbol with Fury Cutter does pretty decent into it.
Yeah.
Cradily does pretty well into it. Mandibus can soak the energy quite well. Dusclops, super effective Ice Sponge and double resist quick attack. So that makes the Shadow Sableye very playable.
I think so as well. And I mean, the worst matchup is probably just that Sableye. And if realistically, Sableye is a pretty tough bring for Iomero. Doesn't really want to see that to Dene. The Mandibuzz is going to be pretty tough despite having Power Gem. It will obviously perform well versus the other ghosts, but you don't want to see the Diggersby. And even just that Cradily, I mean, one Grass Knot does a ton of damage. One Rock Tomb does a ton of damage.
Of course, but that's where you use the protection.
Yes.
Is, if you look at the team, there's a lot of bulk on this. Right? Shadow Sableye is pretty much the only fragile Pokemon on the team of Iomero, followed by the Golisopult, which can hang on to some damage too.
Do you think there is less fast attack pressure in this current meta than in Might and Mastery?
Yes, because there's not as many Astonish and Mudslap users. At first, Galarian Corsola got pretty popular at the start of the meta, but then everyone started using Diggersby, and Galarian Corsola is so incredibly walled by Diggersby that people now have switched to the Dusclops with Ice Punch. But because you don't have most of those, and there's also no Wincinerate anymore.
It's true. But I somewhat feel that there has been a little bit of an over-rotation to some of these Pokemon here at NAIC. I think that the meta that we're seeing right now is a lot of people trying to play Pokemon that are safe, Pokemon that on paper look very good, but I think that as people start to get more reps in with these Pokemon, they're going to start finding intricacies that are going to change what we see by Worlds.
Well, we're going to find out what these trainers think, because we have a Mandibuzz from Ramberto into the Dusclops from Iomero. But we've seen this before. Dusclops can hang on to 2 Foul Play and get to some Ice Punches.
Yeah, and this is Air/Mandibuzz, keep in mind. And look at that Annihilate in the back for Ramberto, though. Like you mentioned, it's going to be a matchup that's now a lot better versus that Golisopod, and a great matchup into that Credillia as well. I think that if you're able to keep 2 Protect Shields for it, there is significant sweep potential between these 2 back Pokemon for Ramberto.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the worst lead Iomero could face, because the Mandibuzz is also good into the Golisopod, so you cannot really swap out of this matchup either, unless you're willing to take that risk. And he is willing to take that risk as he catches the charge attack on the Cradily.
Are we going to be setting up for an Annihilate sweep here? Maybe Shadow Annihilate, I'm sure, is going to be clicked on right away. Okay, this is going to be 2-turn versus 2-turn, and you do outpace to these charge attacks with that chip damage as well. You may be able to just knock out with 1 Rage Fist.
I think if Ramberto went for the Rage Fist there, it would have knocked out Iomero. Go for the Rock Tomb. Ramberto calling it. That
what a call!
Resistant.
He nods his head saying, yeah, I knew that was coming. He's going to be still at 50% HP. Yes, he's lost 1 attack stage, but he's going to be able to get it right back now with this Rage Fist, and it's going to be super effective into this Dusclops as well. Oh, actually, the Shadow Punch is already loaded. I'm a bit surprised Ramberto didn't just throw right away.
There's so much energy on this Annihilate, so Ramberto has to protect the Annihilate. Look at that, 2 Rage Fists, but no, still not throwing it!
There were 2 Shadow Punches loaded! You could have thrown both of them, but instead opting to use 2 Protect Shields.
You could have thrown 2, yeah, you could have thrown 2
Rage Fists!
Protect Shields here instead.
I'm a little surprised by this. I think Iomero is just trying to figure out now, okay, well, what's going to be the formula? Do I need to get to another move? He might be able to double shield here and actually get to another Shadow Punch.
I feel like this is looking pretty grim when we're looking at the alignment for Iomero, letting it go, putting it all on the Golisopod. Now keep in mind, this is a double boosted Annihilate. Your Fury Cutters will not do a lot of damage, so this is kind of a struggle for the Golisopod to pull through. You have to throw a charge attack.
Don't forget the Rock Tomb, though, that we had earlier, so I think single boosted.
Yep.
Yeah, but still enough to get this Protect Shield. Now we're double boosted. Aqua Jet is loaded, no Protect Shields. Will we see a catch? No, Ramberto happy to just let the Golisopod throw its energy. You're not going to farm down that Annihilate. Like you said, got a solid HP stat, and it's double resisted Fury Cutter.
Ramberto doesn't want to reveal his final Pokemon here. We see the Dedenne, which is even a better matchup, and going for the Aqua Jet just before the Aerial Ace. It looks like Mandibus going to comfortably hang on here, and you don't even have to reveal the Dedenne.
Yeah, no, Ramberto in firm control of this game number 1. Aerial Ace loaded for the Mandibus, 2 versus 3, no problem. While we were saying what we may have preferred to have seen from that Annihilate with quick throws, it actually worked out quite nice because what he did is ensure that he is getting the counters through. He would have been able to reach that third Rage Fist before the Dusclops was able to reach that third Shadow Punch. So all things going the way for Ramberto. He played that beautifully.
This was just really tough alignment for Iomero as well. Sure. A very strong composition from Ramberto, targeting the Goliath support in the lead and in the back. It had just nowhere to go.
Yeah, and the one defining moment there was a nice catch from Iomero that we saw in that middle matchup, bringing in the Cradily to soak up that damage from the Mandibuzz. But the thing that ended up translating to was the Shadow Annihilate getting a full farm down. Cradily really got no value in there, and don't forget he called the Rock Tomb as well. So realistically, that Cradily got basically no value.
A Grass Knot would have put that Annihilate straight into the red, into Hex downrange for the Dusclops. So that call made it just so much easier for Ramberto. What seems to be so obvious sometimes, as Iomero, you're like, yeah, the Shadow Annihilate is going to shield anyway. And then Ramberto's like, yeah, he thinks that I'm going to shield this. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, taking a look at our replay here. Here was that catch, a catch on the foul play. A beautiful catch, but you have to think, what am I gaining and what am I giving up? You are gaining no foul play landing on a super effective foul play on your Dusclops. What are you giving up? You're giving up alignment, and you're putting yourself in a situation where this Annihilate is absolutely loaded on energy and able to, with the Mandibuzz, sweep the team.
And no Annihilate just yet in game number 2 as we lead the Dedenne from Ramberto into the Cradily from Iomero. Great lead for Iomero, swapping into the Annihilate, answered by the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, we were talking how this is a risky pick for Iomero, but it's finding exactly what he needed. I think that Iomero was expecting that Annihilate in the back again. This time, instead of the Cradily getting a line versus it, he's got the Shadow Sableye, 1 Protect Shield. That's going to put Ramberto in a nice position, but Iomero's in firm control. It's going to get a full farm down here.
I think if you let that Rage Fist go, the Annihilate would get really close to countering down. So Iomero really wants to keep switch advantage, and this Shadow Sableye is absolutely loaded with energy now. You might be able to, you probably get to 2 Power Gem, and that will almost knock out this Dedenne. He's fully capped out on energy now. Do we see a protection from Ramberto?
Well, he may want to try and get to a Parabolic Charge before he takes a Protect Shield, but like you said, there would be 2 Power Gems loaded. He might shield the second one, but he might try to just put it all on Mandibuzz.
I want to point out here, Jim,
yes,
look at how weak Ramberto actually is into the Cradily. In fact, he has seen the Cradily in the lead, and yet he lets his last Pokemon go. That means you can swap in the Cradily at some point and debuff this Mandibuzz for the rest of the game.
Well, I was just going to say, this game is over, and the reason that it's over is because there's only 1 Pokemon left for Ramberto, and the Cradily could just come in and start debuffing and debuffing and debuffing and debuffing, and there's nothing that Ramberto can do to swap out.
Well, it looks like Sableye is being stuck just a little bit there. Kind of unfortunate. Mandibuzz hanging in the air.
Oh, this would be tragic for Iomero.
It would be very tragic. Let's see what's going to happen here as the next Pokemon is being forced in from Iomero. That is the Dusclops.
Oh no, this was looking like a win for Iomero. He had the Cradily that all he needed to do was swap in, get those Rock Tomb debuffs. But now it looks like he is unable to react on his phone.
And yeah, it looks like we are taking it back here as both trainers, yeah. We might have to take a look at that, what happened there, and see how both trainers talk this one out.
Such a frustrating moment there for Iomero when you feel like you're in the driver's seat and then you have a situation like we're seeing unfold on our screen there. So we're going to leave it up to the judges to determine how they're going to figure this one out here. I know Ramberto was down to his final Pokemon there, that being the Mandibuzz, right? Simply trying to just keep his head above water and hang in there. The only thing I think that possibly could have happened is exactly what we see. So I know these trainers are going to try to figure out alongside the judges, what's going on here and what the situation, whether it's going to be a rematch or what else may happen potentially.
Right. Iomero has such good alignment there. Leading the Cradily with Acid into the Dedenne, and there was a Mandibuzz in the back. That was like the worst lead Ramberto could face.
And the worst swap probably too, with the Sableye making an appearance. Yeah, and then, like you said, the Cradily was just so strong, ABA into Ramberto as well.
Yeah, since he let that Dedenne go, there was no opportunity anymore for a switch, and then you can just keep rock tombing the Mandibus. So it would have been a very tough battle to come back there from Ramberto. We'll see how these trainers are going to handle that. What do you think of leading the Cradily when you just got annihilated by the Annihilate in game 1?
It's a risky move for sure, right? But I think that he saw Annihilate in the back, using it as a response, using it as a punish. I think that he was expecting it in the back, thinking that, okay, my Cradily has decent play into pretty much anything as long as it's not the Annihilate in the lead. I'm either in the mirror, or I'm versus a ground type, I'm versus a flying type, I'm versus a poison type. Even Dusclops is not that bad. As long I have a 5 out of 6 chance of having some sort of at least decent matchup. And okay, I'm going to bring something as a response to that Annihilate, and it all worked out there for Iomero, and especially in the early game.
Well, he actually had 2 answers even, because this was a classic from Iomero. Cradily, double Ghost. An ABB team. What's an ABB team again?
ABB is you're going to have a Pokemon that has a weakness that is going to be shored up by the 2 B Pokemon. Those B Pokemon function relatively similarly, so even if you lose lead, you bring in one of your B Pokemon to draw out something that your A Pokemon is strong against, and now that you brought out your answer to your first B, it's no longer going to be able to counter your second B because your A Pokemon has taken it out.
Exactly. And in this case, the first B was that Shadow Sableye. Do you think there will ever be an opportunity to bring a Dynamax Sableye to the PvP scene?
My guess is no. My guess is no.
But it can be like a Dynamax Pokemon, but just not in its form.
Oh, you're saying just can you bring a Dynamax Pokemon without Dynamaxing?
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe inadequate.
Right?
Possibility.
They are in the max power spots if you'd like one of those Sableye that Iomero and his team is using.
You know, just quick shout out for me. Quick shout out to Scopely. Love the Gigantamax and Dynamax remote raid change. That's been something that's, I think, allowed a lot of trainers to more quickly gather Stardust, gather some of those rare Candy XL. It's been a lot of fun to participate. Thanks for the invites, by the way.
What do you think of the Stardust?
What's that?
What do you think of the Stardust rewards?
25,000 unbuffed with a chance to use some coins and double that?
Yeah, that's a good chance.
Pretty insane, honestly.
Right, you can get up to 75,000 Stardust from a gigant. You know
how long do those take, by the way?
Sorry?
How long do those take to complete?
It really depends on how many trainers you have. At Go Fest New Jersey, I believe we had about 340 in a Gigantamax battle. You will not likely be able to do that at your regular Gigantamax battle, where you can go up to max 40 trainers. And it depends a little bit on the Pokemon that you use, but you can get it done within like 4 minutes or so.
I know you were messaging me trying to get me to join some of your Gigantamax raids. I know you tried 3 or 4 on your own. Were you able to complete them? I was unavailable.
Actually, it was you who kept failing them on his own, and you wanted me to help you. So I, as your good friend, caring friend, invited you so you could benefit from all those rewards.
I'm a persistent guy. You know, sometimes you just try and be stubborn and force your way through something, but thanks to my good friend Inadequence, we were able to complete it together. The power of friendship is sometimes all you need.
Right, and you know, we have all of those things at the venue as well most of the times. We have raids. I was just doing like 5 Groudon raids in my break, having lunch, and I was like, look, Jim, we have Groudon here. Did you get a shiny?
I actually have a Shadow Groudon that's eligible for Great League play. I don't know that we've ever seen it here. I don't even know if it's eligible here in the Play Pokemon format. Not in raids either.
Not in raids. It was not in raids, no. It's looking like both trainers are getting ready. And it looks like Ramberto, with the sportsmanship, had given that win to Ironman, recognizing that he would have lost that game.
Look, shout out to Ramberto. I'll give you the official verdict here. Ramberto did concede that game number 2 to Iomero. I think on paper, judges probably would have ruled a rematch. Look, great sportsmanship there from Ramberto. I think that most of us saw the writing on the wall, the way that matchup was trending. He did concede that game number 2. That's going to lead us to a decisive game number 3. Things that you love to see.
Can we get some claps in the chat for Ramberto here? We're going to go into a decisive game number 3. And yeah, let's see if we get some more of those hard calls from Iomero. I think as Ramberto, you gotta be a little bit more protective against that Greatly, because that was a menace.
Yeah, it's really hard to be... Look, it's tough to be ABA weak to Pokemon in general, but with a Pokemon that not only has very strong fast attacks, but also hard-hitting charge attacks and the debuffing element, that's exactly what you ran into. It's, hey, I only have one Pokemon, it's weak to this Cradily, and I'm now debuffed. So you can't have a repeat of game number 2 if you're Ramberto.
Well, we're about to find out. We're heading into decisive game number 3. Ramberto on the left, Iomero on the right. We're gonna have the Dedenne from Ramberto into the Dusclops from Iomero.
That is a bold play. Actually running back a very similar team is Ramberto. The Dedenne followed with the Mandibuzz. It's ABA weak to the Cordelia again, but he gets the alignment that he wants this time around.
Again, but this time he doesn't have the Annihilate. He has the Dusclops Ramberto in the back to potentially answer that Cradley, and in the back from Iomero we see the Mandibuzz paired with it again. So I think Iomero kind of satisfied seeing the Dedenne here, knowing that the Mandibuzz will likely be free in the bag if there's no Cradley.
Yeah, you stole the words from my mouth. That was going to be the matchup that I wanted to keep an eye on, knowing that it's so one-sided. But Mandibuzz now certainly has plays, certainly into the Dusclops, but even the Mirror, obviously that could be pretty solid as well.
This Parabolic Charge not going to knock out just yet, but will buff the defense even once more and will make the Dedenne look like it's a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where, against some of these Pokemon that don't have a ton of fast attack pressure, and while they do charge to fast attacks quickly, you're able to... I think actually what's interesting about Dusclops, keep me honest here, it's one of the few Pokemon that in a even shield situation with neutral damage is actually able to win the zero shield versus the Dedenne.
That's why it's so good. And look at that! Ramberto miscounting Dusclops. Its second name is Speed. It gets to another punch.
Absolutely. It doesn't look like it's fast, but it certainly is getting to those charge attacks. Okay, look, Ramberto has a ton of energy. There's no doubt about it. But you're only going to be able to get, well, in theory, only able to get off one charge attack.
It's the one-turn deficit. Yep, it's the deficit. However, the Dedenne won't be able to get to another charge attack here regardless, so one asset will take it out. Now you have switch advantage as Ramberto, but you're down 2 shields.
Yeah, not a big impact there. We could have seen back-to-back parabolic charges there, but instead opting to throw the harder hitting Clay Rough there. Did a nice chunk into that Cordelian. Obviously a much better charge attack that you want to throw there, knowing that it's going to be neutral versus resisted. In the meantime, though, Iomero has a Rock Tomb ready to go. This is going to drop the attack one stage of the Dusclops, and here we have a catch. It's still super effective damage either way, but a nice catch by Iomero with his Mandibuzz.
I think it's a great catch because let's say you don't make this catch, Ramberto might just switch out, and then the energy wouldn't have been debuffed. In this case, I think Iomero knows what time it is. It's time to... No! Keep going, Mandibuzz! Go!
Mandibuzz, we need you! Please, keep going!
This is looking very rough here. An Aries is coming through, and Iomero's trying to get to one of those as well, but he's not being able to. 2 shields still in play on his side.
Yeah, this deficit is increasing in Adequance, we can say. I mean, if we look at some of the strategy there, right, Ramberto is swapping in his Mandibuzz. He's thinking, okay, well, while the Mirror is okay, I don't want to have my Mandibuzz lined up versus that Cradley. And again, that Cradley is so strong into Ramberto's team. Ramberto, yet again, ran an ABA weak line to that Cradley.
And this time didn't... face the Cradley lead, so kind of got away with it, but we saw the power of Dusclops at the very least. But I'm curious how they discuss this. It's kind of
this one isn't as black and white as that game number 2.
Exactly. So I don't know if Ramberto's gonna give that as well, so we'll see how this one will be decided. But yeah, just again, impressed with the Dusclops, how it does into the Dedenne there.
Look, I think Dusclops is the best Pokemon in the meta. At least it's the best Pokemon at this tournament. I don't really... Is there anything that we're seeing in the meta right now that's completely hard walling this Dusclops that's resisting both Ghost and Ice?
If there was a Pokemon that was like... there's nothing in the hard meta.
I know one.
Litleo.
Litleo's a good answer, but don't forget Greninja.
Oh, yeah, we actually saw that one instead of Litleo.
We did see that one. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Arrow run the Litleo from time to time, right?
Oh, I think Arrow is running a fire type. I actually ran into him earlier. He is on... in the
Are you okay? You ran into him.
Not literally, Jim, come on. Sorry, okay. Not literally. I talked to him as he was getting some chicken tenders to prepare for his next battle, as he needed some fuel for his fire Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little fuel with those chicken tenders, absolutely. That's right. Yeah. No, Arrow known for running some spicy Pokemon for sure, and we've seen the Obama Snows, we've seen the Typhlosions running Registeel and non-Registeel meta. Okay, Is Registeel gone for good, by the way, Inadequates?
I think as long as Diggersby is so good, we're not going to see a lot of Registeel. And also, just because it's so slow and clunky, imagine you have Registeel against a Dedenne. The Dedenne could just shield the first 2 attacks, and hopefully for the Registeel, that's a Flash Cannon and not Focus Blast and Zap Cannon, both resisted. And then you just keep Parabolic Charges. Those Flash Cannons are going to do like 30%, while you keep dealing consistent damage. That just doesn't work for Registeel.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Rage Fist on
Registeel? I don't think so. That's not going to happen.
Oh, that lock on. We need to see a damage buff to it. It would take maybe 3 to even go from 1 to 2 damage.
Maybe Metal Claw could work, but you'd need a way cheaper charge attack for that in energy cost.
No buff to Metal Claw, I think, but Metal Sound did get buffed, if I'm not mistaken. What Pokemon have Metal Sound Inadequates?
Ooh, we have the Wormadam, we have the Berserker. I think a producer is someone's favorite. Curious to see how he would do with it.
We'll have to come back to that one.
Yeah,
maybe.
We'll come back to that one at some point. Yeah, Metal Sound is now actually. You talked earlier about clone attacks, attacks with the same stat.
Powder Snow.
Power Snow.
Powder Snow, Quick Attack, Vine Whip. Yeah.
Correct. And another Pokemon, Paola's favorite, Palasha, Magnezone. Now
it has it as well?
Metal Sound, yes. It sounds great, right?
Have you run any Magneton, by the way?
I haven't, but, well, I have in the Go Battle League sometimes, at a time with Volt Switch, and Magnet Bomb is actually pretty nice, because you have solid damage output without debuffing yourself. That actually counts for something.
Well, while we have a little bit of downtime here, for those at home that may not be keeping up with the seasonal changes, we can go through some of the most impactful buffs and nerfs to some of these moves. We talked about Acid, of course, we're seeing that with the Cradily. We saw a increase of energy generation, so that's something that you go from, okay, relatively lackluster energy generation to now a Shadow Claw clone, one of the better fast attacks in the game. Where are we seeing that besides the Cradily?
We haven't seen it on the broadcast just yet, but there are multiple Pokemon that really benefit from it. One of my favorite is Shadow Victory Bell. Many players call this a degen Pokemon just because it's so switch dependent. But now it is actually not like that because you actually throw charge attacks and not just fast attacks.
Character growth from the Shadow Victory Bell.
Exactly.
For sure. Other Pokemon that we see it on as well, Tentacruel is an interesting one.
Yeah.
And I think we see it on Blossom and Toxtricity as well.
Awesome. You put that on your list. Okay.
I put that on the list. Look, I saw it in some early Go Battle League streams at the beginning of the season when trainers feel like they have a little more flexibility. Let's move on though. Bug Bite got buffed. We talked a little bit about it. Fortress, Araquanid. Don't forget Charjabug, access to Bug Bite as well. What's interesting about Bug Bite though is that while it was already an okay move, it just didn't really seem to add up damage quite fast enough, and the damage did get increased, so now it's a Dragon Breath clone, which is a pretty solid attack.
That is actually one of the more popular attacks, or one of the attacks that's been seen as being one of the best. You missed a very important Pokemon
Which
there.
one's that?
Bug Bite Heatran.
Oh yeah, no, I should have thought of that one.
Yeah, I mean, you could use Shadow, maybe a regular one if you traded it with your friends for the Great League, but for Master League, is there anything you can hit with Bug Bite in the Master League? Do we have any Psychic type Pokemon, any Dark type Pokemon? Darkrai?
Darkrai, of course, Mewtwo, don't forget.
Mewtwo, yeah. Good one.
Yeah, Mewtwo.
Great call.
Thank you. I played a little Master League myself, believe it or not. Yeah, no, I got a pretty spicy team. You know, I like to run. Actually, one of the Pokemon that I've been playing with a lot in Ultra League, Master League isn't around just yet, but Ultra League, I saw some posts about Zygarde and just how strong it was in the Ultra League. So I powered up my 10% Zygarde, ran a set in the Ultra League 4-1, so it's doing pretty well.
It was not doing well when I saw you play it.
You must have missed my good set then,
yeah,
Martin.
one good set. If you get... This is how it works with YouTube as well, right? You get like 505s, but you make the video of the 4-1.
Yeah, no, it's known as the Yasser lead strategy sometimes. All right, well, speaking of taking teams from social media or taking tips from social media, let's take a look at social media on the platform known as X, formerly known as Twitter. We've got Agent V here saying, this is all I needed at the pop-up Pokemon Center in New Orleans. You can see all those plushies here. What Pokemon is that Inadequate?
Burfu. This one isn't Go. You can't get me with that one.
I cannot. Okay, can you name all the forms, though?
I definitely cannot.
There's too many.
There's an Egyptian one on the top left there, though.
Okay, but we have seen a little bit of play from Furfru in the Go Battle League, has an interesting moveset. Yes.
Sucker Punch, Surf, and Grass Knot
That's
as
right.
the charge attacks. Very versatile, actually.
No same type attack bonus, but pretty interesting coverage in general.
I think so too. Sucker Punch is what is like one of the best fast attacks currently.
It's old counter.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to say. And here we see Team Rocket blasting off again.
That's
from
right.
Frank.
Jesse, James, Giovanni, and of course, that's
The
right, Meowth.
Yeah.
Hey, we got that one on the... Yeah.
We did. Who's that Pokemon?
That's right. Yeah, incredible cosplays that we're seeing there. Looking absolutely great here at the venue. Tons of people in costume, tons of people here to have a good time. Honestly, whether you're competing or just spectating, there's tons to do.
We're all here just to celebrate Pokemon. Again, use hashtag Pokemon NAIC, and we might just feature you as well on the broadcast. Do we have more of these?
I think that we maybe have one more. Let's take a look here. And guys, yes, use that hashtag Pokemon NAIC.
Oh, it's M again.
We've got M again. This is like the coolest thing ever.
It's pretty cool.
Look at that. Full-size cards.
Right. I saw those last time in Yokohama as well, when the whole mall was decorated with all those cards everywhere. I love to see those life-size cards.
One that I see there specifically is actually Raticate, which is actually the favorite Pokemon of one of my neighbors.
Neighbor.
Do you know my neighbor?
Ratlord, right?
Ratlord, that's right, yes. Yeah, actually a very talented Pokemon Go trainer. He has retired recently, so that's
No way.
That's a little
Oh,
sad.
but then your friend Pogo Ash can't meet him.
No, Pogo Ash, yeah, she'll meet him one day.
Okay.
Yeah, Pogo Ash comes to Texas. You know.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, well, maybe we can meet Ratlord. I know him as a very successful trainer. I think actually Pogo Ash battled against him once.
Pogo Ash
was it when Alolan Raticate?
I don't remember the full details. I don't think he was running Alolan Raticate
I'm sure
at
you
that
remember
point.
the full details.
I don't remember the full details.
Oh.
We'll have to ask him and bring that back next NAIC, okay?
Perhaps. If you want to know where we are with the bracket currently, use !bracket in the chat so you can go to the challenge link and you'll see where we are currently. We're still waiting for the verdict of what happened in that Group H final between Ramberto and Iomaro. That is a 1-1 score currently.
I think they're still tapping energy generation on that Mandibuzz right now.
Yeah,
It's still going. All right, I'm going to go back to some of these moves here because I want to talk about some of the impactful ones. Yes, Acid I think has been very impactful. Bullet Punch I think has been very impactful. Bug Bite maybe not so much. But one of the other fast
Fury
attacks,
Cutter?
I was going to say, is Fury Cutter, right? Fury Cutter, how do you think that the Golisopod is performing so far?
Golisopod has been okay. I mean, it made it to the winners finals at the very least, and I think it's actually quite a decent Pokemon. But the more Ghost-type Pokemon I see, the more I'm starting to wondering, maybe Shadow Claw is the way, because it gives you much more play into like those obnoxious Dusclops, even Annihilate or Dedenne. You just deal neutral damage or super effective damage into those, and Fury Cutter just seems to be hardly super effective anywhere.
Yeah, you're right. You seem to know your typings very well, Martine.
I used to be a bug-type catcher back in my days.
Okay, bug catcher Martine. Well, while he knows his typings very well, does he know his Pokemon silhouettes well? I have asked the production team to bring back Who's That Pokemon. We're going to be bringing back Pokemon from the Pokedex here and seeing if we can guess who they are. Last time, I think we went 2 for 10. Only room to improve this time.
Well, hold up. 8 of those, I think we had 3, by the way, but most of those were not in Go yet. What is this? This is a Noctowl. That is too easy.
Who can forget Noctowl, one of our favorite metas with Noctowl, Lantern, and Trevenant. You never knew how those matchups would play out.
That was a great meta.
That was a great meta, absolutely. We have Noctowl, currently 1 for 1. Only room to go down now at this point. But yeah, one of the strongest Pokemon of that meta with access to one of the best fast attacks, Wing Attack, Sky Attack before it got nerfed, and Shadow Ball.
Right, and actually also has Nightshade. This Pokemon, I'll let you do this one. You got this.
This one's going to be Typhlosion, popularized very recently, probably in the Might and Mastery season. Arrow will say that he was the pioneer, but yeah, Typhlosion with a buff to Thunder Punch and with Incinerate, when you look objectively as the best fast attack in the game, most energy and damage generation per turn, it is a Pokemon that we haven't seen much of here today, but it is always a force. You have to have an answer for Typhlosion.
Ever since it got Thunder Punch, it has such valuable coverage. This Pokemon, a classic. Smeargle. Look, these are Pokemon that we have in Go. We know these ones. We are on the game now.
With access to Sketch in the main series game, able to take a move from any Pokemon, and we see it running Flying Press sometimes in Little Cup.
Yeah, my friend Ross actually runs that a lot. He got a lot of those Flying Press Smeargle, and it can be just so dominant. It's an attack that's only learned by Hawlucha and the Pikachu Libre. Now this one...
I'm going to need you to specify not just the name, but also the variant, we'll say, of this Pokemon.
This is the Porygon 2.
2? 2. Yeah. Okay, it's Porygon 2. Actually, a really fun Pokemon to run. We don't talk about a lot of Pokemon that run Lock-On outside of the Regis, but this is a Pokemon that runs Lock-On and has the signature move Tri-Attack, which has a chance to lower not only the attack, but the defense one stage as well.
It's a 50% chance. It could be really a make or break Pokemon.
Do you think you can pass this one?
I think I can.
Okay, what do you think?
It's a Nose Pass.
It's a Nose
We
Pass.
got it.
What is unique about Nose Pass?
It evolves into Probopass, I guess,
that's
but
true.
you have to use a magnetic lure at a Pokemon slot.
What direction does it always face in-game?
North.
Always facing north. Yeah, kind of.
I was doubting between north and south, so I was hoping I got the right
50-50 chance, right? That's right. All right, well, look at that. We're doing super well. Okay, here's a Pokemon that got buffed recently, believe it or not. Doom Desire, if I'm not mistaken, actually now went from 75 to 80 power.
Equally strong as Hydro Cannon. Jirachi is the only... Is it the only Pokemon with it? I believe currently it is
it's the only
Pokemon
one. Signature
with Doom
move, if I'm
Desire.
not mistaken. Yeah, actually had a suit that I completely themed around the colors of Jirachi, one of my very favorites. Our good friend Lauren Lawley thought that I was repping the colors of Australia, though, the national team.
Well, maybe that's what Jirachi is.
Well, it's got like the green and the yellow, you know? Yeah. All right, this is one that I think that any trainer that has played any Go Battle League or any play Pokemon has to know. It's the big metal doorknob itself, Registeel.
Yep, it is the Registeel. Can you make a Registeel noise?
Beep, 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 beep. How's that?
That's pretty good, yeah, when it does the lock on, yeah.
All right, are we going to do a segment after this, Pokemon impressions? I can do some, for sure.
I think Butters might be up for that.
Yeah, maybe we'll save that one for Butters, is tier listing his impressions of Pokemon cries.
Okay, this one.
This is the one that I think we missed earlier, right? Flamigo?
No, it was not Flamigo.
We got that one wrong.
Yeah, we got it wrong. Oh, what was it called again?
Espatha? Is this the same one?
Let's go with that.
Silhouettes are so tough here. Is this the same one? I don't know that it is. Let's find out. Oh, that's it's Bombardier. We only see it flying.
No.
I didn't know that it could perch. Well, that's a Pokemon that has access to Sucker Punch and Rock Tomb, moves that we're seeing very, very regularly. And that thing fly as well?
Yep, it has fly.
What holds back Bombardier compared to Galarian Moltres and Mandibuzz?
Bulk. Bulk mainly, and yeah, just the same thing Galarian Moltres struggles with, because fighting resists dark, and that is why we see so many Mandibuzz, because it has Air Slash, and that's super effective on fighting instead.
Well, I think with some trainers loved, I think Home Slice Henry likes to run that one in the Go Battle League, but I don't think we've ever seen it on the Play Pokemon circuit.
Oh, another one. All
right, this is one that its evolution got buffed recently. Do you know what it is?
The evolution?
Yeah, the evolution
do you know what this is?
So Toxicroak is its evolution.
Yeah. What's this one
called? It's Krogunk.
Okay, you got
That's
it.
right, of course.
I was trying to test you.
He wears a hat, did you know?
It's
got a backwards hat, like Ash Ketchum.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. Okay, this is one. It's a regional Pokemon. I got the Krogunk. Do you know this one?
Uxie.
Yeah, and do you know the moveset that it most primarily runs?
I think that is the Fast Attack Confusion. The charge attacks Swift, a very fast-pacing normal type.
Recently buffed move as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I believe the other one you can run is Future Sight.
Yes.
What's the third one? Psychic? Oh, Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt. That's right. Swift, Thunderbolt, Confusion. You got it. I got
all two of them.
Okay. All right. Oh, what did we end up doing? 7 for 8 there? Yeah, thanks. Shout out to the production team. They figured that we could get it, all 8 of them, but we've proven them wrong as always.
Surely, yeah. I think they were just sorry, and now we're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, maybe.
We asked for them, hey, pick Pokemon that are in Go, and we still couldn't get them all.
And we only missed one.
We only missed one. In all fairness, I think a lot of birds look alike. My good friend Chippy Choodles does like to go out and watch birds, and anytime I have a bird-related question, I normally take it to him.
Dude, birds are great, right?
Birds are great. Well said and adequate.
They're just all over the meta as well.
Not all of them fly though.
Not all of them fly. Which one is not flying? Alucha?
Empoleon.
Yeah, but okay, but it's not a flying type Pokemon, however.
It's a bird though.
But I was talking about the flying type Pokemon.
You should have specified.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, we are still trying to resolve some of these issues here. This has been the wholesome Inadequates comedy hour here, so I hope you guys are enjoying that as well. Thank you for sticking with us. I think that when we're looking at this meta, we're starting to see some of these matchups that we're starting to get an understanding. But one of the ones that I think that we've seen play out that I don't know that I fully understand, but our master of matchups here, Inadequates may. Dusclops into Diggersby. Both Pokemon have double resisted fast attacks, with Hex being double resisted by Diggersby and Quick Attack being double resisted by the Dusclops. Who wins those matchups and how?
Well, let me tell you, we see the usage here, and I think one of the reasons we have so many Shadow Dusclops is exactly for the Diggersby, because then you can take out the Diggersby with 3 Ice Punch, and since 2 Scorching Sands won't knock out, it makes Shadow Dusclops much more comfortable in that specific matchup. In total, we have about, is that 38% total, or sorry, 39% total if we add them up. The Shadow Dusclops and the regular Dusclops. That's a lot of Ghost-type Pokemon that we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget the Jellicent as well. Yeah, Jellicent, Dusclops, and Shadow Dusclops making their, making themselves known here for sure. A Pokemon that we see on that graphic, but I don't think that we've seen it all today, is Clodsire. And when you take a look at what some people would argue is the best general Pokemon in the overall meta, a lot of people are saying Clodsire. It's shutting down the bugs. It's as bulky as it gets, basically, and it's got relatively efficient charge attacks. Why are we not seeing it in this meta? Where is it going to struggle?
Well, it has to be somewhere, because it is in our top 12 usage. I can't remember if we've seen them on the stream, however. The usage seems to be very low amongst the people who have won. Perhaps the people who have Clodsire
they're losing.
Perhaps.
It is.
It's just like the only Pokemon that entirely resists the moveset of the Dena. But I feel like it might be a little bit of an overkill.
Cool. Well, I think that that's some great analysis from you. I think that we're actually teeing up a video here as well. One that features two very popular trainers. You know, when we look at some of the rivalries throughout Pokemon Go, let me ask you this, Inadequence. What do you think is one of the most iconic North American rivalries?
I think that's got to be Doonbug versus Rise to Occasion.
Okay, and if we look at some of, maybe we'll call it the rest of the world rivalries, any others that stick out to you?
I think Zweilous versus Spotsman has become kind of a clash.
Maybe for EU, if we're going across regions, though, one of my favorite matchups that I've seen has been Marto versus Inadequence. And very recently, actually, we had a matchup. I don't want to spoil it for anyone yet, but I think we're going to go ahead and kick it to a video and have an exclusive battle from GoFest. Make sure you guys stay tuned.
We're here at the 2025 North American International Championships, and we got a Pokemon Go Fest rematch for you, but it's also a World Championship rematch. We are in a new season now. The delightful days, the meta is way different. What better way to showcase it with this rematch right here? I'm joined by my co-caster, Caleb Peng.
Yeah, it looks like Marto Galde is showcasing some snacks as well as his opponent Inadequence. It's a double rematch, like you said, and Inadequence took both of those series against Marto Galde. We got the second best player in the world versus the third best player in the world. However, Marto Galde has been winning a ton of tournaments this season, including Latin American International Championships. So he's got a few more trophies under his belt to compare against Inadequences. And here we go. Game number 1 is going to be a Shadow Drapion into a Mandibuzz.
You know, he might be the best player in the world, but he lost that Pokemon Go Fest battle versus Inadequence and actually had to transfer his maxed out Jump Pluff, I believe. I don't know that stakes are on the line for this battle. I think Marto said that Inadequence was too scared to put stakes on the line here, but we will find out after this battle if there are stakes on the line.
One way to put stakes on the line for Inadequence is transferring that Giratina Origin, but I don't think he's going to do that, and he was hyped about Giratina Origin all weekend long. Let's see if he can really do something into Marto Galde's team. And you can see he's bringing double counters to it. Even Jump Off is not terrible, or sorry, I should say Jealous is not terrible. Oh, and a fantastic catch from Inadequence, catching the airways. Not going to be a lot of damage for this bulky ground type.
Inadequence might be saying you might win 4 tournaments in one season, but you've lost to me at the World Championships and at GoFest. Marto definitely wants a little bit of revenge here. And remember, brand new meta. You're seeing some Pokemon that you maybe haven't seen featured as much, like Jellicent. We have the Shadow Scizor on both of these teams. Well, got the attack drop there. Oh, that is absolutely brutal for Marto Galde. Caleb, do you think this is actually Marto's team that he's going to run in competition?
I don't know. I mean, by the time people see this, it might be a team that's already putting up a lot of wins, but I don't know if he can get this win against Inadequence for starters, because once you get that first debuff, it makes this matchup way harder for the Jellicent. These are double resistant hexes coming through against his Diggersby.
Yeah, and the fact that this Surf can't knock out because of the debuff. Here comes a pivot into the Drapion. Swap trying to catch that Jellicent off guard here, getting the Protect Shield from that Crunch here. Remember, Crunch does drop the defense less often now in this new update.
All right, and Inadequence setting up that Primeape in the back. This could spell disaster for Martrogalde if he doesn't protect his Mana Buzz, but you don't want to shield a neutral Aqua Tail against the bulky Mana Buzz, but you need as much bulk as you can, and Inadequate setting up a sweep with the Primeape, 2-to-1 shield advantage so far, and this Mana Buzz has very little health, and this Diggersby has nowhere to go on Martrogalde's side.
That is looking brutal for the backline. Like you said, that Primeape is going to be matched up against the Diggersby and up a Protect Shield. Can you get that Protect Shield back with this Aerialist? You probably get that Protect Shield back. So now it's going to be even here. Do you have the Switch Timer to come into that Diggersby? But the thing is, this Primeape is just going to do so much damage. You can't even swap out, so you're going to get the full Karate Chop down as well. But there is actually a good amount of health on Jellicent.
Oh, wait, hold on. Look at the Primate's moveset. It's Rage Fist and a fighting move. I don't know if it's Cross Chop or Close Comp. It's Cross Chop,
it's
actually.
Cross Chop.
So you don't have to debuff yourself at all if you're Inadequate. This makes this matchup way better for the Primate.
And this is probably some tech specifically for Diggersby, and it's finding its target right here with the super effective Cross Chop. 2 Cross Chops will knock out. Do you try to swap on it? No, actually waited a little bit. Inadequate did throw. He's a little confused there, but he's probably going to have to give up a Protect Shield on that Fire Punch. Yes, he does.
Oh. And Inadequate maybe slightly off on the counter or just wants to do it just to be safe here. I don't think the Rage Fist is enough, but Martrogalde is still going to protect up the Jellicent. You still have a move ready. Can Inadequate maybe catch a move here? Diggersby is ready for the catch. Does he go for it?
Oh, he doesn't go for it.
He doesn't. He's thinking, why would you try to catch? And now Inadequate's boosted Primeape. This Rage Fist for sure is going to knock out the Jellicent.
And it does knock out that Jellicent. It looks like Inadequate once again is going to be able to get a charge stack before that Diggersby gets to his charge stack. Just going to bank up. No, try to swap, try to flex on Mardo a little bit, get it in his head. Mardo doesn't love it, but well played once again to his longtime rival. Beat it. Lost to him at the World Championships, lost to him at GoFest, and now is facing an 0-1 deficit. Mardo has been the best trainer of this entire 2025 season. I believe he can bounce back in this series.
I think, honestly, between the two of them, especially in the official championship series circuit, Martrogalde has not ever taken a series off of Inadequates. And he even mentioned this, too. When I was talking to him before, I was like, which trainer do you not want to face? And he said Inadequates is the one person that he hates facing because he has these weird team compositions, right? You got a Giratina Origin, you got a Shadow Scizor, you got a Swampert, right? These aren't really hyper meta in this current meta of Delightful Days. And even if Inadequate doesn't bring it, that's crazy bench pressure for Martrogalde because he got to worry about this. He brought 2 hard answers to his Giratina Origin, and it was nowhere to be seen on Inadequate's team.
Yeah, and Mardo did have that win condition. I feel like if he went for either the Surf or the Shadow Ball there, could have knocked out. There was some cumulative energy on the Diggersby for Inadequates that Mardo would have to deal with, but I felt like he did have an option to win. He thought Inadequates was going to swap, but it's that one trainer he just can't figure out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a super big brain play from Inadequates, right? Because Martrogalde is saying, all right, this player's good enough. He knows I'm about to get this Surf. There's no way he doesn't try to catch. So I'm going to keep throwing hexes until he goes for that catch. Maybe I could leave with, double Surf, take out the Diggersby, and then try to take out the Primeape later. But instead, he just wasted all the energy. He wasted a shield on Jellicent and then still got taken out without throwing any energy into the Primeape.
You know what's so funny here? They're taking this pretty seriously because they're really thinking about their decisions here.
Yeah.
This is the end of a long day. Both these trainers are a little bit tired. This is just a fun match. And there's actually no stakes on the line here, but both these trainers are taking it really seriously. And here we go. A negative lead for Martrogalde, the Jellicent into that Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, going to be rewarded for that. But look at Martrogalde actually swapping the Air Slash Mana Buzz, and this thing has positive matchups against everything on Inadequate's team.
Up 6.
Yeah, you're right, up 6. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, up 6. He knows that he can't get punished for the safe swap. Let's see if he goes for a swap or not. Martrogalde farming a ton of energy here. He's got to imagine that there's got to be a Primeape somewhere in the back, maybe even a Giratina Origin.
Yeah, and just unloading all this energy. Like you said, there's not a clear swap in here. You are kind of getting close to Hydro Cannon range if you want to take this charge attack. Inadequate's like, what are you doing there, buddy? But Mardo wants to change up the tactics a little bit.
Yeah, he purposely threw on bad timing to avoid Inadequate's going for a catch because he knows he's good enough to go for that catch if Martrogalde optimizes the timing. So giving up energy and a turn to Inadequates just to get the aerial ace off, which is wild here. Now he is going to get to this final aerial ace against the Drapion to take it out.
Undercharging it. Actually, this isn't going to knock out. That's actually going to leave one air slash, but now pivoting into the Primeape to try to get a Karate Chop down, met by the Jellicent. But you got 2 Karate Chops before Marto could counter swap there. Will that be the difference in this matchup? You always let the first Rage Fist through because this will boost the attack at one stage.
Yeah, and this is what I like to call overload strategy from Inadequates, because yes, all 3 Pokemon have bad matchups against that bulky Mandibuzz, but this Diggersby has nowhere to go now, right? You got the Primate to deal with, you got the Swampert to deal with, and both are going to have fantastic matchups against it. So even if Martel Galde somehow takes out this Primate, you still have to deal with the Swampert.
And he's at the double because he got that energy advantage. I believe he's at the double Rage Fist here because if you throw a charge attack priority, you're going to lose that to the opposing. No, actually didn't throw it. Went for the extra Karate Chop. Inadequate knowing that Marto wasn't going to throw on bad timing again. That is crazy.
Yeah, and Martel Galde has to leave with as much energy as possible, but a catch opportunity is possible. Does he go for it? All right, Martel Galde is going to throw this Surf. Inadequates, 1 Karate Chop away from a, double, triple boosted Rage Fist at this point. What are you going to do? Maybe try to catch out a Diggersby. It's really tough. And no.
Oh, no.
Galde, he goes for the Hex, which means that Inadequates giving a wink and giving a boosted Rage Fist to Shelson, knocking it out. What do you do at this point?
He has to swap on a cross drop. That's his only win condition. He has to swap on this cross drop. Can he do it? No. He actually couldn't get to it yet. I don't even think he had that available to make the swap, but Inadequates just once again just punishing Bardo here with a one-hit knockout on the cross drop. Now he's gonna maybe get the Karate Chop down too. That's a 3-ball flex to 2-0 Mardo.
Mardo's one of the best players in the world, and Inadequate's going to 3-ball him without even showing the Swampert. That cross chop looked like a close combat with how many boosts that Rage Fist gave that Primate.
Inadequates takes that 2-0 versus Martel Galde. That's 3 straight series for him here, but this was just for fun. I don't think there's going to be a transfer. Martel Galde does have an opportunity to win it all at North American International Championship. He might just do that, but you're going to have to keep continuing to tune in to find out. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Oh, what a battle that was, Martine. Great to see, and sorry, that was the GoFest rematch. That was actually after an initial battle that occurred over the weekend at GoFest. What was that, a 4 times boosted close combat that we just saw there in Inadequates?
It was a cross chop.
Oh, sorry. That was a cross chop, not a close combat.
But I think it was like 3 or 4 times, but I threw a lot of Rage Fist into the Jealousy because I knew the Primate wins the 2-shield scenario there. It was actually a rematch from GoFest where we
Tell us about that match.
Yeah, so we put something at stake there. If Marto would win, I would have to max out a jump bluff that has all its stats, what we call in the community a hundo, and he would get to name it.
Okay.
But if I would win, he would have to transfer his perfect maxed out jump bluff.
Yeah.
And I get to name his Guillotine Origin.
Was it fully leveled up?
It was fully leveled up.
Oh my.
Fully leveled up.
So that's a big investment.
It is. It was a bit.
That's probably like 5 or 6 Gigantamax rates.
That's just a few. Honestly, just a few. With some Stardust and those coins. And anyway, then we did like a blind 3 battle. Basically like a Go Battle League battle. One with Meta, one with Spice. And I won both. One of them was used with the Volcanion.
Where'd you get that?
At GoFest itself. And if you didn't get any at the in-person ones, you can get it at Global. You can get it at Global!
I will be getting it at Global.
But the odds of getting it at 1500 CP or lower is very small, so consider yourself lucky when you get one. Anyway, Marto lost to that, and then he had to transfer his Jump Bluff, and I named his Guillotine Origin Jump Bluff. So every time he would search for Jump Bluff, Guillotine Origin would show up.
And I think you guys faced off at Worlds as well?
Yeah, we did.
What happened there?
He beat me 2-0 first. His win score was very tough, and then in the losers finals, I, fortunately for me, won 3-2.
So you're on a 3-match win streak versus Marto.
Oh, if you put it like that, I mean, he's a great battler. We don't need to.
No, we don't need to diminish that for sure. I would say right now, all things considered, we got to call Marto the GOAT. Either the greatest of all time, or at least the greatest of this season, the GOTS.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have more trainers upcoming. Even some of the best that this season also has in North America. It's Axen and OutOfPoket. What can you tell me about these trainers?
I mean, what a journey that we've seen from It's Axen, from going from this. It's Axen was not someone that was very well known in the grassroots circuits. Kind of a Go Battle League hero, you could say. Someone that didn't have a lot of accolades, didn't have a lot of notoriety, or just didn't really have a place in the scene so much early on. But then he becomes a regional winner, an IC winner, Worlds winner, just absolutely has, yeah, on the back of Metachamp specifically. There are specific Metachamps known as the Medi-Slayer, basically, that were based on some of the research that It's Axen had done. He became not only a very talented trainer, but a very influential trainer as well, to the point that he became one of the, if not the most popular, Pokemon Go content creator, as a very popular stream. what's been interesting is while he's maybe shifted some focus over to his stream, we haven't seen that same success on the competitive circuit for maybe a year and a half. But very recently, we saw him back, winning the Portland Regional, and now making day 2 here at the North American International Championships.
Well, he actually battled one of the more upcoming names. He's been around, OutOfPoket, who's still hunting a World Championship title, but he was the reigning NAIC champion. Both trainers actually battle against each other. We may see a return of the Metacham even. Let's take a look at this battle between these two titans.
Welcome, trainers. We are here at the North America International Championships 2025, and I'm Caleb Pang, joined by my good friend Tuo Butters. We have a special surprise for you all. It's going to be a showdown between the 2022 International Champion of North America, it's Axen, versus the reigning North America International Champion of 2024, OutOfPoket.
And I heard whoever wins this battle will receive the championship trophy from the other trainer. Just kidding, that's not happening. This is just for fun here. We got some spice Pokemon. We got the Graphite Eye on OutOfPoket's team. But surrounding it is actually some Pokemon that have been buffed recently, like the Shadow Metang, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Galarian Moltres is a little better too. And on its Axen side, the Dedenne, which is so strong right now.
Yeah, and it's Axen bringing a little spice himself. It's going to be the Metacham, one of his signature Pokemon for NAIC 2022 and World Championships in Yokohama when he won both. But in this day, it's not as strong in the meta. However, it's got plenty of play into OutOfPoket's team right here.
And look at the pacing on that Psycho Cut into Dynamic Punch there, able to land it into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It's going to trunk it there and then pivot instantly into the Diggersby. Now Diggersby is actually in a weird position because you're going to have to quick attack down.
Yeah, going to try to. OutOfPoket actually has the overheat, but decides to bait with a Weather Ball. It's Axen going to call that bait here. Still going to do some decent damage, but not nearly as much as the overheat. Going for the full quick attack. Now here comes the overheat, though. Is Axen not going to shield? Oh, he chooses not to shield.
He doesn't shield, just completely sacrificing that Diggersby on the overheat there. It gets the knockout, and now suddenly, not a bad position, though, because you can get the Psycho Cut down here, at least get some energy into the back line of OutOfPoket, and that Drapion is actually looking pretty decent against the back line of OutOfPoket as well.
Yeah, Metacham might be out of the meta, but not its Drapion, as Drapion has so much closing potential against the entire team of OutOfPoket. This chip damage is actually kind of nice into the Metang. It's going to be neutral with that Psychic Seal typing on the side of the Shadow Metang, and in comes the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and this is clunky because there's no fast attack pressure into the Shadow Metang, so you have to only chip it with charge attacks. You got a good dynamic punch through here, but now you have to get up to these Aqua Tails or the Crunches to knock out here. And do you see the double shield from the Metang? No, actually just swapping into the Cradilly to try to soak up all that energy.
OutOfPoket is able to get a nice bait with that resisted side shock against Axen to strip away that first shield. However, OutOfPoket is not out of danger yet as the first crunch is going to land. No debuff though. We know that debuff chance is a lot lower now in the Lightful Days. It's still there though, as the first Rock Tomb is going to be shielded up from its Axen. His Switch Time is coming up soon.
And I believe that was Bullet Seed Cradilly, right? We know that.
Acid.
Oh, it's Acid.
Yeah.
It's Acid. Now Acid is much stronger in Delightful Days meta. So actually going for that new iteration, it paces so much quicker here. Gonna go for the crunch into the 2 Protect Shields. You're gonna have to use your shield somewhere. I guess he's gonna use them for Shadow Metang as the Cradilly gets knocked out.
Yeah, Metang does have energy. Oh, a little bit energy. However, still 2 shields on the side of OutOfPoket. Does he have enough in the tank for the Shadow Metang? It's not seen super often in the meta, but he's trying to make a spot for it on his team. Oh! Here comes the Metacham and catching. It's neutral damage still,
yeah,
but still making some use out of Metacham in a matchup that's not generally favorable for the Metacham.
And these two trainers taking this fun match very seriously, catching onto that side shock. Now the Dynamic Punch is available, but this actually gives the opportunity to bank up to more energy here. Does that Shadow Drapion have any energy remaining? Can you just full sweep in the back with the Metang?
I think that's going to be OutOfPoket's strategy. He knows that Axen cannot reach another Dynamic Punch. He's trying to...
Oh!
But no, the one-turn Fear Cutter takes him out here. Has the Aqua Tail loaded and throws it. It's only neutral, but Shadow Metang is pretty frail, I think.
It might have been all for nothing if this Aqua Tail knocks out. Can Shadow Metang hang on? No! OutOfPoket goes down. And brilliantly played from OutOfPoket there to try to sweep in the back. That Metacham just didn't have enough bulk to pull it off. But The Aqua Tail banked on that Shadow Drapion. It's Axen up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is a friendly competition between two fierce competitors, but there's nothing fun about it here between them. For them, there's so much pride online. Doesn't matter if you bring Grafai and Medicham in this matchup. They're here to win it all.
Yeah, they're messing around with 2 Pokemon, but the other 5 Pokemon on their team are actually real Pokemon in the Delightful Days meta. They've gotten a lot stronger with buffs on both the sides, or they're just better placed in the meta. Like, it's Axen running the Diggersby and Dusclops. That's just much stronger right now. Of course, Lapras is still so strong. We could even see that Dedenne on the side of its Axen because you're not really countered by a ton of Pokemon on OutOfPoket side.
I mean, I know you said they have like 5, real Pokemon, 1 Spice one, but its Axe's Medicham actually doesn't look bad, like it's still got the stat product, it still has a hard-hitting dynamic punch, pacing super fast now with that Cycle Cut as well. As we head down to game number 2 here, we see the Grafai, we gotta see it. Oh, and this thing could have Mud Slap. Let's see if OutOfPoket is running Mud Slap with it or not.
It does!
The Mud Slap will come through here too. Yes, you have a great matchup with the Diggersby, but in comes a Jellicent, a little bit on the slower side of things on the swap. If we get a debuff on this first Scorching Sand, could be trouble, but the surf is going to be launched first.
That's why OutOfPoket gave a sly look over to its Axen. He knew, but I'm not sure its Axen knew that there was that Mud Slap on the Grafai. And now you have the matchup you want. We saw in a different battle where you get this Scorching Sand debuff. It's going to drop the attack, flip the matchup. Can he get the debuff here? And no debuff on that Scorching Sand.
All right, and second Surf is going to come through here. This is probably enough to knock out, so his Axen is going to shield up, unfortunately, because he did not debuff that Jellicent, like Butters just mentioned, and in comes another Scorching Sand. Only a few quick attacks away from a third Scorching Sand. I believe OutOfPoket is going to have to spend at least 1 shield here to maintain switch advantage.
Yeah, but now he's baited out this Diggersby, so Shadow Medtang has a lot more play in the back once again. He has 2 Protect Shields, has that Protect Shield advantage. I think he's just going to let it go. He's going to put all his eggs into one basket, and that basket is a Shadow Medtang.
I mean, that basket also could be Grafai. Let's see if that's going to be the case or not. I think it's going to be the 2-shield Grafai in the back is the strategy here. But Fire Punch is also super effective against the Metang, so is going to spend his first shield, and now we're on shield parity.
And I believe you said the Grafai is normal and poison, it's going to take neutral from that dynamic punch, but super effective from those Psycho Cuts from that Medicham in the back here. Had to throw energy, which is pretty clunky for that Shadow Medtang here. You would hope to save that for the back line. Now you don't have a huge energy advantage. Here comes the Shadow Drapion. You do have that slight energy advantage and a charge attack we haven't seen in a long time, Caleb.
Yeah, it's going to be Gyro Ball coming through. It is neutral. However, Axen going to preserve it, knowing the Drapion has a lot of play into the Grafai as well. Even if you try to catch a move, if you're OutOfPoket here, it's still going to do a decent amount of neutral damage as in comes the Grafai. But Medcham's here, and Cycle Cut is actually super effective here, too.
Yeah, this is crazy, though. This Grafai is going to be able to land the Poison Fang, debuff the Medicham. That trunked the attack on this Grafai must be pretty high here. There is an Ice Punch available, but going for that Dynamic Punch, obviously going to be doing more damage. It's going to be neutral into this Grafai. Can he land it? It actually goes through. I feel like that's going to knock it out, and it does!
Putting everything on the Shadow Metang here once again for OutOfPoket. We saw, though, that Metang loses charge attack priority into the Drapion, so he's going to let this move go. It's going to hit a lot more neutral damage, but he needs to leave with 2 moves here to have a chance. Actually, not too bad, and you're double resisting the Cycle Cuts.
But you do need to have a Gyro Ball, and you throw the Side Shock here. How much energy was on that Shadow Drapion? Once again, I am not quite sure. The Shadow Drapion is going to come in. There is 1 Protect Shield left for OutOfPoket here. Can he tie up this series with a Gyro Ball? There's double Aqua Tail. That's the first Aqua Tail. I think it's Axen can win charge attack priority on the second Aqua Tail.
Yeah, OutOfPoket just got to it, and we saw the charge attack priority does go over to Drapion, and it's going to go over to it yet again. And we get a rematch, or a repeat, I guess, of the end result of that first game. It's Axen narrowly beating OutOfPoket in both games 1 and 2.
And we see it's Axen say Medicham. Will Medicham be on the winning team at the North American International Championships 2025? We're going to have to find out. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
World champion. He still got it. With Medicham.
Oh yeah, he still got it. You know, I think this is like I think this is the first NAIC, one of the first tournaments that he hasn't brought Medicham to. He still has a huge place in his heart for Medicham for sure.
Has also the first Metang we've seen on stream today.
That's right. Well, guys, we don't want to wait any longer. I know that you've been patiently waiting. Let's go ahead and go over to the stage. I think our trainers are already getting locked in. This is going to be game number 3 for Iomero versus Ramberto. Ramberto on the left, Iomero on the right. Currently tied 1-1. Let's get into these battles, Martine.
All right, and here we see Ramberto with the shiny Krayley. He hadn't brought that before yet. Iomero going with a similar line as before. Double ghost, but this time with a ghost in the lead and a ghost in the back.
I don't think we've seen the Credilli from Ramberto yet either. A nice shiny one there as well. We can see first Iomero. Actually, I think this was a charge attack priority, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, throws the foul play, and Ramberto opting to shield the first.
And let's take a look if Iomero is going to match those shields here. He doesn't actually keep the shields for his backline. Shainer hangs on there, and keep in mind that since this is acid, the fast attack from Krayley is resisted. And I think you'll actually be able to make it to another foul play if you were to put a protection here on the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, I think the one shield situation still looking pretty solid for Iomero. Okay, there we have it. Foul play comes through, does just over half of the remaining HP. Rock Tomb is locked and loaded. You're not going to be able to just acid all the way down before Iomero is able to reach yet another charge attack. Foul play is loaded almost. Yeah, just one away. Do you need to go for the power gem here? That's exactly what he's going for.
Going for the power gem. A little bit more raw damage. Looking like Ramberto going for the switch advantage. I think this is exactly what Iomero wants. If there's an Annihilate in the back, I at least want to make sure I can threaten it with a Grass Knot later on. But where do you soak all this damage now?
All right, I think that yeah, I think you probably have to bring in the Credilli maybe, then swap into the Dusclops. I mean, either way, you don't want to be stuck with a debuff. So whichever situation that you do or whichever scenario, probably going to see a swap out at some point.
Let's say if this doesn't even get the Hex down, actually, Ramberto stay in knowing that switch advantage is important. I think that you will be able to get to another. No! Goes down with the Rock Tomb!
Yeah, no, that's nice for Iomero because now you have a lot of energy. You are single debuff. But what this is setting up, though, yet again, we saw it in game number 1, if you can still remember, it was the Annihilate going into the Credilli, which was such a one-sided match. But keep in mind, Ramberto is shields down, so one Grass Knot will still do a significant chunk of damage from Iomero's Credilli.
No need to go for the Rock Tomb this time, but even though this charge stack will hit hard, Shadow Annihilate is not that fragile. It will be able to hang on to it, doesn't even put it into the red, and now it's all gonna come down to the dust. Can you get to another charge stack here, however? I think that the Annihilate has to expend energy. Ramberto throw it right before the next Rock Tomb.
Do you shield simply to just get off this Rock Tomb, or is there a second Range Fist load? It doesn't matter. Iomero's going to let this one go. Annihilate does still have a lot of energy. Only one away. Gets to this next Rage Fist. Hex comes through. You need to use the Protect Shield here. This is super effective damage from his Shadow Pokemon. Iomero desperately needs to get multiple Ice Punches to finally take out this Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz still has so much remaining HP.
And even though those counts were double resisted, they still put the Dusclops into the yellow, and I believe that this is almost foul play range because Iomero expended energy that was debuffed. 3 Ice Punches will not even get remotely close here. You will need one more after this Ice Punch here, but looks like Mandibuzz already in foul play.
Yeah, you get a guaranteed sneak every single time. You're going to get an extra Hex due to the 3-turn versus 3-turn, but just like you said, one foul play, almost enough to knock out the subsequent Air Slash. That's going to do it. Ramberto, you can see a sigh of relief. They've been here for a while, but he will take the 2-1 series victory. Ramberto is your winner for Winners Finals of Group H. He's going to move on to day number 2. Meanwhile, Iomero will drop down to the loser side of the bracket. He's going to see who he faces off in the losers finals a little bit later today.
Iomero had those double ghosts there, and it proved that the Annihilate is just undeniable. Every time Cradily from Iomero, and every time the Annihilate. The only times that Ramberto struggled was when he had like the Dedenne into the Cradily and the Annihilate wasn't around.
Let me ask you this, Inadequence. Is Credilli better now than it was last season?
I think yes. In fact, was Cradily in the top 12 usage? I believe it was, or at least close to. And last season, not at all. Simply because now you have another target into the Dedenne. And many trainers knew that Dedenne and Diggersby were going to be in the top meta. Cradily core rakes both of those.
Interesting take. Well, speaking of takes, we're actually have a special interview with Butters. He's got 2 mystery guests. Let's go ahead and kick it over to him.
All right, thank you so much, Wholesome. I'm with 2 Brasileiros here. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much for joining me. I feel like
because these competitions have become even more international with some of the updates that we've had, especially this season with the championship points, and then of course the travel awards that started, I believe, at the end of last season, but now they're in full effect here. I just wanted to talk to some international trainers here today in New Orleans and just ask you, first off, I think I'm just gonna start with Harjev. How do you feel the championship points have been this season for Pokemon Go? Obviously, it's our first season.
Oh, I think it's amazing how the championship points work right now, because you need always to be building points. You are not qualified at any point. You need to keep going to tournaments. You need to keep watching the stream and other tournaments to understand how your opponents are doing. So I think you need to really put effort to be qualified, and I think it's very good the way it is right now.
And Kanan, now that you have like even more to battle for, we were kind of talking a second ago, I believe you will most likely get that travel award for the World Championships. Also, you've gotten travel awards in the past, I believe you said for the European International Championships. What does it feel like to just like continue to have things to battle for more goals to hit?
It keeps you motivated. Like you're going to always be watching other players, learning from other players, trying to get better, because at the end of the day, everybody wants to get to Worlds, and everybody wants to be a world champion. Like that's the big goal. And to get there, you have to constantly get better and better and better, and the travel award is like a bonus to continue doing that.
Yeah, like another opportunity to like continue to get better, to battle against the best of the best in these international competitions. I think you guys have probably both secured that travel award, so you're feeling pretty good. Also, I think you guys both did get eliminated today, which is okay. You can't win every single battle, but you do have some teammates still battling out. What teammates do you still have left with a chance at day number 2?
We still have Corlash and Shainer. We are for sure cheering for them. Like in a couple of minutes or stuff, Corlash is going to be playing today, so we are going to be here, but giving everything for them. For they are the Brazilians remaining. So
yes.
We put all our dreams on them right now.
Yeah, and you guys often do travel as a team. What is that like? Do you guys just all meet here? Do you team prep together? What's that experience like?
It's great. Like we travel together, obviously. Like we coordinate to stay at the same place. We start like discussing teams, and we go to places together, and it's always really fun and really focused. So it's an amazing experience to be able to do it with friends. Because at the end of the day, like even though we are teammates, before becoming teammates, we have been always friends, and that's the best part of it. Like being able to be with your friends at a competitive style stuff.
Yeah, and it helps that your friends are really awesome at Pokemon Go PvP, and so are these two trainers right here. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck to the rest of the LNDS, of the rest of the Lindos in this competition. Maybe we'll see them in day number 2. Let's head back to Wholesome and Inadequates.
All right, thank you, Butters. Great interview. Really enjoy hearing that, just about some of the social elements, some of the friendships that exist within the Pokemon Go community. Always great to see Harjev and Kanan there, part of the Lindos team. You know, that said, it's really great, and when you have that opportunity, it's always just fun to travel in general. But when you have that shared interest like Pokemon Go, PvP, it's just such a great opportunity knowing that you're spending months and months working to these goals so that you can have just an awesome weekend like they're having right now.
And those trainers also benefit from the travel awards that you can get from Championship Points. Championship Points you earn from the tournaments such as this one in New Orleans. And here we have 2 new trainers. Well, not new to the scene, but we have a new set here. Z-Swallows versus Shadow Mimikyu. And we see some off-meta picks here. We see the Shadow Scissor Greninja core another time paired with the Galarian Corsola and Galarian Weezing here. And on Shadow Mimikyu's side, there's a Tentacruel.
You know, I know that anytime I've taken a trip over to Rome or Paris or London, I see a lot of people walking around wearing very extravagant scarves, just like this Greninja here. And I think that's what it is. Greninja is just very popular in the European region. That's what it is. I'm not seeing the North American or the LATAM trainers running it. It's a European thing. But I was talking to Zwiles at dinner the other night, and he told me that he thinks it is not a spice pick. It's not a troll pick, just like Pato Man was saying. I think it's legit. Now, Now, it does have some threats here on the side of Shadow Mimikyu. Obviously, the Dedenne. I think that Tentacruel is going to be a little bit hard to get by as well. But don't forget, it is a Dark-type Pokemon. There's not a ton of Dark types, but it's one of the Dark types that takes super effective from counter, so that Shadow Annihilate is going to be very tough.
It is going to be very tough to bring Greninja into this team here. I don't know if you really want to. In fact, Z-Swallows may have other counters to Diggsby anyway. He also has the Lapras, for example.
Well, I was going to say, just if we look at that Shadow Annihilate on the side of Shadow Mimikyu, it's got, while it has some good matchups like that Greninja, has to watch out for the Psywave from Lapras. Not a good matchup into that Galarian Weezing. And then Shadow Sizer Wall, it does go blow for blow. If you're down a shield, it's going to be very hard to get through.
It will be, but I do think that it is one of the safer picks for Z-Swallows to bring, as it has so many neutral matchups. The worst you can probably face is the Diggersby as the Scissor, because if you look at the Galarian Moltres, if you go for a Nisus first, resist it. Moltres won't shield, but when it doesn't shield, you can shield yourself as a Scissor and get the Bullet Punch down, making it a match that you will very likely win there.
Do you think that Galarian Moltres is a must-bring here, knowing that there is a Galarian Corsola, knowing that there is a Lapras, knowing that there is a Sizer that you wall the energy? Do you have to bring it, or is it too threatened by some of the other Pokemon?
Yeah, the thing is, there's a Galarian Weezing, and it pressures a lot of these picks, but I don't know how good that Pokemon is. I also know that one of the more popular content creators that we have, Mish, also known as MX Champ.
Yeah, MX Champ. Yeah, of course.
Also brought the Galarian Weezing, but it's such a difficult Pokemon to align because of all those Diggersby. And then there's a Tentacle. There's a Tentacle, and that devours Galarian Weezing.
Well, you're right. Tentacle absolutely does, and Diggersby absolutely does, but have we seen any Mud Slappers besides the one Shadow Kanto Marowak on Potomon's team?
We have, well, we saw OutOfPoket run the Grafaya.
Grafaya, yeah, we did see that. I don't know that we've seen any this tournament, however.
Right, so maybe there is some play for it. It's kind of an iffy Pokemon to use. The moveset that Z-Swallows has is Brutal Swing and Sludge as the charge attacks. So you don't really have like Overheat to land a hard-hitting charge attack. Brutal Swing helps with the pacing, but there's not like Psychic-type Pokemon to hit with that Brutal Swing. They are Ghost-type Pokemon.
Mainly just the Ghosts, yeah. And, you know, maybe talk a little bit about Psychic Pokemon in general. Obviously, we had Malamar that was making some splashes in previous seasons, but I feel that of all the types that we're seeing now, Psychic might be at the very bottom as far as representation goes.
I think you are right. And again, that is because of the pressure that Bug-type Pokemon have currently with all the buffs
and Ghost
Bite and Fury Cutter, correct. So those two combined just make it really tough to play a Pokemon like Claydol because it just takes super effective from so many Pokemon currently.
That's right. I mean, Psychic is just a tough defensive typing in general. Bug, Dark, Ghost. We're seeing all of those. They hit super effective, and you're not picking up that many offensive strengths as well. There's not a lot of fighters in the meta right now. Yes, we're seeing the Annihilates, but Primeape's pretty much gone. And realistically, the only thing that you're going to be hitting is poisons. Well, what poisons do we have?
Drapion.
Exactly.
But if it's resistant, so that doesn't help. Of course, Lapras can win that matchup, and it is a Pokemon that Z-Swallows brought. He has Sparkling Area and Ice Beam on it. We've seen differences on this Pokemon because its Axen actually was running Skull Bash on this. What is your opinion on Skull Bash versus Ice Beam?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the team that you're running. Do you need to have coverage for those flyers, or are you more worried about beating the water-type Pokemon? I think that's just the question that you're always asking if you're Blastoise or Lapras is, what do I need to round out my team? If I need to have something that I need this Blastoise to be my water answer, then you probably want to run Skull Bash, or Lapras, of course, as well. If you need it to be your flying, or maybe something that can hit back versus grasses, Ice Beam makes a lot of sense. I think there's no wrong answer. It just depends on your team.
Well, I do think that with the decrease in jump bluff, there might be less merit for Ice Beam currently.
Probably.
Unless you expect a lot of opposing Lapras, but there's a decrease in it, and also in Azumarill. So, do you really need Ice Beam currently?
Probably not.
It would help into the Galarian Moltres, though.
Yeah, and like the thing is that when you're going up against ground types, well, you already have a water type, so it's kind of unnecessary at that point.
It might be. Yeah. I'm curious to see if we're going to see the Galarian Corsola as well. We've seen so much Dusclops, which just feels to be so much safer against all. This is like one of the very few teams. I think the amount of teams that we've seen today without Diggersby, I can count them on my hands. Like, that's few teams without
It's
Diggersby.
under 5 for sure. Diggersby has been so popular, and while it's under 50% total representation, the teams that we're seeing winning, they probably got a Diggersby, they probably got a Dusclops on them.
Right. I must say, Zizualos has some interesting Pokemon names. The Lapras is named Beans on Toast. Any reason why you think that is?
Beans on toast, it's a common dish of our good friends over in the United Kingdom.
From Ross, yeah, he has it a lot.
Yeah, Ross loves it. That and Nidoqueen.
Right.
If you can make a beans and toast and Nidoqueen sandwich, I'm sure he would love that.
If anyone could make something like that and then put hashtag Pokemon NAIC on X, we may be able to feature that, and I think Ross would love to see that.
We do have the augmented reality capability. Someone can make it happen.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we got a lot of Pokemon here that I think have very one-sided matchups for sure. I mean, Galarian Moltres, just like we said, but I think that really any of the Galarian Pokemon have pretty one-sided matchups. The one that stands out to me in Adequance is actually Galarian Corsola, because I think a lot of people were just so eager to get a Galarian Corsola, getting a good Galarian Corsola. We saw at the first tournament that was eligible with Elim actually winning that regional in Toronto. It did have I guess a little bit of a nerf to Nightshade specifically, making it a little bit less efficient. Why are we seeing it again here, though?
Well, I think it's functions a little bit in a similar role to Dusclops, but with Astonish might be better. Let's see if we're going to see it in this match as we head into game number 1. We have the Shadow Scissor from Zizualos versus the Galarian Moltres from Shadow Mimikyu.
Bullet punches are going to do a ton here, so will the sucker punches as well, though, and all of the energy is going to be resisted by the Galarian Moltres here. What you're simply doing as Zweilous now is trying to buff up your attack using Trailblaze. Yes, this is resisted damage, but if you let this go, Zweilous can just shield and win the matchup.
And I think that's exactly what Zizualos might be doing. He wants to get rid of this Galarian Moltres, so the Galarian Corsola on the back may potentially be free. We know that's not because there's a Diggersby in the back, and it actually comes in now, but this gives Zizualos the opportunity to allow... oh, look at that, attempt to make the catch on the Lapras. But now, both his Scissor and the Galarian Corsola avoid the Diggersby.
Yeah, you avoid the Diggersby, which has to feel really, really nice for Zweilous. At the same time, for Zweilous, he still has all that energy that he can still unleash. I think a Night Slash probably would knock out that Galarian Moltres at this time. And, you know, it's going to do some damage into that Tentacool as well, while you're double resisting the fast attacks.
Wow, shielding up the Ice Beam. I think Zizualos was a little bit surprised, but especially after the attack drop from that Scourging Sands. But I think we see a protection still here from Zizualos, knowing that the Galarian Corsola might be looking quite good in the back now, even though you still have to astonish a little bit through the remaining health of the Galarian Moltres that's still in the back. The Sparkling Area won't knock out just yet because of that attack drop. We may see Shadow Mimikyu. No, he's not maintaining it. Maybe he's not expecting Galarian Corsola on the back.
Wait a minute, Inadequates. I thought we didn't need Ice Beam in this meta. What happened?
Well, apparently he does have it, and yeah, I
got shielded too.
It got shielded even less reason to run it.
I see. Well, down goes the Lapras. Currently man. 1 Protect Shield to 1 Protect Shield. This would be the most devastating farm down. These are double resisted Astonishes coming from this Galarian Corsola. No, this is not a good matchup, but when there's only this little HP remaining, this is actually a reasonable farm down. You're going to go into this next matchup close to a Nightshade, but we actually saw a debuff there.
Again, the attack drop. It looks like Zizualos having none of that. He's swapping into the Tentacool, preserving all, the Scissor, preserving all the energy on the Galarian Corsola, so it's not debuffed. And remember, this is a Steel type, so this is a fast attack that Scissor can take from the Tentacool.
And remember, this is Acid Tentacool as well. This is not Poison Jab, so I believe these Acids do slightly less than Poison Jabs in Adequance?
It does, but we're not going to find out more of that. In comes Galarian Corsola yet again. There's still a Protect Shield on both sides here. Is Shadow Mimikyu going to use it here? I feel like you kind of have to because you're running out of health on both Pokemon.
Scald is loaded. It also has a chance for an attack drop. Do you throw it right away? No, he actually tries to overfarm a bit. The next Nightshade is loaded. Zweilous will be able to knock out the Tentacool with this Nightshade. Now you just need to get through 2 Pokemon that resist your charge attacks. But with how hard-hitting Astonish is, resisted or not, I think that he's going to be able to do it.
Not just the charge attacks, but also the fast attacks. Can you get the Astonish down? The Sucker Punch riding up, and he gets the Astonish down. In fact, Galarian Corsola comes out with a charge attack.
And now we have 2 options, the double resisted Nightshade, the single resisted Power Gem. Either one, there's no wrong answers here. Zweilous, we were asking, is Galarian Corsola still good? I think it is.
I think that it had some player, but it also really comes down to the way that Zweilous played this. Because he really went for switch advantage in that lead matchup, he wanted to make sure that Galarian Corsola would not be aligned to Diggersby, because at that point, the matchup just becomes devastating. And in fact, if there is a Diggersby in the back, you can then proceed to align your Lapras there, and hopefully don't have your Ice Beam shielded next time.
Oh, just a little clarification there. Galarian Corsola running the Nightshade, not the triple Night Slash there. Shadow Sizer actually running the Bullet Punch there. Keep that one in mind as well. Bullet Punch going to be one of the recently buffed moves, but I think Galarian Corsola is a Pokemon that just benefits indirectly from what we're seeing in the meta. We talked about all Ghost types that seem like they're better. There's a little bit less Darks, a little bit less Drapion, and a lot of Bugs, and that's where it is going to be feasting with Bugs and with even Poisons as well getting buffed, and with now Grass types running Poison moves. I think it is set to feast here at NAIC.
Galarian Corsola has that typing, and you know, the Tentacle just didn't actually look that solid here as you might think it is. Tentacle has quite some targets on the team of Zweilous. Matchups like Krayley is fine. Even Lapras is not the worst matchup per se, especially when the charges are resisted. But Galarian, Weezing, and Greninja are really good matchups. I think that's what Shadow Mimikyu was predicting. And let's see what he will predict for game number 2. Because here we go, both trainers locked in. We have the Greninja into the Dedenne.
Terrible, terrible matchup for Zweilous. The only thing that he has going for him is that he does technically outpace. And yeah, you can actually see him staying in, knowing that Thundershock is not a super hard-hitting move. Goes straight for this Hydro Cannon. Maybe even goes for a chip and dip. Maybe even just stays in, knowing that he can get to the next one quicker as well, knowing that the pacing is 9 turns, 9 turns.
Immediately shielding because, oh, he
tries to
catch down the Galarian Corsola. This is a risky swap in, because if there was a Diggersby in the back, that could have been really tough. However, that will be quite unlikely when there's a Dedenne lead as well.
Well, thankfully he has the Lapras, which will still do pretty nicely into that Tentacle, can do things versus the Annihilate as well. But if you look at this Galarian Corsola, it had great play into the back line of Shadow Mimikyu that it's no longer going to have access to. So while you're still doing some nice damage, you're swapping in your Galarian Corsola into a loaded Dedenne, and now it can just spam these parabolic charges, and now you have 2 water types in the back that are going to have to deal with it.
This Dedenne is so fat and bulky right now. It took that Nightshade like a champion, and in fact, Shadow Mimikyu probably is very happy to see this Galarian Corsola there, because at the back we see the Shadow Annihilate and the Tentacle. That Greninja actually has nowhere to go because Shadow Mimikyu brought all the counters to it.
All of the counters to the Greninja. What a read by Shadow Mimikyu. I think you might just have to sacrifice your Greninja at this point. You are up a Protect Shield. Lapras has some potential to sweep, but it's going to be a tough one here. Yeah, Zweilous, I don't know if he wants to use Protect Shield here. Does he have the Charge Attack ready to go?
He has the Charge Attack, but I believe that this Dedenne might just not be added, and he's going for it immediately. Wants to get rid of it. I'm not sure if you could get the Water Shuriken down anyway after like 3 or 4 parabolic charges, but Shadow Mimikyu doesn't mind because he has so many answers to this Pokemon.
I think it's going to be the Annihilate show now. All of these Pokemon remaining on Zweilous' team will take super effective counter damage. Yeah, it actually brings in the Tentacle as well. Quick swap now into the Annihilate. Zweilous has a bit of an energy lead, so he will be able to outpace to 2 Sparkling Arias compared to the Rage Fist. This is not over just yet.
With this energy lead, the Lapras will be able to win the 1-shield scenario versus this Annihilate, but it's gonna take so much damage from all these counters that at some point the Tentacle with Acid is just able to farm it down.
And no Skull Bash. So even if you are able to win this matchup and get to another Charge Attack, which I don't think you're going to be able to here, this Tentacle is just going to be too imposing, too bulky. And yes, you're not using Poison Jab, you're going to do slightly less fast attack pressure, but I think it's going to be plenty to not only take out the Lapras, but the Greninja as well.
There's also no energy on the Greninja because these Zweilous threw basically immediately into the Dedenne, and he doesn't even get the Surf off. Devastating, and making sure that this Greninja is being knocked out. He's going for the Sludge Wave, which is gonna deal devastating neutral damage. And Greninja goes down.
Is that the noise of poison being inflicted?
It's Sludge Wave.
Oh yeah, wave of sludge.
I used to do that with Toxapex, but then no one ran Toxapex anymore.
I like that, I like that. Yeah, sound effects were great there. We're here 1-1 right now in winners finals. This is Group J, so we've certainly been making our way through the winner's side of this bracket. Taking a look at these teams here, yet again, Dedenne was the star of the show there. It actually had good matchups across the board there, and especially after that first Protect Shield, you have to love, as Shadow Mimikyu, seeing the Galarian Corsola be brought in, because that is probably the biggest counter to your backline. You say, hey, thanks for bringing it in here because I've got some energy. I'm going to start bulking up my little Danger Mouse here. Yeah, that worked out very nicely for him.
Let's talk about the strategy there from Zweilous, because if you look at what he safe switched there, he safe switched the Galarian Corsola while Shadow Mimikyu has a Diggersby on his line. If you just see that happen, you're like, what a madman. Who does that? Who takes that risk? But if you think it through, if Shadow Mimikyu leads the Dena, it is unlikely to be Diggersby in the back, and that is why Zizwaro's safe switch to Galarian Corsola, because if it is the Dena with Diggersby in the back, you would get annihilated by a potential great lead in the lead from Zizwaro. So really advanced mechanics there.
I think when you look at a meta like we have today, we talked about how centralized it is around several Pokemon. Dedenne and Diggersby, probably Dusclops being maybe the 3 major ones. When you look at all the Pokemon that have answers to that triangle, to really just those first 2 that I mentioned, Cradily is one, if not the best answer to that. So just like you said, when you're building a team of 3 from your team of 6, you have to understand that ABA risk that you could potentially have. And just like you said, Zwiles was able to pick up on that, did not translate to a game.
Well, it goes into a game 3 though. We have Galarian Corsola into the Dena. We saw that Dusclops can win the 0 shoot and perhaps even the 1 shoot scenario here. However, can Galarian Corsola do this? We see the catch attempt here. I think this is an attempt of Shadow Mimikyu to bait out the Lapras, and it succeeds in doing so. Now the Tentacle is free from his Lapras.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to make the Tentacle a bit better. It's going to have to find a way to still get through that Galarian Corsola, though, and the Shadow Scissor certainly has some sweet potential as well. We're going to be able to hit for neutral versus both of those Pokemon, and, you know, resisted or not, very likely you're going to start seeing some attack buffs, which will make that Bullet Punch that much more devastating.
No Ice Beam this time, going for the Super Effect Sparkling area. Does a lot of damage there. I know that this can actually get really close if you get the attack drops. However, it didn't look like that there was an attack drop on the first Scourging Sense. So this Lapras should be able to take the matchup. The problem for Zizwaros is that this Dedenne will be able to get a full Thunder Shock down here. And that's actually might be looking pretty good for Shadow Mimikyu here. Do you just swap into your Shadow Scissor after this and just say, you know, let's see what happens? I don't think you can.
Okay, swap immediately into the Galarian Corsola. Now we're going to see the Parabolic Charge come out from the Dedenne. This is going to be a single stage defense boost, and Zwiles did not throw that charge attack just yet, so any subsequent charge attacks that he throws are now going to be met with that a little bit more resistance.
I love this play from Zwiles because after the first Parabolic Charge, Shadow Mimikyu is going to stay into this anyway. The Dedenne is buffing itself up, and I think at this point Shadow Mimikyu is hoping that this Dedenne can buff so much up that it can sweep, but no. You see no protection there.
Okay, no energy now on this Galarian Corsola. Lots of energy on Shadow Mimikyu's Dedenne. I don't know that this one Parabolic Charge is going to knock out, but you have a second loaded, ready to go. It's got to be now all on Shadow Scissor for Zwiles, but it's going to be met by a Water-type Pokemon.
Oh, coming in with the Tentacle for the acid down. What a great play from Shadow Mimikyu.
Getting that energy lead is going to be so critical, knowing that you're going to need to outpace the Shadow Scissor. It's going to be on the charge attacks in order to get this Pokemon off the field, and having an energy lead is going to make it much more feasible.
And if you thought Scourging Sense was obnoxious with 30% attack drop, so can Scald. And let's see if Scissor also gets attack drop. Yes, it does!
There you spoke it into existence, Martine. Here comes the Trailblaze, though. That will neutralize the attack drop. This is going to bring you back to neutral. Whoa. 0 stages attack up or down.
That still did a lot of damage, though. The neutral Trailblaze.
Yeah, okay, well, Scald is loaded and ready to go. You do have another Protect Shield as Zwiles. Keep an eye on the switch clocks for both of these trainers, though. They both will have a catch attempt at some point in this matchup.
Do you remember how much energy there was on the Dedenne? I believe it
had a Parabolic Charge.
Yeah, it might have a Parabolic Charge, and I think that this Shadow Scissor is also in range of one. Shooting up this attack. Do we see a switch? We don't see a switch just yet. Go for another Scald. A catch attempt is there, and getting the Psywave down. This is actually great for Zwiles because now this has to expend energy, but not being able to. He gets the Psywave down.
What a play by Zwiles, swapping in his Lapras at the perfect time. Had just enough HP to withstand the Thunder Shocks, able to Psywave down, and he will be moving on to day number 2 here at the North American International Championship.
What looked like a loss with the Dedenne having the Parabolic Charge stored there. He reverse engineered that with that perfect timing, swapping in the Lapras into the Tentacle, which was about to get to a Scald. The energy was gone, and then the Dedenne had to expend the energy on the Lapras or try to get the Thunder Shock down. There was only one option for Shadow Mimikyu there. Get the Thunder Shock down. Yeah, the Lapras was too healthy.
Absolutely, and that's just the strength of Lapras. Like we talked about, even in some of those matchups where you think you're at a disadvantage, Psywave being such a good fast attack, and then the bulk that Lapras provides, it can be such a devastating Pokemon. And I just love the heads-up play because there are so many variables and so many different outcomes that could have happened in that endgame, right? I think we were all anticipating a quick switch from Shadow Mimikyu to bring in the Dedenne and throw that Parabolic Charge. If it had maybe done that a little earlier, boost the defense, maybe it wouldn't have been Psywave down.
It would have, because we saw that switch out, and that made the Dedenne just much better. However, when you switch out, you clear the debuff there, the buffs there. So, you know, that works two ways, right? You can clear your debuff by switching out, but you also clear your own defense buff when you switch out. And that kind of may have been tough for Shadow Mimikyu there. I did love this play, though, where he swapped into the Tentacle at the perfect timing to get some more energy there as well, and keep the charge stack on the Dena to pressure this Scissor in the back.
Well, congratulations again to Z's Wireless. Shadow Mimikyu will move down to the loser side of the bracket. He'll be in the losers finals there in, I think that was Group J that we had just seen.
Yeah, that was Group J.
So he's still got an opportunity there. All right, well, Inadequence, I know you're a master of typings. We've been quizzing you just a little bit as well. For those of you at home that are still watching on the broadcast, I think we're going to be going to a video. Actually, hold on. We still need a minute before we're going there. So I do want to talk about the trainers that we haven't seen just yet. One of the trainers is Elim, a Pokemon trainer that we've seen.
Pokemon trainer?
A Pokemon trainer. Not just a trainer, a Pokemon trainer that we've seen in two different regionals, win back-to-back. What are you expecting out of him?
Yeah, I mean, Elim is the definition of a consistent Pokemon trainer, as he's been so good this season already. His opponent, however, doesn't have that much experience in getting as far yet. This is their first time getting into the winners finals, so how that will go, we'll see shortly.
Okay. Well, I know Elim knows his typings. I know you know his typings. For those at home that may just be tuning in for the first time, here's a nice little video for you to go through some Pokemon typings and how they work in Pokemon Go.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, everyone. We are nearing the end of day 1 of the Pokemon GO North American International Championships. Let's just get straight into some of these matches. My name is Soaptope, and I'm here with Caleb.
Yeah, we only have a couple more series to go. Unfortunately, we couldn't show all the matches on the broadcast, but you can always check out the bracket to see how that went. And we still have some winners finals matches coming up. And this is going to be a very exciting one. It's Elim, who, is in the argument, in my opinion, for one of the best current players in the circuit, right? Behind Marta Galde, of course, but, has 2 back-to-back regional titles, has never placed anything below a 5th place this season, including international as well at LAIC too. Will be facing off against Will Hudd, who is definitely an underdog in many respects. I personally don't actually even know much about Will Hudd, but if you look at his bracket run, beat a lot of big name players.
Yeah, he beat players like Auburn, I believe, who I think was top 8 at last year's NAIC. Yep. So Will Hudd kind of taking that spot here. But he's going up against Elim, who I believe was top 4 at last year's NAIC. So going to be an interesting matchup. He does have a Shadow Scizor, which I believe could give Elim's team a lot of problems over there. Yeah,
also has the Pangoro, and I think this is the first Pangoro I've seen in today's tournament in general, and maybe one of the only few, or maybe the only one even in this entire tournament. But on Will Hudd's side, it's the Shadow Drapion, Shadow Dusclops, Pangoro, Azumarill, Shadow Scizor, and Diggersby.
Yeah, rocking the Shadow Drapion Azumarill core, that's really the core that gave Elim both of his regional titles this season. So let's see if Will Hudd tries to kind of bring that core of choice against the master himself.
Yeah, this Shadow Scizor we've seen put in a lot of work. I mean, ZY just brought it earlier. We saw Rockhaven use it. A lot of other players too. Did Potamon have it? I think Potamon maybe had it as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he did as well too. So maybe not super high in usage for Shadow Scizor, but it's one of those Pokemon that, like, the players that do bring it are performing really well. What are Elim's main answers to that Shadow Scizor if you're looking at this team?
I think it's just the Diggersby, maybe the Golisopod and the Dusclops in certain shielding scenarios, and other than that, Elim's really going to have to try to play around with energy, maybe get a Thunder Shock ahead onto Dene somewhere, maybe shields down. Drapion can also pull some tricks, so going to be difficult to dance around. Curious to see if Will Hudd, maybe anticipates that Elim is going to have to bring those kinds of Pokemon every game. And, pull some interesting team compositions of his own.
Yeah, something I'm really interested in is actually that Pangoro as well, right? Really interesting typing with that Dark and Fighting. You're going to resist Ghost type damage. You're going to resist Psychic type damage as well. So that Psywave from Lapras, usually pretty okay damage, right? Super effect damage into fighters is going to be resisted on that Pangoro, single resisted with that, double resistance on the dark side, and of course the super effectiveness on the fighting side kind of cancel each other out a bit by one stage. You got, you can only throw Aqua Tail from the Drapion, of course. The Dusknoir, not great either, right? Resisted ghost damage, and of course you have a fantastic matchup into that Diggersby. Now, Golisopod's going to be fantastic, right? Because, you're going to resist that fighting damage, and you can throw back neutral damage throughout, and then the Dene, of course, just completely walls off that entire moveset. But I think the Pangoro, if placed in a very strategic position from Will Hudd, can also cause Elim some issues.
That's a good point. I was definitely tunneling in on the Shadow Scizor, but if you look at the way Will Hudd has built his team, he has those bulkier Pokemon, the Azumarill, the Diggersby, and then those really offensive Pokemon, Pangoro and Scizor. So we'll just have to see what combination he decides to bring.
All right, let's get into a game number 1 of Winners Finals Group J. It's going to be Elim into Will Hudd's Shadow Drapion. A fantastic lead for Elim.
Yeah, Diggersby into Drapion. You can actually win this matchup in certain shielding scenarios going straight Fire Punch. Don't even need to reach for that super effective Scorching Stance. But let's see how these players choose to play it out. Will Hudd actually safe swaps his Azumarill and met by Elim's Dedenne.
All right, so going to draw out the Dedenne, which is going to cause issues for this Azumarill, but you at least free up the matchup for Pangoro. I like the patience from Elim, right? Will Hudd probably against a lot of other players in this tournament, was generally able to catch Scorching Sand in that situation. But against a very experienced player like Elim, he has the patience. He's like, this is kind of weird that he hasn't thrown energy yet. I could tank an Aqua Tail if he decides to throw on Charge Attack priority, but I'm not going to win Charge Attack priority anyway. Let's just build up a couple extra energy in case he's going for the catch, which is exactly what Wilhood does.
And Elim building up a lot of energy here with the Dedenne, going for a Parabolic Charge. This is going to be enough to take out the Azumarill, and I believe has another, a lot of banked energy left as well to maybe be able to get a Charge Attack off on whatever Wilhood decides to bring in. Although I believe that Drapion has a lot of energy.
Drapion does, and if Dedenne has a move, it is going to win Charge Attack priority. In comes the Parabolic Charge. Wilhood just going to say, you know what, maybe I'm going to take this damage. You can't really afford a shield right now because Diggersby still has a lot of energy as well. In comes the combo play though, and now this Drapion is in Fire Punch Rage, is going to draw the first shield from Wilhood. However, now he could bring in the Pangoro.
Yeah, tons of energy on this Drapion. Definitely don't want to let that go. Maybe going to try to pull some shields from Elim, or at least chip this Diggersby down to the point where the Pangoro can handle it a little bit more easily. He's still staying in. Oh no, but he actually does reach for the Pangoro now.
Yeah, I think if he stayed in too long there too, another Fire Punch was incoming pretty quickly. Scorching Sand is going to come out from the Diggersby. Do you shield this? I feel like it's a tough shield, right? Because there's so much energy still remaining here on the Diggersby, as well as the Drapion you haven't even seen yet. Great Charge Attack priority throw from this Night Slash, but I don't think the Night Slash is actually enough to KO, so this Fire Punch is going to come through.
Yeah, Diggersby is a very bulky Pokemon, but Elim, you know, still has a couple Pokemon in the back, so saving his shields for those, able to get off this Fire Punch just like you said, and that's going to force the last Protect Shield from Will.
Yeah, that's a tough position for Will. If he goes for close combat, he is going to debuff himself there. So Elim knows that if he goes for close combat, he's at least debuffed. Poison Stings are going to add up. Or I could grab a shield there, knowing that I could get the Fire Punch off. Now the shield is going to be spent from Elim, and there's so much health left on this Drapion. And at least it was Charge Attack priority, but this is really tough because Wilhood has his own Drapion with very little health remaining and no shields.
Yeah, Elim has a pretty much full health Drapion here, very low health on Will's side. Might even be a 3-ball flex here for Elim, putting up the Protect Shield to make sure he doesn't take this Aqua Tail, but you know, he could definitely take one if he needed to.
Yeah, that's what I call Respect Shield. A shield that's not really necessary, but shore up and save as much health as you can there, as this Aqua Tail is going to KO Wilhood's Drapion. A fantastic performance from Elim to be expected here. Let's see if Wilhood can make an adjustment for game number 2.
A 1-0 for Elim now. Wilhood needs to win 2 games before Elim can win 1 if he wants to advance to day 2 on the winner's side here. And yeah, speaking of adjustments for Wilhood, you know, we talked so much about that Shadow Scizor, and Elim, you know, seemed prepared for it. He had the Diggersby in the lead, ready to catch it, but it never appeared. So curious to see whether Wilhood decides to maybe bring the Shadow Scizor in place of the Pangoro.
Yeah, I mean, I know I talked a little bit about the Pangoro for Wilhood earlier before that match and how it has some interesting matchups, but I am surprised that he didn't bring that Shadow Scizor because, yeah, the Pangoro has some solid matchups, but the Shadow Scizor has way more, right? It has way more better matchups in those situations, and maybe if he catches a Scorch Sand on Azumarill, it changes this dynamic a bit. But if you don't in those situations, you're just even further behind because you stayed in a matchup that's not great for your Drapion to begin with, and then now you're locked into the Dedenne for the Azumarill, and the Dedenne still has remaining energy that the Drapion has to shield.
Yeah, we saw, I think Z's Wireless was using that Scizor Greninja core earlier. Maybe Wilhood could pair Scizor with a different water type. Maybe that Azumarill could form a nice core with the Scizor, but we'll have to see what Will decides to do. He's gotten this far and surely has some strategies up his sleeve.
Yeah, he definitely has decent answers to that Diggersby. He has his own, he has the Pangoro, he has the Azumarill to answer it. Shadow Dusclops can beat it as well too, and Drapion's not terrible, but you gotta bring the Scizor if you want to try to counter the Diggersby, because what else is the point? There is no Shadow Scizor yet again.
And Elim is rolling with the same team. Wilhood making some adjustments here. Has the Shadow Dusclops into Diggersby lead. Oh, but Elim actually catches an Ice Punch onto Shadow Drapion.
Really great catch from Elim, and not a lot of clear answers for this Drapion on the back because you come in Diggersby, it's still not in Fire Punch range. Wilhood going to build back up the energy here. Actually stays in, tries to go for the catch, but try to go in the middle of the Hex, and Elim is going to catch him off guard with this crunch. Going to have to shield it up. It's a lot of super effective damage.
Yeah, I think tried to click that just a turn too late. Throwing the Ice Punch here, because you are a Shadow Dusclops, this definitely does a little bit more, but you look at the health of Drapion, you see it's still in the green, and that tells you that this Ice Punch will not knock out. Wilhood still staying in here, but this time he manages to throw before Elim.
Yeah, this is an interesting position here because able to maintain switch advantage. I actually like this play from Wilhood, forcing the shield from Elim, shielding a Shadow Punch that resisted. And at this point, does Will Hud just commit the shields? I think you could tank the crunch. It's going to do a lot of damage, but as long as you can line the Azumarill onto the... Oh, wait, it's a little bit too much there. No, does not hang on, so still loses switch advantage.
Shadow Dusclops not quite bulky enough. I think the regular Dusclops does live that crunch quite comfortably, but Will Hud only had the Shadow variant at his disposal, bringing in the Diggersby to finish off the Drapion. But now Elim gets to avoid the Diggersby with his Dedenne and get the Dedenne on the Azumarill instead.
Yeah, this is going to set things up for Elim quite well. He has energy on the Diggersby as well. He knows that there's no way he brings the Dedenne into this Diggersby. If Will Hud was able to maintain switch advantage for himself there, he would have been in a really good spot. But now you get the inevitable Azumarill versus the Dedenne matchup. I think Elim's trying to think, maybe it's a Shadow Scizor in the back, so I kind of have to watch out here. But I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised it's actually just the Azumarill.
Going to be an uphill battle for Will Hud here. Needs a miracle, and that is definitely not the miracle he needed. The 30% attack drop on his own Diggersby. Going to put him even further behind in this mirror. I believe he was down a little bit of energy and now down a little bit of health as well.
Yeah, this is really tough too. I mean, we saw Blastoise be able to win the Zero Shield against the Dedenne earlier, but Azumarill just paces way too slow at this point too, and there's no way Elim is willing to give that advantage up. In comes the first Parabolic Charge. The buff is going to come through onto the defenses. I heard someone say that with one stage of Parabolic Charge, the Dedenne becomes Lickitung type of bulk levels. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I will say I forgot who said it, but I think they might have misinformed me a bit. However, this is still a fantastic matchup for the Dedenne.
Yeah, play rough lands. I mean, that does a very small amount of damage, maybe comparable to old Lickitung, but very clean end game for Elim here. Parabolic Charge coming through, super effective damage, going to be more than enough to knock out the Azumarill. Will Hud, you know, clinging to his last Protect Shield, finally puts it up, but the Dedenne is already at another Parabolic Charge.
Yeah, it might have been bamboozled on the facts here on the on the Lickitung types of bulk, but Elim's not going to be bamboozled in this match. So he's going to take the quick 2-0 victory over Will Hud. Fantastic performance from Elim to solidify and continue his dominance in the official circuit. Will Hud, a really great run and still can make day number 2 on the loser side.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic run so far, and you know these trainers have been waiting a long time to play this winners finals. Will Hud going to be most likely heading to those losers finals to face off against whoever awaits him there. Still has another chance to make day 2.
Yeah, and look at the safety there from Elim as well, knowing that, hey, Scorching is not going to be enough. I'm going to shield it anyway. I don't want any shenanigans, any reason for me not to win this 2-0. And we see Elim putting on another fantastic performance here at NAIC. Like you said, he got, what, 5th place last year?
4th place.
4th place last year at NAIC, and looking for some more. And honestly, that 4th place last year also is still within his top 5 points, right, that he usually gets, which is just absolutely wild. I mean, I think most people will be happy with a top 5 performance at any tournament they attend, you know, even just once a year, but he hasn't missed that mark the entire season, which is just absolutely absurd.
That's right, 2 regional wins this season alone. Incredible runs stretching back to, I believe, Baltimore, the first tournament of 2025, where he was 3rd place. And then, like you said, hasn't finished below 5th, including a top 6, well, yeah, top 6, which is tied for 5th and 6th at LAIC. So this is actually his 3rd consecutive IC, making day 2 on the winner's side.
Yeah, that's right. So really well done from Elim, and he's going to continue that mark. I know we talked about how Marto Galde, arguably the best player in the world right now, but he has been knocked out. He's been upset throughout the tournament. He's still, you know, one of the best players in my opinion. But if Elim wins all of NAIC, he could really put up a good argument that he might be able to take that crown instead.
All right, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll have to see for Sunday, Saturday. But let's take a look back at this match that just happened here on the stage between Elim and Will Hud. A lot of great plays throughout, although it looks like a pretty, you know, dominant matchup maybe in some of those end games, but I think those earlier games, or the earlier stages of those games, are kind of where the differences were made.
Yeah, we saw, you know, actually in the top 12 usage, there was actually a Azumarill, but we haven't really seen Azumarill do quite as well on stage, and I think it's really because of this electric fairy type Dedenne just putting in so much work in these matchups, and Will Hud just not able to get the Azumarill away from that Dedenne. And like we said, you know, really wish we saw maybe a little bit more Shadow Scizor, but that Diggersby was pretty scary as well too, and like you said, it's a good answer, and Elim brought it every single game.
Yeah, I think Willowhead was maybe trying to play kind of neutrally around the Diggersby, right? Brought the Azumarill, which is favorable, his own Diggersby, the Shadow Dusclops. So I can kind of see where the idea was. Sometimes you want to kind of anticipate what your opponent's going to do rather than make the obvious play.
Yeah, I think maybe he's thinking, right, Elim thinks I'm going to bring Shadow Scizor, so I'm just going to bring all three things. Yeah, all three things that, because I'm going to have a decent matchup against Diggersby no matter what, which did end up being the case, just the Dedenne looked a little too strong. Right, we're powering through these sets here. We have Winners Finals Group K on board, and it's going to be Tomahawk UK versus Teddy Bear. Both players, a lot of accolades. Both players also looking for their first ever title win, and they'll be facing off in this winners group.
All right, well, Tomahawk was telling me that he hasn't missed a top cut ever in North America, although he's, of course, that's not true in Europe. So we'll have to see if he's able to continue that streak here. He is bringing the Azumarill we just talked about, as well as the Shadow Scizor. So we'll have to see if he can pilot that Shadow Scizor and Azumarill against Teddy, which we didn't get to see Will play. Yeah,
that's a pretty impressive run, too. I wonder if Tomahawk trying to say maybe our NA players are not up to par, but Teddy Bear, you gotta represent, the home crowd here. Let's see what he can do. But we do see a battle of the flying dark types, right? We got Mandibuzz on the left-hand side, on Tomahawk's side, and we got the Galarian Moltres on the right-hand side. And I know, Self, you said backstage, it was like, maybe my caster prediction on Galarian Moltres is not so great, but Teddy Bear hasn't lost a single series, so maybe Teddy Bear is the one to make it look good.
Yeah, I mean, and then looking at how it matches up against Tomahawk's team, you do have to watch out for the Azumarill, but other than that, I think you have pretty decent neutral to positive play. So we might get to see Teddy Bear bring that Galarian Moltres. We get some of these other picks, though. I mean, I think Teddy has some options. The Shadow Primate, for example, looks pretty good. Although I do hear that the Shadow Primate matchup versus Shadow Scizor is terrible for the Primate, yes. Yeah. Despite maybe on paper it looking kind of like a neutral matchup.
Yeah, Shadow Annihilate, the counter damage is much more oppressive, and you can actually just punch through the Shadow Scizor before it can bullet punch you down, but Shadow Karate Chop is not nearly as much damage. It's no more for energy generation rather than raw damage, and that's where the Shadow Scizor is going to just outbulk you a bit as well. And here's the thing, though. I remember just like maybe a week ago or so when the new season dropped, Delightful Days, Tomahawk UK was saying Dedenne is top of the meta, S-tier pick for these tournaments, right? Where is the Dedenne at on his team? He brought the fairy type that loses to Dedenne.
That's true, but he did also bring Shadow Quagsire and Cradilly, so maybe he's thinking, oh, everyone's going to listen to me and think that Dedenne is S-tier, so I'll just bring some Dedenne counters over here, and I'll be sitting pretty. And, it's working for him so far.
Yeah, that is fair. He has two hard losing matchups in the Azumarill and the Mandibuzz, but the other four are pretty solid, right? Shadow Scizor, especially up shields, you're fine. Shadow Quagsire, you're fine. Cradilly, you're okay as well. And I have a feeling that Galarian Corsa can generally outbulk unless you're like two shielding through the Dedenne. We saw Zizwalis pilot the Galarian Corsa really well as well. I mean, that was, in my opinion, a pick that I thought was going to be really good this season with the lack of Malamar. But I think because there's so much Diggersby, people are too scared of that hard wall matchup, and they're going for a more flexible option like Dusclops. Or like even some Shadow Sableye that we've seen. However, Galarian Corsa is one of the bulkier ghost types in this meta, and it just wins a lot of neutral matchups as long as you avoid the hard counter matchups. And looking at Teddy Bear's side, I mean, what's the hard counter matchups? It's pretty much just the Galarian Moltres, maybe the Dedenne with shields, Primate maybe a little bit with shields, but other than that, like, it could take the Rage Fist okay, right? And it's just like the other ghosts. You could tank the first one, no problem, and your fast attack pressure from the Astonish just really starts to add up.
I think one of the matchups where Corsola kind of outshines Dusclops is that Lapras matchup. And we do see Teddy Bear has a Lapras on his own team. So we'll see if Tomahawk does decide to bring the Corsola, because like you said, not really a lot of hard answers except for that Galarian Moltres.
I do think the Lapras is actually going to be fairly strong into Tomahawk's team, especially because this is an Acid Cradilly, which makes the matchup a little bit funky here. Here we go. It's going to be the Cradilly into the Dedenne to kick things off for Tomahawk UK versus Teddy Bear. A fantastic matchup here. And in comes the safe swap Shadow Primate. This is not the worst matchup for it.
Yeah, we typically see Primate versus Dusclops, and we know that 2 Rage Fists can definitely knock out the Dusclops. Let's see how much damage this does to the Corsola does. Oh, actually does quite a bit of damage, so I think Tomahawk is also still going to have to watch out for the second Rage Fist.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to even Astonish all the way down. Can Teddy Bear get to another Rage Fist? I think Tomahawk is going to shield us up either way. Maybe go for one more Astonish to throw the move to at least not go down 2 shields right off the bat. but I do think that he's going to have to go for 2 shields if Teddy Bear is going to fight for switch advantage, which he is. But, you know, you won't be able to flip the switch advantage because the Saunch is doing way too much damage if Tomahawk decides to shield here.
Yeah, but the good news for Tomahawk is that the energy on Galarian Corsola actually kind of goes everywhere into Teddy Bear's team. Oh, but he actually just lets it go, gives up switch advantage, and now, you know, maybe hoping that his Scizor can do something in the back, or maybe actually hoping that Teddy Bear's ABA weak to Cradily, which he is.
Which he actually is. Not going to be a great time for Teddy Bear. I mean, what do? You bring a Quagsire in here? It's so awkward. At the same time, this Quagsire would have been really great for the Scizor, but he might not be anticipating it. He's got other problems to deal with, though. There's the Cradily here, and Teddy Bear is going to shield us up. Maybe you try to go for a catch on the Dedenne. I don't know, because if you stay in here, another Grass Knot's going to one-shot KO you.
I mean, if you go for a catch on the Dedenne, I think Tomahawk's going to be able to farm up more energy anyways, so this is a really tough situation. I think was that a charge attack priority?
It was, but he didn't throw the Stone Edge, which is more damage. He goes for the lesser damage neutral Aqua Tail. Maybe lost track accounts, hoping to swap over here, but no, he threw one more extra Mud Shot, which is going to spell disaster because this Dedenne has nowhere to go into this Shadow Scizor, and maybe this was the big brain play from Tomahawk. Force everyone to run to Dedenne and then just align your Shadow Scizor into it.
Yeah, shielding up this parabolic charge. I believe he's just a couple of bullet punches away from the Trailblaze. And of course, Shadow Scizor does a ton of damage no matter what it's throwing. Gonna be enough to take this game number 1 for Tomahawk.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think if Teddy Bear even was able to swap over to Dedenne, it still would have been tough position. I mean, that's such a gamble, right? Bring ABA weak to Cradily there. And it's a curious play, in my opinion, right? Because I think it's fine to safe swap the Primeape, right? But what's the point of fighting for switch advantage if your backline is double weak to the Cradily? You have to deal with it anyway, so at least if you have a shield advantage, you can kind of overcome it a little bit better. But you go on shield parity, you give the Cradily extra energy, and now you just have 0 ways of dealing with it.
Yeah, if you're in a bad position like that, you kind of have to take some risks. Maybe he was hoping to kind of bait Tomahawk into going down shields himself, and then maybe Teddy Bear was hoping like, oh, maybe I can farm this down and get some energy. But, you know, Tomahawk kind of saw it coming. He realized he had that Dedenne pretty much trapped, and, you know, was happy to just take the energy on Cradily. Let's take a look at Tomahawk's unique team here. He's known for bringing a lot of spice to North America, which can, you know, sometimes look very uniform, but he's got the Shadow Scizor, which we've been talking so much about, the Shadow Quagsire, which actually has been doing surprisingly well today. Curious to see how that looks on day 2's usage, and then of course Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, he definitely known for some spice. Honestly, this team actually doesn't even seem that spicy for his usual teams, as we see the acid down. The Galarian Corsola definitely spicy. Everything else is fairly meta. I mean, Azumarill's a little bit off meta for fairy types, which I'm surprised I'm saying, but that is the world we live in right now. But I think his other European friends probably a little bit more spice, right? Some Greninja, I forgot what other stuff. Another Galarian Corsola. There was a Galarian Weezing on Zizwa's team. But definitely a unique team, right? Not a pure meta team by any means. This is also, I think, like the 2nd or 3rd Gligar we've seen, and I feel like we've not seen a single Gligar actually in action.
Yeah, so Gligar got benefited from the Fury Cutter buff recently, I believe. I think that increased the damage of Fury Cutter, and it's a very fast energy generating move, but Gligar hasn't really been as dominant as it once was, you know, just a couple of years ago. But we're already getting into game number 2 here. Tomahawk bringing the Shadow Scizor in the lead and facing off against Quagsire.
I was going to say this is a fantastic lead for Tomahawk, but these bullet punchers look like they're doing more damage resisted than neutral Mud Shot from the Quagsire.
Yeah, I think that, you know, this is a Pokemon, the Shadow Quagsire is one that you kind of bring in order to counter Shadow Scizor, but like you said, those bullet punches are really chunking away. But the nice thing for Teddy is that he's going to outpace the Shadow Scizor to that 2nd charge attack, so he can force a shield or force Tomahawk to let it go.
Let's see if Tomahawk goes for a catch or not here. Teddy Bear, I think maybe even wait a turn to ensure the catch cannot happen. Great patience, and this is actually pretty good for Teddy Bear because now he can set himself up for a Sucker Punch down against the Shadow Scizor. However, Tomahawk is ready for the Sucker Punch down as well because he has his own Azumarill in the back. Might go for a pivot out here, though.
But if he goes for a hard swap into the Azumarill, he's just going to line up the Corsola onto the Moltres later. So let's see what he tries to do. Teddy Bear didn't get the Sucker Punch through, but he knows that all of this damage is resisted, so he is going to let the first Trailblaze go. But it's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's resistant, but not the Bullet Punch, and this is starting to get a little bit ugly for the Galarian Moltres. Do you shield here? It's a boosted Night Slash resistant, but it just puts you in such a bad position. Still has a shield advantage, though, and in comes the Lapras, but now comes the Corsola. This Lapras has his work cut out for itself. However, if you could put the Azumarill in Brave Bird range, you might be okay.
I mean, that would be nice, but how are you going to put the Azumarill into Brave Bird range? Because I don't know if this Lapras wins this matchup against Corsola. Again, this is one of the matchups where this pure Ghost typing, the Corsola does better than the Dusclops.
Yeah, I think the play here for Teddy Bear is he has to shield the Power Gem for starters. He's going to do that. If he takes this out, the Azumarill can't bubble this down, right? It has to commit energy, and the Azumarill, unfortunately, it's a great Pokemon, but it can't hold 2 moves at once, right? All its moves are over 50 energy. So the moment you throw a move against the Lapras, I think Teddy Bear's like 1 Sucker Punch off from the Brave Bird. He could land that Sucker Punch afterward.
All right,
or land the Brave Bird after.
We've seen Azumarill clutch up many, many times. Let's see what it can do here for Tomahawk. Teddy Bear starting to chip away with these resisted Sparkling Arias. And like you said, Tomahawk's going to need to basically get to 2 charge attacks this game, right? 1 to take out the Lapras and 1 to take out the Moltres.
Yeah, and here's the tough part. Even if Tomahawk goes for an undercharge, the moment he throws a move, that's Teddy Bear's opening. He knows that Tomahawk at most, or at least, has to throw 1 more bubble, right? And I think he's 1 Sucker Punch off. If he's 2 Sucker Punch off from the Brave Bird, could be a different story, as Tomahawk is going to throw this first player off. This actually might be enough to KO the Lapras. Tomahawk UK is not going to mess around with the undercharge either. He knows the switch time is up. In comes the Moltres. Can't get to the Brave Bird. Oh, and does get to it in time. I believe this is going to knock out the Azumarill. And Teddy Bear, despite the boosted Scizor, is going to be able to find a win here. Can he do it? Yes, he does.
Got to that in just the nick of time. I think Azumarill was 2 bubbles off, but the Moltres was only 2 Sucker Punches off. So great recognition from Teddy there. He was ready to go just as soon as the Azumarill dumped energy onto the Lapras.
Look, so if that was a Mana Buzz on Teddy Bear's team, he can't win that game.
Good
so that and also the Sucker Punch damage is definitely more than the Air Slash damage from the Mana Buzz into the Scizor. So being able to farm that down. Yes, you did have to shield a resistant Night Slash, but at that point, you're already boosted by 2 stages, so might as well. As we take a look at his team here too, I mean, there's some interesting spice mixed in here for sure, right? Gligar, I think a lot of people thought would be better. Has not really performed so well. I'm curious to see how Teddy Bear has been using the Gligar, but it's not really great into this team, so I don't think we'll actually see it. But maybe could be good into Dedenne if you do see that. You know what Stunfisk I think is pretty irrelevant for the most part, but there might be some players running it. As we take a look at some of these highlights, this Quagsire really set things up, grabbing both shields from Tomahawk.
Exactly. Shadow Scizor can be a great Pokemon to sweep through teams, but of course you do have to invest Protect Shields in it. And that kind of just left Tomahawk open for his Corsola to actually be taken out by the Lapras, which was up a shield.
Look at the thing about the boldness from Teddy Bear. He was ABA weak to Credilli game 1, leads Quagsire with a Lapras in the back in game 2, and honestly, the Moltres is not even that good into Credilli. I feel like he's trying to bait Tomahawk into bringing the Credilli for game number 3, and that's where Teddy Bear really brings the counters for Credilli, because, I mean, that team was triple reach to Credilli, and luckily for him, Tomahawk just benched it.
Hey, you know what? Quagsire is a ground type, and it resists acid, so maybe Teddy is thinking up shields. Quagsire is not the worst Pokemon into Credilli, so maybe that was kind of his game plan, but yeah, like you said, the backline was quite weak to the energy from Credilli.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you don't land the Grass Knot or you don't bait out a shield with a Rock Tomb bait, it gets pretty uncomfortable for Credilli these days because you do have that resistant acid. I do think acid helps Credilli in so many matchups he used to struggle into, such as Tinkaton, you're better into Dedenne and all that stuff, and the Flyers, but you end up losing the matchups you used to win, a lot of those water types, or it just becomes harder. And here we go, it's going to be Credilli here, and gets baited out perfectly into the Primate.
Oh, but Teddy Bear doesn't chip into because just goes straight into the Quagsire, but now you're actually a little bit behind. Remember, game 1 we saw the Quagsire outpacing the Scizor, but now because Tomahawk has a little bit of energy lead, that's not going to be the case.
And he's going to shield the first Night Slash as well. I mean, it could have been Trailblaze to be fair, right? So I think that's fine, because that's going to just take you out. 1 Night Slash not going to be enough here. Tomahawk UK has the potential to flip switch advantage. I don't think this is terrible for Teddy Bear, though. Yes, it would have been nice to throw a chip Rage Fist first, but you have the Moltres to farm down. You have the Primate that has a little bit of energy that could kind of handle the Corsola as well. So this could potentially be a Primate sweep. Galarian Moltres is not terrible into Credilli either.
Yeah, the Pokemon on Teddy Bear's team all do really well with energy. Tomahawk, I believe, has more than 2 charge attacks here, so Teddy Bear just going to let this Night Slash go, knowing that, you know, he would have to let the Quagsire go eventually.
Yeah, he's probably looking to see if there's a boost or not. There was not a boost this time around here, too. I think Teddy Bear's got to bring in the Moltres if he wants to have any play in the back end here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Really great call from Teddy Bear. I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised that it's a Galarian Corsola in the back. And like I said, Cordelia's not going to really appreciate the Brave Bird from this Galarian Moltres either.
Yeah, the flying type damage from Galarian Moltres is really nice, but Teddy Bear is actually reaching for the Primeape. He's up a shield, so like we said, you know, 2 Rage Fists gonna come quite close, if not KO, this Corsola.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough because this Corsola has taken very little karate chop damage. It might be. I think it barely hangs on here. Teddy Bear trying to throw on Charge Attack priority maybe? I don't know, but chooses not to throw when he had the Rage Fist. Could have boosted a bit earlier.
I think he's just thinking it's a pretty safe play for him to just farm up a little bit more energy, then go for a boosted Ice Punch onto the Cradilly.
Yeah.
So here's the Rage Fist coming through. Corsola's in the yellow now, so I think at this point might be enough to take out the Corsola, and then, you know, Teddy gonna try to reach for an Ice Punch versus, it's actually not quite enough, but one more Karate Chop.
Yeah, just short, but gets another Karate Chop out of it as well. In comes the boosted Ice Punch. This is double boosted. The Moltres has a bit of energy as well. I think the Moltres is going to outpace her, but that's a huge amount of damage. That's some heavy damage right here. And the Moltres is going to come through with a Sucker Punch. There's not a move ready, and Teddy Bear able to take the 2-1 victory over Tomahawk UK in this winners finals.
Great plays from those offensive Pokemon, Quagsire, Moltres, Primeape. Typically, you want to see trainers trying to pair these Pokemon with more bulky Pokemon, but Teddy Bear found a way, you know, pulling those Protect Shields, getting the shield advantage, getting the energy advantage, and all really just came together nicely.
How stoked are you that the Galarian Moltres was what really carried the team there for Teddy Bear?
I am incredibly stoked, as you can tell from my tone here.
Well, I let 100 CP Galarian Moltres run for me the other day. I was like, I'm not going to waste my Master Ball on this, but maybe I'm having a little regrets as we're taking a look at those matchups between Teddy Bear. And, you know, that Shadow Scizor looked really strong, but the Sucker Punch damage was really nice. You know, we saw Shadow Scizor into Mandibuzz in earlier matches, and it didn't look so bad for Shadow Scizor, but the Sucker Punch damage just adds up so much faster, and you know, unless you have a Dedenne, which actually Tomahawk didn't, you're not going to be able to resist all that flying damage either.
Yeah, I like how the Galarian Moltres was used in that last game, although it didn't really need to do anything because the Primeape kind of carried, but we saw it absorb the energy from the Shadow Scizor, right? And then that flying type energy really goes everywhere into Tomahawk's team. Yes, he didn't need to use it, but you know, like we saw in that second game, able to get to that Brave Bird versus Azumarill. So those charge attacks are very efficient and can hit a lot of things.
Yeah, things look pretty precarious for Teddy Bear in that first match. You know, being really weak to that Cradilly, and you know, also mistiming things a little bit. I know these players have been waiting for quite a while. They've been here all day long, so fatigue can definitely be a factor here as well. So no one's going to hold them, you know, blame them for that. And they're all the way in the winners rounds. They haven't even, you know, neither players have actually even lost a series at this point in time. But you can see the adjustment from Teddy Bear, fantastic. And then baiting out the Cradilly in that third game, being triple weak essentially to Cradilly in that second game. And Tomahawk UK is like, all right, I got to bring it now, right? I mean, there's no way. He completely disrespected Cradilly, showed the respect it need in that that third game, and even though one switch advantage with that Scizor, still able to come away with the win.
Yeah, just too much energy and shield advantage on Teddy's side. And you know, we talk about these different types of advantages, health, energy, shields, but energy and shields together is a really devastating combination.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, let's see how far Tomahawk UK makes it. He said, like you said, hasn't missed a top cut yet, hasn't missed a day 2 yet in North America. Doesn't want to do it at the largest stage. He only has to win one more series to advance forward. So we wish him the best of luck because, you know, I want to see some more of that Azumarill, some of that Galarian Corsa as well. Some of the more off-meta picks, which is wild because a few months ago, those were like hyper-meta picks. But we have an exciting matchup coming up in front of us right now. It's going to be Ashton Ash, the finalist, the second place finisher of NAIC. Like I said earlier in my pop quiz segment, one of only 2 people in the world to hold international trophies at international IC events. That might change actually after this weekend, but for now, he does hold that title with LNDS T. Steinar, but he's going against LNDS Corlash, who has had an incredible season, had back-to-back regional title wins, which is absolutely wild. Only a few people in the world have even pulled that off, or even won regionals or to begin with, actually. But to win 2 in one season and then to win them in back-to-back tournaments is absurd. And I think he got a top 5 in his last regional as well.
Yeah. Corlash has been having an incredible season, and you know, when we look at the tournaments that have been happening in Latin America, a lot of these tournaments are kind of being monopolized by the same people, right? We've got Corlash winning back-to-back, of course Marto winning 4 titles this season, so being able to rise to the top in such a competitive region is really, really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, when you're saying those stats too, it's like I think like 3 years ago, right, or 4 years ago, right, when the circuit first started, if you said this person won 2 regional titles back-to-back, people would be losing their minds. But he's won 2 regionals back-to-back, and he doesn't even have the most amount of trophies and finishes this season, which is just absolutely wild. Either way, a star-studded matchup, and I said this many times in the past, and I'll say it again. In my opinion, I think out of all the people in the world that haven't won any type of major title, regional, international, world title, Ash is the best player that still hasn't won one yet. And, you know, obviously winning North American International Championships is a really hard task, but he is consistently finishing at the top at all these events. He has a lot of medals too, just none of the gold ones yet, but he's looking for it here.
He's been having a fantastic season. You know, we talked a little bit about him being, you know, 2nd place at NAIC last year, which is now the highest finish from the 2024 NAIC of any of the competitors remaining. But he's just been so consistent since then. He's come to a lot of these North American tournaments, 2nd place in Atlanta, other top cuts, and then of course here, winners finals, again, looking to advance to day 2. So, you know, both of these trainers have been having, you know, probably the best season of their career so far.
Yeah, 100%. And they're both looking to extend it further. Let's go over the teams because, you know, obviously a lot of accolades. We could talk about these players for days. But looking at the teams here, Axen running the Purified Sableye, the Dusclops, Golisopod, Mandibuzz, Diggersby, and Credilli. This team looks eerily familiar to Eomero. I think Eomero had the Shadow Dusclops and the Shadow Sableye, but Axen has told me in the past that pretty much for almost every one of his successful tournament runs, outside of maybe one of them, he has gotten his team building advice and just straight up team from Eomero, who like I said earlier, ran pretty much the same team except shadow variants on both the ghost types. I'm pretty sure everything else is exactly the same, and Axen piloting those teams really to success. Another player actually that also takes a lot of team advice from Eomero is actually Marco Galde. So, so if you're friends with Eomero or you're not friends with him, maybe chat with him a little bit, see what you could glean from it, because he clearly has some secret sauce here in his brain to build up these amazing teams.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ashton Ash's Atlanta 2nd place team, I believe, or yeah, 3rd place team came from Eomero. So looks like, you know, trying to repeat that success here, or maybe even go beyond the 2nd place. But let's take a quick look at this matchup. You mentioned all those similarities with Eomero's team. I'm thinking about how well those ghost types stack up against Corlash's team, because there's also 2 dark types as well as the Tinkaton on Corlash's team.
Yeah, Corlash represent the Tinkaton. There is no the Dene. And I remember this, looking at this too backstage when Eomero went against Ramberto. It was the first time we saw Eomero's team. His team was fairly weak to Mandibuzz. And because Axen is running pretty much the same team, his team is also fairly weak to Mandibuzz. And I think Corlash is just going to bring this Mandibuzz every single game because it doesn't have a lot of bad matchups. Like, I mean, your best answer is probably the Grass-type Credilli, right? Where he's still taking all this neutral damage. Yeah, the Rock Tombs are effective, but Corlash has plenty of time to just shield Rock Tombs, swap out, or even tank a Rock Tomb, and he's fine. So I think we're seeing Mandibuzz quite a bit. And I'm sure Axen is probably facing another Mandibuzz some point in time leading up to this tournament, but I don't know. He's going to have to dance around it. Eomero made it a close matchup against Ramberto, and I think Axen might try to do the same against Corlash.
All right, well, it's not just the Mandibuzz. I think the Drapion looks pretty safe for Corlash as well. Let's see how Axen deals with these threats. We're getting into game number 1 here. He's got the Golisopod lined up against the Mandibuzz.
All right, a terrible matchup for Axen, and he's already weak to Mandibuzz. How is he going to deal with it? He has pretty much no answers except for a mirror matchup and a not so great matchup here. He is locked into a really tough position here with Xiao Drapion. I will say though, one thing I learned from last year's NAIC is that you can't ever count out Axen. He makes some weird plays, and I don't even see the win condition before, and he'll just win the game somehow. This looks pretty dire though for him.
All right, well, this is a regular Dusclops, and that means it's going to be able to hang on to this crunch. So if Axen really wants to, he can try to flip switch advantage. But looking at those backlines, not sure how helpful that's going to be because the Golisopod doesn't have a great matchup anywhere.
Yeah, and because it is the non-shadow variant though, Corlash knows he can tank these ice punches no problem, and he's going to outpace. So if Axen is really trying to flip switch advantage, throws on charge attack priority actually, so forcing Axen into a tough position. I mean, if you shield this up, you can't really hex this down. So going to let that go, try to come away with a little bit extra energy.
Gains with a crunch.
Yeah, gets the full Fear Card down. I mean, could have thrown a little bit chip damage or resisted Aqua Tail, but that's a little solid sign for Axen at the minimum.
Yeah, and this Energy Lead is going to help out against the Mandibuzz. This is not the worst matchup in the world for Gliscopod. Yes, you're taking, I believe, super effective air slashes from the Mandibuzz, but your energy goes a long way. You have very efficient attacks all around. Switching into his own Mandibuzz now, maybe hoping to sponge a bit of energy. And Corlash doesn't have an answer. He just has a Dusclops in the back.
Yeah, Ashnash maybe trying to go for a catch there too, just swapping right when the aerial ace was reached. But Corlash has patience. He's got 2 regional titles under his belt. He clearly knows that patience is key here, as he's going to try to do what he can to soften up this Mandibuzz. I mean, and here's the thing, the Dusclops is flying into the Gliscopod as well, so if he just weakens this Mandibuzz, it's not too bad. However, there's still a lot of health left on Ash's Mandibuzz. I don't think Corlash can win this mirror matchup, and you can't really hex this down if you're Dusclops, so you're still caught in a kind of awkward position for Corlash's Dusclops.
All right, so what's the formula for taking out Ash's Mandibuzz? Are you going to invest in your own Mandibuzz to try to take it out in the mirror, or are you going to just be happy maybe putting this into Ice Punch or Fast Attack downrange?
I mean, this is such an awkward matchup because both trainers almost have only 1 Pokemon remaining, and neither of them have spent a single shield yet. Corlash probably going to put everything on the backs of the Dusclops. Oh, wait, no. Decides to go for the shields. Can he get this move off? It's going to charge that priority, and he wins that charge that priority against Ash's Mandibuzz.
Yeah, rewarded for that shield there. That could have been a very scary situation, but able to land it as well. Ashnash doesn't know what's in the back yet, but Corlash at this point is happy to let his Mandibuzz go down because you see how low Ashnash's Mandibuzz is. You can probably just hex that down.
This is not too bad though, because I mean, Gliscopod is not very bulky, but it's not that frail, and you have a shield advantage. I don't think Corlash can get to 3 Shadow Punches in time. He might have to go for the Hex Sound. These are resistant Fury Cutters, so this is the downside of Fury Cutter Gliscopod over the old Shadow Claw one. You're doing resistant fast attack pressure. He's going to go for the triple Shadow Punch.
All right, well, he's already at 2, so I think it might be 3 hexes to the next one. Let's see how far he can get. And we also, well, he also needs this Dusclops to hang on through an Aqua Jet. And, you know, these are resisted Fury Cutters, but they're actually doing a lot of damage to the Dusclops.
Oh, and this is big. Ash's Switch Timer is going to be coming up soon. He still has 1 shield. He can shield the next Shadow Punch. Oh, wait, hold on. He just has another move. He just wins this, no?
Shadow Punch coming through. Ashnash gonna shield it up, but yeah, I think Corlash is at the back-to-back, but doesn't Ashnash also have another attack?
Yeah,
Aqua Jet?
He does.
Okay, charge attack priority.
Wow, Ashnash, like I said, this matchup looks so bad for him, but he just pulls wins out of nowhere. I mean, we see all the backlines and all the energy values, but he just finds a way somehow. He swapped the Dusclops and got met by a Drapion, and he has a Gliscopod that had just nowhere to go at that point and still wins it.
Yeah, AVA weak to Mandibuzz with the B being his own Mandibuzz. So, like you said, kind of just pulling that win out of nowhere. But, you know, kind of the saving grace for him was that Corlash also didn't have a response to the Mandibuzz, right? So even though Corlash had the advantage in the lead, he didn't necessarily have the advantage in the back.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I don't think the Tinkaton looks that bad into Ash's team. Yeah, you have to watch out for the Diggersby, but it's got play into everything else. Credelia's a little bit more awkward acid, but that's not a bad matchup for Tinkaton to be in. So I'm really surprised he didn't bring that. I mean, obviously, if he brought it, then Ashnash probably realistically has actually no way to win that one. But because he kept it on the bench, it created an opening for Ashnash. I mean, he didn't even have to go for the catch in the end, which is just absolutely wild. Just saving the shields for that Gliscopod, throwing resistant Fury Cutter all the way, but finding the way. Wow. Again, like I said, one of the most exciting players to watch because I just can't really follow the train of thought sometimes. But he has a plan in his mind, and it worked out.
Yeah, taking a look back at that series, this is where you were saying, I don't think he can possibly win this matchup when we were in the middle matchup, but he pulled it off yet again. Yeah, I was definitely looking at Corlash's screen going, oh yeah, he just gets a triple Shadow Punch, no problem, but Ashnash a little bit too quick with those Fury Cutters.
I have a habit of doubting some players and them surprise me, which honestly, that's a happy surprise for me. It's going to be the Mandibuzz mirror here, and this is actually going to be really solid for Ashnash because he avoids the, well, 1, he has a way to take out the Mandibuzz because it's a mirror matchup, and 2, he avoids the Mandibuzz onto the Tinkaton. But both these players are really solid, and I think Corlash may do some switching around to try to get the Tinkaton against the Mandibuzz because he knows if Ashnash is leading a Mandibuzz, he probably has Tinkaton answers in the back.
That's true, but actually if you look at Ashnash's backline, he doesn't really have Tinkaton answers, but we'll have to see how these trainers play it out. It is a relatively slow matchup, although it is faster than if they both had Snarl, and we haven't seen a charge attack priority in this game, but I believe last game Corlash actually won that.
Yeah, I think Corlash is, yeah, he did actually. We'll see who wins this zero shield situation if neither player decide to shield. Maybe a catch might happen. The thing is, Corlash knows that his mana buzz is really strong here into Ash and Ash's team, so may try to save that for later. Corlash's team building actually is really solid in my opinion because he has a lot of solid answers to that Diggersby, right? You have Mana Buzz that has win condition against Diggersby. You have 2 water types. Dusclops, Shadow can beat Diggersby as well. So it puts Ash in a tough position where he barely has any Tinkaton answers, and it's hard to bring the one true answer into his team as well. As here comes another Airless. Can Corlash's Mana Buzz hang on here? It's going pretty close. I think it's not nearly as bulky as Ash and Ash's, but no, it does hang on. Actually quite comfortably here. In comes a swap though, and catches the next Airless onto the Drapion.
But this is nice for Ashton Ash because now his Dusclops gets to avoid the Drapion, and with that chip damage, I think this Drapion is going to be pretty much in Aqua Jet range, and I don't think Corlash got the Poison Sting, so they're going to pace to these charge attacks at the same time.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised that Ashton Ash didn't decide to throw the Aqua Jet right away. I think maybe in his mind he's thinking, well, one Aqua Jet might not be enough anyway. I'm going to farm up extra energy, get the Fury card to put it in Aqua Jet range here as building up to double Aqua Jet now. If you shield your Corlash, you have to spend another shield right away because when you lose charge type priority, he's going to shield.
Yeah, that was perfect timing from Ashton Ash, but yeah, I was not expecting this shield either because... Oh wait, but Ashton Ash doesn't throw. Okay, maybe he's just going to go for the Fury Cutter down. Maybe Corlash knew that it wasn't going to be a charge attack priority.
Look, I know Ashton Ash will surprise me. Corlash surprised me as well. But, I mean, they just keep surprising both of us here. Oh, and now throws the Aqua Jet against the Mana Bus right before it threw a move. I mean, this is solid. You avoid having to spend another shield. I think he spent both shields already, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he spent both shields, so that could have been a really disastrous Airways if it did go through. Corlash is not really out of it now because the Tinkaton has a shield advantage, although it has a lot of health to go through on both the Dusclops and the Golisopod.
Yeah, big question in my mind, can you knock out this Golisopod before it reaches the second Aqua Jet? Because you might want to shield this Aqua Jet, but actually doesn't. He has the play rough loaded though, so let's see if he decides to throw it before Ash Nash reaches
I think he might try to go for a catch on Dusclops. It's pretty safe to go. No, actually decides to stay in here. Maybe he's thinking, you know what? If I stay in here, he has to go for the play rough, right? He can't go Bulldoze. It's not enough to take it out. That's a lot of energy expended from Corlash. Now comes the Dusclops, but there's still a switch here. Oh, and there's actually a decent amount of health left. If Corlash shields here, it's really tough because there's still the Mana Buzz in the back. It's like, oh, he goes for the shield.
So risky because now Ashton Ash can just bring in the Mana Buzz and get those air slashes, and he does.
Oh, and he does, and he gets the Simon knockout. You can see the fist run from Ashton Ash taking out the Drapion. The shield going to waste it for Corlash. He doesn't get the crunch for the Dusclops, and now Ashton Ash is about to sweep the back line here with the Dusclops. Tons of health left.
He is tapping those ghost bubbles, so focused. Just needs one more Shadow Punch to close out this game. Corlash has a lot of energy. Gonna throw the Shadow Punch, or sorry, gonna throw the play rough here when he's almost at 100 energy, but there's no way you can knock out this Dusclops.
You can see the sportsmanship from both players. A little weak there, a little GG's as well. They know that this match is over. Ashton Ash taking the 2-0 victory over the 2-time champion LNDS Corlash in this winners finals. So I gotta say, if you ask anyone that doesn't follow the competitive Pokemon Go circuit and you see Ashton Ash, right, and you just tell him, hey, this guy's gone to a lot of tournaments. He's never won a regional. He's never won an international. He's never won worlds. But he's about to face someone that's won multiple regionals, and this is not the first time, right? He faces multiple players that are champions of multiple tournaments. But honestly, like a lot of times you look at it, he doesn't look like the underdog in those situations.
Yeah, he is so confident with his plays. I mean, you know, we're looking at these games thinking, how does he win this? He's so weak to all of the Pokemon on the other team, but he just pulls wins out of nowhere. It's like you said last year watching NAIC, maybe the top 3 match, just pulling wins out of nowhere, and you know, right there we see those skills paying off as he advances to day 2.
Yeah, I remember the first time I really took note of him was he was on day number 2, and I was just like, maybe this is a fluke, right? Maybe he had some easier brackets, he really snuck through and stuff, but then he had a Mantine against a Charger Bug, and he somehow won that game, locked in there. I was like, how do you win these games? But I've been asking myself that question every single day since, even in this series too. And I know that, you know, we probably don't have the time to interview him here today. We'll probably hear from him tomorrow. But if he were to give anyone a shout out, I'm sure he's giving a shout out to Eomero for that team building. Eomero, of course, made a very far run as well. I'm not actually sure how that losers bracket went for Eomero, but either way, a very solid finish for Eomero and helping Ashton Ash get a solid finish here in NAIC as well.
All right, well, that was a fantastic match. I don't think we even knew what the outcomes were going to be, so let's take a quick look back. Dusclops goes down there, and Ashton Ash, of course, just powering through that first game with this Golisopod, pacing so quickly to those Aqua Jets.
I mean, also, we have barely seen Golisopod in the tournament. We saw one from Ashira earlier. I don't know if we've seen any other ones on the bracket. I'm sure there are a few others in the tournament, but not even top 12 in usage. I mean, Sableye nowhere in the usage either, in my opinion, but just piloting these Pokemon so well, too. And again, his team was so weak to Mana Buzz, but he's bringing like Ghost types, a Mirror, and a Bug into teams that have Mana Buzz and somehow find the win.
And I love how confident he is. He knows exactly what he needs out of each Pokemon in each matchup, right? Like, just now when the Mandibuzz took out the Drapion, he pumped his fist when the Drapion went down, even though his Mandibuzz went down as well, right? He knew that he just needs to get rid of the energy on the Drapion.
Yeah, that's right. Well, big congrats to Ashton Ash. He definitely missed out on NAIC, the title last season, right? Took Pocket to game number 5 in the winners finals, went down to losers, took a 3-0 victory over LNDS Steiner, but then unfortunately got swept by OutOfPoket right away. He's looking for redemption. He's still looking for that first place title, and he's getting one step closer. I mean, anyone watching this, I'd be a little nervous if Ashton Ash is sitting across the table from me, but I'm not really making far enough to see him for the most part. We have another star-studded matchup here. It's going to be Richie versus Boglish. Richie got 3rd place at LEIC this year and has also won a regional this season. Won Charlotte as well 2 years ago when he went to Yokohama. Has probably plenty of other medals that I'm forgetting. Is going against Boglish, who breakout season for Boglish. Got a 4th place in Sacramento. Has a lot of numerous other multiple top cuts. And I was looking at the bracket earlier. Boglish hasn't dropped a single game at NAIC so far. I've seen him in a lot of practice tournaments. He's just putting in the work, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, Boglish is definitely a trader kind of, I would say, I mean, not even up and coming because like you said, he's made some top cuts, but definitely on the rise.
Yes.
Richie, on the other hand, like you said, regional champion in Charlotte, I think that was actually 2 years ago at this point, which is hard to believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then had such an amazing season this year as well. So, you know, Richie, you know, all these really talented trainers from Latin America coming to NAIC, making day 2, you know, trying to repeat the strong performances that they had last year. So let's take a look at these Pokemon quickly, though, before these trainers lock in.
Yeah, we have the Cordeli, the Shadow Annihilate, the Diggersby, Jellicent, the Dene, and Mandibuzz on the side of Richie's team. And, you know, I think Jellicent was seen as a really strong pick early on in Delightful Days meta, but as the days progressed, people started opting for Dusclops, maybe even Galarian Corsola, a few Sableye even, because they just realized that Jellicent typically loses those head-to-head against the other Ghost types. On top of it, you're also weak to the Dene, which seems to be everywhere as well on these teams. But funny enough, both players are actually bringing Jellicent in this matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon like Diggersby that didn't get a direct buff from the move update, but based on kind of the Pokemon that were rising, right, all the Fury Cutter users, people really started looking at those ghost types. You mentioned, you know, Pokemon like Dusclops, Corsola, and then of course Jellicent in the conversation as well. So yeah, both of these trainers opting for the Jellicent here, maybe thinking that it does a little bit better than, versus Diggersby than some of those other ghost types because it has, of course, the water type damage.
And Boglish running the exact same team as Richie, except it's a Shadow Scizor instead of a Shadow Nightlip. Obviously, Shadow Nightlip is going to win that head-to-head matchup if they're shields, but Shadow Scizor is a little bit safer, I think, into Richie's team than a Nightlip is, because a Nightlip has to watch out for the Mandibuzz, you have to watch out for the Dene, you have to watch out for the Jellicent. Shadow Scizor, though, fantastic into the Dene, you have plenty of play into Mandibuzz, even though you're only throwing resisted charge attacks, and you could grab shields and even flip matchups against Jellicent. So this Shadow Scizor could be a huge problem for Richie. Obviously also beats the Cordeli, let's not forget about that. And against Diggersby, it's really not that bad once you land a Trailblaze. So Richie may have to be forced to either bring a lot of Diggersby or even risk bringing the Nightlip and risk it being in a bad matchup against Boglish's team. And having played Boglish personally, he's not an easy person to play into because he'll just bring, if he brings something like a Shadow Scizor, you best bet that he has answers to anything that counters Scizor on your team. I mean, obviously that's like what a lot of good players do, but there's something about when you face Boglish, at least my experience, is that I know what's in the back and I still can't win. I feel like I know exactly what he's bringing, and once I see that lead matchup, I'm like, Yeah, this match is over.
All right, well, I'm curious to see what Boglish decides to pair with the Shadow Scizor. Although, you know, we've had a couple matchups already where we're like, the Shadow Scizor, and then we never see it on the field. So let's see if Boglish decides to bring that high-octane Pokemon to the field versus Richie.
All right, let's see if Boglish can continue his undefeated streak. We've had some interesting undefeated streaks in past international. I think Z's Wild was undefeated going into, like, day number 3, I think, of EUIC, which is kind of wild as well. And you can see Boglish trying to do his best impression of Z's. Maybe a few other players made day 2 as well, undefeated on an undefeated streak. But I know only for sure that Boglish is the one that I'm confident that I can say that. Here we go. Game number 1 is going to be the Credilli into the Jellicent. This is not the worst matchup for Jellicent now that most Credilli are running Acid, and Richie's Credilli is running that Acid.
Richie going straight for the Rock Tomb, probably knows that one Grass Knot isn't going to be enough to take out the Jellicent. And if you need 2 charge attacks, why not start by dropping the attack of the opposing Jellicent?
Yeah, and I think in this situation too, one, Grass Knot's not enough anyway, so it's a very safe Rock Tomb to throw. Surprisingly, Boglish does shield it right away. I think most players opt for Rock Tomb, but maybe thinking, oh, Richie might just chip and then dip and do a lot of super effect damage. That's always a possibility here. But this is where it gets awkward, right? I mean, Richie, his Credilli is quite low at this point in time too. Boglish could potentially even catch a move here. Let's see if he does that. It's much harder to catch when you're using the 3-turn user, and in comes the super effective Grass Knot. Does Boglish decide to shield this Jellicent? No, not going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, you see that Shadow Scizor in the back. He brings it in right here, trying to snipe, but Richie reacts quickly, brings in the Diggersby, and the Diggersby, of course, you know, up his shield here, probably going to be able to land a Fire Punch if it really wants to.
Yeah, Richie's reaction time's really fast there, too. I think a lot of players might just let the Credilli go down, trying to figure out, do you bring the Diggersby or the Mana Buzz? Both decent options into this Shadow Scizor. But Boglish going to shield up. He's down shields now, so now Richie can easily play this out. You just one-shot this with a Fire Punch, just throw right before they get to the next move.
Yeah, and Richie does get there before the Night Slash. Just going to throw it right away, not playing around. Wants to get this Shadow Scizor off the field as soon as possible. And all of a sudden, Boglish pretty much down, you know, 2 Pokemon here.
This is a tough position, too. I mean, there's no easy way to finish off the Diggersby. I don't think there's much energy on the Jellicent at this point, and Credilli is throwing resisted Acid as well. What a weird situation where Credilli is worried about a Diggersby. That's the world we live in right now. Is going to reach. Oh, neither player's actually throwing the moves right away, too. Richie may be thinking that there might be a catch coming, and Boglish may be worried about the same exact thing.
Boglish going to let his Scorching Sands go as he doesn't have any shields left. So going to continue to farm up almost at 100 energy. Perfect opportunity for a catch, and Richie takes it, catching the Grass Knot on his very low health Credilli.
Yeah, you got even Boglish smiling and saying good catch on that one too. Really fantastic timing. Debuff the Credilli for starters. Now catches the Grass Knot on a Credilli with very little health. Fantastic catch from Richie. But there's still energy on this Credilli, and this is not going to be a fantastic situation for the Mana Buzz, but you still have a shield and you still have a lot of health.
And the great thing here for Richie is that you have, you know, a switch. Well, not anymore because you just made the catch, of course. But eventually down the line, you could switch, clear these Rock Tomb debuffs if you really, really needed to. But I'm not even sure you're going to need to because Mana Buzz here, you saw how easily it took that first Rock Tomb. So you probably just need to land, you know, a debuffed charge attack on this Credilli.
Yeah, I like this play from Richie as well, too. I mean, you know that the Acid is not going to be enough quite yet, so you could safely just no shield here. Oh, instantly throws the Dark Pulse. I like this play. A lot of players thinking that players will go for the optimization, throw for one more Air Slash, allowing you to throw Acid, then swap. Instead, doesn't want to give Boglish a chance here. He has a lot of energy loaded at this point in time. Is going to throw the Fire Punch before the move is reached. He still has a shield left. Very dominant performance from Richie. He's going to end Boglish's undefeated streak so far at NAIC.
Jellicent is Boglish's last hope, but Richie's Diggersby is already at the Fire Punch. He's going to take this 1-0 very cleanly, and like you said, take the first game off of Boglish here.
All right, Richie feeling good about it as well. Boglish is not out of it yet, though. He might have lost a game, but he has not lost a series. Winner of this series will go into day number 2 on that winner's side. Doesn't have to play any more battles. The loser will be facing off against someone in that loser's bracket. Let me see if I can figure out exactly who that is, because I'm sure that person's been waiting for quite a while, too.
All right, well, I'll take a look at Richie's team in the meantime. We already saw, of course, the Credilli on the field. The Diggersby, of course, really kind of needs to be there to counter the Shadow Scizor. And then, of course, the Mana Buzz at the end of the game there for Richie. I'm not sure about these other 3 Pokemon that he left on the bench. You talked about the Shadow Annihilape, not quite as safe as Boglish's Scizor, but, you know, we've seen Shadow Annihilape really tear through some teams today, so that could be an option. situation for Richie too.
All right, I have the info. It's actually Firestar that's waiting on the loser of this match to see who will be making into day number 2. Both these players, though, don't want to be in that position. They don't want to have to play another series. They don't want to be on that loser side here. As you see, all smiles from Boglish as well, too. You know, when you get caught like that in those situations, you gotta just give it up to your opponent, right? Fantastic plays from Richie, and of course, great sportsmanship from Boglish.
Yeah, and Richie, you know, kind of anticipating that Boglish is going to throw when he's close to 100 energy, because Boglish doesn't want to waste any fast attacks. He doesn't want to waste any energy. And, you know, being able to read, you know, top players like that is a skill that top players themselves have.
Yeah, and it's a great play from Richie, too, because he had a shield remaining. So even if Boglish threw a little bit sooner, if he wanted to preserve the energy and the health on the Diggersby, he could have shielded, knowing that Boglish is not at the back-to-back grass knot. So really great play, but just extended his lead even further by making that catch.
Absolutely, and you know, we saw how dominant the ending of that game looked, but of course it didn't look that dominant before he made the catch. But of course, you know, Richie, very seasoned player, even on these big stages, been top 3 at an IC before, maybe looking to reach that and go even further this time.
I think Boglish had the right idea in that series, in the sense that, you know, Shadow Scizor looks pretty strong to Richie's team. Hard to bring that Annihilate, right? So probably forced to bring the Diggersby. I think the only slight misstep there is that he shielded that Jellicent. The moment you shield that Jellicent, you're at a shield deficit, and that makes the matchup even easier for Richie to deal with that Scizor, and then after that, you just have a Cordelia, and he had to still go down a shield even to do any damage to that Diggersby. Here we go, game number 2 here. A fantastic lead for Richie as he is going to try to punch his way through this Scizor. Look at the Scizor health, already less than half.
Yeah, I don't even know if Boglish is going to be able to reach another Night Slash. If you're Richie here, you know, you can just counter down, or maybe if you want to try pulling shields, you can also just Rage Fist right away. Looks like he's reaching for the Rage Fist. He doesn't know about Boglish's 3rd Pokemon yet, but he knows that this Annihilate can do a lot of damage. Boglish shielding this up. Does he actually make another Night Slash?
I don't think he does, but he does get some decent damage off. I don't know if it's worth it or not, though, too. Now Cordelia could deal with this a little bit better because you have Acid for it, but I think Boglish is going to bring the Mandibuzz. Here's the thing, though. I don't even think Boglish's switch time's up yet, so if he brings in the Mandibuzz, he's going to be stuck in this matchup with something else here, as Richie is going to reach for a move. Oh, wait, no, it's a Snarl Mandibuzz. This is a lot better for Richie's Annihilate, and now he's going to get a boosted Ice Punch off.
All right, well, it's not all bad news for Boglish, because both of these Pokemon, Mandibuzz and Cordelia, have a lot of play into Richie's remaining Pokemon, although I don't know how much of the Mandibuzz is going to be left after this. Already almost at 25% health. I think Richie probably is going to come in with the Diggersby, try to absorb this energy so that the Jellicent doesn't have to.
Yeah, this Diggersby has a lot of health left on it. One shield apiece on both these players. The Boglish is just going to really have to carry with the Cordelia. And generally speaking, if this was Bolt Seed Cordelia, no problem, right? Maybe not no problem, but a lot easier situation to deal with. Unfortunately, this is Acid Cordelia, and that's resisted damage on both the Diggersby and the Jellicent. Jellicent still has a lot of health. We saw how close that matchup was earlier. He could even go for a debuff. If there's a debuff here, that's insult to injury for Bogglish's Cordelia.
Yeah, and the other thing, not only are you not Bullet Seed, but you want to be throwing, you know, Rock Tombs ideally if you want to have the most dominant matchups possible. Because even this matchup, we said earlier, Grass Knot is not going to knock out. And you see how low this Cordelia is getting from these hexes, almost in Shadow Ball range probably.
He does go straight for the Grass Knot. I don't think Richie's going to shield, is going to let it go. I mean, he knows he can't get the Acid down here. Bakugo still has a shield. I mean, do you shield? I guess you have to shield the potential Shadow Ball here. It's really awkward positioning because it's going to just be a Surf and forcing Boglish to shield. And now another Surf's going to be reached before the move is there. In comes another one. Actually, Richie going to tap away and try to get to the Shadow Ball instead. It's going to be a debuff Shadow Ball, though.
Yeah, this is actually Rock Tomb coming through, not a Grass Knot, because, of course, the Jellicent is very low at this point.
Oh,
so
wait.
What?
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. It wasn't a catch, though, but, you know, it was great patience. You can see Boglish even saying the GGs already. I mean, I just realized there's still Mandibuzz, but unfortunately just doesn't have any health left on it. Going to clear the debuff now on the Jellicent and just put this in Surf range. You kind of can't overfarm this if you're Boglish. I mean, even if you throw this, if you undercharge, it's bad because the Scorching Sand comes through, and if you throw it all the way, the Jellicent still has a move.
All right, well, Grass not going to knock out the Diggersby, but like you said, Jellicent has so much energy. Actually getting quite low in health, though, but the Shadow Ball is going to come through. Richie sees the victory coming for him. Shadow Ball is going to land on the Cradilly and take this series for Richie 2-0.
All right, what a great showmanship from both players here, too. Almost mirror match teams there, but unfortunately, Shadow Scizor was just not able to overcome the Shadow Nihilip. And Richie, despite the fact that Shadow Nihilip is really hard to bring into Boglish's team, position it in the perfect position there. And again, the Snarl Mandibuzz is super peculiar from Boglish. I actually really think it's interesting because Boglish tends to go slightly off meta. And something I remember very poignantly is that in Sacramento, when he got fourth place, he was running Air Slash Mana Buzz. Back when a lot of people were running Snarl Mana Buzz, and now that everyone's running Air Slash Mana Buzz, he's running Snarl Mana Buzz.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from him what the reasoning is for the fast attack on the Mana Buzz, but you know, not every team is the same. Some teams you really need that flying type coverage from the Air Slash. Maybe Boglish's team, he's thinking he prefers kind of having Snarl for a better ghost type matchup. So, you know, I'd love to pick his brain afterwards, of course. But, you know, Boglish, of course, down but not out. He's going to go to that loser's side of the bracket. Can still fight his way to day 2.
Yeah, be sure to follow along the bracket to see how that matchup goes. We may see him tomorrow, or we may see Firestar. They will be going head-to-head in that loser's bracket. I believe that might be the last matchup that will probably be played off-stream of the day 1. But what a fantastic day of battle, Soph.
Yeah, absolutely. So many great battles. Of course, we saw almost all of the winners finals on stream, and I felt like the battles just were getting better and better as the day went on. You know, you see, okay, here's something that's interesting.
Okay.
We saw a lot of catches in those earlier games, but they weren't always impactful catches, right? They were catches that lock you into disadvantageous matchups. But, and you know, in these later games, we see so much clean gameplay. Everyone's counting perfectly, everyone's throwing on good timing, and everyone's making catches that really kind of flip games in their advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and yeah, in some of those situations, I don't know, we just see very high-level plays, right? And something I noticed a lot was there's a lot of patience too, right? A lot of players trying to go for the catches, but the very experienced players just being patient there and not doing it, not throwing those moves. We saw that from a lot of high-level players. I'm curious to see what our co-casters have to think about today's match, so let's head over to the lounge and hear their thoughts.
So much, Caleb. It was a delightful day here at the North American International Championships. Now, Friday is in the books. I'm gonna ask my co-casters here, what is your biggest takeaway from this brand new meta at the tail end of the season? I'm gonna start with you, Wholesome.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just trainers that are trying to play safe, but I think that a lot of the Pokemon that we were expecting to be good, they are good. The Dusclops, the Diggersby, the Shadow Scizor, even the Credillion in some cases. But there's been a couple surprises for me. For me, that's been the Greninja that we've seen from a lot of the EU players, as well as the Shadow Annihilate. Of course, it's been good, but I wasn't expecting it to be this good in the current meta.
And I've just been eyeing so many of those Dedenne. The parabolic charge makes it so good because it keeps increasing its defense. You think it's a fragile Pokemon, but at some point it just seems to be impossible to run through that Pokemon.
And you know it's been so good? These trainers. Let's look at that winner's side of the bracket. Like So said, we got most of those on stream. Tomorrow, of course, we're going to have T. Wastel versus Toad. Paddleman versus ZZ. That is a rematch.
Yeah.
From EUIC Grand Finals, indeed, two Europeans facing off against each other at the North America International Championships. The irony.
Absolutely. And then throughout the list, I mean, so many big names. Is there any other? Oh, wait, hold on a second. Look at the last two there. We got It's Axen versus Ashton Ash.
Yeah, well. we have It's Axen, who's on an absolute heater. He's going to be facing off versus Ashton Ash, who's been playing very well as well. And there's a story for Ashton Ash here. He took second place at NAIC last year. With Pocket now out of the way, he is our top trainer, still remaining from last year.
And I believe we did have one of those matchups, but I got a good reporter here. What was that one matchup that we didn't see on stream that was in that top 16 right there?
One that I want to call out is a hometown hero, a local from Baton Rouge, actually attending LSU. That's going to be the Masked Asian. He's going to be facing off tomorrow as well. Don't forget, he actually top cut in day 2 last year at 2024 NAIC. Not a trainer that we see throughout the circuit too much, but he is playing here basically in his hometown, and he is on the winner's side of the bracket.
Can that hometown hero finish it off in Championship Sunday? But first, to do that, they have to do well tomorrow. And the start time tomorrow is what, Inadequence?
That's gonna be 7 a.m. Pacific time on this exact channel right here. We'll be here all weekend with you. And yeah, make sure that you don't miss any of the action. Tune in tomorrow and make sure that you follow along with us. Post on social media, and we might just feature you as well.
Yeah, and make sure to follow every single channel so you can keep up with all the action. We have a special hashtag, of course, hashtag Pokemon NAIC. We would love to hear from you, feature you. What are your experiences like? Who do you think is going to win it all? Who's going to hold that trophy? Who's going to win between the matchup of ZZ versus Paddleman tomorrow? That one is one I am fascinated with.
And one more thing before we leave, we have a special surprise. We got some drops.
Yeah, that's right. Whether you're watching Just Go or all of the games, there's great ways to follow along at home. I think specifically what I'm most excited about is going to be getting access to that exclusive Mandibuzz and Charge TM. Don't forget, this is going to be the specific Mandibuzz from Patamon, our EUIC winner. Yeah, a Pokemon that has had tons of success not only in previous seasons, but we're seeing it have success here in the Delightful Days season as well. But don't forget that exclusive Charge TM as well. I know that's Elite Charge TM, that is, yeah.
A very useful item indeed, but not just for Pokemon Go, also for the trading card game live. You can get these exclusive art cards. This is just lovely to see that we have here at the the North America International Championships.
Oh, we got a little European going on here as well.
Yeah, a little Freudian slip there from the European.
Absolutely. Well, continuing on with the TCG, of course, we have those rocket cards as well. But don't forget, you can also get your Ogre Pawn cards as well. Make sure you guys watch and get those Twitch drops here on that's the Pokemon TCG channel. We went through Go as well, but we've got some other game rewards as well. We can continue moving along. We have both Unite as well as VG.
Yeah, for VG we have Incineroar, Wolfie Glick and Incineroar. Name a more iconic duo. You can't, because this is that Incineroar that he won the Europe International Championship with.
Maybe later it's going to be ZZ's Wireless and Shadow Sizor if he wins it all here at the North American International Championships.
Iconic pair for sure. Make sure that you guys use that code NAIC Cone Parish.
All right. Was an amazing day number one. I'm going to go down the line one more time. Your final thoughts, what was most fun for you? I know I got mine, but Inadequates, what was the most fun thing in this Delightful Days meta here at the North American International Championships?
Just so many of the matches we saw, and we actually saw a colleague of us, Alpha Phoebe, getting to day 2 as well. So a lot of exciting trainers to see, some exciting action, and I love to tell everyone, I told you so. Really Tough has a place in this meta. It's looking so good into many of these teams, I'm telling you. Greninja, Ghost-type Pokemon, Annihilate.
Shadow Scissor.
Okay, let's leave that elsewhere.
Yeah, I think for me, you know, there's a lot of matchups that we were seeing today that had double resisted fast attack pressure. We can maybe glaze over some of those, but some of our attackers, we'll say, the Pokemon that are based around fast attack pressure, the Shadow Scissors, the Shadow Annihilates, Pokemon like that, they were a lot of fun to watch, and just seeing how you can really force your way through some of these matchups and set up some really unpredictable outcomes.
I'm on the exact same page as you, Wholesome. I love the playstyle of Shadow Scizor in particular. It's been a long time since we've had a Pokemon on the main stage with that type of archetype, that type of playstyle be so functionally impressive. I can't wait to see what these trainers can do with it on Saturday. That's it for us here. What an amazing day number one. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll see you there.